In Dayang Kingdom, Baishui County, Shangfang Jiang Cang pushed a wheelbarrow through narrow alleys. The cart was covered with black cloth beneath which lay 2 sacks of red-spotted bamboo shoots. This was his cargo for the day and his hard-earned livelihood. As he rounded the corner, he suddenly heard hushed voices. We can't survive like this. The official fee has surged by 30%. Exactly. The authorities collect once and then the Huaxi gang collects again. It's as if they intend to drain our very marrow. This cannot go on. In a few days we won't even have coarse grains to eat. For now we must take a risk. Risk? How are we to take that risk? They say a new gambling den has opened in the East Market. Only there can money multiply. I heard that just yesterday a man left with half an ounce of fragmented silver and returned with 5. He turned the corner. The murmured voices vanished in an instant as if they had been nothing but an illusion. Jiang Cang continued forward while his peripheral vision caught San Zhuang suddenly slowing down and glancing back into the alley. Seeing this, Jiang Cang said nothing but merely glanced at the burly man beside him. That man Dezhuan was San Zhuang's elder brother. He was also renowned in Wu Yi Alley for his ruthlessness. Years ago, when bandits invaded, Dezhuan had brandished a pitchfork and chased them off for 3 miles. In an instant he understood the situation, raised his hand, slapped San Zhuang on the forehead and scolded, "Are you scheming again?" San Zhuang recoiled. "Brother, I didn't." "Didn't what?" Dezhuan grabbed him by the ear and pulled him forward. "Who was it that acted foolishly and owed the Huaxi gang 3 taels of silver? If it weren't for Jiang Yi coming to your rescue, you would have long been decapitated, your head skinned and hung at our doorstep. Think about it. If mother were to see that, how could she live?" San Zhuang fell silent. Jiang Cang pushed on with the cart, uttering nothing further. At the side gate of the Fong mansion, as the sun climbed higher, Jiang Cang and his companions arrived with their cart. Not long after, Lao Qin, the gatekeeper, emerged. Jiang Cang grinned at Manager Qin. "Old friend, these are today's bamboo shoots, fresh indeed, please have a look." Manager Qin lifted the sack, pinched the tip of a shoot with his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. "Tender. Even fresher than the last batch. And the price remains the same." "Very well." Manager Qin, satisfied with the weight, handed over several heavy strings of copper coins. Jiang Cang accepted the coins and weighed them in his hand. They felt solid and reassuring. Clasping his fists in gratitude towards Manager Qin, he arranged to deliver another batch in 3 days. After Manager Qin went back inside, Jiang Cang turned and, smiling, distributed the coins among his men. Several burly figures grinned widely as their rough hands grasped the money tightly. "Thank you, Jiang De Yi." Dezhuan, watching the broad smiles on everyone's faces, lowered his voice sternly. "Mind your tongues on the way back. If other folks in the neighborhood learn of this deal, it will invite envy and ruin our business. Don't say I didn't warn you." The men's expressions changed subtly and they nodded repeatedly in agreement. Jiang Cang looked at Dezhuan with satisfaction. Though rough in appearance, Dezhuan was meticulous and with some proper guidance could be put to good use. In expanding the red-spotted bamboo shoot business in the future, another branch could well be entrusted to him. This red-spotted bamboo shoot business was built entirely by him. In truth, the shoots themselves were not particularly special. The only difference from ordinary shoots was the vivid red spots on their skins. As for why the Fong family believed these shoots to be more tender and exclusively bought from him, it was because he only sold the tenderest ones. The rest he let spoil in the fields just to uphold the claim that red-spotted bamboo shoots are the freshest. This was the art he had learned in his past life, branding gimmicks and monopolizing clientele. Today this financial channel supported nearly half of the men in Wu Yi Alley and bound them to his side. They regard following me as their livelihood, and in turn I consider them my means of existence. Looking at the men around him, a glimmer of security stirred within. In these chaotic times, the more people the better. Yet it wasn't enough, far from it. After all, this world was also inhabited by martial artists. Martial artists scaled eaves and walked on walls. Their palms could shatter stones. With only these men to protect him, he could only eke out a living in the countryside. To truly safeguard himself, and even to live a better life, one had to learn martial arts. As for studying martial arts, he himself was past the point, old in his 60s or 70s. But his grandson, or rather another version of him, could. The legacy of incense, life everlasting. Legacy of incense, life everlasting, ah. This was the golden finger he awakened after traversing into this world. 3 generations under one roof, an eternal cycle of life. His soul was divided into 3 parts, enabling him through his offspring to pass on his existence. Though only 3 could exist at one time, there was already hope for immortality. He weighed the coins in his hand, 23-1. After setting aside the portions that were given away, the remainder had fallen into his hands. He silently calculated in his heart that his grandson young Jiang was already 10 years old. The optimal age to learn martial arts was before 13 or 14. Once that age passed and the bones said it would be far too late to learn. By his count there were still 3 years. At the current rate of savings one could accumulate 2 taels of silver in a year, enough for an incense offering. In 3 years that would be 6 taels added to previous savings, it would exactly total 10 taels. That amount would only secure a place in a low-tier martial arts school, which in these troubled times was no small thing. Every day the world deteriorated further with rising official fees and even the Huaxi gang's charges increasing. Prices changed daily. Who knew how long the red-spotted bamboo shoe trade could last? Jiang Cang stuffed the copper coins into his pocket and patted them. Merely gaining admission to a martial arts school was considered fortunate. In such chaotic times one could not hope for too much. Jiang Yi. De Zhuang's voice tugged him back. Jiang Cang came to his senses and waved his hand. Let's go as usual, first for a bowl of soy milk then home. All right. With that he pushed the empty cart and led his group into the long 10-mile street. This street was the old lane of Shangfang, lined on both sides with various small shops, cobblers, potmenders, steamed cake vendors and barrel makers. A tofu stall stood under a locust tree at the entrance of an alley. Lu Shaozi, bring 8 bowls of soy milk, commanded Jiang Cang as he led his companions to sit on benches. Old Jiang and the folks of Wu Yi Alley have returned. Yun Yang quickly served the soy milk. Lu Shaozi smiled in response and turned inside to call out. As the words faded, the curtain was lifted, revealing a fresh-faced girl. About 14 or 15 years old, with gracefully arched brows and jet-black braids, she nimbly carried a bowl and set it neatly down. San Zhuang's eyes lit up as he saw her, exclaiming, "Oh Yun Yang, it's only been a few days yet you look radiant again." Yun Yang simply pursed her lips and remained silent. Emboldened, San Zhuang said, "At your age, isn't it time to look for a husband? I say there's no rush, wait a few more years until Xiaoming grows up." Before he could finish, a heavy slap struck the back of his head. De Zhuang cautiously glanced at Jiang Cang. Seeing no displeasure, he glared at San Zhuang and said, "If you can't keep your mouth shut, then don't go planning for Xiaoming." Several men burst into laughter. Yun Yang lowered her gaze, her cheeks blushing slightly, and after pouring the soy milk she turned and hid behind the curtain. After the laughter subsided, one of the men bowed his head to sip a mouthful of soy milk and, smacking his lips, remarked, "Lu Shaozi, your soy milk has grown ever more fragrant." Lu Shaozi smiled and said, "It's the leftover from the morning, sold cheaply as long as you don't mind." Meanwhile, Jiang Cang sipped his soy milk. Yet the taste did not betray any hint of leftovers. It was as if she had deliberately left it for them upon seeing their arrival in town that morning. Lu Shaozi was indeed a kind soul. He did not rush to drink, but instead observed the remaining blocks of tofu nearby and asked, "Business has been slow lately." Lu Shaozi paused and sighed, "Not to hide anything from you, Jiang Yi, but over the past half-month, every time we couldn't sell at all, about 20% of the tofu ends up unsold. The rent fees have risen again. Just a few days ago half a grindstone broke. Sigh, it's tough." She trailed off, merely shaking her head. Hearing this, Jiang Cang grew pensive. While sipping his soy milk, San Zhuang suddenly looked up. "Lu Shaozi, where is your husband? He hasn't been seen for quite some time." Lu Shaozi's face stiffened and she offered no reply. As San Zhuang pressed on, De Zhuang kicked him from under the table. San Zhuang stared in surprise for a moment, then wisely fell silent. San Zhuang had met Lu Shaozi's husband through a gambling den, a matter Jiang Cang knew well. Later he took San Zhuang under his wing, involving him in selling the bamboo shoots while clearing his gambling debts. Yet Lu Shaozi's husband still lingered inside. Halfway through their soy milk at the far end of the alley, a shadow slipped by. It was Bing Zi. De Zhuang's eldest son, aged 11 and sturdy like his father, did not approach his father. Instead he circled around to Jiang Cang's side and whispered, "Grandpa Jiang, I saw Zhou Xiaobiao." He was accompanied by 2 men wandering in the neighboring street. Jiang Cang's eyes flickered. Zhou Xiaobiao, Zhou Bai, was the deputy leader of the Weiyuan escort agency. He was indeed a major figure in Lu Wei County. 3 days ago on this very street an escort team had paraded past, stirring up clouds of dust. Before Zhou Bai's horse a beggar darted forth to solicit alms, uttering a blessing before a clatter as over a dozen copper coins fell into a broken bowl. Those few small coins, along with one larger coin, in olden days they would have sustained the men of Wu Yi Alley for nearly half a month. Yet they were dispensed so casually. Standing amidst the crowd, he watched the tall silhouette on a noble steed and mused, "If I could forge ties with a man like that, even if only to peddle some local wares, I'd never have to worry about life." Alas, he later found out that Zhou Xiaobiao cared nothing for bamboo shoots. Yet Jiang Cang was not one to be easily satisfied. If he wasn't interested in bamboo shoots, there had to be something he liked, and if such an item existed in Wu Yi Alley, he could find a way to sell it to him. Thus he had someone keep an eye on the other party's preferences. Without further ado, Jiang Cang signaled to Lu Shaozi another bowl of soy milk for the child. Lu Shaozi served a bowl promptly. Bing Zi took it and drank heartily, gulping down mouthful after mouthful. At that moment De Zhuang lowered his voice, "Jiang Yi." Following De Zhuang's gaze, Jiang Cang looked over at the street corner. 3 figures were approaching and the leader bore a centipede-like scar on his left cheek. Jiang Cang's expression darkened as he set his bowl aside. "Let's go." San Zhuang exclaimed in surprise, "But the soy milk isn't finished." Go, De Zhuang insisted, already rising and pulling him along. San Zhuang glanced at the bowl with reluctance, then hastily drank down the remaining soy milk, gulping it in several swallows, even finishing De Zhuang's bowl in a few quick sips. Jiang Cang took out a copper coin, set it on the table, nodded at Lu Shaozi, and pushed the empty cart as he departed. Lu Shaozi, noticing the man, paled and quickly gathered the bowls, pulling Yun Yang behind the counter to hide. The street instantly erupted into chaos. "Clear away. Are you blind? Didn't you see Li Yi coming?" Jiang Cang pushed the empty cart leading De Zhuang and San Zhuang into an alley. They avoided the main road, deliberately taking a detour to steer clear of the direction from which Dao Bali was approaching. Not far out, a commotion arose behind them. "Clear out, clear out." Jiang Cang glanced sideways toward the alley entrance. Dao Bali was standing in front of a cobbler's stall, kicking a basket over with one swift kick. Awls and hemp threads scattered across the ground as an elderly shoemaker knelt to collect them. Dao Bali, kicking him on the back, continued on while muttering curses. "Blind fools, how dare you block my way!" Nearby, a seller of steamed cakes hurriedly began packing up. His slow movements caused his steamer to be slapped to the ground by Dao Bali's hand, and white steamed buns tumbled into the mud. "Pack it up, damn you!" No one dared speak. Everyone on the street bowed their heads as if wishing to shrink into the cracks of the walls. Jiang Cang withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Such events happened every day. What could one do? One dodged if possible, if not, one had to endure. After walking 20 or 30 paces, De Zhuang noticed that San Zhuang had suddenly stopped. "San Zhuang!" he called, but there was no reply. De Zhuang followed his gaze and his face changed. It was the soy milk stall, the tofu shop they frequented, which now lay in utter ruins. The counter had been overturned, stools lay askew, and soy milk spilled all over the floor. Lu Shaozi knelt, clinging desperately to Dao Bali's leg, crying, "Li Yi, please have mercy. We shall surely repay what we owe." Dao Bali raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Lu Shaozi screamed in agony as blood spurted from her nose. Yun Yang was yanked out from behind the counter by 2 thugs. The young girl struggled desperately as her coarse dress was torn open, exposing half of her snow-white shoulder. Her face turned as white as death, tears streaking down, yet she clenched her lips and said not a word. Wretched girl, not saying anything. Dao Bali grasped her chin, tilting her face up to examine her, and broke into a cruel grin. "With such delicate skin and tender flesh, she can fetch a high price." Yun Yang trembled all over, her eyes filled with tears, yet she bit her teeth and did not cry out a sound. San Zhuang stood at the alley's mouth as if pinned to the spot. He fixed his gaze on Yun Yang's face, on her torn garment, and on her tightly clenched lips, while his fist tightened with a creaking sound. De Zhuang seized his arm. "San Zhuang." But San Zhuang did not move. San Zhuang. He has mastered hard qigong. Ordinary 7 or 8 men couldn't get close to him. Behind him stands the Huaxi Gang, one of the 2 strongest forces in Luwei County, with masters of covert techniques guarding him. Yet San Zhuang still did not move. Seeing this, De Zhuang's grip on his arm tightened, his veins bulging. "Think of our mother." San Zhuang's body trembled and he finally turned his head. Yet his clenched fist remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Jiang Cang stood aside watching the scene, and in the end he only sighed. For ordinary people, life is extremely hard. Having lived so long, he knew better than anyone that brute strength, hard fists, was the only reliable principle. Those you cannot provoke you must avoid. The world is as rotten as it gets. In this world you must learn martial arts. Otherwise next time it will be your own head that suffers. He then said to the other men of Wu Yi Alley, "You all go back, be careful on the way and don't get into trouble." Understood, Jiang Yi. After the group left, he shot a look at a still dissatisfied San Zhuang, then at De Zhuang and Bing Zi, comforting him. Bending down, he whispered a few words into Bing Zi's ear. Bing Zi's eyes lit up and he dashed away. Jiang Cang then said a few more words into San Zhuang's ear, leaving him momentarily stunned. At the other end of the 10-mile-long street, Zhou Bai stood before a stall selling trinkets holding a bamboo-crafted cricket in his hand. The workmanship was quite fine with its wings tinted green and eyes like two black beans, so lifelike. He examined it repeatedly, a slight smile curving at his lips. His second sister Zhou Yanzi would be returning home in a few days. She had adored such trinkets since her childhood. Every time he returned from escort duty she would pester him for one. This time he bought several to cheer her up. How much for this? The stall owner had just quoted a price. Suddenly voices arose from nearby. Have you heard? There's been trouble over at the soy milk stall. Lu's shop. What happened? Dao Bali has taken his men over there. They intend to seize the girl. Ugh, such misfortune. And how old is the girl? 13 or 14, I suppose. She is indeed delicate looking, though fate has been unkind, for her father is a compulsive gambler. Is this the nth time for Dao Bali? No one dares to intervene. Intervene? Who would dare? He has mastered hard qigong. The bamboo cricket in Zhou Bai's hand fell silent. He looked up, his brows furrowing. Which soy milk stall? Those people were startled upon seeing Zhou Bai. They shrank back and pointed in a direction over that way past the corner. Zhou Bai then laid the nearly inspected bamboo cricket on the stall and strode off. Hey, customer. Zhou Bai, without looking back, strode away briskly. He had a fault. He simply could not tolerate such matters. His father had once said that his temperament would eventually lead him to loss, yet he could not change. Whether it was the forcible seizure of a civilian maiden or doing it in broad daylight, his face grew so sullen one could almost see water dripping from it. Turning the street corner from afar, he saw the soy milk stall in utter disarray. A scar-faced man with his face marked deeply was pinching a little girl's chin, his grimace showing brutish glee. On the ground a woman knelt with her forehead battered and bleeding, desperately trying to crawl forward. Zhou Bai halted his steps. Then, stop! A bellowing shout then resounded, silencing the entire street for a moment. With a booming shout, Zhou Bai surged out from the crowd and strode straight to the soybean milk shop. In an instant the once chaotic street fell into a profound silence. Scardly turned around and his arrogant demeanor immediately shrank as he stuttered, Zhou. Young Master Zhou, what advice do you have? Debts must be repaid, that is only natural. Meanwhile Zhou Bai's face turned ashen. He had long heard of Scardly, known for bullying the commoners, seizing shops by force and committing innumerable misdeeds. Yet because this man belonged to the Huaxi gang, Zhou Bai had always turned a blind eye to avoid dragging the escort agency into trouble. He never expected this scoundrel to dare to mistreat women and children right in front of him. Such a person was the one he despised above all. Without uttering a word, Zhou Bai strode forward and grasped Scardly's throat, hoisting him up with one hand. A hissing sound followed as the surrounding crowd inhaled sharply in unison. Jiang Cang, standing among the onlookers, had his pupils contract in astonishment. How could a grown man weighing over 100 jin be lifted so effortlessly? Is this the essence of martial prowess in this world? Scardly's two henchmen exchanged a glance and, steeling themselves, lunged forward. Zhou Bai lifted his leg and delivered two swift kicks, sending them flying 3 to 4 jang away, leaving them sprawled on the ground and wailing in defeat. Excellent! Cheered the crowd. Well fought! Young Master Zhou, finish off this fiend. For years so many had suffered under Scardly's tyranny that at that moment everyone felt a deep relief, as if exhaling long-held resentment. Zhou Bai then impaled Scardly against an old locust tree by the roadside with determination. Bang! The tree trunk quivered violently as leaves cascaded down. Scardly fell to the ground like a dead dog, and before he could recover, Zhou Bai's fists and kicks rained down upon him. Bang! 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 Every blow hit its mark. Initially Scardly screamed in agony, but soon his cries grew fainter until his face was reduced to a bloody, mangled mess. As the crowd's cheers grew louder, Zhou Bai felt the adrenaline surge within him, his blows becoming ever more fluid. In a moment of inspiration, the newly awakened dark energy surged from his waist and back, coursing along the Handiangming meridian right to his fists. A poochie sound echoed as a punch infused with dark energy crashed into Scardly's chest. No good. Zhou Bai's face instantly turned grim as he tried in vain to retract the force. That dark energy-laden punch landed squarely on Scardly's heart. His entire body stiffened as a spurt of black blood mixed with bits of entrails shot from his mouth, his eyes bulging grotesquely. He staggered back 3 steps, collapsing face up like a puddle of mud. After a few convulsive twitches, there was nothing but silence. Death had come. The entire street seemed as if strangled into silence. After a few labored breaths, someone has been killed. A piercing scream broke out. In that instant the crowd erupted into chaos with shoving and cries filling the air. An elderly man selling cakes was so terrified that he fell to the ground, his steamer overturned and buns tumbled into the mud, abandoned in the rush. Zhou Bai meanwhile stood rooted to the spot. Gazing at his trembling fist, his mind went utterly blank. He had only intended to teach that scoundrel a lesson, to render his external martial skills useless so that he could no longer harm anyone. Who would have thought that the dark energy he had just unlocked would spiral out of control and kill him? A single bead of cold sweat trickled down his spine as the gravity of the act struck him. Yet killing on the street carried repercussions far too severe. Under the laws of this mundane state, a public murderer would be condemned to death. And he was barely 24 years old. He had just broken through with his dark energy with a promising future that could have even elevated the escort agency to new heights. Yet a single misstep had ruined everything. Despair poured over him like icy water from above. Just when he was in a state of panic and overwhelmed with regret, a hoarse voice resonated from behind. "Brave man, do not be alarmed." Zhou Bai spun around abruptly to see a humble old farmer in hemp garments, his dark skin standing out as he steadily advanced against the fleeing crowd. It was none other than Jiang Cang, who had watched the entire spectacle from start to finish. For 3 long years he had inhabited the body of this 70-to-70-year-old farmer after transmigrating. These 3 years had taught him one truth, that fortune is sought in the midst of danger. Earlier he had already ordered De Zhuang San Zhuang to detour toward Scarred Li's residence. Taking advantage of the chaos, they were to loot all valuable items from his home, pocketing a windfall, while he himself would remain to undertake an even greater task. Jiang Cang gave a slight nod towards Zhou Bai before, with unsteady determination, crouching beside Scarred Li's corpse. In the very next moment, Poochie. A gleaming razor-sharp knife flicked from his sleeve struck precisely at Scarred Li's throat. With a twist of his wrist, the wound gaped open and dark red blood surged out. Ha ha ha. Despite not being fully dead, Scarred Li's eyes fixed on Jiang Cang in sheer disbelief. Jiang Cang expressionless watched until those eyes finally lost all spirit. Then he delivered another stab along the spot where Zhou Bai had struck, plunging the blade into his heart and twisting it viciously a few times. Once done, he exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Standing up, he raised the bloodstained knife high, his voice resonating powerfully. "The killer, Wu-Yi Ali Jiang Cang." With a bellow that shattered the silence like breaking stones, the entire street seemed frozen as everyone paused and turned their gaze towards the old farmer wielding the blood-soaked blade. A profound silence reigned until Jiang Cang lowered his arm, finally snapping Zhou Bai back to reality. He looked at the unassuming old farmer before him, overwhelmed with shock and deep emotion. Though the old man was visibly stooped and frail, in Zhou Bai's eyes he now towered like a mighty mountain. "Old sir. Why must it be so?" His voice trembled as he cried out. Inside, Jiang Cang sneered silently. "Why suffer so? It was all for the sake of ingratiating himself with the Zhou family, to leverage this aging body for precious resources and even secure martial training fees for his grandson." Yet these words would remain unspoken. He planned to stage the highest paid performance of his 3-year transmigration. Ha ha ha. Jiang Cang suddenly laughed heartily, his voice echoing to the skies. What a relief. The old man, now 67, has spent his life bowing to the earth, toiling endlessly. Today at last he has the chance to hold his head high. Turning to the gathering villagers, he raised his voice. "For years Scarred Li has forcefully taken over shops and bullied both men and women, causing immense suffering among the locals. I wish I could carve this fiend alive. Alas, I am but a mere old farmer. How could I ever match up against such a hardened brute with skin like tough bronze? Not until today." Pointing the blood-dripping tip of his knife at the corpse, he declared, "Thanks to Warrior Zhou's righteous act that delivered a severe blow to this brute, I now have the chance to avenge my enemies and bring justice to our people. Dear villagers, though I have long disregarded life and death, as half of my body seems already destined for the soil, today I alone bear the weight of these deeds. And if the authorities ever inquire, I implore you to bear witness so that you may not implicate Warrior Zhou." These words struck like thunder, causing an immediate uproar among the crowd. Everyone understood that the old man intended to take on all the blame for Zhou Bai. The crowd felt both shocked and in awe. Who among them had not suffered under the oppression of Scarred Li over the years? The deeper their hatred for the bully, the greater their respect for this usually taciturn old farmer. Jiang Cang surveyed the moved expressions of his fellow villagers, nodding to himself. This performance was not in vain. In this world, reputation is an invisible form of wealth. His strange golden finger, which allowed for continuous life and 3 generations living together, needed just this, an investment with long-term returns. To exchange a decaying body for the reputation of a righteous man. This deal was immensely profitable. With this title of righteous man, the Jiang family could walk proudly in these 10 miles and 8 villages. Moreover, there were also the benefits associated with the Zhou family. A single flattering word from a beggar could fetch them half a month's worth of hard-earned money. What would he receive in return for this life-saving grace? At that moment several patrolling officers arrived, albeit fashionably late. They seemed to be intimidated by Jiang Cang's boldness, approaching only after the old man had finished speaking and putting shackles on him. "Old man, we mean no offense." Jiang Cang calmly extended his hands. "Come on." As the prison cart carrying Jiang Cang slowly set off, the melon seller Wang Pa suddenly roused from her daze and said, "As long as Scardley remains, we will never have peace. This old man is suffering on our behalf." These words fell like sparks on dry grass, instantly igniting a chorus of agreement. Zhou Bai also understood the old man was both brave and wise. Not only did he risk his life to save others, but he also taught the crowd to speak with one voice. His heart surged with warmth as he cupped his fists and loudly declared, "Old sir, your righteousness cannot be repaid. I swear here today, if you ever have need of me, I will not hesitate to face any death." The prison cart creaked forward. Hearing Zhou Bai's voice, the old man turned back and displayed a smile. "Zhou Biao, I have long heard that the Weiyuan Escort Bureau emphasizes righteousness, and today I see that it is indeed true. My grandson admires all heroes, and if he knew that I could meet a fine person like you, he would surely be proud of me." Before he could finish, the prison cart had turned the corner. Zhou Bai could only clench his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Behind him the villagers shouted one after another, "Take care, old Jiang. Old Jiang, stay safe. May you be well, old Master Jiang." That night the Weiyuan Escort Bureau was brightly lit. In the study, Zhou Bai recounted all that had transpired during the day to his father Zhoujin. As he spoke passionately, he suddenly slammed his fist down on the Zeton tea table, causing the teacups to clink loudly. "Father, we must find a way to rescue old Jiang. If not for his brave intervention, it would be me being imprisoned right now." The head escort Zhoujin abruptly ceased playing with the two iron balls in his hands. This veteran escort chief, who had navigated the rivers and lakes for decades, frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Knowing he is destined to die, yet willingly takes the blame for you without even mentioning a word of repayment." He sighed heavily. "This old Jiang is truly a good man with a heroic heart." Zhoujin rose and began pacing. "Let alone the fact that I have always valued these heroes of the rivers and lakes. This life-saving grace we at the Weiyuan Escort Bureau cannot afford to neglect. Don't worry, my son, I have been operating in this Shangfang for over 20 years and I still have some connections." The next day at noon, head escort Zhoujin hurried back to the Escort Bureau, dust-covered. Zhou Bai, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward. "Father." Zhoujin shook his head, a hint of bitterness crossing his face as he removed his hat. "It's difficult. Recently the Yellow Turban rebels around Baishuwei County have been causing havoc. The county governor has issued a strict order that all death row prisoners must serve as vanguard troops to fight the rebels. There's nothing I can do about this. How could this be?" Zhou Bai's face fell. Zhoujin patted his son's shoulder, speaking solemnly, "For now the only plan is to do our utmost to fulfill old Jiang's wishes. Since he has entrusted his life to us, we at the Weiyuan Escort Bureau will surely protect his family. Now let's go visit old Jiang in the prison." In the dark and damp death row, Jiang Cang sat cross-legged on a pile of straw, his expression serene as if he were in his own courtyard. When the jailer led the Zhou father and son in, a glimmer of sharp light flashed across his murky old eyes before returning to the demeanor of a simple old farmer. "Old Jiang." Zhou Bai took a step forward. In the dim light of the oil lamp he saw the deep purple marks on the old man's wrist, and his throat suddenly choked up. Zhoujin cupped his fists and bowed deeply. "Old brother, I am Zhoujin from the Weiyuan Escort Bureau. You saved my son and I am endlessly grateful to you. But alas. Sigh. I am powerless." "There's no need for you to say that, Zhoujin." Jiang Cang waved his hand with a smile. "I have long heard about the death row prisoners being conscripted." Zhoujin's pupils contracted slightly. After 30 years in the rivers and lakes, he had witnessed countless people reveal their cowardice before execution, including many renowned heroes. Yet a man like this old farmer who faced death with such courage was rare. "How can this be?" Zhou Bai exclaimed, his eyes reddening. "You clearly are." Young escort Jiang Cang suddenly spoke seriously, his hunched back straightening slightly. "I am 67 this year and the happiest moment of my life was yesterday. If you truly feel indebted, just pour a bowl of strong liquor over my grave when the time comes." Such bold words not only left Zhou Bai stunned, but even Zhoujin, who had seen his share of storms, felt his blood surge. He had always respected men of iron will. The old man before him, though lacking a strong physique, possessed a courage that captivated him. Zhoujin could not help but think if this old Jiang had encountered good fortune in his youth, he surely could have made a name for himself. As he pondered this, his desire to befriend him grew stronger. Not only to repay a debt of gratitude but also because the old man's spirit matched his own desires. He suddenly recalled that Zhou Bai had mentioned old Jiang had a grandson. Without further hesitation, Zhou knelt heavily on one knee and cupped his fists. Old hero Jiang, I've heard your grandson is still quite young. If you would not mind, I would like to adopt him as my godson. I Zhou swear here that I will treat him as my own flesh and blood. Jiang Cang seemed startled, retreating half a step, then hurried forward to help the escort chief up. This. How could that be? Please rise, Zhou escort chief. After several rounds of polite refusal, when Zhou earnestly asked a third time, the old man finally wiped his eyes with his cracked hand. Very well. Jiang Cang sighed deeply, suddenly bowing deeply to Zhou. I have wandered for half my life long since putting life and death aside, but I am only worried about my poor grandson. At this point I can only embarrassingly entrust him to the head escort, asking only that you do not spoil the child. A horse-drawn carriage slowly entered Wu Yi Lane. 4 tall horses marched in unison, and the carriage with its glossy paint and intricate carvings was adorned with exquisite silk curtains. Countless curious faces poked out from the alley. Whose esteemed guest could this be? Look at that emblem, it must be from the Wei Yuan escort agency. Perhaps they are here to find that Jiang family's lad. Old Jiang helped someone take the blame, and now his family has climbed to new heights. Climbed to new heights? You should try climbing one yourself. That kind of wealth is earned with one's life. That Jiang kid must be able to enjoy the white and fragrant rice of the Zhou family now. Amidst whispers, the splendid carriage halted in front of a thatched cottage. Zhou and Zhou Bai looked at the dilapidated cottage before them and frowned in unison. Let's go inside and take a look. Just as they entered the yard, they heard rustling sounds coming from within. Upon opening the door, they saw a boy around 11 or 12 squatting on the ground, focused on organizing a few items: a sharply honed dagger, a large bag of lime powder, a set of crude bows and arrows, a few pieces of dry rations, and a length of hemp rope. Zhou Bai was taken aback. What are you doing? Hearing the noise, the boy looked up, visibly startled. He quickly tidied up the items and hid them under the bed. Then, feigning calmness, he asked, Who are you and why are you at my home? Zhou replied gently, We are from the Wei Yuan escort agency, here to find the grandson of old Jiang. You must be Jiang Xiaoming, right? Jiang Xiaoming coldly responded, What do you want? My affairs are none of your business. Zhou Bai stared at the end of the hemp rope peeking out from under the bed and suddenly realized, frowning, these things. You aren't planning to break someone out of jail, are you? Jiang Xiaoming knew he couldn't hide it any longer and decided to stop pretending. He took out the hidden items one by one and tied them back onto himself. That's right, my grandfather has been captured and I must rescue him. Hearing the resolute words of this teenager, Zhou's heart trembled. In this boy he vaguely saw the shadow of Jiang Cang. He scrutinized the frail boy. The boy's clothes were tattered, his straw sandals worn out, yet his gaze was exceptionally determined. As Zhou reprimanded Jiang Xiaoming was also observing these two unwelcome guests. Through his interactions with Jiang Cang and the two men, he had gained a deep understanding of them. Thus he devised a way to make initial contact with them. This rescue plan was of course a ruse. He and Jiang Cang shared a real-time connection indistinguishable from one another, and he was well aware that the Zhou father and son would come. The purpose of this performance was not to truly rescue Jiang Cang but to further garner sympathy and goodwill from the Zhou family. After all, everyone hopes that their godson is a heroic figure rather than a mere pawn, a backstabber in the world of mortals. Zhou Bai couldn't help but say, You're just a child, how could you break someone out of jail? Isn't that courting death? Jiang Xiaoming's eyes were resolute and his tone was calm. If my grandfather is willing to risk his life to save others, do I not even have the courage to save him? Zhou fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Child, these things must not be cheap. Where did you get the money to buy them? Jiang Xiaoming replied frankly. I sold the few acres of land our family had. The boy's words were light, yet they struck Zhou and Zhou Bai with a jolt. The Jiang family, a grandfather and grandson pair. One willing to stand up for strangers, risking everything. The other willing to sell ancestral land for his kin, cutting off his own escape route. Zhou took a deep breath and said earnestly, Xiaoming, your grandfather saved my son. This kindness will not be forgotten by our Zhou family. I have already discussed it with your grandfather. From today onwards you will be my adopted son and I will treat you as my own with all the same provisions as Bayer. Jiang Xiaoming fell silent for a moment before speaking. However, it was neither an acceptance nor a rejection. Instead, if I agree, will you help me rescue my grandfather? Zhou and Zhou Bai exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. Naturally, they wanted to save him. However, the method of rescue could only be within the confines of the county's tacit rules. The Wei Yuan Escort Agency is a large enterprise. They cannot make overly reckless moves out of momentary impulse, ruining the family's 100-year foundation. Seeing that the two did not respond, Jiang Xiaoming already knew the answer. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Then I must go myself. Zhou Jun stared at him for a long time. Finally, with a gaze as sharp as a knife, he asked, "Do you truly wish to save him, or do you merely wish for death?" "Of course I want to save him." Zhou Jun pondered for a moment. "Well, then you will certainly need the layout of the prison, the guard rotations, the patrol routes, and even the positions of the hidden sentries. I have ways to get all of this." Jiang Shaming's eyes lit up. "Will you tell me?" Zhou Jun slowly nodded. But the next moment he doused him with cold water. "But even if I tell you, you still won't be able to get past." "Why?" "Because." Zhou Jun's voice was low. "There are later-stage hidden energy warriors stationed in the prison. Additionally, several key positions are guarded by mid-stage experts of hidden energy." Upon hearing about the latest-stage hidden energy, Jiang Shaming's expression became serious. "Latest-stage hidden energy? I know it's very powerful. Even in the entire Baishui County, they are among the strongest. Their movements are ghostly, and if you encounter them, there is no escaping." "In that case..." Jiang Shaming's face grew stern, and with the fearless spirit of a young bull, he gritted his teeth and said, "As long as they don't discover me, I can kill through the checkpoints guarded by mid-stage hidden energy before they're aware." Zhou Jun suddenly laughed. "I am no expert among the mid-stage warriors in the prison. Many are stronger than me. Now I will give you a chance. You just need to get past my defenses and touch Bayer, who is 10 steps behind me. If you can do that, then I will find a way to get everything to you." Jiang Xiaoming didn't think twice and eagerly agreed. "All right." Zhou Jun toyed with 2 iron balls. "However, I also have a condition. If you fail, then give up on unrealistic fantasies. You must know that living well is old Jiang's greatest hope." Jiang Xiaoming didn't even listen to what Zhou Jun said about the consequences of failure and directly asked, "Can I use any method?" "Zhou Jun, any method is allowed." Before he finished his sentence, Jiang Xiaoming suddenly erupted. With his left hand, he grabbed a handful of lime and threw it at Zhou Jun's eyes. In the next moment, he moved like a spirit fox, rolling under the table, heading straight for Zhou Bai at the door. Whoosh! Zhou Jun flicked his sleeve, sending the lime flying. He then casually tore off a few small corners from his precious silk robe and formed them into small balls. With a finger, the force arose from his lower back, accumulated through his meridians, and transmitted to his fingertips. With a snap, the cotton ball imbued with power shot straight for the boy's right leg. Puff! Ouch! The cotton ball struck Jiang Shaming's leg, causing a strong tingling sensation that made his entire right leg spasm violently. He staggered and fell to the ground. A sneak attack. Zhou Jun shook his head. "Courage is commendable, but your timing is lacking." Jiang Xiaoming writhed in pain on the ground. Just as Zhou Jun relaxed and prepared to check on him, Jiang Xiaoming rolled and lunged at Zhou Bai. Zhou Jun was slightly startled. The next moment, a force rose from the ground, and with a step he intercepted Jiang Xiaoming, lifting him just as he was half a step away from Zhou Bai. Then he gently tossed him back. Jiang Xiaoming staggered back a few steps and stood still in silence. Zhou Jun saw that Jiang Xiaoming was still unconvinced but did not get angry. He stood with his hands behind his back. "In 3 or 4 days your grandfather will be taken to the war prisoner camp, where not even ordinary people, let alone latest-stage hidden energy experts, can save him. I will give you 3 days. As long as you can break through my defenses and touch the scarecrow 10 steps behind me within these few days, I will give you the prison map and even assist you with all my strength. Otherwise," Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened, "you will immediately stay in the Zhou family." After a moment, Jiang Xiaoming slowly nodded. "All right, I accept this 3-day challenge." Zhou Jun gazed at the boy, greatly astonished. This youth, only in his teens, possessed the courage to break into a prison alone and the resolve to sell ancestral land. He was capable of adapting and launching a sneak attack, yet also understood when to yield. What was even rarer was this unyielding tenacity. And a heart full of filial piety. What a fine seedling. He sighed inwardly. As long as his roots are not too poor, given time, he will surely become another pillar of the Wei Yuan Escort Agency. As the sun sets in the west at the entrance of the Jiang family home, Jiang Xiaoming stands beside the cart with a simple backpack, while Zhou Jun and his son patiently wait not far away. The once bustling alley is particularly quiet at this moment, with many households having their doors and windows tightly shut. Jiang Shaming's plans to sell ancestral land and buy supplies are known to everyone, so they have guessed what he might be up to. Some curse him for being reckless, while others admire his filial piety but more simply remain silent, tightly closing their doors and windows. Breaking someone out of prison is a capital offense. No one wants to be implicated. Xiaoming Ji. The two brothers Xiangzi and Huzi peek out from the corner of the wall. They are the children of Dazhuan. Behind them is Chu Tu from the blacksmith's family. The three half-grown children carefully approach, each holding something in their hands. Here. Xiangzi hands over a bundle containing several coarse cloth garments, saying, "My mother sewed these overnight," saying city folks dress more formally. Huji passes over an oiled paper bag, flatbreads for the journey. Chu Tu scratches his head and pulls out a delicate wrist crossbow from his pocket, saying, "My father made this," saying it's for self-defense. Jiang Xiaoming silently accepts it, gently rubbing his fingers along the arrowhead. At this moment, Dazhuang's family and the blacksmith couple arrive. Also, there is the kind-hearted woman from the alley, Sister Suihua, who often brings pickled vegetables to the Jiang family. Xiaoming ah. Sister Suihua hands Jiang Xiaoming a small jar of pickled vegetables, saying, "Eat this on the road." Ah. We remember all the things your grandfather did for us. Dazhuan pats Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder, hesitating to speak. He heard the commotion from inside the house just now and now only hopes that Zhou, the chief escort, can truly stop him. Sanjuan follows Dazhuan, silently patting Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder. Unlike Dazhuan, he truly doesn't know what to say. Just before getting on the cart, Xiangzi suddenly pulls out a pair of cloth shoes from his pocket. He glances around and lowers his voice. "They're sewn by Ernyo. Her father locked her in the house, so I secretly brought them to you." Jiang Xiaoming accepts the shoes, noticing the soles are tightly stitched, the needlework neat, not like something a 13-year-old girl would make. Ernyo, the girl who always liked to sneak behind him and watch him. With a delicate appearance, she is known as the village beauty in the surrounding area. If it weren't for this great opportunity, perhaps in a few years she would have become Jiang Xiaoming's wife. But now. Jiang Xiaoming puts the shoes into his bundle, nodding slightly to everyone without saying much. Just before getting on the cart, he takes a deep look at the crowd that came to see him off. Through this experience, he has already filtered out his future core circle, those who risk being implicated yet still come to send him off. In the future, when he establishes himself in the Wei Yuan escort agency and has the ability, he will primarily support these people. Supporting them not only helps him build a character of loyalty and righteousness, it will also provide additional support in chaotic times. By the way, where's the little thin monkey? Jiang Xiaoming suddenly asks, has he fallen ill again? The little thin monkey is the youngest in Dazhuang's family, having suffered a serious illness at 7, nearly losing his life. He survived but was left with lingering health issues. So compared to the two strong brothers Xiangzi and Huji, he looks like he was picked up off the street. Jiang Xiaoming brings it up because since Dazhuang's family is here, he has no reason not to be. Xiangzi responds, "Yes, just before we left he suddenly had a stomachache. His constitution is weak, it's probably because he was exposed to the wind last night." Jiang Xiaoming nods slightly. "Tell him to take care of his health." Zhou stands by the cart, taking in the entire farewell scene. He understands this young man a little better now. If it were anyone else, they would surely be overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. But this young man remains exceptionally calm. Calmly conversing, calmly accepting the simple farewell gifts, and calmly saying goodbye. Zhou suddenly recalls Jiang Cang's carefree and heroic figure in prison. Jiang Xiaoming carefully stores away the items given by the villagers, taking one last look at the Wui alley where he had lived for 12 years. He gets onto the cart and does not look back again. Inside the cart, Jiang Xiaoming lowers his head, avoiding conversation with Zhou's father and son, instead deliberately feigning a deep demeanor as if immersed in the emotions of farewell. As the cart turns over a dirt slope and begins to speed down the main road, a bright call suddenly comes from the hillside. "Xiaoming Ji." Jiang Xiaoming lifts the curtain of the cart to look outside. He sees 4 or 5 boys and girls on the hillside, backlit by the sunset, desperately waving at him. The sunset stretches their shadows long. The leading thin monkey hops and jumps, showing no signs of illness. Behind him stands Ernyo, her braided hair flying in the wind. Further back, several half-grown children who usually play well with Jiang Xiaoming are laughing carefree. It seems this is not a parting filled with uncertainty of life and death, but just an ordinary journey. In the distance, several panting adults are catching up. Their faces are livid, clearly having discovered that their children snuck out, stomping their feet in anger. Jiang Xiaoming quickly understands the situation. This must have been orchestrated by the thin monkey. Among the children from Wei Alley, he is the one most fond of doing unexpected things. Perhaps knowing that many parents wouldn't allow their children to see him off, he pretended to be sick on the surface but secretly snuck out, bringing his friends along to climb walls and slopes just to bid him farewell. Jiang Xiaoming gazes at the figures on the hillside, his eyes flickering. It seems his future core circle can still be expanded. Those who dare to send him off under everyone's watchful eyes are mostly permitted by their parents. And this group of youths, fully aware that such actions would earn them scoldings from their parents, still sneaks out to see him one last time. This is a purer form of friendship among youths. He does not wave or shout but silently remembers each face, slightly nodding to them before letting down the curtain. He has made up his mind, if circumstances allow in the future, he will surely provide these young people with a promising future they long for. Zhou Jin and his son sit opposite him, witnessing it all. Zhou Bai initially thought Jiang Xiaoming would be moved, excited, even jump off the cart to say goodbye to his friends. But this young man merely glances quietly and returns to silence. You. Aren't you going to say something to them? Zhou Bai can't help but ask they all. Jiang Xiaoming shakes his head. If I say something it would only put them in danger. Zhou Bai is taken aback, then suddenly understands. Breaking someone out of prison is a capital offense. If Jiang Xiaoming shows closeness publicly, the authorities will inevitably pursue and these children will be implicated. This is to protect them. Zhou Jin sits at the cart's front, facing away from the compartment. A gleam of satisfaction flickers in his eyes. This young man is calmer and more composed than he imagined. The Wei Yuan escort agency needs talents like this. The carriage bearing Jiang Xiaoming receded into the distance. Meanwhile, in Baishui County, inside the jail, Jiang Cang sat cross-legged upon a damp heap of straw, his eyes closed in quiet repose. Suddenly the iron chains outside the cell clattered, footsteps drew near. Jiang Cang slowly opened his eyes and watched two men enter, escorted by a jailer. One was tall and lithe, his features delicately drawn, long hair carelessly tied at the back. He toyed with a green-skinned wine gourd, a faint inscrutable smile in his gaze. The other was short and stocky like an iron pillar, a savage viper tattoo coiling around his neck and a fierce glint in his eyes. Jiang Cang thought to himself, they come with ill intent. Throughout the escort the jailer kept his head bowed. Once the deed was done he hurriedly locked the cell and withdrew, as if fearful of these two. When the jailer left, the entire ward fell into an oppressive silence. Jiang Cang cast a quick glance and understood. The Huaxi Bang had come to collect vengeance. Though Dao Bali was a mere thug, he leaned on the crooked trunk of the Huaxi Bang for protection. Having been slain in the street, his death was a public affront. The gang naturally needed to retrieve its face. They dared not provoke the Wei Yuan Buju, so they would vent their fury on him instead. Yet Jiang Cang wore a calm, even indifferent expression. This aged body had been meant for death all along. The only difference was whether he died on the battlefield or at the hands of a gang. Before he died, however, he wished to know who had ordered his killing, so that other old Jiangs in the future might avenge him. The androgynous man tossed the wine gourd to him with a show of casual interest. Old fellow, care for a drink? Jiang Cang caught it, unstoppered it without hesitation, and tipped his head back for a long draught. Zweiking, clear, sharp and spicy, smooth on the tongue with a fresh herbaceous fragrance. Good liquor, he murmured, wiping his mouth and flinging the gourd back. Lu Qing laughed, drank in turn, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "You do not fear I might poison it? This is a favored trick of our Huaxi Bang." Jiang Cang replied lightly, "No need to waste poison on an old carcass like me. Besides, poisoning is easy to detect. You would not truly wish to start a war with the Wei Yuan Biaoju, would you?" Lu Qing was momentarily surprised, then roared with laughter. "Old fellow, you are a rare one. In all of Shankai Fong you are the first to drink the wine of Qing Shi." Lu Qing. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "But from your bearing, you do not seem a common peasant. I suppose you took the blame for the Zhou family to curry favor." Jiang Cang raised a drooping eyelid. The murk of his gaze betrayed no passion. "Right and wrong will be judged by others. I only seek a clear conscience." Lu Qing's smile cooled. He had assumed the man folk spoke of, the self-sacrificing scapegoat, was a fool at best, a scheming opportunist at worst. Yet the elder's present demeanor suggested otherwise. Lu Qing had performed innumerable dirty tasks for the Huaxi Bang. The bodies he had personally put down numbered in the hundreds if not thousands. A pair of snake-like eyes could read a man's true thoughts from the smallest details. Some who spoke of justice were in truth timid cowards. Some who professed gentlemanly virtue were meaner than petty men. Place those fellows under the pressure of death and their masks would crumble. But this old Jiang was different. There was no fear in his eyes, no relief, no release, no smugness, only a flat, unnerving calm. The short man beside them grew impatient and snarled, "Why waste words with him? Kill him outright." Lu Qing raised a hand to check him, staring at Jiang Cang as he asked slowly, "Old fellow, I respect you as a man. Before you go, is there anything you wish to ask?" A sharp light flitted through Jiang Cang's clouded eyes. "I only ask to die knowing clearly who took my life." Lu Qing paused, then said, "Those who killed you were the Huaxi Bang, Lu Qing, and behind us stands Zhuyan Yangzi. Zhuyan Yangzi. Jiang Cang frowned. The true proprietress of Mei Xiang Yuan, one of the three hall chiefs of the Huaxi Bang, Lu Qing said lightly. Dao Bali was nothing more than one of her dogs. Understanding dawned on Jiang Cang. Dao Bali had been a predator, snatching maidens and forcing the virtuous into ruin, all under the protection of Mei Xiang Yuan. By killing Dao Bali in the street, he had not only shamed the Huaxi Bang but also severed a source of income for Zhuyan Yangzi. Such a blow would naturally demand a blood price. I understand, Jiang Cang said, tapping the straw on his knees. Then, do what you must. Lu Qing moved to stand directly behind him. In the dim light, the androgynous face looked especially pale. Forgive me, old fellow, he murmured, his right little finger rising so that its tip, precise as a viper's tongue, pressed against the death point at the base of Jiang Cang's skull. Yin Shi Dian Shui Shou. Power erupted from the chest, ran along the Shaoyin heart channel to the fingertip. At the slightest touch, smack, the stooped body shuddered violently and then slowly slumped aside. Lu Qing caught the falling body in time, setting the corpse upright against the wall so that it looked as if the old man merely slept. He gazed at the elder's serene face, took a long draught of wine, and softly intoned, 10 years of lamps and rivers and lakes, night rain, how many righteous bones lie in unmarked mounds? The road of the Jianghu is long, go well, old fellow. Kuei Shi seeing Qing Shi momentarily sullen spat toward the cell. This place is cursed trash. Lu Qing drained another mouthful, then smashed the half-full gourd against the wall. Truly cursed, he snarled. Let us go. He beckoned to Kuei Shi. The two shadows slipped away into the darkness of the ward. Only a half-finished gourd of Zweiking rolled quietly beside Jiang Cang's corpse. At the same time, on the mist-veiled Yunza Lake, a black canopied boat glided slowly through the morning fog. At its prow stood a lean man in a straw cloak and bamboo hat, his face composed and still. He was Jiang Yang, father of Jiang Xiaoming. 3 years earlier, after awakening memories of a past life, he had quietly left home, mindful that one should never put all eggs in a single basket, and taken refuge at Yunza Lake 100 li away. Lu Qing, Zhuyan Yangzi in the Huaxi Bang. I will remember you, he murmured. The oar stroked quietly as the boat slipped toward a stand of reeds. Jiang Yang deftly drew the boat into the reeds and concealed it beneath their shelter, then wrapped it carefully with oiled cloth. He hoisted a large hemp sack and made his way to the barren island. The island was lifeless. At its center rose a dark, tall crag, its surface slick with moss, a summit too steep even for monkeys to climb. He walked to the base and circled a while before stopping beside an apparently ordinary rock. He dug away the soil at its side and revealed a narrow fissure barely wide enough for a person. He stooped and slipped through. At first the passage was cramped, then after several dozen steps it opened into a vast chamber the size of a football field. This hidden grotto was his refuge. Most of the flat ground was neatly planted with rice and vegetables, green and thriving. There were also a dozen young peach and plum trees already as tall as a man. Beyond these lay 2 deep pools. One teemed with fish and shrimp he had caught for food. What he could not eat he raised there. The other pool held only 2 blue-scaled carp, each about 2 feet long. Qinglinli, the most common treasure fish of Yunza Lake, worth many times an ordinary catch. If one of these carp grew to 1 zhang in length, it would awaken a divine talent. By then it would become a pattern treasure fish, coveted even by practitioners of covert force. Bang! Jiang Yang unloaded the satchel from his shoulder and untied the strap, revealing neatly stacked salt bricks and cured meat inside. Salt is the essence of life. 3 days without salt and even a strong man would become as weak as a shrimp. First his muscles would twitch, making it hard to swing a hoe. Then he would feel heavy-headed and dizzy. In the end his legs would swell and shine with flesh rotting and oozing yellow water, which could take a man's life in just over a month. Thus the price of salt has always remained high. The reason he could bring back so much salt at once was not only the money saved from the Jiang Cang bamboo business, but also a significant portion from Jiang Shaming's sale of land and the windfall obtained from the Scardley family. In truth, his primary purpose for selling land was not to buy weapons. It was to purchase these salts. With salt, Jiang could settle comfortably in seclusion. He had nearly exhausted a large part of his wealth for this seclusion plan. But it was all worth it. This salt was enough to sustain him in this cave for 3 to 5 years. These years were precisely his most dangerous period. Now that old Jiang was dead, he had made enemies like the Flower Snake Gang. Before his death, though young Jiang was sheltered by the Weiyuan escort agency, he was not necessarily safe. Now the continuation of the Jiang family bloodline rested solely in his hands. He must survive and ensure that the spark of the Jiang family continues. Thus he decided to completely withdraw into this cave until the new Jiang was born. Jiang Yang's gaze fell upon the surface of the right pond. Now that one had died, another must be immediately replaced. It was time to bring forth the infant Jiang. through asexual reproduction. Indeed, he could give birth by himself. This was the most astonishing aspect of his golden finger. Splash! As Jiang Cang pondered, the surface of the water suddenly erupted with a splash. The green-scaled carp leaped high, its mouth opening and closing, boop 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 boop. It expelled a series of bubbles towards him. Jiang Cang waved his hand and swatted away the bubbles. Although the precious fish had many incredible features, they would only awaken their innate abilities after growing to a length of 1 zhang. Before that, these precious fish posed no significant threat to ordinary people. Don't worry, your time of death will come soon. Having sorted everything out, Jiang Cang took a deep breath and walked to a particularly smooth and flat stone wall deep within the cave. He picked up a chisel and hammer and began to carve. The first symbol was a tree root with a bamboo shoot and a dart carved beneath it. The tree root represented Jiang Cang, the bamboo shoot beneath it symbolized the business of the red-spotted bamboo, while the dart indicated his connection with the Wei Yuan escort agency. He was carving a monument to honor the contributions and achievements of the Jiang family through generations. Once completed, he moved to the other side of the rock wall to continue carving. The first symbol was a snake with a flower carved inside it, representing the flower snake gang. Below the flower snake, he carved a bamboo leaf signifying the Lady of Bamboo Leaves. Then he carved 2 small snakes beneath the bamboo leaf, representing Lu Qing and the unknown stout man. This carving naturally formed a list of enemies. Enemies must be remembered. Even if I currently have no ability to take revenge, their descendants will not escape this debt in 100 years. After finishing all this, the sun was high in the sky. Jiang Cang went to the fields as usual to remove weeds, loosen the soil, and fed the fish and shrimp with some rotten vegetable leaves and caught insects. He then took out a net, walked to the pond's edge and aimed at the restless green-scaled treasure fish. He gathered the net and plunged it in. The green-scaled fish struggled violently in the water, splashing everywhere. But the pond was not wide and it ultimately could not escape being caught. Jiang Cang pressed down on the particularly restless green-scaled treasure fish, which thrashed fiercely. With a swift stroke, Jiang Cang killed the fish. He cleaned the fish and sliced it into thin, nearly transparent sashimi. Unlike ordinary fish, precious fish do not harbor parasites. Eating them raw poses no problem. Next, I can prepare to give birth. To be honest, Jiang Cang felt somewhat nervous now. As a man, it was his first time giving birth. I wonder how this will work out. What if it's like cell division, directly splitting me apart? That would truly be a disaster. Jiang Cang shook his head, dismissing the strange image from his mind. He concentrated and a panel appeared before him. Individual count 23, bloodline count 2, human template 1, white human template 2, white. The panel was simple with only 2 columns. One column displayed the number of individuals he could have at the same time. The other column showed the number of bloodlines he possessed. Currently, he only had 2 bloodline templates, human template 1 and human template 2. Human template 1 was the bloodline from his past life. Human template 2 was the bloodline for this life. As for which bloodline template to use for reproduction, Jiang Cang did not hesitate. If I can use the previous live's template. Of course, he'll use the previous one's template. Taking human template 1 as the base. Asexual reproduction. Commence. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange itching sensation came from his navel. Jiang Cang lifted his shirt and was astonished to find an umbilical cord growing from his navel. At the top of the umbilical cord was a tightly closed lotus-shaped bud. It seemed that something was gradually taking shape inside this bud. Almost simultaneously, a strong feeling of hunger surged over him. Asexual reproduction consumes a lot of energy. Jiang Cang quickly picked up a slice of green-scaled fish sashimi with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. The fish meat was cool and tender, melting in his mouth. An indescribable freshness and sweetness exploded on his palate. Fresh, sweet, and springy. To be honest, Jiang Cang didn't know how to describe this deliciousness. It was a completely new flavor that could not be compared to any sashimi from his past life. No wonder it's treasure fish meat. Shortly after swallowing, his belly felt warm as if he'd drunk a bowl of hot soup. It seemed that some strength had returned to him. Of course, in addition to restoring energy, treasure fish also had a more critical effect. During asexual reproduction, consuming treasure fish or exotic beasts not only absorbs their life essence to nourish the embryo. More importantly, it could also plunder a portion of the bloodline from the treasure fish or exotic beast to optimize the fetus bloodline. This would make the born child stronger, starting at a higher level. If enough was plundered, it was not impossible to directly seize the opponent's abilities. I wonder what kind of bloodline the infant Jiang will have after consuming this treasure fish. To be honest, I'm a little excited. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days the bud gradually took shape, slowly growing to the size of a watermelon. At this moment the bud had fully formed. It gently trembled and the petals slowly unfolded layer by layer. Warm amniotic fluid flowed out, revealing a delicate pink baby within the bud. This scene had a miraculous sacred feeling, leaving Jiang Cang somewhat dazed. At this moment the baby curled up in the flower's core slowly opened its eyes. Ah! 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 The little one let out a clear cry. As a baby with an adult soul, he naturally did not cry like an ordinary infant. However, to allow the newborn's lungs to take in enough air, he had to shout loudly to expedite the process. At this moment the panel information also updated automatically. Human template 3 green scaled fish bloodline 15 green. Jiang Cang looked at the newly born infant Jiang with undisguised excitement in his eyes. The new bloodline template was complete. The rear courtyard of the Wei Yuan escort agency. Jiang Xiaoming had barely returned when he squared off against Zhou Zhen. The two stood face to face. Behind Zhou Zhen stood a straw dummy. Zhou Bai idling nearby sipped tea from a porcelain pot while watching with detached amusement. Just as Jiang Xiaoming raised his hand to strike, a panicked cry rang out. Master Escort! Terrible news, the elder Jiang has passed away in prison. What? Jiang Xiaoming froze as if struck by lightning. His short sword clattered to the ground. Zhou Zhen's composed expression instantly shattered, his tiger-like eyes flared wide. He died of old age in jail. Zhou Zhen and Zhou Bai exchanged stunned glances, disbelief etched across their faces. The elder's unwavering resolve at the moment he accepted blame still burned vividly in their memory. How could his end be so sudden? Overwhelming grief and gnawing suspicion instantly eclipsed all thoughts of sparring. Jiang Xiaoming's eyes turned crimson. Without uttering a word he whirled and bolted toward the gate. Father and son exchanged a single glance. Grimfaced they hurried after him without hesitation. They had to go to the prison, to see for themselves, to demand answers. Inside the cell, elder Zhang Song's body lay upon a coarse straw mat, his countenance strangely serene. The Wei Yuan escort agency's physician examined the corpse meticulously, brow furrowed in deep concern. He solemnly shook his head before Master Escort Zhou. My lord, no external wounds nor signs of poisoning. Judging by the symptoms, it appears he succumbed suddenly to apoplexy. Likely triggered by the damp frigid chill of the dungeon, a swift virulent wind cold. Apoplexy. Wind cold. Jiang Xiaoming suppressed a cold silent laugh. He knew beyond doubt that Jiang Song had been murdered by Lu Qing, the green serpent of the Huaxi gang. Yet he would never expose this truth, not now. In fact, he was willing to help the Huaxi gang conceal it. So long as the veil remained unbroken, Jiang Xiaoming and the Huaxi gang would remain outwardly unentangled. Before he grew strong enough, avoiding unnecessary entanglements was the wisest course. It seemed another performance was required, this time of raw, unfeigned sorrow. Jiang Xiaoming staggered forward, fists clenched until his knuckles blanched white. A suffocating tide of anguish and impotent fury rose within his chest, threatening to choke him. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Only scalding tears traced silent paths down his cheeks. Master Escort Zhou gazed upon Elder Jiang's tranquil face, then at Jiang Xiaoming's shattered visage, and let out a heavy sorrow-laden sigh. Zhou Bai stepped forward, quietly steadying Jiang Xiaoming's trembling frame. Grief and guilt shadowed his youthful features. Though Elder Jiang had not died by his hand, he had perished because of him. After a pause, Jiang Xiaoming drew a slow, shuddering breath, suppressing the sob lodged in his throat, and spoke, voice hoarse and ragged. Grandfather, they say, fallen leaves return to their roots. Your grandson will carry you home. He did not look at anyone. Bending low, he lifted Jiang Song's already cold body with infinite care, and walked out of the prison gates. No one barred his path. Once outside the prison walls, he refused any mount, no horse, no cart. Step by deliberate step, he walked alone toward Wui Alley. Zhou Zhen and Zhou Bai followed closely. After some distance, urgent affairs at the escort agency compelled Zhou Zhen to depart. Zhou Bai, however, insisted on accompanying Jiang Xiaoming all the way, summoning several trusted servants from the Zhou residence and issuing quiet instructions. The journey stretched long and arduous. Before long, a modest blue-clothed carriage belonging to the Zhou family caught up from behind. Even before the carriage fully halted, an agile young servant let down, rushed to Jiang Xiaoming's side, bowed deeply, and spoke with respectful urgency. Young Master Ming. Second young Master Zhou Bai instructed us to bring water and provisions. Please rest a moment and take a sip of water. With practiced efficiency, he offered a leather water skin and a parcel wrapped tightly in oiled paper. The Zhou family had only 2 sons, the elder lost years ago during an escort mission. Now only Zhou Bai remained. Hearing himself addressed as young Master Ming, Jiang Xiaoming felt a subtle shift in his chest. In this society, not every adopted son earned the title of young master. Such honor belonged solely to those fully embraced by the family, accepted not as retainers but as kin. And such recognition required explicit approval from the patriarch, Master Zhou himself. Ordinary adopted sons were politely called brother so-and-so. Those of lower standing were addressed by name alone, even by servants. That servants now called him young Master Ming meant Zhou had truly resolved to accept him, not as a ward but as family. Jiang Xiaoming paused briefly, did not turn, and murmured, "I'm not hungry." His voice was weary, but utterly unyielding. He resumed walking. The servant hastily repacked the supplies and hurried after him, hesitated, then ventured again. "Young Master Ming, second young master says there's our family's tea house at Shirley Pavilion ahead. Please stop there to rest and change into dry clothes." His tone brimmed with deferential caution. Jiang Xiaoming gave a slight nod and continued onward, bearing his grandfather's body, leaving uneven footprints in the sun-baked earth. From afar, Zhou Bai watched silently, then gestured subtly to his servants, instructing them to tend to Jiang Xiaoming discreetly along the way. A journey that should have taken half a day stretched over several days. When he finally laid Jiang San's body to rest in the ancestral burial ground, Jiang Xiaoming's face was ashen. Blood seeped through his worn straw sandals, his calves trembled uncontrollably. He had fallen countless times along the road, now he looked utterly broken, battered by exhaustion and grief. Word of the deed spread swiftly across the neighboring villages. With few diversions in daily life, people relished gossip and local tales. An elder who sacrificed himself for justice, his grandson carrying the corpse home on foot. In this turbulent age, such filial devotion was extraordinary. Villagers across the region sighed in awe and praised him unanimously. Elder Jiang was a man of true integrity. That Jiang boy, what a devoted, virtuous grandson. This is righteousness that pierces the clouds, true paternal kindness, true filial piety. His fame swept like wildfire. Countless wandering outlaws and regional magnates, hearing the tale, whispered inwardly, "What a righteous filial youth." Many even ordered their men, "Should you meet this young Jiang on the road, treat him to fine wine and hearty fare. Not a shred of disrespect shall be shown." This was precisely what Jiang Xiaoming had intended, to leverage his grandfather's death to forge for himself a reputation steeped in profound filial virtue. So long as that reputation endured, the Zhou family could never cast him aside. An escort agency thrived on trust and honor. To abandon a youth renowned for such pure, unwavering filial piety would shatter public faith in the Wei Yuan escort agency itself. Its business would surely collapse. With his name now cemented, the next step was consolidation. After returning his grandfather's remains to Wui Alley, Jiang Xiaoming did not immediately claim the luxuries and privileges of an escort agency young master. Instead, he chose to remain, observing 3 years of mourning for his grandfather. He would carve the character for filial piety into his very bones and brand it indelibly upon every witness's memory. Of course, these years of mourning were far from idle. Throughout, the Zhou family's care never wavered. Rice meat nourishing herbs flowed steadily into the humble cottage in Wui Alley. Often Master Zhou himself arrived bearing a lacquered food box. More frequently, it was his nominal elder brother Zhou Bai who came, always checking on his well-being, ensuring his adopted younger brother lacked for nothing. Jiang Xiaoming accepted their kindness without pretense. He ate freely, diligently restoring his young body, which had suffered subtle depletion in its early years. In addition to conditioning his body, he also began to read and practice writing. Jiang Xiaoming understood that regardless of the world, literacy was an essential skill to master. Without knowing how to read, even if a martial arts manual were placed before him, he would be unable to comprehend it, let alone delve into its depths. He merely mentioned this to Zhou, who immediately arranged for an old scholar to teach him. Jiang Xiaoming thought that whether learning alone or in a group, it was still learning. To avoid wasting the old scholar's time hired by the Zhou family, he had someone notify everyone in Wui Alley. Young Master Ming has said that the children in our alley, regardless of their family's wealth, can come to learn as long as they wish to. This news quickly spread among the neighbors. Those who had once misunderstood the Jiang family, including those who had previously pulled their children back and refused to send them to Jiang Xiaoming, now blushed with embarrassment as they brought their children into the old house, which had temporarily become a school. Of course, those who wished to have private tutoring would have to forget it. This was a privilege only for those who had taken the risk to send him off in the beginning. Even so, the people of Wui Alley felt genuine gratitude toward him. The neighbors greeted him sincerely, calling out, "Young Master Ming is benevolent, and the Jiang family has accumulated virtue." Unknowingly, his good reputation for filial piety and righteousness had taken root in the vicinity of Wui Alley. In addition to this, he had also learned a set of martial arts called 8 Treasure Spreading Wing Stance over the past 3 years. This was personally taught to him by Zhou Zhen, the head escort. It was a foundational practice used to temper the body before entering martial arts training. Xiaoming practicing martial arts is like building a house. If the foundation is not solid, the building will not be tall. Zhou Zhen solemnly told him this practice appears simple, but it is crucial for laying a solid foundation. It can help you loosen your muscles and regulate your qi and blood, making it easier to grasp other martial arts in the future. As an adult, Jiang Xiaoming naturally understood the truth in Zhou Zhen's words. After mastering the 8 postures at sunrise and sunset each day, he would drink a bowl of nourishing herbal soup and carefully practice the stance 3 times from start to finish, without fail. At the beginning of his practice, his whole body ached and was sore as if his joints were rusty. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, not missing a single day. Day after day he practiced. This set of martial arts gradually transformed his meridians like spring rain nourishing the earth. After 3 years, although he still appeared not very strong internally, he was vastly different. Now his muscles were flexible and his qi and blood flowed smoothly. His entire body felt like a bow slowly being drawn, having accumulated considerable strength. The 3 years of filial piety passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of Wei Alley, upon hearing that Jiang Xiaoming would set off for the Wei Yuan escort agency today, old and young from the alley had already gathered spontaneously to send him off. Over these 3 years, Jiang Xiaoming's reputation for filial piety and righteous deeds had deeply etched itself into the hearts of every neighbor. Third young master safe travels. Xiaoming come back to visit often. Jiang Xiaoga, the Wei Yuan escort agency is a good place, make sure to explore well. The once frail boy in a coarse cloth outfit now had a refined appearance, with his brows and eyes having matured, wearing simple blue clothing that made him look exceptionally handsome. He bowed deeply to his many relatives and said aloud, Jiang Xiaoming thanks all the uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters for their care over the past 3 years. As I head to the escort agency, I will not disappoint the expectations of my fellow villagers. He scanned the crowd, giving a slight nod to his close friends Choi Tu Ernyo and Hu Zi before finally resting his gaze on 2 boys who had already prepared their bundles. Xiong Zi, Shou Ho, let's go. Xiong Zi was the eldest son of De Zhuang's family, strong and sturdy with a hint of resilience in his honest demeanor. Over the years, De Zhuang had made a fortune through the red-spotted bamboo shoots business, and after establishing a connection with the Wei Yuan escort agency, his sales flourished, allowing him to accumulate considerable wealth. He was very good at managing relationships, and each time he made a profit he would unfailingly set aside the same share as when Jiang Cang was alive, quietly sending it to Jiang Xiaoming. This kindness, combined with the windfall obtained from the lair of Scarred Li, was just enough to cover the costs of martial arts training. De Zhuang understood very well he had a good life only because he followed Jiang Cang, so his son should follow Jiang Xiaoming as well. That was the path to a promising future. Shou Ho, on the other hand, remained skinny. Over the past 3 years he had somehow established a connection with the Master Su from the Wei Yuan escort agency. It seemed that Master Su was considering taking him on as a disciple, perhaps because he valued his cleverness, or perhaps because he had a good relationship with Jiang Xiaoming. In any case, he intended to provide guidance to Shou Ho. The 2 boys answered loudly, shouldering their bags and quickly walking to Jiang Xiaoming's side, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Xiaoming took one last look at the old house in Wei Alley, turned around and, accompanied by De Xiong and Shou Ho, set off down the road to the Wei Yuan escort agency amidst the blessings of his fellow villagers. After traveling most of the day, the Wei Yuan escort agency was finally in sight. The agency's large red-painted door stood with 2 imposing stone lion statues on either side. To Jiang Xiaoming's surprise, a welcoming line had formed in front of the door. His adoptive father Zhou Zhen stood personally at the bottom of the steps, dressed in a robust outfit. Behind him were several prominent heads of the escort agency, presenting quite a spectacle. Xiaoming. Zhou Zhen's face revealed a sincere smile as he stepped forward, patting Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder firmly, his voice booming, the 3 years of filial piety have concluded and you have finally returned. From now on, this will be your new home. His gaze swept over the slightly reserved De Xiong and the curious Shou Ho behind Jiang Xiaoming, maintaining his smile and nodding. These 2 little brothers have come as well. Good, let's all go in and settle down. We're all family here. Jiang Xiaoming bowed deeply. Thank you for welcoming me, adoptive father. I have returned late. In the days that followed, Jiang Xiaoming settled into his new home. Every morning he would first greet his adoptive father Zhou Zhen and adoptive mother Mrs. Zhou and spend some time conversing with them. In his leisure time he would either ask his adoptive father about the world of martial arts and the rules of escorting, or casually chat with other escorts. He treated people sincerely and spoke appropriately, quickly integrating into the Zhou family. During this time, De Xiong and Shou Ho also settled in. De Xiong was assigned to get familiar with the environment in the guardhouse, while Shou Ho went directly to Master Su to await his instructions. A week later, the sound of hurried hooves drew near. Zhou Bai the escort returned covered in dust. After unloading his gear and washing up, he went to the study. Elder brother is back. You must have had a tiring journey. Jiang Xiaoming rushed over with a smile on his face. After 3 years of living together, he had grown quite close to this adoptive brother. Zhou Bai looked at his adoptive younger brother, who had grown increasingly composed, his eyes revealing gratitude. Xiaoming, upon hearing the news of your arrival, I hastened my journey to return home these past few days. He paused, looking at their father. Did father call for me regarding Xiaoming's martial arts training? Indeed. Zhou Zhen nodded, his gaze resting on Jiang Xiaoming. Xiaoming's foundation is solid. It is time for him to formally become a disciple. You return just in time. Tomorrow you will take Xiaoming and that Xiong Zi to meet your master Shi Kaishan at the Pancher Martial Arts School. Zhou Bai nodded in response, introducing Jiang Xiaoming. Near Shankai Alley there are 3 well-known martial arts schools: Pancher Martial Arts School, Yunhe Martial Arts School, and Hongxi Martial Arts School. The 3 schools are of similar strength. Our Weiyuan escort agency has a close relationship with Pancher Martial Arts School. The Master Shi from Pancher Martial Arts School is a close friend of father, and his Pancher strength is robust and vigorous, focusing heavily on foundation and character. Xiaoming, your foundation is solid, so it should not be a problem for you to become a disciple. At dawn the next day, Jiang Xiaoming, Zhou Bai, and De Xiong set out together for the Panstone Martial Arts Hall. Under Zhou Bai's guidance, they passed through unimpeded. They encountered no obstruction whatsoever. The gate disciple, traditionally known for bullying newcomers with his authority, greeted them with a warm smile and a respectful bow. Along the way, instructors and disciples alike nodded courteously to Zhou Bai. When their gazes swept over Jiang Xiaoming standing behind him, curiosity and quiet scrutiny flickered in their eyes. Inside the hall, shouts and commands rose and fell like waves. On the training ground, dozens of newly initiated disciples practiced foundational stances and fist forms with meticulous precision under the watchful eyes of several instructors. Drenched in sweat and clenching their teeth in perseverance, they were clearly novices who had only recently crossed the threshold. Zhou Bai remarked, this cohort was accepted by Master 7 or 8 days ago. You're practically of the same intake. Jiang Xiaoming gave a slight nod, glancing no further. Familiar with every corridor and courtyard, Zhou Bai led Jiang Xiaoming and De Xiong directly across the bustling training ground to the rear reception chamber. Soon after, a broad-shouldered, stern-faced, middle-aged man strode in with commanding presence, the 6th elder of the hall, Shi Kaishan. Elder. Zhou Bai bowed deeply. Elder Shi. Jiang Xiaoming followed suit, bowing reverently. De Xiong hurriedly imitated them, flustered and slightly clumsy. Xiao Bai has come. Shi Kaishan's voice boomed like temple bells. His gaze lingered briefly on Jiang Xiaoming before he gave a faint approving nod. So this must be Jiang Xiaoming, the filial and righteous youth who returned home bearing his father's ashes. His vital energy is well contained, his foundation is solid indeed. He cast a cursory glance at De Xiong and said nothing more. After a few moments of polite exchange, Shi Kaishan led the 3 toward the hallmaster's chamber. The hallmaster was an elderly man, slight of frame yet radiating sharp, unyielding vitality. Clearly already informed of Jiang Xiaoming's background and his ties to the Zhou family, he asked only a few brief questions about his motivation for martial cultivation and prior training, then turned to Shi Kaishan with a smile. Kaishan, this youth possesses steady temperament and firm foundations, and comes recommended by Zhou Bai. Entrust him to your tutelage and guide him well. Shi Kaishan clasped his fists in salute. I shall obey the hall master's command without fail. The initiation ceremony was brief and solemn. Jiang Xiaoming knelt halfway, presented the ceremonial tea already prepared, and bowed low. Disciple Jiang Xiaoming pays homage to my master. Please, master, accept this tea. Shi Kaishan took the cup, skimmed the leaves with its lid, and spoke gravely. Enter my lineage and uphold martial virtue, never provoke conflict recklessly. With that he raised the cup and drank several sips. And thus Jiang Xiaoming was formally accepted as his disciple. As for this young brother. Shi Kaishan set down the cup and looked toward the visibly nervous De Xiong. Per the hall's regulations, he must first pass an entrance assessment before formal enrollment. You'll be guided shortly to complete the preliminary test. De Xiong bowed repeatedly. Yes. Thank you, Master Shi. Once the ceremony concluded, Shi Kaishan called firmly toward the doorway. Wei Shan. Here, master. A deep resonant voice answered from beyond the door. Then a figure of staggering bulk, like a living mountain, pushed it open and entered. Jiang Xiaoming tilted his head upward, inwardly astonished. This man was enormous, surely over 2 meters tall. Not only towering but densely built. Even standing in silence, he exuded an overwhelming, immovable presence. Shi Kaishan gestured toward Wei Shan and said to Jiang Xiaoming, this is your senior brother Wei Shan, the most grounded among my unworthy disciples. Though slow-witted and rigid in technique, he is more than qualified to instruct you. Then turning to Wei Shan, this is your new junior brother Jiang Xiaoming, adopted brother of your fellow junior Zhou Bai. His foundation is sound, yet he has not yet trained in our sect's core methods. Take him to familiarize himself with the hall, then begin with the foundational panstone stance and mountain-splitting fist. Wei Shan's gaze shifted to Jiang Xiaoming. He gave a simple curt nod. Yes, master. Junior brother, follow me. No pleasantries were exchanged. Without another word he turned and led the way. Jiang Xiaoming bowed respectfully to Master Shi Kaishan, exchanged a brief nod with Zhou Bai and followed Wei Shan out. De Xiong was escorted elsewhere by another disciple to undergo aptitude testing. Wei Shan guided Jiang Xiaoming to a secluded courtyard, tranquil and level-grounded, reserved exclusively for Shi Kaishan's personal disciples. Without preamble, Wei Shan began instructing bright force cultivation hinges upon mastery of qi and blood. Qi and blood flow like water within a vast lake or sea. Our bright force practice draws this water to nourish the field of the body. If one's constitution is weak and blood qi insufficient, forced cultivation yields diminishing returns and risks injury or shortened lifespan. Jiang Xiaoming nodded faintly. These principles had been explained to him before by both Zhou Bai and Zhou Zhen. It struck him anew how pivotal Lao Tsun's intervention had truly been. Had he not survived that fatal substitution, those 3 years of forging his martial foundation would never have occurred. Even with sufficient funds later, he likely would have achieved little. Bright force comprises 3 stages: early, middle, and late. The first stage is the skin and hair realm. It entails nourishing skin and hair with refined qi and blood. Mastery manifests as supple leathery skin and hair strong enough to suspend stone. He pointed towards square bluish-gray stones the size of human heads stacked in the corner, each weighs 50 jin. During assessment you must bind one such stone with a single strand of hair and hold it aloft for 30 full breaths without dropping it. Only then will you have entered the skin and hair realm. Jiang Xiaoming blinked momentarily, speechless. Binding stone with a hair strand, was this truly conceived by mortals? Would it not cause unbearable pain? Wei Shan, unaware of his thoughts, continued to attain this realm. Stance practice and breath regulation formed the bedrock. At that, Wei Shan finally assumed the posture, the core stance of the Panstone martial arts hall, the Panstone stance. His feet rooted into the earth like ancient tree roots, immovably anchored. His knees bent slightly, his spine arched like a coiled dragon, chest subtly drawn and back lifted high. His hands hovered gently before his dantian, palms facing inward. His breathing deepened, becoming slow and profound. Instantly he seemed to merge with the earth beneath him, a weighty, unshakable aura, dense as mountain and still as stone, emanating from his very being. Jiang Xiaoming watched, profoundly moved. Though still a novice, barely past the threshold of understanding, he could nevertheless sense the extraordinary solidity underlying Wei Shan's stance. Next, key points of the stance. Observe closely. Wei Shan's voice emerged steadily from his rooted posture. Sink force into the Yongquan point, as if roots plunge deep into the earth. Keep the spine upright, as if a flawless jade pillar supports heaven itself. Draw in the chest, lift the back, to open the thorax and harmonize breath. Drop the shoulders, sink the elbows, to channel power to the fingertips. Sink breath into the dantian, focus intent upon the mysterious pass. Have you grasped it? Seeing Jiang Xiaoming nod, Wei Shan continued, good. Now I shall teach you the essential breath method. Inhale, one breath, drawing qi into the dantian as if myriad rivers converge upon the sea. 7 moments of stillness, allowing qi and blood to flow along the stance's guidance like gentle streams moistening fertile soil. Exhale, one full expulsion of turbid air, instantly igniting qi and blood like thunder and rain, nourishing the entire body. Maintaining perfect form, he explained each critical nuance and breath coordination principle slowly and clearly, while inviting Jiang Xiaoming to observe the subtle play of muscle, the imperceptible shifts of center of gravity. This stance appears deceptively simple, yet it is the master key to circulating and refining qi and blood, thereby nourishing skin and hair. Practice daily without lapse, and combine with medicinal support to catalyze the sublimation of qi and blood. Next, Wei Shan demonstrated all 12 variations of the Panstone stance, including precise breath synchronization, then gradually settled back into stillness. Upon completion, his breathing remained calm, and even though a light sheen of perspiration glistened on his brow, he turned to Jiang Xiaoming. Now, assume the stance exactly as I have shown you. Jiang Xiaoming took a deep breath, recalling every detail of Wei Shan's movements and breathing rhythms, and set up the stone stance accordingly. Shift your center of gravity forward by 3 parts and then move it back. Your spine is too stiff, relax, but keep it straight. Imagine there's a rope pulling from the top of your head. Shoulders up, then sink down. Your breathing is chaotic, the stance is unstable, how can the qi settle? Start over. Wei Shan was very strict, guiding Jiang Xiaoming's stance with almost harsh standards. Any slight deformation in Jiang Xiaoming's stance would be pointed out sternly. He would even directly intervene using his large palm to press down on Jiang Cang's shoulder blades, waist and knees, applying just the right amount of force to help him adjust to the correct position and angle. For an ordinary child, this is not a good teaching method. Ordinary children benefit more from positive feedback and a guided educational model. Such excessive strictness would only provoke their rebellious emotions. However, as an adult, Jiang Cang was very mature psychologically and cast aside all emotions. He focused on remembering the posture adjusted by Wei Shan. Sweat quickly soaked his back and his muscles began to ache and tremble. He showed no intention of stopping for a break. He knew that Wei Shan's harsh guidance at this moment was the most important resource he could enjoy as a connected person. It would save him from countless detours. Half an hour later, Jiang Cang could no longer hold on, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Wei Shan timely supported him, allowing him to sit down steadily on the ground. Afterward he nodded slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Not bad, you lasted quite a while for the first time. Your understanding of the stance is also quite good. You are the most talented disciple I have guided in recent years." He then became a bit more serious. "However, you must beware of arrogance and impatience. Do not become complacent. In the next few days I will help you solidify the foundation of your stance practice. From now on, practice for 2 hours each during the periods of Mao and Yu. At that time you will be able to begin the true training of the skin and fur realm in conjunction with secret elixirs. First seek similarity in form, then seek unity in intent. Do you understand?" Jiang Cang nodded slightly, understood. For the entire day that followed, Jiang Cang practiced the stone stance under Wei Shan's strict guidance. He practiced the 12 stances back and forth. With the foundation of the 8 treasures spreading wing stance, he quickly grasped the stance techniques. In just one day he had already comprehended 7 out of the 9 stances, leaving only 3 of the most difficult stances to conquer. This greatly shocked Wei Shan, who even began to question life. The stone stance. Although it seemed to consist of only 12 stances, each stance required attention to many details. Moreover, these stances were dynamic, they weren't just about posing. Each stance needed to be coordinated with different breathing techniques involving changes that were detailed down to the fingertips yet interconnected with the entire body's muscles. Just memorizing the various details of the stances in one day was already quite challenging, let alone mastering them. He had spent 7 days memorizing the stances when he was younger, not to mention completing a full set. Even those bright-minded disciples with a foundational stance background would find it impressive to master 1 or 2 stances in a day. But this junior brother managed to grasp 9. More than half. This was indeed somewhat against the odds. Who would have thought this newly initiated junior brother not only had a solid foundation but also possessed such excellent memory and comprehension? If it weren't for having heard about Jiang Cang's background, he would have thought Jiang Cang was the child of some elder who had learned the stances in advance. Due to a shock, Wei Shan, who usually disliked talking much, couldn't help but ask junior brother Jiang, "Have you practiced the stone stance before? Did you see senior brother Zhou Bai practice it?" Jiang Cang shook his head. "No, I just joined the escort bureau not long ago and have hardly seen my elder brother train." Oh. Upon receiving this answer, Wei Shan no longer inquired further. He naturally understood that this was impossible. Martial arts should not be passed on lightly, and the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau would not commit such a fundamental error. Jiang Cang did not think much of it. If he knew what Wei Shan was thinking, he would find it ridiculous. After all, this was just another effect of his golden finger, single-mindedness. The 3 sons of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoming, Jiang Yang, and the 3-year-old baby Jiang. 3 individuals, 3 minds. Like 3 processors. They could simultaneously feel, think, remember, and understand. Triple the sensation, triple the thought, triple the memory, triple the understanding. This made his learning efficiency far exceed that of ordinary people, reaching an astonishing level. Although he could not learn things instantly like some unscientific characters, compared to ordinary people it was a crushing advantage. And this was the current situation. In the future, as baby Jiang grew up and his brain fully developed with the potential of stronger bloodlines. As his understanding of martial arts deepened, this talent would only become more powerful. By then he might really possess the ability to master things with just a glance. Jiang Cang focused his mind. He knew that the urgent task was to conquer the last 3 challenging stances. Over the next few days, Jiang Cang remained undistracted, fully immersing himself in the remaining 3 difficult stances. During the day, while Jiang Cang practiced, Jiang Yang and baby Jiang continuously memorized important points based on the sensations Jiang Cang shared from the Peach Garden Purgatory. Whenever Jiang Shaming's physical strength was depleted, he would take a break while Jiang Yang would begin practicing various stances. Baby Jiang watched from a short distance. Like a 3D mirror, he constantly helped Jiang Yang adjust his postures. Thus the two practiced in turns while the three took turns memorizing. Only 3 days had passed and he had succeeded. After succeeding, Jiang Xiaoming showed no intention of playing humble. He knew that as an adopted son, to gain more resources he had to build good relationships and demonstrate his talent. He directly performed in front of Wei Shan. As Jiang Xiaoming smoothly and seamlessly demonstrated all 12 stances of the stone stance from beginning to end in front of Wei Shan. Even someone as steady as a mountain like Wei Shan couldn't help but narrow his pupils, his heart stirred with great waves. For ordinary disciples, being able to perform a complete set with minimal errors within half a month was already considered a talent. Even those second-generation martial artists who had been exposed to stances in advance would take more than half a month. 3 days. This had exceeded Wei Shan's understanding of genius. Wei Shan silently watched Jiang Xiaoming finish his practice and stand still, his eyes bright, before he finally exhaled a heavy breath and said in a deep voice, "Good. Very good." The slight astonishment in his eyes had not completely faded, but more so was a sense of seriousness in discovering a raw gem. "Your comprehension is unparalleled in my lifetime. Since your foundation in stance practice has been established today, I will take you to the pharmacy to take the secret elixir and officially step into the training of the skin and fur realm. The pharmacy is located deep within the martial arts hall." As Jiang Xiaoming approached the pharmacy, he caught the rich scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. Wei Shan, familiar with the place, led Jiang Xiaoming directly to a small stove in the innermost room. The old pharmacist guarding the pharmacy clearly recognized Wei Shan. Upon seeing him arrive, he said nothing, carefully presenting a sealed pottery jar. "The pharmacy is located deep within the martial arts hall." As Jiang Xiaoming approached the pharmacy, he caught the rich scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through. Wei Shan pointed at the secret medicine and explained to Jiang Xiaoming, "This is the amber blood nourishing soup. It is primarily made from 30-year-old amber huangjing combined with 7 rare beast bones, best for invigorating qi and nourishing the skin. It is a top-grade secret medicine for the Mingjing first age." He paused and added, "This medicine is quite valuable and is only available to core disciples." Seeing Jiang Xiaoming's obvious curiosity, Wei Shan spoke first, "You need not worry about the price. Junior brother Zhou Bai has already prepaid for a month's supply for you. Valuable and only for the core disciples, prepaid for a month." Jiang Xiaoming understood. This was another precious resource exchanged with his life by Lao Tsun, gifted by his adoptive father Zhou and adoptive brother Zhou Bai. One must admit that having connections is truly delightful. He carefully received the warm medicine jar, said nothing more, and tilted his head to consume the secret medicine in one go. Not long after the medicine entered his stomach, Jiang Xiaoming felt a warm current flow from his belly to his limbs and bones. He quickly moved to an open area outside the pharmacy, immediately assuming the starting position of the rock stance, and began to practice. This time the sensation was completely different from before. Under the guidance of the stances, the medicinal power surged within him like a flaming spark racing wildly. The warm current soon became scalding, fiercely washing over and penetrating every inch of his skin. He felt as if his whole body was being roasted over a fire. Sweat no longer oozed slowly but streamed down like a small creek, quickly forming a small puddle on the ground. When he completed a set of stances, his entire body was enveloped in steam and his skin glowed a bright red. He resembled someone who had just emerged from a steamer. Throughout the process, Wei Shan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze as steady as an anvil, fixed intently on Jiang Xiaoming. Once Jiang Xiaoming finished a set and stood firm, he spoke in a deep voice, "Not bad." The entire set of stances flowed smoothly with no errors whatsoever. Suddenly he reached out and pinched Jiang Xiaoming's burning forearm, pressing his thumb heavily on the reddened skin. Hiss! Jiang Xiaoming winced in pain, drawing a sharp breath. Having just completed the refining, his skin was at its most vulnerable. Even a light touch would cause him to wince in pain. However, Jiang Xiaoming noticed that the white mark from the pinch began to visibly regain its color. Observing this, Wei Shan whispered, "About 70% of the medicinal power has been absorbed. Is this acceptable?" Jiang Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his eyes and gasped. Upon hearing this, Wei Shan shook his head slightly. "This is not just acceptable, it is exceptionally outstanding. For new disciples, a 3 to 4% absorption rate is normal. Even for the children of those uncles and aunts, the best cases yield only about 60%. You have a solid foundation and your stances have reached a minor accomplishment. The medicinal effect is 1/10 more than theirs. As long as you get through tonight, your skin will become as tough as freshly tanned leather. Next, just need to take 7 or 8 more doses and you can attempt to perform the falling stone technique." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the small courtyard. From now on you should rest here and allow your body to slowly absorb the residual medicinal energy. He added as he was leaving practice for an additional half-hour this afternoon. Jiang Xiaoming smiled. Yes, senior brother. Wei Shan was not one to flatter, since he openly praised him. It indicated that his first experience of qi and blood elevation was indeed impressive. His unwavering 3 years of effort had finally borne fruit. Jiang Xiaoming felt elated as he caught a glimpse of the path of martial arts. When he returned to the Zhou residence dragging his sore body, he stepped into the front courtyard and sought his adoptive father Zhou and adoptive brother Zhou by standing there with a magnificent steed. The horse was pitch black with only its 4 hooves being snow white. It stood tall and strong with smooth muscular lines and bright lively eyes radiating a hint of arrogance, clearly a prized steed that was hard to come by. Xiaoming is back. Zhou laughed heartily as he approached, giving Jiang Xiaoming a hearty pat on the shoulder. The pat made Jiang Xiaoming, who had just completed the skin refining, grimace in pain. I heard from your uncle sure that you've completed your first elevation of qi and blood. Jiang Xiaoming quickly steadied himself, clasping his fists in greeting. Yes father, it happened this morning. He paused and sullenly added, thanks to the secret medicine bestowed by father and brother. Zhou waved his large hand, interrupting Jiang Xiaoming's words. Family doesn't need to say such formalities. His eyes gleamed with pride and the wrinkles on his face relaxed considerably. Then Zhou Bai approached with a smile and whispered in Jiang Xiaoming's ear, I heard you completed your first elevation of qi and blood in just a few days. Father was just smiling from ear to ear in the study. He patted the neck of the black horse, his tone a bit smug. Look, this is clouds treading snow just brought over from the northern horse farm. I personally selected it. What do you think? Is it impressive enough? Jiang Xiaoming examined the steed closely, feeling a deep shock. A horse of such quality would be unattainable for ordinary people even if they saved up for generations. Just the daily upkeep costs could easily bankrupt a small well-off family. 3 years ago he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a steed. Yet now it was not only given for free but also included daily maintenance fees. Lao Tsang had sacrificed so much. He reached out to stroke the glossy mane of the black horse, exclaiming, truly magnificent. Brother has a keen eye. Ha ha. Zhou Bai laughed heartily and patted the horse's back. This horse has a fierce temperament and has already injured several stable hands. But it has immense potential and it's well suited for you. Once you break through the first layer of Mingjing and can control it, it'll take you to the hunting grounds outside the city. The wild game there is much more exciting than the wild boars and mountain chickens in the hills. Hunting grounds. Hunting. This was an activity that ordinary people and even most small affluent families could hardly aspire to. The hunting grounds in this world are somewhat akin to golf courses in his previous life. Besides being a leisure activity, they are also high-end social venues. Going to the hunting grounds for hunting was not merely an invitation for fun, it was a signal drawing him into a higher social circle. This truly indicated that he was being cultivated as a core member of the Zhou family. He suppressed his emotions and replied earnestly, it's a promise. I Xiaoming will not disappoint brother's expectations. Luwei County Shankei Fong Weiyuan Biaoju. Night lay heavy. Yet the study in the main courtyard of the Zhou residence still burned with light. Zhou held his brush, the strokes flowed like dragons and snakes and the characters sure leapt vivid upon the paper. He examined it with satisfaction, then set the brush down and said to Madame Zhou across from him, Madam, you did not see Xiaoming's stake practice today. Those 12 forms of the Pancher stake have already begun to show the first hints of taking root in his hands. Only a few days. That stubborn Wei Shan actually took the initiative to write to me today saying Xiaoming will likely within 10 days complete the refinement of his Pima gene and step into the Mingjing phase. Li Shi's eyes widened in surprise. 10 days. I recall Bayer took nearly a month to enter Mingjing back then. Indeed. Bayer was already among the more gifted, yet he was still surpassed. This youth's comprehension and steady temperament are truly rare. Senior brother Shi declared he will not remain in Mingjing for long. This is a blessing for our Zhou family and a fortune for Weiyuan Biaoju. His voice brimmed with gratification. He was plainly extremely pleased with his adopted son. Yet that pleasure was soon edged by a tinge of helplessness. He rubbed his brow and sighed, as for that little imp of ours. Ah. Today she caused some commotion again, making the woman who teaches her needlework wipe her eyes. I suppose in a few days we'll have to replace her again. There are only a handful of dependable matrons in Luwei County. She has gone through them all. If this goes on, next time I'll have to fetch someone from Haiyan City. Li Shi pursed her lips and smiled faintly. The fourth lass is flighty, but you have indulged her. If you were as strict with her as you are with the second and third girls, I wonder if she'd dare be so willful. Zhou Jin gave a helpless smile. I saw how Bayer and Yan Zi were kept too tightly and suffered a great deal. I wanted to let her have it easier. Who could have imagined? Madame Zhou shook her head helplessly, then having thought of something said abruptly, why not let her spend time with Xiao Ming? Young people are easily influenced by one another. If she mingles more with steady ambitious company, perhaps she will settle her heart. Spend time with Xiao Ming. Zhou Jin looked up at his wife. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he immediately understood her unspoken meaning. Daughters must marry when grown. Even the young ladies of the Zhou household are no exception. If she marries too far away, they would scarcely see each other all year and would ache with longing. What if she were to marry their adopted son Jiang Xiaoming? Not only would it secure the affection of this highly gifted adopted son, it would also spare them the pain of father and daughter being separated by an outsider marriage. He pondered briefly and said slowly, if one is to choose who should associate with Xiaoming, it should be the third daughter. She is calm, sensible, literate, and well-bred. Their temperaments. He trailed off as if struck by something. He lifted his teacup and drank, swallowing the rest of his words with the tea. Li Shi understood perfectly. Their third daughter Zhou Yanzi was quiet and gentle, poised and gracious, an ideal match for a marriage meant to consolidate the family's standing. She had likely already been prepared to be married off. Though the fourth daughter seemed excessively lively and restless, she was truly the husband's heart's delight. They naturally did not wish her to be married away and suffer the sorrow of parting. If she were willing to marry Jiang Xiaoming, the dilemma would resolve itself. Zhou Jin quickly saw the key to the matter. Silence fell over the study. Only the candle crackled softly. After a long while, Zhou Jin set down his teacup. His gaze grew deep, as if he had assumed once more the mantle of chief of the Biaoju. This matter is premature to speak of, he said in a low voice, his tone regaining its usual calm. Xiao Ming is indeed extraordinarily gifted, but on the path of martial cultivation, Mingjin is merely the threshold that polishes the foundation. What will truly determine how high and how far he can go is Anjin. He rose and walked to the window, gazing into the heavy night over the courtyard. The gate of Anjin. How many have wasted their lives and never found the way in? How many have exhausted their family fortunes yet remain stuck at the first or second degree, unable to advance an inch? Whether Xiao Ming can smoothly step into Anjin and how far he can walk that road. That is the weight truly worth measuring. He turned and fixed Madame Zhou with a keen look. When he has truly entered the Anjin phase and demonstrated potential enough to sustain his future, then it will not be too late to speak of other matters. Li Shi smiled faintly. All he had said was not born of displeasure with Jiang Xiaoming so much as the unwillingness to part with his daughter. She did not intend to expose his thoughts. She nodded and remained silent. A few days later, at the Pancher Martial Hall in the small courtyard, Jiang Xiaoming stood bare-chested in the center of the training ground. After 7 medicinal baths of refinement, his skin bore a faint bronze sheen. His skin was tight like cured leather. Muscles flowed smoothly without knotting, conveying a restrained toughness. He tied a lock of black hair to a fist-sized greenstone. Ha! Jiang Xiaoming uttered a low shout and slowly assumed the posture for the Pancher stake exercise. As his qi and blood surged, his hair snapped taut like strings. The stone rose steadily and hung in the air. 10 breaths. 30 breaths. 40 breaths. 50 breaths. Wei Shan, supervising by the side, counted with an impassive face, though a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Enough. With a dull thud, the stone fell as Jiang Xiaoming slowly relaxed his stance. His breath remained even, he had hardly broken a sweat. The early Mingjin stage is accomplished. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaoming smiled calmly, demeanor steady. This is all thanks to senior brother Wei's meticulous instruction these days. By the way, senior brother, my sworn elder brother insists we must gather at Feitsui Lu today. I have long wanted to invite you but feared you were busy today. You finally have time. Very well. Wei Shan replied tersely. Jiang Xiaoming was delighted to hear it. Wei Shan was famed for his ascetic temperament and rarely attended social gatherings. Coupled with his stern manner, he was nicknamed the stubborn stone within the hall. Do not be misled by his appearance. His status at the Pancher Martial Hall was considerable. Under Shi Kaishan's gate, many registered disciples and even several personal disciples had been cultivated by him alone. At the end, Wei Shan added, although you have broken through the first layer of Mingjin, in my view that is not yet sufficient. Judging by the condition of your skin, you have not reached the limit. You should be able to refine 2 or 3 more times. Only then will the Pimao realm be truly complete. Jiang Xiaoming nodded solemnly, understood. Just as he set up to continue his stake practice, Wei Shan spoke again. From today on, after you finish the stake exercise each day, go to the outer courtyard and instruct the new disciples for half an hour. Instruct the new disciples. Jiang Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. Am I fit for that? I have only been inside the gate for 10 days. The disciples outside joined 7 or 8 days before me. Wei Shan shook his head. On the path of martial cultivation, those who have reached it become teachers. Although you entered later, your foundation is solid. You are more than capable of teaching them. This is also so that before you cultivate the second layer of Mingjin, you can further consolidate your foundation. Teaching is the best form of learning. Some problems you may not notice when practicing yourself, but when teaching others you will see them more clearly. Jiang Xiaoming brightened with understanding. Is this not like the so-called Feynman learning method from a past life? By explaining to others, one forces oneself to fully grasp the knowledge. Yes, senior brother. At the Panstone Martial Arts School in the outer courtyard's training ground, the air was thick with the pungent smell of sweat filled with shouts and rising dust. After completing his stance training, Jiang Xiaoming followed the words of his senior brother Wei Shan and came to the outer courtyard to guide the disciples there. His gaze swept across the training ground. At this moment there were 7 groups of disciples in the courtyard, each forming small circles as they practiced the basic stances. They had all spent their hard-earned money seeking a future. Most of them wore rough short shirts and many had noticeable patches on their clothes. Xiangzi was naturally among them. Seeing Xiangzi, Jiang Xiaoming did not rush over but instead quietly stood at the side observing silently. After a while he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Xiangzi's progress was indeed quite dismal. The Panstone stance had 12 forms, but the outer courtyard only taught 9, deliberately avoiding the 3 most difficult ones. Even so, Xiangzi was barely able to stand most of the stances, with 5 or 6 of them even exhibiting fatal error. However, the instructors responsible for guidance were clustered in groups beneath the shade of trees, leisurely fanning themselves, chatting and relaxing. At this moment Xiangzi changed to another stance. Due to some fatigue, his center of gravity leaned severely forward with his muscles tense and trembling. Seeing this scene, a lazy reprimand finally came from the instructors in the shade. Lower your waist. Don't let your knees go past your toes. Hearing this, Xiangzi trembled and hurriedly adjusted himself. However, with this adjustment his stance became even more distorted, making him look precariously unstable. But after shouting this, the instructor had nothing more to say. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoming could no longer bear to watch and deeply realized the vast difference between the inner and outer courtyards. He took a bold step forward. Practicing like this will ruin your knees sooner or later. Before his words fell, Jiang Xiaoming's hand had accurately pressed against Xiangzi's lower back and knee. With just the right amount of force he pushed and pressed. Your center of gravity is here, can you feel it? Xiangzi was taken aback, turning to meet Jiang Xiaoming's calm, steady gaze. Xiaoming brother. Jiang Xiaoming nodded slightly. Yes, focus your attention. Coordinate your breathing with your stance, don't hold your breath. Okay. Xiangzi responded quickly, his eyes reddening as he struggled to adjust his posture according to Jiang Xiaoming's guidance. Seeing Jiang Xiaoming approach, the instructors in the shade hurriedly stood up and jogged over to him. He wore a smile on his face. Junior brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaoming nodded slightly, his tone calm and unruffled. Senior brother Wei sent me over. I will be here every day to guide them for half an hour. Understood. Understood. The instructor nodded repeatedly. The next moment he turned around and shouted loudly to the 10 or so disciples he was in charge of. Did you all hear that? You lucky little rascals. For the next few days you will receive personal guidance from junior brother Jiang. He pointed at Jiang Xiaoming, raising his voice a notch. Look at you all, you can't even stand the Panstone stance properly. Junior brother Jiang mastered the Panstone great stance in just 3 days. Moreover, he completed the refinement of the skin and muscle realm in less than 10 days. You are worlds apart from him. With his guidance your stance training will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Don't you hurry up and thank junior brother Jiang. A disciple who looked a bit foolish and had dark skin, upon seeing the young Jiang Xiaoming, instinctively shouted, Thank you junior brother Jiang. The instructor shivered. He rushed over and slapped the back of that disciple's head hard. You fool. How dare you call in junior brother Jiang? You really have no sense of propriety. Call him senior brother Jiang. Saying this, he carefully glanced at Jiang Xiaoming. After all, Jiang Xiaoming was an inner disciple completely different from those outer disciples that were destined to be eliminated. For some, being called junior brother by these expendables was an insult. Seeing Jiang Xiaoming show no apparent displeasure, the instructor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shouted loudly, "You all hurry up and call him senior brother." After his words fell, the dozen outer disciples shouted in unison, "Senior brother Jiang." Jiang Xiaoming nodded slightly in calm acknowledgement and continued guiding Xiangzi. The other groups of disciples led by different instructors were also drawn to the commotion. Several well-informed disciples had already heard of Jiang Xiaoming's achievements. Seeing him actually come to the outer courtyard for guidance, their faces showed uncontainable envy. That must be Jiang Xiaoming, right? I heard he entered the clear strength realm in just 7 days. He is the adopted son of Boss Zhou. How could his resources be the same? But I heard the instructors say he practices his stances harder than anyone else. I wonder if he could also come to guide us. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoming had already helped Xiangzi adjust his posture. He then walked towards the next disciple. Xiangzi looked at his steady back filled with genuine admiration and longing. After the guidance ended just before lunch, Jiang Xiaoming called Xiangzi, who was about to go eat, preparing to give him some extra help. "Xiangzi, come with me for a moment." He led Xiangzi to a relatively secluded corner by the training ground. "I haven't come to see you these days." Before Jiang Xiaoming could finish, Xiangzi hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay, brother Xiaoming, you've just joined, you must be very busy, don't worry about me." Jiang Xiaoming looked at him, nodded slightly, and then continued, "Martial arts should not be taught lightly. I didn't have the qualification to pass on teachings before, and teaching you privately would break the rules." Xiangzi nodded vigorously. "I understand. Brother Xiaoming, I understand the rules." Jiang Xiaoming patted Xianzi's sturdy shoulder and began to get to the point. "The 12 forms of the Panstone stance are progressive in nature. Your foundation is weak, so for the next while I will teach you to start from the first stance and rebuild your foundation. First show me the first stance so I can see." Xiangzi complied and assumed the first form of the Panstone stance. Jiang Xiaoming immediately stepped forward, carefully pointing out the angles of his waist and hips, the placement of his center of gravity, and the coordination of his breathing. Xiangzi listened attentively, trying hard to adjust, but after quite some time of guidance his movements still appeared stiff and labored. Jiang Xiaoming was not in a hurry, patiently observing. Xiangzi may look foolish, but he wasn't actually stupid. His brain was just like his father's. The main issue was that the instructors had been irresponsible, leading him down many wrong paths. Coupled with the hardships he faced in childhood, his physical foundation was weak, lacking the solid groundwork he had established by practicing consistently for 3 years, making even the most basic first stance extremely difficult for him to hold. Thus, after another period of guidance, Jiang Xiaoming furrowed his brows, lost in thought. From his current understanding of the Panstone stance, he felt that Xianzi's core problem was not related to technique or comprehension, nor was it due to the instructor's negligence. Rather, it was his physical condition. His flexibility, vitality, bone strength, and core power were all far below the standard. Based on the current situation, if he did not intervene, Xiangzi would likely not be able to complete the refinement of the skin and muscle realm within 3 months and pass the assessment. The lack of physical condition was a fundamental issue faced by most poor practitioners. In other words, under normal circumstances, Xiangzi would definitely end up like countless others who scrimped and saved to gather the money to practice martial arts, believing they could leap across social classes, only to be filtered out, to become one among the many failures. To change the outcome of being eliminated in 3 months, the only way is to significantly improve Xianzi's physical fitness in a short time. But how easy is that? A person's physical foundation must be built over years, like water dripping on stone. It cannot be achieved overnight. His current foundation was built through 3 years of relentless hard training, supplemented by a large amount of precious medicinal herbs and nourishing meat. Xiangzi does not have the time nor the resources. Jiang Xiaoming pondered for a moment, then directly said, "Xiangzi, let me be frank with you. Given your current situation and progress, normally it's very difficult to complete the training of the Fur realm in 3 months." These words struck Xiangzi like a heavy hammer. The color drained from his face in an instant and his eyes became vacant. "Don't panic." Jiang Xiaoming immediately pressed his slightly trembling shoulder, his voice steady and powerful. "Now I have a method that might help you improve your physique. However, this method cannot guarantee success. Moreover, it requires you to give up at least a month of valuable martial arts training to practice it specifically. Give up a month of martial arts training. In this race against time, where 3 months determine one's fate, it's almost a gamble." Xianzi's heart tightened. Just as he was about to fall into hesitation, his father's parting words echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. "Whatever Xiaoming says, you should listen to him. Not a word should be missed, not a moment of hesitation." All his inner turmoil vanished in an instant. Xiangzi suddenly raised his head, his gaze becoming resolutely determined, and almost without thinking he blurted out, "Brother Xiaoming, I believe you. Whatever you say, I'll do it." Looking at the almost blind trust in Xiangzi's eyes, Jiang Xiaoming nodded slightly. "Good. Since that's the case, for the next month focus on practicing the 3 postures I will teach you." Xiangzi nodded vigorously. "Watch carefully." Jiang Xiaoming took a deep breath, his body slightly moved, and he assumed a stance. First posture, spirit fish wags its tail. He moved gently, his spine undulating like waves, his hips swinging smoothly as if he transformed into a lively fish gliding gracefully through the water. This posture focuses on loosening the spine, connecting the hips, and nurturing the softness of qi and blood. Second posture, fierce tiger pouncing on prey. The stance suddenly changed. He crouched low, his shoulders slightly raised like a bow drawn to its limit, his palms pressing forward like tiger claws, exuding a sense of concentrated fierce power ready to burst forth. This posture emphasizes opening the shoulders, activating the back, and condensing the explosive power of the entire bodice core, strengthening the bones and muscles. Third posture, eagle spreading its wings. He turned his body again. Standing on one leg, his arms extended like the wings of an eagle, his back and chest muscles fully stretched open, his chest broad, gazing into the distance as if about to soar into the sky. This posture focuses on expanding the chest, strengthening the back, and nurturing the qi of the chest and lungs. This is the set of auxiliary postures that Jiang Xiaoming derived and refined based on his 3 years of hard training with the 8 treasures spreading wings stance and his in-depth study of the rock-solid stance. These 3 postures can enhance spinal activation, strengthen core power, and open up the chest and back muscles. Originally, he developed these techniques specifically to tackle the 3 most challenging stances in the rock-solid stance. However, in the process of continuous practice and comprehension, he was surprised to find that practicing these 3 stances not only benefited the 3 most difficult stances but also aided the entire rock-solid stance. But he didn't know how effective these 3 stance techniques would be for a disciple like Xiangzi, who had a weak foundation and stiff muscles. "I call these 3 postures 3 birds play," Jiang Xiaoming concluded, "because this is something I developed myself. Teaching it to you does not violate the sex rule of martial arts, should not be passed lightly. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, you must practice it away from prying eyes and never perform it in front of others, understood?" "Developed it myself. Brother Xiaoming can already create stances on his own." Xiangzi felt a surge of excitement and nodded vigorously. "I'll remember. Don't worry, Brother Xiaoming, I will definitely practice secretly away from others." Xiangzi was reliable enough. Jiang Xiaoming nodded in reassurance and then began to guide Xiangzi step by step, demonstrating every detail and breath coordination of the 3 birds play. Xiangzi learned very attentively, but his physical foundation was truly too poor. Merely mimicking the general form of the 3 postures left him gasping for breath. By the time Xiangzi finally grasped some of the basics, quite a bit of time had passed and Jiang Xiaoming felt a bit hungry. "Alright Xiangzi, you have initially grasped these 3 postures, let's call it a day. I see you're hungry too, go eat something." Xiangzi wiped his sweat and grinned. "Then Brother Xiaoming, you'll go eat first." Jiang Xiaoming looked at his tired yet spirited appearance and nodded. "Go ahead." In the outer courtyard cafeteria, Xiangzi dragged his weary body to the end of the line. Due to the time Jiang Xiaoming spent giving him special attention, by the time it was Xiangzi's turn, the large wooden barrel of soup was nearly empty, with only a thin layer of murky soup and a few scattered vegetable leaves left at the bottom. "Is this all there is?" Xiangzi looked at the meager soup and couldn't help but mutter softly. To his surprise, the server with keen ears caught his words. Moreover, perhaps due to his bad mood today, he lifted his eyelids and impatiently scraped the bottom of the barrel with his spoon. "Don't like it? Get here earlier. Or just don't eat." As he spoke, he deliberately shook his hand, causing the already scarce soup to splash back into the barrel, and then poured the remaining half-spoonful of thin soup into Xiangzi's course bowl. Xiangzi felt a surge of anger inside. Clearly he had paid for this, and it was a problem even to eat enough. But he did not dare to explode, merely silently picked up the course bowl containing the meager soup and resigned himself. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoming walked in from the cafeteria door. The inner cafeteria had unlimited supply, which made Jiang Xiaoming temporarily overlook the situation in the outer cafeteria. Later he thought about it and felt something was off, so he returned to check the situation. To his surprise, he saw this scene. He glanced at the contents of Xiangzi's bowl and his gaze immediately swept to the server. As soon as the server made eye contact with Jiang Xiaoming, the impatience on his face shifted. He instantly forced a sheepish smile, clearly realizing he had made a mistake. Now Jiang Xiaoming had quite a reputation at the rock-solid martial arts academy. Offending someone like him meant that with just a light word this cushy job could be lost. In the midst of the server's panic, Jiang Xiaoming merely gave him a deep glance and no longer paid attention to him. Dealing with such sycophantic small characters, he didn't need to exert much effort. A meaningful glance was enough to make him uneasy for a long time. He turned to Xiangzi, patted his shoulder and said, "Since the outer cafeteria has run out of food, let's go to the inner cafeteria. I will help you get some food." In the middle of the night at the Emerald Tower, the finest inn in Luwei County. Inside the private room, listening to the waves on the third floor. Zhou Bai was the host with Jiang Xiaoming as company, and the guest was Wei Shan, the eldest disciple of Shi Kaishan. The dishes on the table were exquisite, accompanied by 30-year-old daughter red wine. However, the cup in front of Wei Shan had barely been touched. He sat upright, his gaze calm as if he were still in the martial arts training hall. "Senior brother Wei, I toast to you." Zhou Bai raised his cup with a hearty smile. Shaming's quick breakthrough to the Mingjin stage is entirely thanks to senior brother's careful guidance. This kindness will be remembered by the Zhou family. Wei Shan picked up his cup, merely touching it to his lips. "It's my duty, a matter within my responsibilities." Junior brother Jiang's comprehension and perseverance are commendable. You are a good material. Haha, senior brother is too humble. Zhou Bai laughed heartily and turned to Jiang Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, the senior brother isn't accustomed to drinking quickly. Help him switch to tea." Jiang Xiaoming stood up, pouring a pot of Longjing tea into Wei Shan's bowl. Then he held the cup with both hands, his posture respectful yet not servile. "I will forever remember senior brother Wei's guidance. In the future I will diligently practice and not disappoint your teachings." After saying that, he tilted his head and drank it all in one go, his movements decisive and neat. A faint glimmer of approval flashed in Wei Shan's eyes as he finally picked up his teacup and took a sip. Next, the host Zhou Bai began to share amusing stories about the escort agency. Wei Shan occasionally chimed in. Jiang Xiaoming quietly listened, occasionally refilling drinks and serving dishes. After a few rounds of drinks, the topic gradually shifted to matters concerning the martial arts hall. In more than half a month it will be the time for the 3 martial arts halls to compete. Wei Shan set down his teacup. Our Panchir Martial Arts Hall will compete alongside Yunhe and Hongxi halls. If you're interested, you can also go on stage to experience it. Jiang Xiaoming felt somewhat tempted and asked, "Can one participate in the competition with just the superficial skills of Mingjin?" Wei Shan nodded slightly. This competition mainly involves battles among martial artists at the Mingjin stage. The superficial skills, claw techniques and bone strength, will be tested separately. Those who perform exceptionally well in the superficial skills may receive a dose of ginseng blood tonic, but given your solid foundation, breaking through to the next level will come quickly, so this reward is of little use. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming's mind sparked with an idea. Although he didn't need the ginseng blood tonic, his infant son Jiang would need it. Such a valuable tonic would greatly assist in foundation building, the more the better. At this moment he felt a surge of eagerness. Besides, he had a naturally combatant character, and after enduring rigorous training for so long, he also wanted to see how much his golden finger could enhance him in actual combat. "But senior brother, I have yet to learn any techniques." "Techniques are easy to learn." Wei Shan interrupted, taking a bite of food. "I didn't teach you earlier because I was afraid you'd get too distracted by techniques, hindering your practice of foundational skills. Now that you have made some progress in your foundational skills, starting tomorrow, I will teach you the Kaishan fist." Zhou Bai nodded in agreement. It's good to start engaging in combat early. Martial artists' training ultimately reveals its true value in practical combat. Every formidable martial artist in the world has emerged through battle, and moreover. He paused. It's time to prepare for the martial arts examination. Martial arts examination. Jiang Xiaoming felt a hint of curiosity. Wei Shan dipped his fingertip in wine and drew several watermarks on the table. The martial arts examination is akin to the civil service examination for scholars, but the organizers are not the imperial court, rather various sects in the regions. For example, in Luwei County and the surrounding counties, it is organized by the Liuhe sect, the Title sect, the Jiuhua sect, and other sects in collaboration. Jiang Xiaoming, recalling his memories of the past decades, had only heard of the Liuhe sect but had never heard of the Title sect or the Jiuhua sect. Curious, he asked, "Senior brother Wei, could you elaborate on that?" "There's no need to trouble senior brother Wei with this, I will explain." Zhou Bai smiled as he took over the conversation. The martial arts examination is divided into 3 levels: city examination, county examination, and prefecture examination. Above that is the national examination, but... He shook his head, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "That is not something we can consider at this moment, it's too far away. In our entire Luwei County, no martial artist has passed the national examination for several decades." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming was taken aback. Decades? Zhou Bai affirmed, "That's right, the difficulty of the national examination is higher than that of the imperial examination for scholars. Those who can shine in the national examination are all exceptional talents in martial arts with remarkable comprehension, basically cultivated by top sects as martial arts seeds. Ordinary powers, let alone martial arts halls, even large sects like Lyoha sect, cannot produce one in several decades. One can imagine the difficulty. He paused, his gaze falling on Jiang Cang, his tone softening. For you, there is no need to think that far at the moment. As for the city examination, you only need to reach the late Ningjin stage. If you can pass. Zhou Bei's lips curled slightly, a hint of expectation in his eyes. As sure boss, direct disciple, you will not only gain access to many precious resources but also have the opportunity to learn the core foundational skill of Pancher Martial Arts Hall. Core foundational skill. Jiang Shaming's heart stirred. He had heard Wei Shan mention it before, seemingly called immovable as a mountain stance. It was a superior alternative to the Pancher stance. It is said that using this stance enhances the control of one's vital energy and blood significantly compared to the Pancher stance. Such a good thing, I must find a way to obtain it. Although he could already stabilize his vital energy using the Pancher stance, who would refuse a better foundational skill? Furthermore, this foundational skill was certainly necessary for his infant son Jiang. Then, what about the county examination? Zhou Bei smiled and shook his head. County examination. That requires at least the dark strength cultivation level, and there are age restrictions. In the entire Luwei County, there are probably less than 100 who meet the assessment criteria within the age limit. At this moment, Wei Shan suddenly spoke. Dark strength is merely the threshold. The true county examination tests not only cultivation level but also practical combat. I had to take the examination 3 times before I passed. The room fell silent for a moment. Jiang Xiaoming contemplated a lot. After a while, he took a deep breath. Senior brother, when is the upcoming city examination? Wei Shan thought for a moment and replied, the next city examination will probably be in 7 months. With your aptitude, you might just make it in time. If you want to prepare for the next city examination, you should find ways to accumulate more practical combat experience. Besides the 3 halls competition in half a month, you could also visit the young talents in various families in Luwei County. Jiang Xiaoming said, then I must work even harder to achieve a good ranking in the city examination. Zhou Bei clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Ambitious. After a hearty meal and drink, the 3 bid farewell at the inn's entrance. Before leaving, Wei Shan said, Xiaoming, see you at the training ground tomorrow at the hour of the tiger. After that, he strode away. Jiang Xiaoming cupped his hands in farewell. Zhou Bei watched Wei Shan's gradually disappearing figure and softly said, Xiaoming, you need not be too anxious about the city examination. You are still young. If it doesn't work out this time, you can always participate next time. If you truly want to participate in this city examination, consult your senior brother more. He was the top scorer in the city examination back in the day. Jiang Xiaoming was slightly surprised and nodded slowly. On a deserted island there lies the Peach Blossom Cave. Jiang Yang named this cave Peach Blossom Cave due to its entrance resembling that of the fabled Peach Blossom Spring, and because he had planted numerous peach trees inside. At this moment, Yunzi Lake was shrouded in mist and the Peach Blossom Cave was dimly lit. Jiang Yang sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, a rough earthen jar placed before him. This was his piggy bank where he stored his savings. He carefully tilted the jar, and hundreds of copper coins, scattered silver pieces, and 3 thin gold leaves rolled out, shining beautifully in the faint light. Ah! The jar is almost empty. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow tightly. This youngling of the Qinglin bloodline sure eats a lot. At just 3 years old, this little guy's appetite is comparable to that of an adult. To fully awaken the potential of this body, I need to regularly provide him with precious nourishing herbs and high-protein fish, shrimp, and beast meat cannot be interrupted. What a veritable gold-devouring beast! If it weren't for De Zhuang's red-spotted bamboo business being uninterrupted and even thriving due to the connections with the Weiyuan Escort Bureau, I would have long since been unable to meet the current demands. I can only stretch it for 3 to 4 more months at most. 3 months from now, if there are no incoming resources, I'll have to compromise on this little guy. A cheerful and loud chewing sound came from behind. 3-year-old Jiang Zhang was holding a sea bowl larger than his own face, happily devouring its contents. Inside the bowl was a large carp that Jiang Yang had caught that morning, simmered into a rich soup with herbs bought from the market and some vegetables he had planted himself. The little guy's mouth was glistening with oil and his face radiated pure satisfaction. With each bite, he felt the Qinglin bloodline awakening more power. He had never felt this way before. He felt his body was filled with potential, brimming with vitality. Unfortunately, all of this required a significant amount of resources to sustain. Ah, if only the one adopted by the Zhou family back then had been this little guy. Then at least I wouldn't have to worry about resources in the short term. Jiang Yang shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. I can't continue like this. I need to find more ways to make money. But I'm just an ordinary fisherman. It's already hard to maintain my own sustenance. To make money, I either have to rely on luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat and catching a treasure fish, or I must venture deep into Yunza Lake. Yunza Lake stretches endlessly, teeming with fish and shrimp that have fed countless people along the shore. The nearshore waters have seen the treasure fish become increasingly rare due to the many fishermen. However, deep within the lake there are still large numbers of rare treasure fish residing. Some even say that in the deepest parts of the lake there are king-class treasure fish that are dozens or even hundreds of zhang long. These top-tier treasure fish are not only formidable but also incredibly precious. Not to mention the unrealistic dozens of zhang. Just catching a few that exceed 2 zhang would yield a small fortune and greatly relieve my pressures. Unfortunately, such opportunities come with risks as well. Not to mention the ferocious beasts and monster fish lurking in the lake. Just the water bandits that have been entrenched in the lake for years, surviving by plundering, are not something I can handle. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yang felt it wasn't the right time. Jiang Cang can take risks because he is old and his descendants have gained some self-preservation ability. If I were to take risks, I must at least wait until Jiang Xiaoming and the young Jiang have grown up and possess enough self-preservation skills. In 5 or 6 years at the shortest, or 10 years at the longest. I'm still in my prime. I need to hold steady. It seems that making big money on my own is impossible. Relying on the young Jiang is even less likely. His perception involuntarily shifted outside the cave, crossing the lake forest and land, eventually landing on the figure in the Panshur martial arts school who was sweating profusely. Jiang Xiaoming. All hopes ultimately rested on him. Jiang Xiaoming is backed by the Zhou family with abundant resources. He is the most likely person to make big money. However, I cannot lose sight of the fundamentals. Before the young Jiang learns martial arts, Jiang Xiaoming is the hope for the rapid rise of the Jiang family. His potential determines the level of resources that the old Jiang can acquire in the future. So even if I want to get resources for the young Jiang, it cannot interfere with his growth. So how can I obtain substantial resources to support the young Jiang's bloodline growth without interfering with Jiang Xiaoming's martial progress? After contemplating for a moment, 2 words quickly flashed in his mind. Martial competition. After yesterday's discussion with senior brother Wei Shan, he learned that martial arts were flourishing in the Daeong Kingdom. Martial competitions are extremely popular. Their scale and number are at least comparable to literary gatherings among scholars. It's not just the usual exchanges among the 3 martial schools. Various prominent families and merchant associations based in the Reed Alley and even official forces regularly host various martial arts exchange conferences. During these times, young talents from Reed County and even surrounding counties gather together to exchange skills and determine winners and losers. To attract true talents, each exchange conference offers rewards. These rewards are often referred to as Hua Hong. The prizes for the top few places are quite substantial, especially those hosted by large martial schools, prestigious families, or even higher-level authorities. The rewards are often far beyond ordinary expectations. Aging medicinal herbs, substantial sums of money, and even precious treasure fish and beast meat. All of these are the vital nourishment that the young Jiang urgently needs. Jiang Yang's gaze gradually sharpened. For others, these various martial competitions are opportunities to showcase themselves and gain fame. For him, these competitions represent the hope for the rise of 2 generations of the Jiang family. Each victory and each improvement in ranking will translate into tangible resources. These resources will cross mountains and seas, flow into the deserted Peach Blossom Cave, and become the nourishing spring for the young Jiang's bloodline. Whether it is through exchanges or the ranking of martial artists across Yunza and surrounding counties, or various levels of martial exams. All of these are the aids for my Jiang family's rise. Dominate the peers, make a name for ourselves in the region. Seize resources, nurture the next generation. This is the rightful path for my Jiang family's rise. This is also Jiang Xiaoming's main goal moving forward. The resources needed for the young Jiang's growth, the hope for the Jiang family's rise. All depend on your fists and feet. Go for it, Xiaoming. At the hour of the rabbit within the Panstone Martial Arts Institute in the inner courtyard training ground. The morning mist had yet to dissipate and a thin dew settled on the bluestone slabs. Jiang Xiaoming had already arrived early, standing quietly and focused. Today Wei Shan would teach him the combat technique, mountain opening fist. To strive for a good ranking in the martial arts competition and help himself and the young Jiang acquire resources, the foundation of stance training was essential, but the combat technique was equally important. The stance training could enhance one's physique. It was akin to improving various basic attributes in a game. It determined the lower limit of a martial artist. Meanwhile, the combat technique was the skill that maximized these attributes based on the foundational qualities. Just like in a game, dodging critical hits, combo attacks, and blocking, all of these uncertain multiplier attributes were involved. With the same foundation, the quality of the combat technique could decide life and death. It determined the upper limit of a martial artist. Before long, a figure as towering as a mountain crossed through the morning mist, undoubtedly the time-conscious Wei Shan. As he approached without much pleasantry, he got straight to the point. Xiaoming, stance training is the foundation of martial arts. Your foundation is already very solid. Next, I will teach you the core sex technique of our institute, the mountain opening fist. Mountain sect. Jiang Xiaoming felt a stir within. It was the first time he had heard of the distinction of martial arts sects. In the world of martial arts, there are countless styles like the lush foliage of trees. However, the core branches of martial arts consist of only four, namely, the four major sects. Wei Shan raised 4 fingers, his voice steady. The first is the Jiang Hai sect. The second is the Feng Hua sect. The third is the Lin Mu sect. The fourth is the Mountain sect. The Jiang Hai sect is agile like water, continuous and unending. Wei Shan moved slightly, stepping lightly to evade turning his head. This sect specializes in dodging, disarming, and penetrating attacks. Its momentum can be like a trickling stream, penetrating everywhere, finding gaps to strike, and exhausting stamina. It can also be like a raging flood, relentless and overwhelming. Once it gains the upper hand, it crushes the opponent with its force. The second major sect is the Feng Hua sect. Swift as the wind, aggressive as fire. His punch speed suddenly increased like mercury spilling, creating a sharp sound of air being sliced. They pursue ultimate speed, instantaneous explosions, and fast combos. Their attacks are like fire sweeping across the wilderness, fierce and unrelenting, aiming to swiftly tear apart the opponent's defenses with rapid strikes. As for the Lin Mu sect, its movement is slow as a forest, yet harbors deadly traps. Wei Shan's hands twisted into a constricting motion, his movements steady and filled with control. It excels at controlling the overall situation, pressuring space and closing in step by step. Like the roots of a giant tree, entangling and exhausting until the opponent reveals a flaw akin to a giant python, suffocating and strangling them. He paused, his gaze settling on Jiang Xiaoming. Once Jiang Xiaoming absorbed his words, he continued, and what our Panstone Martial Arts Institute inherits is this fourth style, the Mountain sect. The core essence lies in standing firm like a mountain, crushing with power and delivering a lethal blow. Bang! Wei Shan threw a punch carrying immense force. The weight of the punch is like a mountain, first using an iron wall for defense, discerning the opponent's trajectory, and once understanding the opponent, seeking their flaws. Once grasped, a single strike can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to quake. The four major sects: mountain, fire, water, and forest. For the first time, Jiang Xiaoming had the most basic impression of the martial arts of this world. He pondered silently for a moment and then said, "Senior brother, if that is the case, then different people should have the sect that suits them best." Wei Shan nodded approvingly, his voice like a deep bell. Indeed. A person chooses martial arts, and martial arts also chooses a person. A person's bone structure differs, their temperament differs, so naturally the suitable combat techniques and sects will also be different. For instance, I have a large frame with thick joints. Strength is my advantage, but due to the bulky joints, agility is my weakness. Therefore, I am naturally more suited to the mountain sect rather than other sects. Wei Shan finished speaking and turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaoming, asking with a testing tone, "Xiaoming, what about you? Consider it carefully. Which path do you think suits your bone structure better?" Jiang Xiaoming followed suit, lowering his head to examine himself closely. He was tall and slender, with a harmonious proportion of bones and flesh. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem like the kind born with divine strength or thick bones. He raised his head and candidly said, "Senior brother, from my perspective, it seems that the other three major sects are more compatible with me." Wei Shan nodded slightly, his expression understanding. Purely in terms of bone structure, that is indeed the case. However, do you know why your adoptive father did not recommend you to those sects that are more suitable for you, but instead insisted you enter our Panstone Martial Arts Institute? Jiang Xiaoming had his suspicions but did not reveal them, respectfully saying, "Please guide me, senior brother." Wei Shan's expression turned serious. "It's because martial arts cannot be lightly passed on. Your adoptive father has a deep connection with our Panstone Martial Arts Institute and shares a life-and-death friendship with our master Shi Kaishan. Since you and junior brother Zhou Bai have entered our Panstone Martial Arts Institute, you are family. As your senior brother, I will naturally impart the true teachings without holding anything back. If it were another school," Wei Shan gently shook his head, "even if your talent were outstanding, they would inevitably hold back, keeping the most crucial secrets to themselves. Becoming a disciple is easy, but obtaining true teachings, difficult." Jiang Xiaoming nodded. This aligned with his thoughts. At this point Wei Shan patted Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder, but you need not be discouraged. Although your bone structure is not as compatible with the mountain sex fist technique and during battles you may find it difficult to gain the upper hand with sheer strength, you will indeed face some minor disadvantages for now. However, once your skills reach a profound level and you step into the threshold of dark strength, then it will be an entirely different world. As he spoke, he shifted his waist and hips, delivering a heavy punch imbued with shockwave energy, crashing into a hard wooden post embraced by a person nearby. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Wooden chips flew. The surface of the post, harder than iron or stone, bore a clear fist imprint deep enough to reach an inch with edges shattered. Wei Shan slowly retracted his fist, his voice low. Do you understand? This is the mountain crushing strength. Even if your bone structure and strength are slightly weaker by nature, as long as you master this force that can open mountains and crush stones, you will still possess the ability to deliver a decisive blow. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's begin. As he spoke, he slightly spread his feet, sinking his waist and hips, assuming the starting stance of the mountain opening fist. Mountain peak, stand deep. In an instant he resembled a solitary peak rooted in the earth, steady and heavy like a deep abyss in towering mountains. The mountain opening fist emphasizes intention over form, focusing on the four key principles of stability, weight, short distance, and explosive power. Wei Shan shouted in a low voice, his figure suddenly moving. His punching technique was devoid of adornment, embodying the mountain sex unique simplicity and strength. In expansive movements it also contained ultimate explosive power. Every punch, step, elbow, strike, and smash adhered to the four principles of stability, weight, short distance, and explosive power. Stability is the foundation. Power rises from the ground and your feet root like an old tree. Weight is the center of gravity, integrating waist and horse regardless of how the wind blows or waves crash. Short distance is the power generation distance, eliminating all redundancy, pursuing an instantaneous thunderous strike. Explosive power is the devastating mountain crushing strength. Like a mountain accumulating tremendous force at the moment of finding the opponent's flaw, all strength converges at a single point, erupting with a thunderous roar. Its momentum is like mountains collapsing and the earth quaking, unstoppable. After finishing the demonstration, Wei Shan let out a breath. He appeared not the slightest bit fatigued, as if that fierce and violent punching force had merely warmed him up. After finishing a set, Wei Shan looked at Jiang Xiaoming and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Jiang Xiaoming slightly nodded, then slowly shook his head. In an instant he focused all his attention on Wei Shan. At this moment he could still vividly recall the entire set of fist techniques Wei Shan had just demonstrated. As he contemplated, Jiang Xiaoming began to slowly practice Wei Shan's movements according to his memory. His movements were very slow, each punch and elbow only mimicking their form, devoid of any power. However, during this process he did his utmost to replicate Wei Shan's movements. After some time he managed to perform the entire set of Wei Shan's opening mountain fist. This completely stunned Wei Shan. Although he knew that his junior brother was highly talented, he never expected him to be this astute. Just by watching him perform once, he could replicate the entire set from start to finish, looking surprisingly proficient. Moreover, he made not a single mistake. The only issue was that he did not know how to exert force correctly, causing the movements to appear a bit awkward. He walked over to Jiang Xiaoming and said, "Do it again, let me see." As Jiang Xiaoming continued practicing, Wei Shan directly pointed out, "The core your stance practice is solid. How to exert force and shift your center of gravity in every stance you have already mastered thoroughly. The essence of the technique is moving stances. Just like the elbow strike you're performing now. Recall the seventh stance of the rock stance and use the feeling from that stance to exert force." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming suddenly understood. He bent his right arm and, using the force method of the seventh stance, thrust his elbow forward with great force. The force surged from his heels, twisting through his waist and hips, instantly channeling into the tip of his elbow, creating a muffled sound in the air. Good. Seeing this, Wei Shan couldn't help but call out in praise. For the next move, the mountain shaking hammer, exert force using the third stance. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming immediately used the third stance to exert force, launching his left fist like a cannonball from under his ribs. For the next move, the mountain embrace. And so while Jiang Xiaoming practiced the techniques, Wei Shan articulated the corresponding force methods of the rock stance one by one. Under such precise and efficient guidance, Jiang Xiaoming practiced tirelessly, integrating the countless insights he had accumulated during his stance training into the opening mountain fist techniques quite thoroughly. Under such precise and efficient guidance, Jiang Xiaoming practiced tirelessly, integrating the countless insights he had accumulated during his stance training into the opening mountain fist. As he practiced continuously, it felt as if he had found a dam to release all his pent-up feelings. A flood of insights surged in and his punches became increasingly lively. Ordinary martial artists would require months of arduous training to barely connect their fist techniques, but under Wei Shan's guidance he was able to perform them fluidly in just half a day. Although his speed, power, explosiveness and the overwhelming force that could shake mountains still fell far short compared to Wei Shan, who had immersed himself in this path for many years. The basic framework of the fist techniques, the essence of the core power exertion, especially the unique rhythm of initially merging the stance practice with the technique, was already clear in him. Wei Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back watching Jiang Cang, who was sweating profusely yet making rapid progress, and the glimmer of approval in his eyes finally turned into unabashed astonishment. He simply could not comprehend this talent who could grasp things with just a hint, unlike his own thick-headedness that required tedious grinding to achieve results. Perhaps this was the innate quality of a martial artist. In the days that followed, Jiang Cang diligently practiced in the inner courtyard without interruption regardless of the weather. At the hour of the rabbit he would stand on the training ground for the rock stance, polishing his foundation and consolidating his vital energy. After completing the stance practice he would immediately perform a complete set of opening mountain fist. He aimed to integrate everything he learned from the stance practice into his punches and kicks. At this time the last few ascents of his vital energy were nearly complete and his foundation was becoming increasingly solid. As his fist techniques advanced he gained finer control over his body and the methods of the opening mountain fist became more stable and fluid. Occasionally he would take a stroll in the outer courtyard. Seeing some disciples struggling with the small rock stance he casually pointed out the key points, helping them adjust their postures and regulate their breathing. During this guidance he occasionally had insights of his own, discovering many areas he had previously overlooked. Following this he became dissatisfied with merely practicing the fist techniques and began sparring with his senior brother Wei Shan. Wei Shan controlled himself, using only his internal strength to spar with Jiang Cang. However, after experiencing numerous life and death trials and with the opening mountain fist as his primary technique, there were no secrets left to uncover in front of him. Every encounter brought immense pressure to Jiang Cang. Wei Shan was a person who did not understand flexibility and showed no signs of holding back during their duels. Such a gap would crush anyone else's confidence, but Jiang Cang remained unperturbed. In his eyes, as long as he could persist, the temporary gap meant nothing. One day he would bridge this gap and surpass it. It was precisely this confidence that kept him calm and led him into a peculiar state of progression that was neither rushed nor delayed. With every spar he absorbed the various adaptations and techniques from Wei Shan like a sponge, soaking up the unique variation, skills and experiences that had taken Wei Shan years to develop. And he reaped great rewards. He was even able to match what others had struggled for months to achieve. In this state, with each challenge, Jiang Cang integrated the stability and steadiness of the stance practice with the short and explosive nature of the opening mountain fist. The connection between the movements became increasingly smooth and the solid mountain-like force in his fist techniques became more apparent. On this day, as a spar had just finished, the two were adjusting their breathing. A commotion erupted at the entrance of the martial arts hall. A sprightly elder dressed in a cloth gown with sharp eyes led several spirited, steady-footed young men and women inside. These individuals had different expressions, exuding a sense of the martial world, and at a glance it was clear they were not easy opponents. Jiang Cang was somewhat surprised. Aren't the matches between the three major martial halls still 7 or 8 days away? Wei Shan scanned the group and quietly said, "Not those two." The leader is named Yunyan, the master of the Blackfish Martial Hall, a skilled practitioner in the middle stage of the dark strength. He paused and patiently explained to Jiang Cang, "Besides our three major martial halls, there are also several small martial halls in Luwei County. These martial halls are a mix of good and bad, and their criteria for accepting disciples are very low. Look at that one with the tattoo on his face, his accent is off, probably not a local." Jiang Cang understood. Unlike the three major martial halls, which had various intertwined interests in Luwei County, these small martial halls primarily relied on recruiting disciples for their livelihood. They needed fame to attract recruits. Challenging the major martial halls was a good way for them to gain recognition. If they won, they would naturally become famous. Even if they lost, losing to a major martial hall wouldn't be seen as shameful. Of course, the three major martial halls were not easy targets. They wouldn't allow these small halls to step on them to gain fame. Every time they sparred, these small halls had to pay a hefty exchange fee to the major halls as well as provide a prize for the duel. After some formalities, Master Yunyan indeed proposed an exchange spar. The Rock Martial Hall naturally agreed. The first to compete from the Rock Martial Hall was a disciple in the early stage of internal strength who seemed to be surnamed Shui and had some connection with the master of the Rock Martial Hall, reportedly possessing decent strength. The Blackfish Martial Hall sent out a robust youth with a thick build and a fierce gaze. He looked powerful. "Blackfish Martial Hall, Lu Meng. Please guide me." The burly man's voice was like thunder. The match lasted only a dozen exchanges before the disciple from the Rock Martial Hall began to show signs of defeat. Lu Meng's fist technique seemed standard, but he had a strong ability to seize opportunities. Every time there was a hint of a gap in the rock martial hall's fist stance, he would puncture through with a punch. His punches were heavy. After taking just 3 or 4 hits, the disciple from the rock martial hall could no longer withstand it. In the end, the disciple from the rock martial hall was caught off guard by Lu Meng, who delivered a fierce sidekick that knocked him to the ground. "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Meng withdrew his fist, his expression growing even prouder as he cast a challenging glance at the crowd from the rock martial hall. The Blackfish disciples below cheered softly. Master Yunyan of the Blackfish martial hall stroked his beard, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Next, the rock martial hall sent out another inner disciple whose opening mountain fist had evidently reached a certain level. He fought fiercely with Lu Meng for over 100 exchanges, ultimately regrettably losing. Seeing this, Wei Shan frowned slightly. By this point he had already seen through Lu Meng's strengths and weaknesses. This time the secret weapon that the Blackfish martial hall brought for the exchange spar was clearly Lu Meng. This person was likely a genius who had emerged from a small martial hall for over a decade. His foundation was good and very suited to the fist techniques of the Blackfish martial hall. The previous disciple was already an early-stage practitioner of the rock martial hall, one of the better ones. He had lost now among the other disciples in the early stage of internal strength. None could likely contend with him. Thinking this, he turned to Jiang Xiaoming and said, "Xiaoming, you go up." Jiang Xiaoming stepped steadily into the arena. Although this was his first battle, he felt no tension whatsoever. After observing and analyzing the previous 2 fights with the focus of 3 Jiangs, Lu Meng had no secrets left in his eyes. This person's fighting style indeed grasped some superficial techniques of the Zhenghe sect. He was adept at short-range evasive movements, his waist flexible like a snake and his neck twisting swiftly. He even understood how to use the substantial flesh on his body to distribute force. However, in Jiang Shaming's view, his moves were clumsy and full of flaws during the transitions of force. Compared to Master Brother Wei Shan's natural and impeccable skills, it was like comparing clouds to mud. Reaching the center of the arena, Xiaoming cupped his fists towards his opponent, saying, "Rock Solid Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Xiaoming, please advise." His voice was clear and self-assured. After speaking, he executed a standard starting posture of mountain, standing firm. Just standing there, a momentum distinctly different from the previous 2 disciples emanated. It was not an outwardly fierce aura, but rather a kind of inwardly restrained weightiness. It felt as if a miniature hill was rooted in the ground, steady enough to make one's heart tighten. Lu Meng furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, feigning spirits and ghosts. He suppressed the inexplicable thrill in his heart and cautiously slid forward, feinting with his right fist. His left hand stealthily jabbed towards Jiang Shaming's ribs, attempting to test the waters again with his tricky feints. However, at the moment he launched a real strike and shifted his center of gravity. Jiang Xiaoming moved. His movement was minimal. He merely twisted his waist slightly backward, precisely avoiding Lu Meng's seemingly clever strike, which brushed past his clothing. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment his opponent's center of gravity shifted, Jiang Xiaoming channeled his strength into his right arm, bending his elbow like a spear and thrusting forward with incredible force. Bang! A dull thud. Jiang Shaming's elbow struck Lu Meng's solid chest like a heavy hammer. Lu Meng felt an overwhelming force crash into him. His vision went dark. It felt as if he had been struck by a rampaging wild bull. His feet left the ground and he tumbled backward heavily onto the ground. His chest ached fiercely, his blood surged. He almost couldn't catch his breath. The arena fell into complete silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Jiang Xiaoming retracted his elbow and stood tall, his breath steady as before, calmly saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Meng was stunned. He hadn't even seen how his opponent dodged, let alone how that terrifying elbow strike was executed. He felt that after he threw a jab, everything suddenly blurred and he was sent flying out. Unprecedented humiliation and disbelief flooded his mind. Had he been careless? He hadn't dodged. Was it just coincidence? He struggled to get up, his face devoid of any arrogance, replaced by shock and unwillingness. He hoarsely shouted, "Wait." Jiang Xiaoming paused, his steps, turned back to look at him calmly. "What else is there?" Looking at the composed Jiang Xiaoming before him, Lu Meng gritted his teeth and said, Can we spar again?" He absolutely could not believe he had lost so decisively. There must have been something wrong. Jiang Xiaoming turned his gaze toward Wei Shan. At that moment Wei Shan was whispering to Yunyan as if discussing something. Yunyan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Wei Shan gave a slight nod, signaling it was fine. "All right." Jiang Xiaoming turned around and resumed his starting posture. This time Lu Meng completely set aside all disdain. His gaze was serious, every muscle in his body tensed as he circled Jiang Cang slowly like a lurking black fish searching for any possible flaw. He dared not strike recklessly again. The shadow of Jiang Cang's thunderous elbow lingered in his mind. Yet Jiang Cang remained as immovable as a mountain, calmly observing him. The invisible pressure made cold sweat gradually bead on Lu Meng's forehead. After a moment of stalemate, Lu Meng could no longer contain himself. He suddenly made a feint, trying to lure Jiang Cang to shift his center of gravity. Then the real killing move, an eagerly prepared right-hand hook powered by all his strength aimed directly at Jiang Cang's side face. However, this time, the moment Lu Meng struck, Jiang Cang was already ahead. His left foot remained grounded like a mountain while his right foot stepped forward with the speed of lightning, twisting his waist to generate force. His right fist erupted like a mountain that had been dormant for ages. There was no flamboyance, no changes, just the most basic and direct straight punch of the opening mountain technique, mountain shaking hammer. The punch was unleashed like a gun. The force was overwhelming. Puff! The fist landed precisely on Lu Meng's jaw, which had been slightly leaning forward due to his charge, leaving him completely defenseless. Lu Meng didn't even grunt, his eyes rolled back instantly. His robust body, as if all the bones had been pulled out, fell backward with a tremendous crash, completely losing consciousness. Jiang Cang had struck twice. The first time he toppled him with an elbow. The second time he knocked him out with a punch. Both were the most basic techniques of the opening mountain style. Both were decisive blows, swift and clean. Just moments ago, Lu Meng, who had been invincible and had defeated 2 elite fighters from the rock-solid academy, was now easily crushed as if swatted like a fly. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. Wei Shan looked at Jiang Cang, who stood with his fists withdrawn, admiration already present in his eyes, now finally transforming into an undeniable astonishment. This child is truly no ordinary person. Jiang Cang stood with his fists withdrawn. There was no joy on his face from defeating his opponent. Instead, there was a subtle hint of boredom. Too weak, he thought to himself. The first formal opponent in his life. Not someone who could engage him in a fierce battle. He felt a certain regret. After all, today was the first battle of his martial arts career. In countless years to come, if he were to reflect on his entire martial arts life, this duel was an unavoidable memory. If only his first opponent had been the young master brother in his prime. Jiang Cang thought with regret. That would surely have been interesting. At this moment, Jiang Cang unconsciously categorized Lu Meng as inconsequential small fish in the academy. Completely unaware that the person he had just crushed was a figure stirring up the younger generation in Luwei County. He did not know that the Lu Meng he had knocked down in 2 moves was not an insignificant character in his eyes. In the past 2 months, this person had represented the Blackfish Martial Arts Academy, challenging 7 or 8 smaller martial arts academies with some reputation. He had defeated the elite fighters in a grueling series of matches, winning all his battles without a single loss. In the circles of lower-tier martial arts academies, he was already a prominent figure. More importantly, just 3 days ago, Lu Meng had sparred with an elite fighter from the Zheng Family Martial Arts Academy, known as the best academy beneath the 3 greats, battling for hundreds of rounds. Ultimately, they had drawn. After this battle, the name Blackfish, Lu Meng subtly hinted at a rising contender for the top spot among the younger generation beneath the 3 great academies. The atmosphere outside the arena was stagnant. The disciples of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy looked at Jiang Cang with awe and fervor. Meanwhile, the side of the Heiyu Martial Arts Academy was engulfed in silence. Just moments ago, they were suppressing their excitement over Lu Meng's consecutive victories against 2 inner court disciples of the Panchur Academy, exchanging glances filled with admiration for their senior brother, even entertaining fantasies of the 3 major martial arts academies are nothing special and that their Heiyu Academy could take their place. Lu Meng's proud and imposing figure was their greatest pride and confidence on this trip. But in the blink of an eye, their nearly invincible senior brother was rendered as defenseless as a paper tiger in front of a handsome young disciple from the Panchur Academy. The first time he was knocked back by an elbow, they could still comfort themselves with thoughts of carelessness and unexpected. But the second time, that swift and clean straight punch knocked Lu Meng unconscious with ease. It starkly shattered their fantasies. This was not an accident. This was a complete and utterly despairing annihilation. All their pride froze on their faces. All whispers caught in their throats. They watched the calm figure in the arena retracting his fists, then glanced at Lu Meng lying unconscious on the ground, feeling a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. The enormous psychological gap left several young disciples pale, their bodies trembling slightly. It turned out that the genius they were so proud of was so utterly defenseless in front of the true core disciples of the three major martial arts academies. The expression on the academy head Yun Yan's face was even more frighteningly pale. After meticulous planning and spending a considerable amount to secure this exchange, he had hoped that Lu Meng, this polished banner honed over many years, could take a piece of flesh from the Panchur Academy to completely elevate the name of the Heiyu Martial Arts Academy. He had even envisioned how he would humbly accept the concessions from the Panchur Academy after Lu Meng won a couple more matches, and the subsequent rise in reputation. But reality struck him like a thunderbolt. It was not a bitter fight. It was not a narrow defeat. It was a crushing and complete defeat. Watching Lu Meng's utterly powerless state, Yun Yan felt as if his old face had been mercilessly slapped several times, burning with pain. Suppressing the boiling anger and embarrassment, Yun Yan stepped into the arena, helping Lu Meng up and resting him on the shoulders of two named disciples. Just as he was about to say a few polite words and leave this humiliating place, he was surprised to find that Lu Meng, who had a good constitution, began to awaken groggily as soon as he was supported by the two disciples. Lu Meng shook his slightly dizzy head and immediately spotted Jiang Xiaoming chatting quietly with Xiongzi at the side. He forcefully broke free from their support, staggered for a moment, steadied himself, and walked over to Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang Xiaoming. Lu Meng's voice was hoarse, but his gaze was exceptionally bright, even carrying a clarity that came from being awakened. In the calm gaze of Jiang Xiaoming, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply, saying, "Today Lu has lost convincingly. 2 moves. Ha!" He gave a bitter laugh, shook his head, and then looked up, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Jiang Xiaoming. "May I ask, Brother Jiang, was that final punch of yours the mountain shaker from the opening mountain fist? Why did I feel that this move of yours was faster and heavier than any mountain shaker I have ever seen?" Jiang Xiaoming looked at the burly man before him, who, despite being beaten to a pulp, did not speak ill of him and felt no hostility. He returned the gesture of clasping fists. Indeed, it was the mountain shaker. Then he casually pointed out, "It was fast because of the timing, it was heavy because of the stability. When you attacked me, your center of gravity was leaning toward me while I was throwing my punch toward you." As he spoke, he demonstrated by colliding his fists together. "The force you leaned toward me with and the force I swung at you collided, and when the two forces overlapped, it naturally became both faster and heavier." Lu Meng trembled at these words. 2 forces, mine and my opponent's. 2 forces. At that moment he felt as if a difficult barrier he had struggled to comprehend had been broken by the other's words. This was even more shocking than being defeated. He clasped his fists again, his tone incredibly sincere. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. The grace of your guidance today and the shame of my defeat I, Lu, will remember in my heart. In the future. Wherever Lu can be of help, Brother Jiang, please do not hesitate to tell me. I will not refuse what is within my power. However, after that I hope to be able to receive your guidance again and spar with you once more." Jiang Xiaoming thought, although this person's strength is average, his character is quite good and he can befriend him. Jiang Xiaoming returned the gesture of clasping fists. "If you have leisure time, feel free to come to the Panchur Martial Arts Academy for exchanges." After agreeing on a future exchange time, Lu Meng turned back and left with the others from the Heiyu Academy. Not long after leaving the door, the head of the Heiyu Academy, Yun Yan, spoke up. He whispered to Lu Meng, "Ah Meng, you just got injured. Perhaps we should postpone the sparring with the other 2 academies and return to rest first. There will be plenty of time in the future." Lu Meng considered for a moment and resolutely shook his head. "Master, I'm fine. This injury is nothing. This time I, the disciple, lost, but I lost with conviction. I also truly see the gap now. As a disciple, I want to continue on. I want to see what the true top disciples of the 3 major martial arts academies are like." Yun Yan looked at the never-before-seen honed sharpness in his disciple's eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. This was a complete defeat. The plan to elevate the reputation of the 3 major martial arts academies had clearly failed. But it seemed he had gained a piece of jade that was tougher than before. It didn't seem like too much of a loss. "Good. Then I will take you to see it." Wei Shan watched the group from the Heiyu Academy depart and walked over to Jiang Xiaoming, whispering this, "Lu Meng, after this defeat, if he can comprehend your pointers, it will be his fortune. What you pointed out to him today surpasses his years of hard contemplation. It seems that outside the 3 major martial arts academies there's another promising talent worth watching." Jiang Xiaoming nodded symbolically to Brother Wei Shan, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. In his eyes, Lu Meng was just a small fish outside the 3 major sects. Although he could hold his own against ordinary disciples, he still fell short compared to truly powerful disciples. The reason he pointed out to the other was not because he valued their potential, but merely as a casual remark. Just a matter of a few words. If he could form a good relationship for someone like him, an immortal, there was no better deal than this. After defeating his opponent, he had long stopped focusing on the other person and was instead more concerned about the reward from this match. Sure enough, not long after, Wei Shan returned with a simple wooden box. He opened the lid and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside the box lay a ginseng, its roots dense like dragon whiskers, the body plump, its color yellow-brown, faintly shining with a jade-like luster. It's an old mountain ginseng of 150 years. Wei Shan handed the wooden box to Jiang Cang, saying the medicinal properties are good. It can be used to consolidate the foundation and nourish qi and blood. Our Heiyu Martial Arts Academy is quite generous this time. Jiang Cang reached out to take the wooden box, but his mind was rapidly calculating 150 years. The medicinal nature is pure. It is just right to lay a foundation for Jiang, also solving an urgent need. He closed the box and slightly bowed to Wei Shan. Thank you, senior brother. Wei Shan replied, this is what you deserve. After a brief interlude, Jiang Cang returned to his former routine, polishing his stake technique, sparring with senior brother Wei Shan and instructing the outer disciples. He had honed the foundations of his Ming Jin to perfection in its early phase, the Pimao realm. Were it not for the upcoming Tri-Hall Martial meeting and treating this stage as a secret trump card, he might already attempt to break into the next tier of Ming Jin, the mid-stage Jinjiao realm. A few days later, the day of the three-hall contest finally arrived. The meeting was to be held at Pancher Wuguan. That day the hall was festooned with banners and thronged with voices. This sparring contest, jointly hosted by Pancher Yuna and Hongxi Wuguan for their young disciples, was a rare spectacle in Luwei County's martial world and drew countless eyes. It was not only the three great halls in attendance. Masters and disciples from smaller schools in Luwei County, local gentry and wealthy patrons, and even a few fortunate commoners had all obtained passes to enter the hall and witness the contest. The first to arrive was Hongxi Wuguan. When their party stepped through the gates, the clamorous hall fell into an uncanny hush. Leading them was the head of Hongxi Wuguan, the five-step viper Lu Yan. She wore a daringly cut dark red qipao embroidered with gold, its lines accentuating a breathtaking silhouette. Her fingers, tipped with crimson lacquer, toyed with a slender jade smoking stem. Wherever she went, she exhaled clouds of smoke that trailed after her. Most arresting of all was the blue snake tattoo that crawled across her skin, from her long graceful throat winding along the slit of her qipao across a pale thigh and down to a delicate ankle. The serpent's body coiled about her, its gaping jaws poised at her throat. Like the tattoo itself, she radiated a dangerous, uncanny elegance. Behind her walked two men whose auras were hardly mild. When Jiang Cang's gaze swept over them, something in his chest stirred. Lu Qing. And that nameless hulking man. Though 3 years had passed, how could he forget Lu Qing's sallow, delicate face and the fierce contours of the brute beside him? It was those two who had murdered Jiang Cang in the cell. They belonged to Hongxi Wuguan and appeared to hold not insignificant positions. Hongxi Wuguan. Huaxi Bang. The brothels. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the Huaxi gang, which controlled much of Luwei County's underworld and ran with ruthless hands, was an enterprise of Hongxi Wuguan. The one behind it all was likely Lu Yan herself. Lu Qing and the other man were probably the gang's executors, killers who handled the dirty work. Having pieced this together, Jiang Cang quietly added Hongxi Wuguan to his ledger of enemies. After Lu Yan and her three companions entered, the rest of Hongxi's disciples followed. Hongxi Wuguan arrived in force. Not only did all their Ming Jin disciples appear, but many outer disciples who had not yet reached Ming Jin came along as well. Female disciples made up a large proportion. Their dress was far more audacious than ordinary tight training garments that clung to their forms, skirts slit so high that pale thighs flashed with every step. In an age when women normally concealed even their ankles, such attire was scandalously conspicuous. The brash young disciples of Pancher Wuguan had never seen such a display. They flushed and breathed quicker, eyes darting away yet unable to resist furtive glances. A suppressed chorus of inhalations and buzzing commentary swept the hall. SSS. This is overwhelmingly alluring. Don't stare lecherously. Don't stare. Hongxi Wuguan truly lives up to its reputation. Jiang Cang turned and saw the usually simple Xiangzi panting heavily, eyes nearly popping from his head. Scanning the hall, he seemed to be the only one whose face remained composed. Although the Hongxi women dressed boldly compared to extremes he had known in a previous life, this was still tame. What mattered more to him was not being noticed by those two enemies and thus drawing trouble. The compact, wiry hallmaster Cui of Pancher Wuguan stepped forward in person to exchange cold pleasantries with Lu Yan. Lu Yan appeared unimpressed with Hallmaster Cui lazily blowing smoke rings while a barely decipherable smile curled her red lips. Once inside, Hong's disciples were far from restrained. A few of the most provocatively dressed and comely Mingjin women let their gazes roam among the Panchur disciples, whispering and laughing softly, which only made the Panchur youths more distracted. Jiang Xiaoming had no intention of engaging them. He planned to return to the inner courtyard to continue his cultivation and to avoid the sightlines of those two enemies. Unexpectedly, a clear, slightly haughty female voice rose above the din. "Which of you is Jiang Xiaoming?" Jiang Xiaoming paused, mildly taken aback and puzzled. He did not recognize these Hongxi disciples and had never dealt with them before. Why did they seek him out? Could it be at the killer's command? His chest tightened slightly, yet his face remained calm and expressionless. Panchur Wuguan reacted swiftly. Jiang Xiaoming often instructed outer disciples and was known for his temperate demeanor. Almost everyone in the hall recognized him. Many disciples instinctively pointed in his direction. "It's him. Senior brother Jiang is over there. Senior brother Jiang, they're calling for you." Calamity could not be avoided. Jiang Xiaoming knew he could not hide. To do so would seem more guilty and would reveal everything. He stepped forward through the throng with steady steps. "I am Jiang Xiaoming. May I ask what my elder sisters require of me?" The woman leading them, tall and clad in scarlet training attire, crossed her arms and appraised him without reserve, her gaze both assessing and intrigued. After a moment, she curled one corner of her mouth and with a teasing lilt said, "So you are Jiang Xiaoming? Tisk, a rather genteel face among the heaps of stone at Panchur Wuguan. You are unusually presentable." A companion beside her covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Sister Hongling, he's asking you a question, don't just stare at his face." The red-clad woman turned to the point. "I heard that the other day a rather spry fellow from Heiyu Wuguan, Lu Meng, came to your place and caused trouble, and you took him down in 2 moves. Lu Meng. So it was because of him." It seemed Lu Meng, after his clash at Panchur Wuguan, had not settled down and had gone on to challenge the other 2 major halls as well. Relief eased through Jiang Xiaoming. At least it was not about Jiang Cang. He replied, "Indeed, in the sparring I was fortunate to gain the advantage with a move or 2. "Fortunate?" Hongling snorted. "Don't give me that. Lu Meng is no common street fighter. A few days ago at both our Hongxi and Yunhe sides he made quite a stir. He went against our hall's Mingjin prodigy Xiao Yezi." "That's her," she said, nudging the woman in the emerald gown. It took several hundred exchanges before a single careless moment cost her the match. Xiao Yezi nearly lost her footing. He even forced Yunhe Wuguan's haughty prodigy Yi Xiao to unleash his full strength. Such a tough opponent, and you felled him in 2 moves. She stepped closer, curiosity sharpening in her eyes. "We simply wanted to see what sort of divine being could topple that little black fish in 2 moves, this Jiang Xiaoming. Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms? Her companions nodded eagerly, eyes burning as if beholding a rare spectacle. Jiang Xiaoming's thoughts stirred. Lu Meng could indeed have contended with Hongxi and Yun's elite to such an extent. With so many obvious flaws. Wait. Perhaps he had underestimated the concentrated singular focus that lent its wielder a hidden edge. Perhaps in others' eyes that little fish's techniques were not so riddled with flaws. Jiang Cang's death is related to the Red Snake martial arts school, with the mastermind being the bamboo leaf lady of the school. Jiang Xiaoming holds no good feelings towards this martial arts institution. Since there is no way to continue hiding now, I will meet force with force. Jiang Xiaoming clasped his fists and said, "It seems that senior sister is straightforward, so I will be honest too. Lu Meng cannot withstand even 2 moves in my hands." Before the women could show their expressions of disbelief, Jiang Xiaoming decisively declared, "He cannot withstand even 1 move." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere was shattered. The formerly noisy front courtyard of the martial arts school fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on Jiang Xiaoming, filled with disbelief and shock. "Put." After a brief silence, it was followed by a burst of delicate laughter from the female disciples of the Red Snake. "Ha ha. 1 move. Jiang Shidi, you are boasting too much. Exactly, no matter how strong Lu Meng is, he cannot be defeated in a single move. Do you think you are dark energy? Xiao Yezi, did you hear that? If he can defeat Lu Meng in 1 move, then what does that make your hundreds of moves?" He. Hongling laughed so hard that she trembled, holding her stomach and pointing at Jiang Xiaoming. "Oh my, I never expected this. Jiang Shixian, you seem so honest, yet you boast without even blushing. This is too amusing." She laughed while patting the little Yezi beside her. However, as they looked at Jiang Xiaoming's face with tears of laughter, their laughter involuntarily faded. The young and handsome face showed no signs of jest. His gaze was calm as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. He was not joking. This situation caused Hong Ling's smile to freeze, replaced by a hint of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Xiao Yezi standing beside Hong Ling gradually lost the smile on her pretty face, her expression darkening slowly. She stared intensely at Jiang Xiaoming, her almond-shaped eyes burning with offended anger. Lu Meng was a formidable opponent whom she had struggled for hundreds of moves to defeat. What did Jiang Xiaoming mean? Lu Meng could not withstand even one move from him. Then what was she? The one who had fought for hundreds of moves to win against Lu Meng. Worth in Jiang Xiaoming's eyes. Was she also just a small fish defeated by him in one move? A strong sense of humiliation and fierce battle intent surged to the top of Xiao Yezi's head. Her fair hands tightly clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from exertion. You. Xiao Yezi's voice was icy, filled with restrained fury, almost unable to refrain from drawing her sword on the spot. Jiang Xiaoming. You. I want to spar with you. Just as the powder keg was about to be ignited by Xiao Yezi, a soft and cold voice interrupted. Enough. Lu Qing had approached without anyone noticing, his pale face appearing even more eerie under the sunlight. His narrow eyes coldly swept over Xiao Yezi. Xiao Yezi. The martial arts competition is imminent. It is not a time for you to show off your ferocity here. His gaze, like a snake's tongue, finally landed on Jiang Xiaoming, lingering for a moment. Within the depths of his icy expression there seemed to be a hint of inquiry and curiosity. You must be the filial young man Jiang Xiaoming who returned home with the burden of his grandfather, right? Lu Qing's voice was very calm, with a barely perceptible hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Your grandfather was a man of character. Train hard in martial arts and do not let him down. At this time Lu Yan's languid voice floated from the main seat, carrying a hint of hoarse magnetism. What Qinger said is correct. Xiao Linger, Xiao Yi, come back. The real show has yet to begin. She took a puff of smoke, slowly exhaling. Amidst the swirling smoke her gaze lingered with interest on Jiang Xiaoming, her red lips curling into a meaningful arc. Xiao Yezi's chest heaved violently, glaring fiercely at Jiang Xiaoming as if she wanted to swallow him whole, but ultimately she suppressed her anger, gritted her teeth, and reluctantly followed Hong Ling and the others back to the Red Snake Martial Arts School's camp. Meanwhile, Hong Ling, who was pulling Xiao Yezi, did not forget to playfully wink at him before leaving. Jiang Xiaoming slightly nodded in acknowledgement, then also retreated back among the disciples of the Pancher. Lu Qing's attitude of appreciation did not stir any waves in Jiang Xiaoming. The more chaotic the world became, the more the people of the Jianghu revered loyalty and heroism. Jiang Sun's performance of loyalty before his death solidified his reputation as a hero of loyalty. Even Lu Qing, his greatest rival, couldn't help but show admiration. However, this semblance of appreciation did not grant Jiang Xiaoming any sense of security. Admiration alone could not make Lu Qing, the venomous snake, lower its fangs, just as he had not spared Jiang Tsung due to appreciation. This kind of venomous snake, as long as it was alive, remained a threat. It was now inevitable to attract the other party's attention. The only solution was to firmly maintain the disguise of not knowing the truth behind Jiang Tsung's death while sparing no effort to increase his strength. Shortly after this episode, the team from the Yunha Martial Arts School also arrived. Their style was completely different from that of Pancher and Red Snake. The disciples were all dressed in white robes embroidered with a playful red-crowned crane. The head of the Yunha Martial Arts School was an elder with an otherworldly demeanor, if one overlooked his sparse bald head. Behind him followed a young man with a cold demeanor and sharp eyes, who was the outstanding talent of the younger generation from the Yunha Martial Arts School, Yi Xiao. After Yi Xiao entered, he scanned the entire area with indifference, pausing slightly on Hong Ling and Xiao Yezi before quickly moving on. Then he looked toward the Pancher Martial Arts School's direction, seemingly searching for someone. With the three factions gathered amidst the sound of firecrackers, the martial arts competition was about to officially begin. After a series of tedious procedures, they soon reached the drawing ceremony. Jiang Xiaoming glanced at his draw number 7. He found the competition wall and discovered that his first opponent was not from the Red Snake Martial Arts School, but rather a disciple from the Yunha Martial Arts School. Pancher Martial Arts School, Jiang Xiaoming number 7. The steward called out loudly. When Jiang Xiaoming hung the bamboo slip in the number 7 position, many spectators stretching their necks to watch the show immediately sighed in disappointment. Alas! Why isn't it that female disciple from the Red Snake Martial Arts School? What a shame! I really wanted to see if he could really defeat his opponent in one move. The melon is all prepared, but the main character didn't match up. The onlookers, like hungry creatures in a melon field, anxiously scratched their heads. At this moment, not only the spectators were anxious, but the disciples of the Pancher Martial Arts School felt regret too. They had witnessed firsthand how Jiang Xiaoming crushed the little black fish Lu Meng in one move, and at this moment they wished their senior brother would immediately showcase his prowess and impress everyone. What a pity Jiang Shixiang for not drawing that little spicy girl in red. No worries. We can use Yun's disciple as a sacrifice. Jiang Shixiang don't hold back, aim to finish in one move and show these guys something. The disciples were all fired up, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Xiaoming merely nodded slightly to the crowd, then crossed his arms and stood in the center expressionless. Until the senior brother Wei Shan approached him, steadily patted his shoulder and spoke in a low voice, "Xiaoming, I am already aware of the rewards list for this martial arts competition. The reward for the champion among those in the early stages of Mingjing barely advanced is a 3-foot-long Qinglin treasure fish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming's eyes immediately lit up. Lu Meng. One strike is enough. A young disciple of the Yunhe Martial Arts Hall bent down and said to Yi Xiao, who was sitting in a chair, "Senior brother, I found out that he just said this." He pointed at Jiang Xiaoming, "That one wearing a black robe looks quite handsome." "That's Jiang Xiaoming." When Yi Xiao heard this, he almost crushed the teacup in his hand. Thoughts of the fierce battle with Lu Meng a few days ago flashed through his mind. They exchanged blows fiercely and he was almost forced to use his ultimate move. That was the most exhilarating battle he had experienced since he began practicing martial arts. One strike. Yi Xiao scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade directed towards Jiang Xiaoming. What a big boast. Jiang Xiaoming noticed Yi Xiao's gaze. He turned his head, glanced at the other party, and then lost interest. He was currently preoccupied with thoughts of the championship reward, wondering what to do with that precious fish. It would be a waste for him to eat the precious fish himself, as it represented a concentration of bloodline value. He pondered how to take the precious fish back without causing trouble. Just as he was considering this, it was soon his turn to compete. In the third match, Jiang Xiaoming from the Pancher Martial Arts Hall faces Zhao Ping from the Yunhe Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Xiaoming walked slowly onto the stage. At that moment, Zhao Ping on the opposite side had already assumed a stance, his eyes filled with vigilance. "Senior brother Jiang. Please. Senior brother Zhao. Please. Begin." Zhao Ping struck first, launching the Yunhe Sex Flying Crane Claw directly at Jiang Xiaoming's throat. This move was as fast as lightning, causing the audience to hold their breath. Jiang Xiaoming, however, maintained his standard mountain stance firm stance. Only when Zhao Ping's fingertips were just 3 inches away from his throat did Jiang Xiaoming slightly withdraw his right foot, his body tilting like a mountain, avoiding the attack. As Zhao Ping's technique became sluggish and his center of gravity reached its limit, Jiang Xiaoming's right hand struck out like thunder. Bang! A quick and powerful straight punch landed accurately on Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping let out a muffled groan and stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, directly falling off the stage. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. One strike indeed. Just who is this Jiang Xiaoming? The Pancher Martial Arts Hall is full of hidden talents. Yi Xiao put down the teacup he was holding, his expression dark. He could clearly see the brilliance of Jiang Xiaoming's punch. It wasn't merely brute force, but rather a precise hit at the most vulnerable point at the most opportune moment. Such vision, control, force, and more importantly the mastery of distance and the manipulation of balance were truly terrifying. He was a formidable opponent. In the next match, Yi Xiao from the Yunhe Martial Arts Hall faces Sun Chang from the Pancher Martial Arts Hall. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and strode onto the stage. His gaze swept over Jiang Xiaoming below, who was calmly watching him, his eyes betraying no emotion. "It's not only you who can defeat an enemy in one strike," Yi Xiao thought to himself. As the match began, Sun Chang roared, charging at Yi Xiao with the Pancher Sex Mountain opening fist accompanied by a howling wind. Unlike his usual aggressive style, Yi Xiao took a rare defensive stance. Sun Chang's fist grazed past Yi Xiao's nose. At that instant, Yi Xiao's body slipped through the gap in Sun Chang's attack like a ghost. His right fist gathered all his strength in a single upward strike. Dong! The explosive uppercut accurately struck Sun Chang's chin. Sun Chang's eyes glazed over and he fell backwards unconscious. Another victory with a single move. He even deliberately did not use his signature fast attack, but instead replicated Jiang Xiaoming's technique of striking later. Yi Xiao. Senior brother Yi. The audience erupted once again. The disciples of Yunhe shouted Yi Xiao's name excitedly. Yi Xiao withdrew his fist, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Xiaoming below as if to say, "Did you see that? Your technique of striking later. Your one strike to defeat an opponent. I can do it too." Jiang Xiaoming's lips curled slightly, nodding lightly. This Yi Xiao indeed had some skills. In the subsequent matches the two seemed to be in a contest, each maintaining their record of winning with one strike. Jiang Xiaoming was as stable as a mountain, always finding flaws in his opponent's attacks to secure victory with a single strike. Yi Xiao on the other hand was like a fierce wind, attacking with extraordinary speed and precision, defeating opponents in one blow without giving them a chance to retaliate. One used the technique of striking later impenetrable. The other employed a swift kill relying solely on speed. The audience was thoroughly entertained. The competition continued for several days. The reputation of Jiang Xiaoming and Yi Xiao for winning with one strike spread like wildfire. Before the daily matches even began, the area outside the martial arts hall was already packed with spectators eager to witness this spectacular remote duel. Everyone wanted to see whether these two young geniuses' skills were truly as extraordinary as rumored. They were curious to find out which of the two would falter first and be forced to use a second move. Even more, they wanted to know who would win if the two faced each other directly. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees and the limited space of the hall, many were unable to squeeze in. Thus they climbed to the treetop scaled rooftops and even hoisted children onto their shoulders, letting them straddle the walls just to catch a glimpse. In no time the trees, walls and even the rooftops surrounding the martial arts hall were filled with people, creating a spectacular scene. The three major martial arts halls not only did not stop this but welcomed it. After all, it was rare for someone so young to gain such a remarkable reputation with their mighty skills. For the martial arts halls this was undoubtedly a godsend. With fame comes the influx of disciples. Time flew by quickly. Soon it was time for the semi-finals. On this day the weather was clear and the sun bright. Jiang Xiaoming and Yi Xiao arrived at the venue early. Brother Yi. Brother Jiang. Upon seeing each other the two clasped their fists in greeting. They then entered the venue together, surrounded by their fellow disciples. After days of indirect confrontation, although they had not interacted much, the initial sense of mutual hostility had long dissipated. Instead, through continuous indirect clashes, a sense of mutual admiration had developed. Of course, Jiang, the acting emperor, was merely putting on a show. He understood well the benefits of co-marketing. With both of them marketing together, their exposure and topic engagement would increase significantly, allowing them to stir up interest. Today's martial arts event had this popularity. His one-strike victory gimmick was certainly key, but Yi Xiao's strength and their chemistry also contributed to the heat. Thus he didn't mind playing along a bit. After all, fame was an important resource in this martial world. A well-known warrior could enjoy numerous benefits both overtly and covertly. Moreover, under the premise of being unable to hide his identity, fame could also serve as a form of protection for him. Time passed quickly and the competition was about to begin. There were only 2 matches today. The 2 semi-final duels. The venue was packed to the brim with spectators, even climbing rooftops and walls to get a better view. The air was hot, filled with anticipation and excitement. All eyes were firmly fixed on the 2 contestants about to take the stage, Jiang Xiaoming, the one-strike victor from the Panchur Martial Arts Hall, and the core disciple of the Hongxi Martial Arts Hall, Little Yi Xiuji. In the first semi-final, Jiang Xiaoming from the Panchur Martial Arts Hall faces Yi Xiuji from the Hongxi Martial Arts Hall. The referee's announcement was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire arena. It's happening. They're finally facing each other. Hey! Now we can finally see a good show. What do you think? Will Jiang Xiaoming's one-strike record hold this time? I think it's doubtful. Yi Xiuji is not like the previous minor opponents. She is a core disciple of the Hongxi Martial Arts Hall. Which of her opponents has lasted more than 20 moves against her? Exactly. Although she may not match the 2 in a single strike victory, she is still a solid core disciple. Yi Xiao's Hongxi coiling hand is tricky and fierce. Jiang Xiaoming's striking later technique might not work against her. Right. I think whoever encounters Yi Xiuji is in for a tough time. She definitely has the strength to end Jiang Xiaoming's one-strike record. It's a pity for Jiang Xiaoming. If he had drawn someone else, he might have been able to last another round. Due to Yi Xiao's status, the conversations were filled with predictions about Jiang Xiaoming's one-strike record coming to an end, even carrying a hint of regret. In the eyes of many facing this prodigy from the Hongxi Martial Arts Hall, it would be difficult for Jiang Xiaoming to win, maintaining the miracle of one strike. That was simply wishful thinking. In the Yunhe Martial Arts Academy, Yi Xiao's gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, fixated intently on the arena. Beside him, a junior brother could not help but ask, "Senior brother, do you think Jiang Xiaoming can withstand even one blow?" Yi Xiao remained silent for a moment before uttering 2 words, "Let's see." Deep within his eyes there was both scrutiny of Jiang Xiaoming and an indescribable anticipation. On the arena, Yi Xiuji, dressed in a red and black outfit, had a red silk sash trailing in the wind. Her delicate face was frosty, her gaze cold and sharp, fixed firmly on Jiang Xiaoming, who was slowly ascending the stage. The immense humiliation brought by Jiang Xiaoming's earlier remark Lu Meng cannot withstand even one blow, now transformed into a blazing fire of battle nearly bursting forth from her eyes. She aimed to use the facts to wash away this humiliation through Jiang Xiaoming's miserable defeat. Jiang Shixiang. Yi Xiaoda's voice was as cold as ice shards. Finally, I have the opportunity to witness your one-blow ultimate skill. The words one blow were heavily emphasized, filled with challenge. Jiang Xiaoming's expression was calm and unperturbed, as if the surrounding commotion and Yi Xiaoda's fury had nothing to do with him. He merely clasped his fists in salute, saying, "Sister Yi, please." He then assumed the iconic stance of mountains stand tall, as steady as a mountain. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoda's lips curled into a cold smirk. She did not attack immediately, but slowly raised her right hand fingers together like a snake's head, her wrist twisting and vibrating at an exceedingly tricky angle. Under the sunlight, the vibrant red of her nails was glaring. It resembled a snake's flicking tongue carrying a deadly threat. Red snake flicks tongue. A knowledgeable martial artist from the audience exclaimed. This is the ultimate move of the red snake entangling hand. It specializes in breaking various defensive stances with tricky angles and astonishing speed. It's over. Jiang Xiaoming's mountains stand tall probably cannot hold up. His myth of one blow is about to be terminated by Yi Xiuji today. What a pity he was just a bit unlucky. The sighs and doubts from the audience grew louder. Yi Xiaoda's intentionally displayed ultimate skill seemed to hammer another nail into the coffin of Jiang Xiaoming's one-blow myth. The referee raised his hand high and then struck it down with force. Begin. Hiss. The air seemed to be torn apart. Yi Xiuji moved. She transformed into a blur of red and black, moving at an incredible speed. Her red snake flick's tongue created a piercing sound as it cut through the air, surpassing all previous opponents with its sharpness and trickiness, bypassing Jiang Xiaoming's seemingly sturdy defense like a venomous snake aiming for his throat. This strike encapsulated all her fury, humiliation, and unyielding belief in victory. She aimed to shatter Jiang Xiaoming's myth in one blow and completely crush him. The fierce wind rushed towards her, a chilling aura of death. Countless spectators held their breath. Even Yi Xiao leaned slightly forward, wanting to see more clearly. The distance between her crimson-tipped fingers and Jiang Xiaoming's throat was merely 3 inches, and a victorious smile had already appeared on the faces of the disciples from the Red Snake Martial Arts Academy. In a critical moment, Jiang Xiaoming moved. His movements were minimal. So small that they were almost imperceptible. He merely turned his left foot slightly to the left and back. This tiny movement, however, caused his upper body to shift. By a hair's breadth, he leaned back. Yi Xiaoda's deadly strike, powered by 70% of her strength and aimed to secure victory, barely grazed past the strands of his hair. The move was outdated and his strength had not yet been fully realized. This was the most vulnerable moment for a martial artist. Jiang Xiaoming's right hand, which had been poised like a mountain, suddenly erupted. Mountain shaking hammer. One blow to conquer all. He did not employ any flashy variations. He unleashed his ultimate skill of late response once more. He threw the most primal, most direct straight punch. Seeing Jiang Xiaoming finally deliver the standard counterattack, Yi Xiaoda's eyes showed no hint of panic, but rather a smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Her tricky hand, her wrist twisting and shaking in a strange manner. The arm that had originally lunged forward due to the missed strike, like a spirit snake bowing its head, twisted at an even trickier angle, darting back towards Jiang Xiaoming's right shoulder, which had slightly opened due to the punch. If this trick succeeded, not only could it use the force to deflect this fierce straight punch, but it could also wrap around him like a maggot, instantly locking down his entire arm, determining the outcome. However, bang! A dull sound like a heavy hammer beating a drum suddenly erupted on the arena without warning. Just as her crimson-tipped fingers were about to touch the fabric on Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder, his seemingly fully unleashed straight punch unexpectedly accelerated again at the last moment. The punch tore through the air, coming from behind and arriving first. It slammed hard into Yi Xiaoda's chest. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next moment, the coldness, anger, and pride on Yi Xiaoda's face were instantly replaced by extreme pain and incredulous shock. A force that was impossible to resist instantly penetrated her defense, draining all the strength from her body in an instant. Ugh! A short groan of pain was squeezed from her throat. Her petite body was like being struck by a galloping stallion, uncontrollably flying backward, tracing a messy arc, and with a loud bang she heavily fell onto the hard edge of the arena. She even rolled halfway before coming to a stop. Struggling to prop herself up, she felt as if all her bones had been dislocated. Her chi and blood surged and her vision darkened. Even lifting a finger felt immensely difficult. She could only barely raise her head, her eyes filled with shock, pain and confusion, staring intently at the figure standing tall in the center of the arena. The entire venue was in dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was utterly stunned by the scene that unfolded in the blink of an eye. The expressions of size, doubts and emotions were still frozen on their faces, but their eyes were wide open. Their mouths unconsciously gaped as if they had witnessed the most incredible sight. On the side of the Yunhao Martial Arts Academy, Yi Xiao's eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Accelerated punch. What a Jiang Xiaoming! The change in speed is the core essence of the windfire flow fist. Speed within slowness, slow punches suddenly fast, making it hard to defend against. Jiang Xiaoming's punch not only answered all the doubts against him, it also responded to Yi Xiao's earlier imitation of him. In the camp of the Red Snake Martial Arts Academy, Hong Ling covered her mouth, her face full of astonishment. She truly did not expect her sister to be taken out in one blow. On the main seat, Lu Yan's lazy demeanor changed for the first time. She took a deep breath from her jade pipe, releasing a cloud of mist. Standing behind her, Lu Qing with his long cold eyes revealed more curiosity and inquiry. Jiang Xiaoming slowly withdrew his fist. He walked to the edge of the arena, clasped his fists toward the struggling Yi Xiaoji, his voice calm and unperturbed. Thank you for the lesson. These calm two words were like a boulder thrown into a serene lake. Wow! After a brief moment of silence, a wave of sound erupted that could topple roofs, a tsunami of cheers. One blow. Another blow. My God! He really did it. Even Yi Xiaoji. Incredible skill. This is incredible. He saw through it. He completely saw through Yi Xiaoji. This is the accelerated punch, Yi Xiao's ultimate move. And he has learned it. Monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Jiang Xiaoming of the Pancher Martial Arts Academy. The myth of one blow has not been shattered. Gasps, cheers and incredulous screams mixed together, forming a torrent of astonishment that swept through the entire martial arts academy. Those spectators perched on the walls and trees were so excited they waved their arms, nearly falling down. The referee also stood stunned for several seconds before recovering from the shock, his voice slightly altered from excitement. The winner. Pancher Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Xiaoming. The disciples of Pancher Martial Arts Academy awakened from their dreams, erupting into wild cheers, crazily rushing towards the edge of the arena. On the sideway, Shan and Zhou Bai looked from a distance at the surrounded Jiang Xiaoming, both revealing expressions of gratification. Jiang Xiaoming descended from the arena amidst the cheers, his gaze calmly sweeping through the excited crowd. He knew this was a good opportunity to strengthen the CP feeling. He casually turned his gaze and found Yi Xiao locking eyes with him once more. As if to say, this accelerated punch. What do you think? Yi Xiao's eyes were incredibly sharp, filled with unprecedented gravity and burning battle intent. His lips moved slightly, silently mouthing three words: see you in the finals. On the day of the finals, the weather was quite pleasant. The direction of the Pancher Martial Arts School was bustling with crowds packed to the brim. It was unclear where so many people had come from. Jiang Xiaoming felt a sense of unease at the Pancher Martial Arts School, so he had intentionally returned to the Wei Yuan escort agency to stay for the past few days. This morning he and Zhou Bai set off early from the agency. After a short while, the two arrived at an alley. This was the alley where Jiang Song had killed Scardly. In front of the tofu stand, Steam Rose and Sister Lu was busy, her hands quick and her face full of smiles. His daughter Yuner helped tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, occasionally glancing towards the alley entrance, her eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Xiaoming had promised them yesterday that he would come here for breakfast today. The girl they had saved from Scardly, Yin Yang, had blossomed more beautifully over the past few years. After more than 3 years, the shadow of Scardly had long since dissipated and no one else had come to disturb their street. They knew where this peace originated. Young Master Ming. Young Master Zhou. You're here. Sister Liu's sharp eyes caught sight of Jiang Xiaoming and Zhou Bai walking side by side from afar, and her face immediately broke into a wide smile. Hearing Sister Liu's call, Yuner paused, quickly looked up towards the street entrance. Then she seemed to remember something and hurriedly buried her head in her work, her cheeks turning slightly red. Before long, Jiang Xiaoming and Zhou Bai arrived at the stand. Sister Lu, Sister Yuner, good morning, Jiang Xiaoming greeted calmly with a nod. Zhou Bai responded with a smile, Sister Lu, business is booming. Haha, it's good, all thanks to you. After a few pleasantries, Yuner swiftly brought over 2 bowls of steaming fragrant soybean milk. Sister Lu also set down a large plate of freshly fried youtiao. Eat it while it's hot. Today auntie is treating. Yuner smiled and handed over a small dish of pickled vegetables, saying, Brother Xiaoming, add some of this. Next door old Wang, who sold buns, brought over a steaming bowl of buns and placed it on the table. Young Master Ming, give it your all today. Show those arrogant fellows what a true dragon flying out of Shankai Fawn looks like. Uncle Li, who was frying youtiao, chimed in loudly as he worked. That's right. Young Master Ming, just go all out and don't feel pressured. Regardless of win or loss, you're welcome to eat as much of my youtiao as you want in the future. This street, since Jiang Xiaoming was recognized as a son by the Wei Yuan escort agency and established himself at the Panchur martial arts school, had indeed changed. Without the disturbances from Scardley, the small businesses of the neighbors thrived increasingly and the spirits of most people seemed different. Jiang Xiaoming did not refuse everyone's kindness. After a while, moo! A familiar sound of an ox cart and suppressed whispers of excitement came from the alley. The ox cart from Wui Alley had arrived. De Zhuang and San Zhuang jumped off the cart, saw Jiang Xiaoming and silently smiled, nodding vigorously. The people from the cart swarmed down and nearly half of the people from Wui Alley had come. Brother Ming. Ernyo called out in a clear voice. She had grown much taller than a few years ago, and due to spending all day weaving and embroidering in the room, her skin had become fairer. Today she was specially wearing a bright green dress she had made herself, her eyes sparkling as she ran closer. Give it your all. She stuffed a small embroidered pouch with the words happy written on it into Jiang Xiaoming's hand, her face slightly flushed. Behind her a small skinny monkey waved a paper fan at him, scratching his head sheepishly, and the snot-nosed boy smiled bashfully. The embroiderer, the master, the blacksmith, the carpenter. These little friends from Wui Alley had all found decent jobs over the years thanks to Jiang Xiaoming's support. The elders in the alley also gathered around, each saying a few words of advice. Xiaoming, be careful during the fight, don't hurt yourself. Yes, coming back safely is the most important. But our Wui Alley kid is sure to win. When you win, we'll celebrate in the alley. Everyone is waiting to celebrate your success. Yes. Do well and bring honor to our Wui Alley. Jiang Xiaoming listened to their chatter, occasionally nodding and responding with an or okay. After finishing breakfast, he looked around and simply said 3 words, let's go. His voice was not loud, the tone ordinary, but the smile on his face brought a sense of reassurance. All right. Xiaoming, let's go. Waiting for your victory. Sure win. Brother Ming. Go for it. With Zhou Bai accompanying him, Jiang Xiaoming turned and walked towards the bustling martial arts school. He walked steadily, his figure blending into the morning light. Everyone at the alley entrance, as well as the vendors and pedestrians on the entire street, watched him leave. Until his figure disappeared around the corner. They wore smiles on their faces, but their hearts carried a heavy anticipation, hoping that this young man who had stepped out from among them could reach the peak today. The steadier he walked, the higher he stood. The sky above their heads became brighter and broader. Jiang Xiaoming's seemingly youthful shoulders had already shouldered a weight that none of them could bear. As he exited the alley, the two merged into the somewhat crowded main street. A tall, sturdy figure with dark skin stood in front of them like an iron tower. The person was the genius of the Heiyu martial arts school, Lu Meng. The one who was taken down by Jiang Xiaoming in one move, referred to as a little fish. Since that battle, Jiang Xiaoming and Lu Meng occasionally exchanged letters. Especially after Jiang Xiaoming learned that Lu Meng was not as weak as he had initially thought. This time it was also Jiang Xiaoming who had sent him an invitation. Lu Meng crossed his arms, his expression complex, filled with both defiance and a hint of awkwardness. When he saw Jiang Xiaoming and Zhou Bai, he grunted in a low voice. Jiang Xiaoming stopped, seemingly unfazed, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he extended his fist. I thought you wouldn't come. Lu Meng looked at Jiang Xiaoming's fist, hesitated for a moment, then raised his own fist the size of a sandpot and lightly tapped Jiang Xiaoming's fist. As their fists made contact, a dull sound echoed. I really didn't want to come. Lu Meng retracted his fist, his voice a bit sullen. It's all your fault. You spread the news of me being taken down in one move all over town. I'm not thick-skinned enough to want to be pointed at and told, look, that's Lu Meng, the one who was taken down in one move. He grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising a few notches. If it weren't for not wanting to miss your duel with Yi Xiao, I really wouldn't have come to lose face today. Jiang Xiaoming raised an eyebrow. His tone calm. It was Xiao Yi who came to ask me first, so I just told the truth. You told her about our duel, didn't you? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Meng was instantly speechless. His dark face seemed to darken another layer, and after a long moment he managed to squeeze out this sigh. He frustratedly scratched his hair, looking utterly vexed, as if he couldn't win a fight or articulate his thoughts. I really shouldn't have come to face this annoyance. Seeing the show, Bai quickly laughed to ease the tension. All right brother Lu Meng, you're here now. Let's go, the match is about to start. We'll take you inside and find you the best viewing spot. You'll be sure to see clearly. Lu Meng glared at Jiang Xiaoming, then looked at the friendly Zhou Bai and finally grunted in response, accepting the way out. He followed the two behind, heading towards the source of the commotion, the Pancher Martial Arts School. His tall and sturdy figure stood out conspicuously in the crowd, attracting quite a bit of attention and whispers, making him feel uneasy, so he could only maintain a stern face and avoid looking sideways. Pancher Martial Arts School Central Arena. The crowd surged like a tide, and the sound was like thunder, as if it would lift the roof of the martial arts school. The stands were packed with no empty seats, and even the aisles were filled with spectators craning their necks, their faces flushed. All the noise, anticipation, and discussions finally coalesced into a torrent of gaze fixated intently on the two young figures at the center of the arena. Jiang Xiaoming had changed into the Pancher Martial Arts School's signature dark brown attire, his expression calm and composed as usual. Opposite him, Yi Xiao wore a pristine white robe, standing tall with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a talented youth. Only his tightly pressed lips revealed the excitement and fighting spirit within him. The two stood across the arena, gazing at each other from a distance. On the high platform, the head of Pancher Martial Arts School, Master Cui, stroked his short beard, recalling the conversation he had with Wei Shan yesterday, a steady smile on his face. Master Yunhe leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed intently on his most favored disciple Yi Xiao, a mix of anticipation and slight tension in his expression. Lu Yan still lazily leaned against the brocade-covered chair, elegantly twirling a jade smoking pipe between her slender fingers, her red lips curling into a playful arc. The referee took a deep breath, feeling the heavy pressure from the thousands of eyes in the audience focused on his raised right hand. He suddenly swung his arm down, using all his strength, and loudly announced, "Finals, Jiang Xiaoming from Pancher Martial Arts School versus Yi Xiao from Yunhe Martial Arts School. The match begins. Start." As soon as the referee's word "start" left his mouth, the sound resonated in the air. "Hold on. Hold." A cold, hoarse voice, unyielding, commanding, cut through the clamor and anticipation like a blade. The voice did not emanate from any of the three martial arts schools, but from the direction of the Wuguan's main gate. Every pair of eyes snapped instantly toward the entrance. There, perched silently atop the academy's signboard, stood a lone figure, appearing as if he had materialized from thin air. He wore an old Yunhe Martial Academy robe, faded by years of washing, its edges worn smooth with time. It bore no resemblance to the academy's current pristine robes embroidered with white cranes, neither in cut nor fabric. Oversized and loosely draped, it accentuated his gaunt, wiry frame. As all eyes converged upon him, he slowly raised his head, revealing a face carved by wind and time, deeply lined, weathered beyond measure. Most striking were his sunken eye sockets, where prominent brow bones jutted sharply outward. Yet within those hollows burned two eyes, piercing, hawk-like, unervingly sharp. His gaze swept deliberately across the assembly, then locked unflinchingly onto the master of the Yunhe Martial Academy, standing on the elevated dais, his hair thinning, his bearing serene, almost ethereal. The moment his features registered in the minds of the onlookers, the entire Panstone Martial Academy erupted as though struck by a depth charge. HSSSS. Is it him? Impossible. He vanished years ago. It is him, the Yunhe Academy's former senior brother, the Vulture. Chun-Li. Gasps exploded in waves, disbelief warring with raw dread. Even elder disciples and masters from Panstone and Red Serpent Academies paled, their expressions hardening into grim wariness. On the dais, the Yunhe master, who had stood moments before in tranquil, sage-like composure, jolted visibly. His pupils contracted violently at the sight of Chen-Li's face. The teacup in his hand shattered with a sharp crack, scalding liquid splattering across his robes, yet he seemed utterly unaware. He surged to his feet, sparse strands of hair seeming to bristle with fury, his voice trembling, not with age but with incandescent rage. "Chen-Li. You traitor! How dare you return? Traitor!" Chen-Li's voice dripped with glacial contempt laced with venomous mockery. With effortless grace he leapt down from the lintel onto the arena floor. "Old man, 10 years have passed. Has your seat atop this academy remained comfortable?" He strode to the center of the ring, ignoring the stunned silence, then pointed a single finger directly at the Yunhe master, his voice rising like thunder. "Yunhe Martial Academy was mine by right. You, this wretched schemer, conspired with outsiders, framed me, seized my birthright, and drove me into exile like a mangy cur. Today Chen-Li has returned. And this academy signboard shall be reclaimed by its true master. Old man, step down. Face me in combat. Let me see, after 10 years have you gained anything beyond treachery and deceit? A suffocating hush descended, so profound that even a falling needle would echo. No one had anticipated that the long-awaited 3 Academy martial contest would erupt into such a seismic revelation. The Yunha master trembled uncontrollably, his face shifting between livid purple and ashen gray. Chenli. You slander with bloodied tongue. It was you who twisted your heart, defiled our precepts, stole forbidden techniques and betrayed your sect. Now you dare return to twist truth and spew blasphemy. Fine. 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 Today I shall purge this blight from our lineage. Enraged beyond restraint, the Yunha master abandoned all pretense of serenity. His body unfurled like a crane taking flight, light yet devastatingly swift, as he soared onto the ring, landing squarely before Chenli. Without preamble, his index finger shot forward, rigid as a crane's beak, came straight at Chenli's throat, the lethal strike known as the crane's beak thrust. Shri. Crane's beak thrust, a killing technique drawn from the crane's breeze palm. Knowing Chenli's fearsome reputation and the audacity of his return, the Yunha master opened with lethal intent, sparing no probe, no feint. In the next instant, Chenli merely tapped his toe backward, retreating a single step, and evaded the strike with contemptuous ease. A sneer curled his lips. 10 years, and not a shred of progress. Those words ignited the Yunha master's fury into white-hot conflagration. Like lightning unleashed, he blurred forward, twin palms weaving a blinding tempest of afterimages, shrieking as they tore through the air, enveloping Chenli entirely. The Yunha Academy's supreme art, the crane's breeze palm. Its speed was absolute, its illusions indistinguishable from reality. Each palm strike carried the piercing force of the 3-in hand chi, capable of punching clean through flesh and bone, leaving a wound that pierced front to back. Faced with this onslaught, lethal enough to slay most present in an instant, Chenli's expression remained one of utter disdain. He neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he simply extended his palm, flat, unhurried, precise. That single palm found its mark, striking true, cutting through the storm of illusions to meet the Yunha master's real hand. A soft, wet thud echoed. Then shhhrrrkkk. Like a red-hot blade cleaving butter, the Yunha master's razor-sharp, bone-piercing force met Chenli's sinister energy and shattered, utterly dissolving without resistance. Not even a heartbeat's delay. Chenli's palm, charged with that vile alien force, broke effortlessly through the illusionary barrage and slammed deep into the Yunha master's chest. Silk-wrapped needle. Thwop. A chilling, sinuous force, supple as silk yet sharp as needles, surged through the Yunha master's skin and bone. It flooded his meridians like icy, silent needles, layer upon layer, burrowing relentlessly toward his heart and viscera. Ugh, aah. Struck as if by a mountain's fall, his protective aura shattered like brittle paper. He staggered backward several paces, coughing up a gout of crimson blood, clutching his ravaged chest in horror as silk force. You've harmonized the governing vessel and unified the 3-in channels. Only the great sects today possess the secret of opening all 8 vessels and harmonizing the yin-yang 3 sinews. Oh, you've sworn allegiance to the White Bone sect. White Bone sect. Those 3 words detonated like thunderclaps in the ears of Masters Cui and Lu Yen, veterans whose knowledge ran deep. Their faces drained of color, replaced by stark visceral terror. Chenli slowly withdrew his palm and folded his hands behind his back. He licked a trace of blood from his lip, bearing a cruel, predatory smile. Old man, you haven't lost your sight after all. Yes. The peerless arcane art of the Baigu sect. Since you are defeated, Yunha Martial Academy is mine. Who consents? Who objects? His frigid gaze swept the hall, cold, absolute, unblinking. When it fell upon the Panstone and Red Serpent contingents, it held no ambiguity, only naked, unvarnished threat. Master Cui and Madame Lu Yen exchanged a glance, both saw the gravity etched in the other's eyes. Could they allow a traitor, now steeped in the White Bone sect's toxic arts, to seize control of Yunha Academy? It would spell catastrophe for the entire martial tradition of Luwei County. Soon the White Bone sect's fiends would use Yunha as their foothold, spreading like rot across the county. They understood the ancient truth: when lips perish, teeth freeze. Chenli, cease your arrogance. Master Cui's stocky frame erupted with the crushing weight of a mountain. He stepped forward and the arena floor trembled beneath his footfall. Hoof. A demon of the White Bone sect dares strut here. Lu Yen rose gracefully, her dark red cheongsam stirring as if stirred by an unseen wind. Cough, cough. What a traitor. The Yunha master struggled upright, leaning against the dais corner, voice ragged but resolute. Don't even dream of it. So long as I draw breath, Yunha Academy will never be yours. In that moment, the 3 masters, rivals for decades, set aside all sectarian pride and stood united against a common abyss. As all eyes turned towards the three masters of the arena, Jiang Cang quietly stepped off the stage and retreated behind the crowd. He did not want to be caught up in the unexpected turmoil. Not long after he retreated, the fierce battle among four latest-stage dark energy masters officially commenced. Demon, take your death. Master Cui roared, his heavy aura erupting like a mountain as he unleashed a punch aiming fiercely at Chen Li's side waist with the force to shatter rocks. Lu Yan also struck simultaneously, her figure approaching like a cunning serpent, her hands clawed, exerting a soft yet entangling force targeting Chen Li's vital joints. Both knew the terrifying and peculiar nature of the alien energy and dared not confront it head-on, instead opting for evasive maneuvers to restrain their opponents. The heavily injured Master Yunha could not engage in close combat and could only take out steel balls from his waist, flicking them out as concealed weapons for support. Faced with the joint assault of the two masters and Master Yun's sneak attacks with concealed weapons. Although Chen Li could rely on the peculiar characteristics of the cotton energy to maneuver, his cultivation level had not yet reached a crushing degree. Under the ferocious mountain might of Master Cui and Lu Yan's cunning entangling force, he gradually felt the pressure mounting. His old robe was ripped in several places by the fierce winds of fists and claws, making him appear quite disheveled. After several dozen exchanges, Chen Li realized that if this continued, he would gradually fall into a disadvantage. Oof. A few old fools who really know how to team up. Chen Li took Master Cui's punch head-on, using the force to propel himself backward, landing at the edge of the ring. He wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment as they swept over the injured Master Yunha, Master Cui and Lu Yan. Finally they landed on Yi Xiao, who remained on the martial stage, his expression excited as if a new world had opened before him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cang felt utterly speechless. This fool didn't know what madness had overcome him, staying on the stage despite knowing the danger. Good. Very good. Today you can consider yourselves lucky. Chen Li smiled coldly, however, your good days are numbered. In less than half a year the Yellow Turban Army will breach Qianling Mansion, and by that time it will be your turn. Whether it's your Luwei County or the neighboring Yuyang County and Qingshui County. They will all be trampled by the iron cavalry of the Yellow Turban Army. At that time the flames of war will rage everywhere and chaos will reign. I wonder if your small martial halls can still preserve your ancestral legacy. Ha ha ha. With a maniacal laugh, Chen Li transformed into a gray shadow, swiftly closing in on Yi Xiao. Before he could react, Yi Xiao was knocked unconscious with a palm taken under his arm, rushing out of the martial hall like a gust of wind. Ha ha ha. This little kid has decent talent, so I'll take him with me. Consider it interest for your Yunha martial hall. The arrogant voice echoed from afar. Inside the martial hall there was a deathly silence. Master Yun's face turned ashen. Not only was he heavily injured, but now his most favored disciple was also taken in public. It was an incredible humiliation. Jiang Cang felt a chill in his heart at this scene. This was the first time he had witnessed the true strength of a master in this world. Indeed, a latest-stage dark energy martial artist was formidable. After just a brief clash, let alone defense or resistance, if it weren't for him focusing the attention of all three Jiang, he wouldn't have even been able to see clearly. Just like Yi Xiao, who was taken without any resistance. With Yi Xiao abducted, the competition could no longer continue. The planned subsequent dark energy competitions among the three major martial halls were also cancelled. The final outcome of this incident was Chen Li fought against three masters, severely injuring Master Yunha and abducting Yi Xiao. Moreover, he dropped the shocking news of the Yellow Turban Army approaching the city within 6 months before leaving, greatly diminishing the prestige of the three major martial halls and enveloping everyone present in a chilling dread. In today's world the dynasty was decaying, local turmoil was rampant and chaos reigned. Among them the Yellow Turban Army was the most powerful force active in the area around Baishui County. Baishui County had two major strongholds, Qianling Mansion and Linzi Mansion. Luwei County was located to the west of Qianling Mansion. Once Qianling Mansion was breached by the Yellow Turban Army, it would naturally be their turn next. Jiang Cang sighed inwardly. Luwei County will probably not enjoy peace for long. It seems the construction of the base in the deep mountains behind Wui Lane should be expedited. I need to urge Da Zhuang and the others to hurry up. On the high platform, Master Yun's face was as pale as gold paper, being hurriedly carried down for treatment by his disciples. The black handprint on his chest was not only unchanged but continued to seep blood. He gasped for breath along the way and the situation looked dire. In front of the public in Luwei County he suffered a crushing defeat and his disciple was abducted. This kind of humiliation, a lifetime of reputation reduced to dust, made his heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Master Cui and Lu Yan's expressions were equally grim, as if they could drip water. Although they had jointly forced back Chen Li, it had not been an easy victory, and one could even say it was extremely embarrassing. The opponent's strange alien energy, cotton energy, could not only penetrate defenses but also secretly erode their own energy. Every clash of energies, the full strength they threw out was weakened by 1 or 2 parts by the opponent. If it weren't for this, Chen Li, whose foundation was unstable and forced to switch to strange meridians, would not have been able to hold out for so long against the 3. If the opponent had a stable foundation and initially used the fascia required for cotton energy as a base, even if they face 3 against 1, they would probably suffer a great loss. Cotton energy. White bone path. Master Cuy's voice was heavy as he looked at Lu Yen. Master Lu, you have extensive knowledge. Do you know the source of this technique? Can you confirm that Chen Li has allied with the white bone path? Lu Yen took a deep breath, the smoke swirling around her gaze sharp. That cotton energy is insidiously enduring, specifically damaging the foundation, which is precisely the hallmark of the white bone path. I believe there is an 80 to 90% chance that Chen Li has already allied with the white bone path and become their minion. Moreover, he mentioned the Yellow Turban Army. If the Yellow Turban Army truly has such experts with alien energy serving them and they are supported by the white bone path, then our Luwei County and even the entire region is truly going to face a great disaster. Alien energy is a hallmark of the core inheritance of a major sect. A Chen Li who has been taught alien energy requires the 2 masters to join forces to force him back. The iceberg of the power behind him is enough to fill the Pancher and Hongxi martial halls with despair. If the Yellow Turban Army gains such assistance, their destructive power will far exceed that of bandits and rogues. Master Chui said, there are many people here and eyes are everywhere. I think we need to find a quiet place to plan extensively. Master Chui glanced around and slowly nodded. He decisively announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Due to the disturbance caused by the demon, Master Yunha has been gravely injured. The martial competition ends here. Then he glanced at Jiang Xiaoming, who remained calm below, nodded in satisfaction and said, since Yi Shao of Yunha Martial Hall was abducted by the demon, the competition cannot continue. I hereby announce that Jiang Xiaoming and Yi Shao will both share the first place and enjoy the top prize. The rest please disperse quickly. From the Hongxi Martial Hall, Lu Yan also issued the order to retreat. The female disciples, including Hongling, wore serious expressions and a hint of fear as they quickly withdrew. Jiang Xiaoming glanced at the disheveled members of the Yunha Martial Hall leaving, then at the bloodstained ring where the confrontation remained unfinished, and turned to enter the inner courtyard of the Martial Hall. What should have been a grand martial arts event came to a hasty close under the shadows of oppression, silence and fear. The night was as ink black as deepest obsidian candlelight flickered restlessly. Jiang Xiaoming and Zhou Bai recounted the upheaval at the Wushiguan martial arts tournament to Zhoujin in meticulous detail. Upon hearing their report, Zhoujin unconsciously rubbed the rim of his teacup with calloused fingers, his brow furrowing into a deep Chuan character. Years spent escorting convoys had honed his instincts, far sharper than those of ordinary men, and he instantly grasped the gravity of what this implied. The Yellow Turban Army mentioned by Chen Li was no idle threat. Over the past 3 months, our courier agency has accepted 30% more shipments than in previous years. Yet the number of lost consignments has doubled. This is the unmistakable symptom of impending chaos. Rising, he paced to the window and gazed out at the dappled shadows cast by the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. Lately, numerous new bands of highwaymen have emerged along the courier routes. They rampage without restraint, flouting all established codes of the underworld. Roads once traversed freely upon payment of a toll now lie under their iron grip, men and goods alike swallowed whole. Many elite couriers from other agencies have already sustained grievous injuries. Then why don't we launch a full-scale purge? Zhou Bai asked, voice edged with indignation. Zhoujin shook his head. It's not so simple. These outlaws scatter like wind-blown ash. Eradicate one band and another springs up in its place. We simply lack the manpower. I sensed something amiss long before this. Now, having heard your account, I am certain the age of turmoil draws near. Starting tomorrow. Zhoujin slammed his palm onto the table. We accept only short-haul shipments within this county and its immediate neighbors. All long-distance deliveries are categorically refused. Father. Zhou Bai recoiled in shock. Such a policy will not only erode our profits but invite slander. People will whisper that the Weiyuan Courier Agency dares not accept shipments. Our reputation, our very banner, will suffer. So long as our people remain alive, the banner can be raised anew. Zhoujin cut in sternly. What use is a banner if there is no one left to bear it? His tone softened as he added gravely, I've already sent old Su to fetch Yanzi. The girl has spent 10 years studying medicine under Master Shui in Yuyang County. Her training is complete. It is time she returned. Zhou Bai nodded. Since father has decided, I shall offer no further objection. He paused, a wistful smile touching his lips. Truth be told, I miss Sister Yen Zi dearly. We've seen each other only during festivals these past years. In these turbulent times her return ensures both safety and invaluable aid. Zhou Shen turned suddenly toward Jiang Xiaoming. Xiaoming, you will accompany me and Bayer tomorrow to meet Master Cui and your own Sifu to deliberate on our next course of action. Jiang Xiaoming bowed his head. Yes, father. The Weiyuan Courier Agency and the Panstone Martial Arts Academy were deeply entwined. Many of the academy's disciples joined the agency as professional couriers. Even those who chose not to join permanently would occasionally take on high-stakes assignments, earning extra coin while lending their formidable skills to urgent deliveries. The Weiyuan Courier Agency was not merely the academy's treasury, it was also its eyes and ears. Their fates rose and fell as one. That Zhou Shen had specifically summoned him signaled a marked elevation in his standing. Stepping outside, Jiang Xiaoming remained haunted by Chen Li's words, flames blaze across the land, heaven and earthenvert. Surviving such cataclysm would demand far more than mere strength. He called out to Zhou Bai, who was heading toward his chamber. Senior brother, I wish to speak further about today's events. Agreed, let us talk inside. One day later, in a secluded chamber behind the Panstone Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Shen, Shirkaishan and Master Cui sat in solemn conclave. Zhou Bai and Jiang Xiaoming stood respectfully nearby while numerous disciples formed an impenetrable perimeter no fly could slip through. Shirkaishan broke the silence, first turning to his old friend Zhou Shen with a low somber voice. Old Zhou, you command the courier routes, your intelligence is unmatched. Tell us plainly, how dire has the situation truly become? As deputy master of the Panstone Academy, and Zhou Shen's sworn brother, he understood the agency's vital role. Couriers crisscrossed the realm bearing not only silver but also the earliest, most unfiltered intelligence. Zhou Shen sighed heavily and shook his head. The last remaining route to Qianling Prefecture City was severed a month ago. None of the scouts we dispatched to reconnoiter ever returned. That scoundrel Chen Li spoke no falsehood. The Yellow Turban Army has indeed set its sights upon Qianling Prefecture. This is a prefectural capital. Master Cui's voice rose sharply, disbelief flooding his gaze. Not only does it boast heavy garrisons, but the Black Cliff sect stands guard. At the name Black Cliff sect, his tone instinctively softened with reverence. The Black Cliff sect was a true grand sect, its dominion encompassing Qianling Prefecture and vast surrounding territories. Within those lands its word carried more weight than imperial edicts. Its signature cultivation art, the triple sun stone-splitting palm, could shatter boulders and cleave stone tablets, brutally overwhelming in its raw power. Shirkaishan frowned in bewilderment. Have the Yellow Turbans lost their minds? To dare pluck the whiskers of the Black Cliff sect, can their ranks even withstand covert assassinations by the sect's elite? Zhou Shen spoke, then voice grave. Kaishan, you've just returned from afar. You haven't yet heard the full account of yesterday's incident. We now suspect the Yellow Turbans are backed by the demonic cultivators of the White Bone Dao. What? The White Bone Dao? Otherwise, how could the prefectural capital have been so swiftly severed from the world? Bitterness tinged Zhou Shen's voice. If even the Black Cliff sect stands helpless, or worse suffers grave losses, then the Yellow Turbans must be empowered by a force far more terrifying. Without such support their audacity would be impossible. A deathly hush descended upon the chamber. Master Cui and Shirkaishan exchanged glances, each saw profound dread reflected in the other's eyes. Senior brother Cui, you possess unparalleled knowledge. Pray tell us, what is the true origin of this White Bone Dao? Shirkaishan asked, voice low and steady. Master Cui drew a slow deep breath, his gaze grew distant, ancient. Our academy's archives do hold records of this White Bone Dao. A heretical path now feared across the land. Its origins trace back to the former dynasty's great teaching, the Baigu Changcheng Dao, or 100-grain evergreen Dao. Note well, Bai means 100, as in 100 flowers, Gu means grain, as in cereal crops. The 100-grain Dao. Zhou Bai murmured, startled. Precisely, Master Cui affirmed, nodding. It served as the state religion of the fallen dynasty, its prestige unmatched. They mastered secret techniques for cultivating treasure plants. These plants strengthened sinews and bones, prolonged life, healed grievous wounds, and some even held miraculous properties coveted by martial cultivators as ultimate treasures. Thus the 100-grain Dao flourished magnificently until the collapse of the old dynasty and the rise of the Diyu dynasty. Owing to its deep entanglement with the former regime, it suffered ruthless suppression. From celestial heights it plummeted into the mire, reduced to fugitives hunted relentlessly, its lineage nearly extinguished. To survive utter annihilation and rapidly rebuild its power, Master Chui's voice chilled perceptibly. They embraced a path of heresy. They devised a forbidden cultivation technique using the refined blood essence and vital chi of martial cultivators as fertilizer for treasure plants. This vile art was horrifyingly effective. Every cultivator selected as fertilizer, regardless of cultivation level, was utterly drained, reduced to nothing but desiccated bone. Wherever they practiced this abomination, fields lay littered with bleached skeletons, scenes too ghastly to behold. Terrified and repulsed, the world ceased calling them the 100-grain Tao and named them instead the white-bone Tao. Their practitioners became demonic cultivators, their arts demonic techniques. Jiang Xiaoming listened in silent awe to this buried history, his heart churning with turbulent emotion. A great teaching once entrusted with the sacred art of treasure plant cultivation, once revered as the nation's spiritual pillar, had under the twin pressures of dynastic collapse and desperate self-preservation sunk to such depths of depravity. Such is the cruel, capricious nature of existence. After a discussion, Master Chui sighed deeply. Gentlemen, given the circumstances, to speak of resistance is no different from the mantis trying to stop a chariot. They dared to strike at Shenling Prefecture and confront the Black Cliff sect, a formidable mountain faction. If we wish to preserve the foundation of our martial arts school, perhaps our only option is to yield. But if the government retaliates and the Yellow Turbans are defeated? No. Absolutely not. Before Master Chui could finish, Sir Kaishan slammed the table and interrupted. If we surrender today, it will be a crime of treason punishable by death. Yielding. Isn't that the same as walking into a net? Moreover, although there is no ironclad evidence, various signs indicate that the Yellow Turbans are secretly colluding with the White Bone Sorcerers. If we truly side with them, what fate awaits you, me, and our disciples in the end? We would merely become their blood nourishment for cultivating demonic arts. Having drained our essence and vitality, we would be reduced to nourishment for their demonic plants. Can you accept such an outcome? Zhou Jin nodded in agreement, his years of experience on the edge of danger allowing him a clearer view of the world. Brother Sure is absolutely right. Master Chui, although the Yellow Turbans seem formidable, they are mostly farmers who cannot survive. While their numbers are indeed intimidating, they will collapse far faster than one could imagine when faced with truly battle-hardened elites. Such a force cannot be compared to the legendary disciplined army known for sweeping through the realms. Sir Kaishan nodded and took over the conversation. In my spare time, I enjoy reading a few pages of history. Throughout history, those who managed to subdue chaos and stabilize the world were invariably disciplined troops with clear rewards and punishments. The earliest emerging forces, appearing as if they were on fire, often only served as vanguards for the king, ultimately meeting a fate of death and erasure. Currently, the Yellow Turbans seem to be sweeping through several prefectures, but their foundation is quite fragile. Surrounded by powerful enemies, they are like a fire without roots. No matter how fierce, it cannot last. If we align ourselves with them now, it will not be a path to survival but a road to destruction. The words of the two men acted like a heavy hammer, shattering the last bit of hope in Master Cui's heart. He leaned back against his chair, rubbing his aching forehead with force, his voice filled with confusion and fatigue. What you both say makes sense. Submitting is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Resisting is like the mantis against the chariot. Then, what exactly should we do? Are we to just sit and wait, watching this Luwei County turn into a hellish battlefield, witnessing the destruction of our ancestral martial arts school's heritage? The back hall fell once again into a dead silence. Master Chui, Sir Kaishan, and Zhou Jin, three seasoned veterans, found themselves frowning deeply and struggling to find a solution. Resistance leads to death. Yielding is also self-destruction. Is there truly no option left but to sit and await our doom? In this despairing silence, Jiang Xiaoming and Zhou Bai exchanged a discreet glance. Last night the two had repeatedly run through scenarios until the early hours, ultimately deciding on an immature direction. Zhou Bai gently patted Zhou Jin's lower back. Zhou Jin paused slightly, turning to look at his second son. Seeing Zhou Bai nod, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Bai, are all present are your close relatives in this critical moment of life and death. Feel free to share your thoughts. He knew well that Zhou Bai was steady and would not joke at such a crucial juncture. Master Chui and Sir Kaishan also nodded slightly, focusing their attention on Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai steadied himself and said loudly, Master, Uncle, Sure Father. Last night Xiaoming and I deliberated extensively and indeed have an immature idea that might serve as a reference. Why don't we retreat deep into Yunzi Lake? Yunzi Lake. Master Chui raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Zhou Bai's tone grew firm. Yunzi Lake is vast and boundless, with islands scattered all about, and the expansive waters serve as a natural barrier. Even if the Yellow Turbans number in the tens of thousands, their advantage lies in land warfare, not on the water. Once we delve into the lake, their massive forces and cavalry will become useless. For us, this lake serves as a moat against military disaster. This bold proposal startled everyone, but soon a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. It seems there might be some merit to it. The idea is good. But Yunza Lake is not a place to be trifled with. Shirkaishan was the first to speak, immediately pointing out the problems. First, we lack sufficient boats. How will we transport our disciples, family members, and necessary supplies? Second, the islands in the lake are desolate. How will we settle so many people all at once? Where will we get food and clothing? Third, and this is the most perilous aspect, water bandits roam the lake, vicious and cunning, with ferocious beasts lurking, creating numerous dangers. Our skills on land may be diminished in the water. Zhou Bai clearly had already prepared his arguments, responding immediately, Uncle Sure, your concerns are indeed valid. However, it is up to us to make it work. His gaze sharpened as he proposed a shocking idea. Uncle Sure, I believe the water bandits in Yunza Lake are our most crucial resource for survival. Once these words were spoken, even Zhoushan raised an eyebrow. The water bandits have occupied the lake for many years and must have hidden water strongholds, stockpiling countless supplies, even having cultivated fields ready for use. They are familiar with the waterways and excel in naval combat. But if we ally with the other two martial arts schools and strike with overwhelming force to eliminate several water bandit strongholds, capturing their stockades, boats, and provisions, wouldn't that lay the foundation for our survival? Zhou Bai's voice was resolute. Life will undoubtedly be less stable and prosperous than in the county town, but it will be safe. As for the ferocious beasts, as long as we do not actively venture into the core waters of Yunza Lake and avoid the rumored great demons and monarch-level aberrations with our prowess, we should be able to handle ordinary lake creatures. The three major martial arts schools collaborating. Master Chui pondered for a moment, finding it feasible. The Red Serpent, Rock, and Cloud Crane families have occupied Luwei County for years. Although there have been conflicts, just like yesterday when we joined forces against Chenli, there is indeed a tacit understanding of fighting without breaking. Now that great calamity looms, united we live, divided we die. Collaboration is indeed possible. But are the water bandits so easily dealt with? Master Chui still felt some worry. They are cunning and secretive, having operated in the lake for a long time. Their roots are deep. Among them are not a few masters of hidden strength, especially skilled in naval warfare. Their swimming, boat handling, and underwater combat skills far exceed ours. Finding their lair is no easy task, let alone defeating them and seizing their assets. A slight miscalculation could mean death before achieving anything. Zhou Bai did not back down. Instead, he elaborated further. Precisely because it is difficult, we need to cooperate wholeheartedly. If our three families join forces, the number of skilled fighters would far surpass that of most water strongholds. If we plan carefully, using the clever against the unsuspecting, it is not without a chance of victory. Moreover, he changed his tone, this plan does not require us to immediately uproot our families and fight to the death. Rather, it serves as a backup plan. Send out elite scouts to ascertain the situation, establish hidden bases, and stockpile resources. When the situation in the county town truly deteriorates and panic ensues, we can at least securely transfer the core disciples and most crucial inheritances, preserving a foundation for the three martial arts schools. Once Zhou Bai finished speaking, the back hall fell into contemplation again, but the atmosphere was different from the previous despair. Master Cui's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table. Shirkaishan's tightly knitted brow relaxed slightly. Zhoushan looked at his two young disciples, his eyes filled with both worry and a hint of unnoticeable relief. Zhang Xiaoming stood quietly behind Zhou Bai, observing the reactions of the three elders with a calm gaze. He had invested considerable thought into this immature idea. Due to Zhang Yang's years of fishing at Yunza Lake, he had a certain understanding of it. After a long moment of contemplation, Zhoushan finally asked the last question. Bayer Xiaoming, the cunning of the water bandits far exceeds what ordinary people imagine. If we were to operate extensively in the lake, they would likely become immediately alert and react. Have you considered this? To this question, Zhou Bai and Jiang Xiaoming had indeed given it some thought. Zhou Bai patted Jiang Xiaoming on the shoulder, signaling him to answer. This was also a formal opportunity to make an appearance at the top of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy. The three individuals before him were significant figures who could determine life and death with a single word in Shankei Fong and even the entire Luwei County. The gaze of the three was not something one could easily bear. However, Jiang Xiaoming was not intimidated by the atmosphere before him. He calmly spoke. Adoptive father, this question is something my adoptive brother and I have indeed discussed. If we operated extensively on ordinary days, it would certainly raise their alertness. But there is an exceptional situation. What if we claim to have discovered a precious treasure fish in the lake? For example, a treasure fish known as the golden fish of the water, worth 1 tael of gold per pound, the Jinwen Shueli. As soon as he spoke these words, everyone's eyes lit up. The Jinwen Shueli was a rare and precious fish unique to Yunza Lake. Consuming its vital essence could greatly replenish a warrior's vitality and was highly beneficial for those practicing dark energy. If they claimed to have discovered a treasure fish and conducted extensive investigations, it indeed would not alert the water bandits. Zhou Jin nodded. This idea is quite good. I remember 10 years ago we discovered a nearly 10-foot Qinglin treasure fish along the coast of Luwei County, which caused a stir throughout the entire county. Many fishermen and warriors flocked to Yunza Lake. At that time, those greedy and cunning water bandits not only did not hide but instead took advantage of their numbers to search everywhere. Some even took the opportunity to rob amidst the chaos, causing quite a stir. At this point, Master Cui decisively stated, "Good, my disciples Xiaoming, your ideas are excellent. If this matter succeeds, there will be great rewards. For now, let's settle this matter. Next we will discuss it with the Hongxi Martial Arts Academy and the Yunha Martial Arts Academy." Shortly after the meeting, Wei Shan approached Jiang Xiaoming with a piece of black obsidian plaque. "Xiaoming, take this plaque. From today onward you are a core disciple of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy." Jiang Xiaoming nodded, thanked his senior brother and accepted the plaque. There are a total of 5 ranks among the disciples of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy: apprentice, outer sect, inner sect, true inheritance, and core. Those who spent money to become apprentices are merely martial arts apprentices, not official disciples. If they are eliminated, they are not allowed to claim to be disciples of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy. If they can complete the enhancement of their vitality and break through to Mingjing within 3 months, they will become outer sect disciples, granted a uniform and an identity token from the Panchur Martial Arts Academy. If outer sect disciples have good aptitude, they may be noticed by the uncles or masters within the academy and promoted to the inner sect, where they will undergo further training as named disciples known as inner sect disciples. These inner sect disciples, if they perform well and pass the rigorous tests set by their masters, will be formally accepted and after the initiation ceremony become true inheritance disciples. This was the first step Jiang Xiaoming took upon entering the martial arts academy. As for core disciples, they usually require significant performance and contributions. Currently there are very few core disciples in the Panchur Martial Arts Academy, and the only one Jiang Xiaoming knows about is his adoptive brother Zhou Bai. Jiang Xiaoming thought to himself, "It seems this time my performance at the martial arts gathering and my strategic planning have greatly pleased the academy's master." Additionally, this may also be a means to win over the Wei Yuan escort agency. After all, in such chaotic times, the eyes of the escort agency spread across various regions are indeed crucial. In the following days, life seemed to return to normal. The villagers continued their daily struggles for a living. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy still worked up a sweat as if the turmoil of the martial arts gathering had passed. However, beneath this seemingly ordinary calm, the core levels of the 3 major martial arts academies were as tense as a drawn bowstring. Master Cui, Master Lu of the Hongxi Martial Arts Academy, and the severely injured Master Yunha held several secret meetings. Each time the doors and windows were tightly shut with disciples guarding outside. The only agenda of the meetings was self-preservation. As the ones who initially proposed the back road of Yunza Lake, Zhou Bai and Jiang Xiaoming occasionally had the chance to participate in the planning that determined everyone's future. After several discussions, the plan of seeking treasurefish, stealthily investigating bandit activity, waiting for the opportunity to strike was unanimously approved. Next came the finalization of details. Moreover, due to the poor condition of Master Yunha, the dark palm print on his chest, although no longer oozing blood, had caused far more damage than anticipated from the white bone path's cotton strength. Let alone condensing peak strength, even mobilizing most of his energy felt beyond his capacity, with his strength diminished by nearly half. The severe loss of this pillar of the Yunha Martial Arts Academy added further peril to an already tense situation. To compensate for this loss of combat power, the 3 major martial arts academies decided to bring in external support. Among several small martial arts academies, they ultimately chose the Blackfish Martial Arts Academy. The reason was simple. The master of Blackfish Academy was a skilled practitioner in the midstage of dark energy. The disciples of his academy excelled in water-related skills. Moreover, after this martial arts gathering, Jiang Xiaoming's friendship with Lu Meng of the Blackfish Martial Arts Academy deepened, and Wei Shan and Yun Yan also communicated more frequently. Communication became smoother. In the following weeks, the ordinary citizens of Shankai Fong continued their routine lives. They rose in the morning and returned at dusk, bargaining in the market. Unbeknownst to them behind the calm, they were accustomed to a covert operation that would determine the fate of the three major martial arts academies, and even Luwei County was already operating at full speed. Secret orders were quietly issued dispersing to the core disciples of the three major martial arts academies located throughout the county, and even neighboring counties summoned back under various pretexts. Rice salt cloth, medicinal materials, iron tools. Even tung oil, ropes and sail materials began to flow into the academy's hidden warehouses in an inconspicuous manner. Some marginal businesses and low-yield shops were quietly transferred or temporarily closed. The power of the martial arts academy gradually consolidated. For ordinary people, how many bosses returned home to visit family? Did the price of grains seem to change slightly? Did a few shops seem to have closed down? These subtle changes went unnoticed by most, and life continued as it always had. However, they did not know that several secret meetings, most of whom were absent, had already determined the fate of the three major martial arts academies and even most of Luwei County. In this process, they had no rights to veto, no rights to choose, and even would not be informed. Days flowed by in this way, with surface calmness and undertones of turmoil. After the plan was finalized, Jiang Xiaoming no longer had the right to sit in on the subsequent meetings. Each detail tugged at vast allocations of interest, matters far beyond the remit of an ordinary disciple like him. Jiang Xiaoming thought that was for the best. This brief period of peace was precious to him and could be devoted entirely to strengthening himself. Strength was the foundation for survival in unsettled times. The martial school, the rear courtyard training ground. Jiang Xiaoming stood rooted like a pine, his body flushed red as he focused on his stance. Sweat rose from him in a mist. It was still the pancher stake, but now at the tendon and claw stage. Unlike the earlier superficial stage pancher stake that tempered only the surface, this stake penetrated deep to temper the tendons and muscles. The stance form differed little in appearance. The change lay in the breathing method and the transformations within the body. This was no challenge for him. As his stance practice shifted, the fascia and muscles beneath his skin were repeatedly stretched and hammered. The secret medicine continued to stimulate his qi and blood. Nourished by that surge, his tissues took on a taut, resilient texture. His waistband was soaked through with sweat. This was his seventh tempering of muscles. After the prior 6 sessions, his fascia had grown far tougher and his muscles stored strength well beyond what they once held. Alas, he was still one step short of the tendon claw consummation required to grip wood with his claws. He exhaled slowly as the medicine waned and his stance withdrew. Jiang Xiaoming let out a long, rough breath. At his side, Wei Shan approached and said, "It should be about ready. Xiaoming, go and test it." "All right." Jiang Xiaoming went to the century-old ebony stake used for testing. His fingers curled like hooks and he struck down with sudden force. A soft ripping sound. On the iron-hard ebony stake, 5 clear marks of his fingers appeared. It worked. Wei Shan inclined his head slightly. The paw is what remains of the tendons after the blood has been laid down, the tooth what remains of the bone after the flesh. Now that your claws can grip wood, it shows your tendons and muscles are strong enough. Once you complete the consolidation, you can move on to the next stage, the final phase of Mingjin. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming felt pleasure swell in his chest. In Luwei County, someone at the mid-Mingjin level who could grip wood with their claws was already a skilled fighter. Such a person could be a caravan escort commanding dozens of men, or a guard or instructor at a wealthy household. These months of hard training had not been in vain. Why shixing about? Jiang Xiaoming loosened his joints, his bones crackled softly and a gleam of combat intent flashed through his eyes. Wei Shan nodded, "Come." The two bodies crossed and fists met. At the first exchange, Jiang Xiaoming immediately sensed a difference. Most obvious was the speed of his punches. As he kept striking, his arms moved faster and smoother. Compared with before his breakthrough, the increase was not slight. He continued to strike until his fists blurred, pulling afterimages through the air. His punching speed had exceeded the limit of ordinary vision, creating visual illusions. "Not bad," Wei Shan commented between parries. "Your foundation is solid. The toughness of your fascia and the explosive power of your muscles seem 30 to 40% stronger than before." After dozens more exchanges, with a soft thud, their bodies split apart and the shadow of a fist faded. Jiang Xiaoming panted, his chest heaving, yet a delighted smile lit his face. In the clash just now, he had for the first time caught the fleeting gap in Wei Shan's ironclad defense. A clever thrust landed on the inside of Wei Shan's forearm. He knew Wei Shan had deliberately restrained his strength and speed to feed him openings, preventing his movements from reaching a flawless unity. Wei Shan had also been explaining while fighting, which created that flaw. Yet none of that detracted from his progress. This was the first time in months of training he had found a crack in Weishan's guard. Weishan rubbed the struck forearm without displeasure and offered praise. Xiaoming, well done. You timed that perfectly. If you were at the same Mingjin phase, I would not be your match. You flatter me, senior brother. Jiang Xiaoming fell back into stance and said, thanks to your guidance these months my Kaishan fist has advanced swiftly. Weishan did not deny his role and replied, I think your Kaishan fist is ready to leave the school. He paused, gazing toward the innermost rooms of the martial school where doors were closed and the atmosphere heavy, his voice lowering now. The school is short-handed and every corner needs manpower. For the coming period senior brother will be hard-pressed to spare time to spar with you each day. Jiang Xiaoming's smile faded slightly as he grasped the implication. Preparations for the three great martial halls were in full swing and would surely encounter many difficulties. As a mid-dark energy practitioner of the Panchur school, Weishan's time and strength would be needed in more pressing matters. Whether it was gathering intelligence, training elites, or guarding supplies, a pillar like him was indispensable. Understood, senior brother. Jiang Xiaoming nodded and added, be careful in all you do. Weishan answered and gave Jiang Xiaoming a hearty pat on the shoulder before falling silent. He turned and walked toward the martial school's core, his back soon vanishing into the corridor. On the training field only Jiang Xiaoming remained. The drip of his sweat and his heavy breathing sounded unusually clear in the empty courtyard. At noon, after training, Jiang Xiaoming wiped his sweat and headed out of the school when a tearing, agonized scream shattered the quiet of the courtyard. He followed the sound to find a crowd gathered at the edge of the field. When Jiang Xiaoming approached, the people parted and he saw a harrowing sight. A gaunt-faced young disciple in a patched long robe clawed frantically at his back and limbs. His nails dug into flesh, leaving long bloody scratches. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much, he wailed as he scratched, bringing chills and cold sweat to the onlookers. Two braver disciples tried to pin his limbs, but his frantic strength sent them stumbling back. Hold him. Quickly hold him. I cannot, his strength is too great. Jiang Xiaoming frowned and stepped forward with a precise knife hand that struck the side of the man's neck. The crazed, struggling body went limp and was caught by several hands. Qi and blood depletion. The moment Jiang Xiaoming saw the man, he knew what had happened. This was the typical malady caused by the collapse of qi and blood. Martial training is like drawing water from the lake of qi and blood to irrigate the body. Every watering consumes a great deal of qi and blood. Especially during a Qi blood sublimation, when secret medicine forces out a sudden surge to strengthen the body. If a disciple's foundation is weak and their stance inadequate, they cannot hold that surge. It is like pouring water into a leaky bucket, it will bleed away. After repeated attempts, the massive depletion of qi and blood produces the terrifying scene he now witnessed. Qi and blood collapse is dreadful. People suffer three kinds of pain: lack of vitality, stagnation, and injury. When qi and blood are exhausted, vitality fades and pain of decay follows. Forcing training under such depletion most readily causes damage. Because of insufficient qi and blood, the damage is hard to heal, leading to pain from injury. Injury in turn blocks circulation and causes pain from stagnation. Those three pains stack upon one another, pain upon pain. Jiang Xiaoming flung open the man's robe and saw a back mottled with bruises and forearms and the inner thighs even more shocking to behold. This was a severe case. Without timely recuperation, his martial path would end and his limbs, muscles would atrophy and normal life would become a distant hope. As the men lifted the injured disciple away, Xiangzi had already come up beside them and sighed heavily. Know him? Jiang Xiaoming asked. Yes, Ma San, the blacksmith's only son. To scrape together the dozen or so taels for his entry fee, Ma's family sold everything they could and finally managed to gather it. Later, Ma San failed the Qi blood sublimation twice. To gamble for another chance at an intermediate secret medicine, the Ma family borrowed usury from Master Zhou at the Iron Street. Xiangzi watched the stretcher recede and said, this boy is the hardest working in the whole school. Always the first to arrive and the last to leave. I lived next door to him and saw him often. I always thought he would be the most promising among us. Who would have thought? Jiang Xiaoming fell silent. This was the harsh truth of low-born practitioners. They believed that enough silver and enough effort could change fate, unaware that the real contest began in the womb. A wealthy child like Zhou grew up in silk and satin, his constitution could develop to its fullest. But poor youths like Ma San with empty bellies and intermittent meals had their qi and blood foundations drained from an early age. Even Jiang Xiaoming himself would not have reached his present standing if Zhou Jin had not taken him as an adopted son at 12 and allowed him a critical boost to his foundation during those vital years. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xiaoming took an obsidian token from his waist and handed it to Xiangzi. Xiangzi, if you cannot bear to see it, take this token and quietly speak with Master Zhou. Ask him not to be too cruel. As for more than that, do not interfere. After all, this path they chose comes with its own price which they must pay themselves. Remember, do it in secret. Xiangzi bowed solemnly and tucked the token close to his body. He understood well that if Jiang Xiaoming acted openly, people would always come to him for help and he would bring trouble upon himself. Once the injured man was carried away, the disciples returned to their training. Jiang Xiaoming patrolled the sidelines and offered occasional instruction. Xiangzi glanced at the empty spot where Ma San had once stood. For the past months, Ma San had never been absent from that spot. But in all likelihood he would not return. After Ma San was carried back home, old man Ma's heart ached like a knife and he hurriedly begged the outer disciples of the Pancher martial arts school to help him take his son to the clinic. Xiangzi was trailing far behind, always hidden among the crowd, not revealing himself. As a group of people arrived at the clinic entrance, they saw that Uncle Zhou with his iron teeth had already brought two fierce subordinates to block the entrance leisurely. In this blacksmith alley, no sound could escape his ears. Want to see a doctor? Fine. But first pay back the money you owe me, principal and interest included. His eyes swept over Ma San, who was writhing in pain on the stretcher without a shred of pity. This is my money, you have to repay me first. Old man Ma fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead banging against the cold bluestone, making a loud sound. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou, please have mercy. I beg you to give us a few days' grace. Once Saner recovers, we will surely repay you, even if we have to work like oxen. Let the child see a doctor first, he won't last long, Uncle Zhou. Grace? Uncle Zhou scoffed, blowing out a puff of smoke. Do you think you can afford the interest for grace? Losing patience, he waved his hand. Since he has come to see a doctor, he must have brought money. Search him. As soon as he finished speaking, two of his subordinates pounced on old man Ma like wolves, ready to strip him of his money. In broad daylight, daring to rob money, is there no law? Several young outer disciples couldn't tolerate this. As their chests heaved, they were about to intervene. One disciple, however, remained composed. He stopped the two impulsive disciples and stepped forward, saying in a deep voice, This Uncle Zhou, we are disciples of the Pancher martial arts school. Brother Ma San is also one of us. He is in imminent danger and saving lives is urgent. Can we discuss the money later? Uncle Zhou raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at the speaker. Seeing he was dressed in ordinary robes, not the specially made robes of the Pancher martial arts school, and lacking a wooden badge, he sneered, Of course I would give face to the Pancher martial arts school. However, what face do a few outer disciples who haven't even grasped the Ming Jin yet have to pressure me, Tai Zhou? He tilted his head and said to his subordinates, Ignore him, continue searching. Seeing this rogue refusing to give them face, they continued to rummage through old man Ma's pockets. The young men were thoroughly enraged. They directly engaged, pulling at the two subordinates who were trying to take action. Uncle Zhou chuckled coldly, unaware of your own insignificance. Before he finished speaking, he moved slightly. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as the speaking disciple was seized by the wrist with one hand like a vice, causing his face to turn pale with pain. As the other two attempted to help, Uncle Zhou kicked out with two legs, knocking them down. Then the two subordinates behind him pounced like wolves, quickly delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, easily knocking them to the ground. Their actions were ruthless but not fatal. They left them unable to get up for a while. In the crowd, Xiongzi watched with bloodshot eyes, his fists cracking, but he did not act impulsively. He knew that acting impulsively now would only jeopardize Jiang Xiaoming's plans. Uncle Zhou released his grip, looking at the groaning disciple on the ground, then coldly sweeping his gaze over the other faces that dared not speak out, he slowly said, Today I Zhou am showing some face for the Pancher martial arts school, otherwise I would have broken your bones. This is not a favor for you young fools. He paused, his tone suddenly turning harsh, carrying a cold threat. If you are sensible, get lost now. If you dare to meddle again. He scoffed, when the day comes that you are swept out of the martial arts school and become stray dogs, don't blame me, Tai Zhou, for settling scores afterwards. I mean what I say. This blatant threat felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the hearts of the young disciples. They clutched their injured areas, looking at Uncle Zhou's fierce gaze and his subordinates, and thinking of their uncertain futures in the Ming Jin path. Their once passionate blood cooled significantly. The few of them supported each other and truly did not dare to take another step forward. Uncle Zhou sneered and spat on the ground. He ordered his two subordinates to collect all the money from old man Ma. They even did not spare the money that old man Ma had specially hidden in the soles of his shoes. It was evident they had done this kind of thing more than once or twice. A total of 2 taels of silver. Just enough for the interest. Uncle Joe weighed the silver. I will come again in a month. By then prepare the money for me, principal and interest. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. After saying this he spat leisurely, leading his subordinates away. Throughout this process Xiongzi remained in the shadows at the street corner watching coldly. He firmly remembered Jiang Shaming's instructions: communicate in secret. Going out now would not only solve the problem but also expose the situation, which would bring trouble to Xiaoming. In his view, even if a few of his fellow disciples were in trouble, he couldn't bring trouble to Xiaoming even if he were beaten. Seeing that no one dared to stop them, old man Ma sat helplessly on the ground wailing. Heavens! Earth! What sin did I commit in my last life? Why must you treat me this way? The few beaten disciples were in a wretched state. Ultimately unable to bear it, they exchanged glances, gritted their teeth and pulled their meager silver to hand to old man Ma. Quick! Take Ma-san in. We will cover the consultation fee for now. Their voices carried humiliation and helplessness. Uncle Joe, who had not walked far, coldly watched this scene, his smirk deepening. He took a puff of smoke and spat lightly at the few disciples. Fools! Your parents work hard to earn money. Do you think you can squander it like this? You won't be getting this money back. After Ma-san was carried into the clinic, Xiongzi did not follow inside. His gaze was fixed on the retreating figure of Uncle Joe, silently following behind him. He kept a discreet distance. Uncle Joe swaggered down the street with his two subordinates, completely unaware that a tail had appeared behind him. Xiongzi followed for several blocks and saw Uncle Joe turn into a secluded alley. Xiongzi did not rush in immediately. He leaned against the wall at the alley's entrance, holding his breath and listening intently. The alley was silent, with only the distant murmur of the market. After waiting for a while and not seeing anyone come out, Xiongzi took a deep breath and turned to enter the alley. The alley was narrow and deep, dimly lit. As Xiongzi stepped in a few paces, his heart sank. He saw that Uncle Joe and his two subordinates had not gone far. The three were crossing their arms leisurely, blocking the deep part of the alley, wearing Katanmouse grins. Kid Uncle Joe, with a cigarette holder in his mouth, squinted his eyes, his voice carrying mockery and coldness. You've been following us sneakily. What do you want? Are you tired of living? Before he finished speaking, his two fierce subordinates had already flanked him, their huge hands like fans rushing towards Xiongzi's shoulders with a fierce gaze, clearly prepared to give this unaware tail a good lesson. Xiongzi's heart raced and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The brutal methods of Taya Zhou from before were vividly etched in his mind. He suppressed the impulse to turn and flee, and just as those two hands were about to touch his shoulders, he suddenly pulled out the cold hard obsidian token from his bosom and raised it high. Wait, he exclaimed in a low voice. His tone trembled with tension, yet his actions were swift as he presented the front of the token towards Taya Zhou. The moment Taya Zhou saw the token, the sinister smile on his face froze. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Wait! A scream that was nearly a breaking voice erupted from Taya Zhou, his voice tenfold louder than Xiongzi's. His two subordinates were startled into frozen action by this sudden roar, looking at their boss in confusion. Taya Zhou's ferocity seemed to recede like a tide, replaced by an incredulous shock, even tinged with a hint of fear. He pushed aside the subordinate in front of him and stumbled toward Xiongzi. The hands that had been as steady as a rock just moments ago now trembled slightly. He respectfully and cautiously took the token from Xiongzi's hand, his eyes fixed on the clear inscription of Xiaoming on the obsidian token. In an instant he understood what this token represented. Ha! Taya Zhou cleared his slightly cracking throat. His gaze was fixed intently on Xiongzi, and just as he began to feel a bit uneasy about being scrutinized, his expression changed dramatically, forcing a smile that was excessively enthusiastic, even somewhat obsequious. He threw his arms around the still-dazed Xiongzi as if they were long-lost brothers, erupting into a thunderous laugh filled with joy. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! While vigorously patting Xiongzi's back, he exaggeratedly laughed. Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Noble guest. It turns out to be a noble guest coming to visit. Ha ha ha. His two subordinates were completely puzzled, glancing between their boss and the kid holding the black stone, unable to make sense of the situation. Seeing their boss laugh so joyfully, they could only force a few dry, nonsensical chuckles. For a moment the dimly lit alley was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After laughing for a while, Taya Zhou finally caught his breath and stopped, his face adorned with a courteous smile, his back bending slightly. This little brother forgive Zhou for being blind and for any offenses earlier. May I ask, little brother, what is your esteemed name? Xiongzi steadied himself, observing the sudden shift in demeanor and gaining a deeper understanding of Jiang Xiaoming's significance. He replied, my name is Xiongzi. Brother Xiongzi. So it is Brother Xiongzi. truly a remarkable person indeed. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Taya Zhou cautiously inquired, may I ask? What instructions does the young master have? The token clearly states Xiaoming, yet due to the vast difference in their standings, Taya Zhou did not even dare to utter Jiang Xiaoming's name. He could only refer to him as that one. As long as it is something Taya Zhou can accomplish, whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of flames, I will not hesitate. Just say the word. He patted his chest, making a solemn vow. At this moment Xiongzi's emotions had calmed down considerably, realizing that the other party was thoroughly intimidated by the token. At this point, whatever he said the other party would likely heed. Even if he asked him to apologize to the old man Ma, the other party would likely comply without question. However, he did not take matters into his own hands. He remembered Jiang Xiaoming's instructions and said solemnly, Xiaoming Gu said to me. He paused, mimicking Jiang Xiaoming's tone, trying to sound steady. Take this token and tell him not to make things too difficult. Taya Zhou immediately reined in his smile, leaning slightly forward, listening intently, afraid of missing a single word. After Xiongzi finished speaking, the alley fell silent for a moment. Taya Zhou's eyes darted rapidly, repeatedly savoring the weight and subtext of this brief statement. Brother Xiongzi. Is that all? He cautiously asked, confirming there were no omissions. Xiongzi nodded affirmatively. That's all. Xiaoming Gu only said this one sentence. Taya Zhou let out a long "oh," and the expression on his face completely relaxed, even revealing a sense of relief, as if everything was clear. He rubbed his hands, leaning closer to Xiongzi, lowering his voice with a hint of a fawning tone. Understood. Very much understood. Rest assured, regarding the Ma family, I, Taya Zhou, assure you that I will only let them suffer a bit of hardship to teach them a lesson, and I will never truly ruin their family or cut off their roots. How does that sound? Xiongzi pondered in silence for a moment and slowly nodded. Xiaoming's intentions were likely just as such. Though he felt reluctant to see his particularly hard-working former classmate continue to suffer, he understood that if it were to be done in that manner, the nature of the situation would be different. Before coming here, he had discussed this matter with his brother Shouhozi. Shouhozi had studied under Master Su for a few months and had more experience than Xiongzi. He analyzed now that Xiaoming Gu has instructed Taya Zhou not to make things too difficult. It is a warning and a natural suppression from an upper position to a lower one. As long as Taya Zhou does not intend to go against Xiaoming Gu, he naturally would not dare to recklessly pressure the Ma family as he did before. However, if he were to go further and directly order Taya Zhou to abandon this debt and cease troubling the Ma family, it would be akin to taking the meat off Taya Zhou's plate, harming his interests. For such little devils entrenched at the bottom, if you cut off their source of income, they might either outwardly comply while secretly seeking more insidious ways to retaliate against the Ma family, or they could use it as an excuse to cling to Xiaoming Gu like a persistent leech, which would truly bring great trouble to Xiaoming Gu. Xiongzi deeply resonated with this. Shouhozi's analysis awakened him, allowing him to understand the nuances and deeper meanings behind Xiaoming's words. He reached out to take back the token from Taya Zhou. The cold sensation brought him back to his senses. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly recalled another matter that Jiang Xiaoming had emphasized, stopping in his tracks, turning to look into Taya Zhou's eyes and speaking with a heavier tone. There is one more thing. Seeing Xiongzi suddenly turn serious, his expression entirely different from before, Taya Zhou's previously warm demeanor changed. You command. Xiongzi began. Xiaoming Gu specifically instructed me to handle this matter in secret. He particularly emphasized the words in secret. Regarding today's events and this token, you'd better keep it buried deep within you. Not a single word should be leaked out. Upon hearing this, Taya Zhou immediately straightened his posture, raised 3 fingers and firmly assured, Brother Xiongzi, you can rest assured. Today's matter, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Even if I, Taya Zhou, have my teeth broken one by one and swallowed, I would never dare to utter a single word. Xiongzi looked deeply at him, said no more, carefully stowed the token and turned to stride out of the eerie little alley. It was not until he stepped out of the alley and merged back into the crowd that he realized his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Stepping out of the alley, the bustling sounds of the market enveloped Xiongzi entirely. The cold sweat on his back was chilled by the wind. He let out a long sigh. Now I can say the matter is settled. Hopefully nothing has gone awry. Just as he intended to tuck the token away, eager to leave, he suddenly froze in his tracks. Not far ahead, 2 figures stood quietly at the street corner. One in green, the other in purple. The one in green wore a long male robe with a male hairstyle, appearing at first glance to be a young man, but upon closer inspection the face was undeniably too stunning. So strikingly handsome that it seemed almost otherworldly. There was a hint of mischief and a carefree spirit in his brows. The purple-clad woman beside him exuded an entirely different aura. Her features were as gentle as jade, serene and dignified like a rare orchid in a secluded valley, her eyes radiating natural grace and nobility. Just a glance made Xiongzi feel as if his heart was being squeezed by something. He had never seen such an ethereal being, as if she had stepped out of a painting. For a moment he was completely entranced. Just as his mind wandered, the gaze of the green-clad man fell upon him, a playful sly smile curving at the corners of his lips. Hee. A clear playful laughter rang out, piercing through Xiongzi's ears. I just saw what happened in the alley. It was truly spectacular. Especially the way Taya Zhou changed his expression. It's a sight you never tire of watching. This remark felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Xiongzi. He snapped back to reality from his admiration of the purple-clad fairy, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Who were they? How could they be here? What exactly had they seen? You too! Xiongzi exclaimed in shock, his face paling as he instinctively clutched the token he had just retrieved. The green-clad man, however, ignored his words and clapped his hands in delight. Haha, how interesting. Truly interesting. He turned to the purple-clad woman, affectionately shaking her arm like a child who had found a fascinating new toy. Sister. The purple-clad woman gave her a helpless glance, her gentle brow carrying a hint of unnoticeable indulgence and mild reproach. Her soft voice rendered her reprimand weightless. Qingyao. The purple-clad woman gave her a helpless glance, her gentle brow carrying a hint of unnoticeable indulgence and mild reproach. Her soft voice rendered her reprimand weightless. Qingyao. Don't be reckless. This is the marketplace, not home. Father has been preoccupied with important matters lately, and if he returns to find you missing, he will surely be worried sick. Oh, why go back? It's so dull there. The one in green pouted her face, showing clear reluctance. Her eyes twinkled as they inadvertently landed on the token tightly held in Xiongzi's hand, and an idea suddenly struck her. Got it. Sister, I have a wonderfully fun idea. Her voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Before she finished speaking, Xiongzi felt a flash of green in front of him. Quick. So quick that he had no time to react. This agility was not that of an ordinary martial artist. He barely saw how they moved, only feeling a lightness in his hand. The crucial black obsidian token representing Jiang Cang's identity and will had already fallen into the hands of the one in green. The green-clad person weighed the token in her hand, her expression unabashedly smug. Hee, just in time. Now let's see what old Wang from the horse stables has to say. Sister, let's go. I'll take you to the hunting grounds outside the city for a horse ride. She waved the token. With this in hand, who would dare to stop me? Let's go, it's going to be so much fun. Saying this, she turned to pull the purple-clad woman away. At that moment, Xiongzi, both shocked and furious, couldn't care less about their identities and abilities, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Give it back. That's Shaming's token. Why are you stealing my token?" He instinctively lunged forward to snatch it back. The token had been lent to him by Xiaoming, and if it was taken away, it would be a huge disaster. Yet the green-clad individual seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, easily dodging his advance with light steps, ignoring his furious shouts. Pulling the still-dazed purple-clad woman along, she urged, hurry, don't mind him. If we don't leave now, old Fong will catch up and then we won't be able to escape and we'll have to stay cooped up at home all day. Little sister. Don't be reckless. That's someone else's token. How can you? Zhou Yanzi stumbled a step as she was pulled. Genuine anxiety and helplessness etched on her face. She knew well that her little sister had been spoiled by their father to the point of being uncontrollable, but snatching someone else's token to ride horses was simply outrageous. The green-clad one just chuckled mischievously and leaned in to whisper a few quick words into the ear of the purple-clad woman. The purple-clad woman seemed to be swayed, but before leaving she turned back to cast a deep concerned look at the frantic Xiongzi, her wrist flicking. A warm white light carrying a faint reassuring herbal fragrance swiftly and accurately flew toward Xiongzi. Xiongzi instinctively reached out to catch it. It felt cool and slippery in his hand, revealing itself to be a piece of sheep-fat white jade pendant about the size of half a palm. The jade was of excellent quality, warm and flawless, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns that subtly exuded an air of nobility. But at that moment Xiongzi's mind was in turmoil, leaving him no time to examine it closely. Little brother, don't panic. The gentle voice of the purple-clad woman came, carrying a soothing tone along with a hint of regret. Give this jade pendant to Jiang Xiaoming. He'll know at once. Before she finished speaking, she was forcibly pulled away by the exuberant green-clad person. The two figures, one purple and one green, nimbly turned several corners in the crowd and vanished among the bustling throngs. Xiongzi stood dazed in place, tightly gripping the warm, fragrant jade pendant. Looking in the direction where the two had disappeared, he then glanced down at his other hand, which was empty yet still lingering with the cold sensation of the stolen token, only to feel a buzzing in his head, the world spinning. The token was lost. Snatched away by a mysterious green-clad person. This is a disaster. He felt as if the sky had fallen. In his daze, a faint herbal fragrance wafted into his nose, bringing him back to his senses. He glanced down at the jade pendant belonging to that gentle woman. This is the personal jade pendant of that fairy sister. The fairy sister is different from that scoundrel. Now, I must do as she said. Xiangzi ran back in disarray, his father's words echoing in his ears. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, what's frightening is hiding them. Hurry and admit it, then there's room for remedy. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, his feet quickening until he was almost stumbling as he ran. When Xiangzi, breathless and pale-faced, rushed to Jiang Xiaoming, he found Jiang Xiaoming instructing his disciples on stance training in the front courtyard. Upon seeing Xiangzi's appearance, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his eyes. Having given the token, even someone like Taya Zhou wouldn't dare to defy. How could this not be resolved? Why was Xiangzi in such a panic? Xiangzi. Jiang Xiaoming exchanged glances with the martial arts instructor, nodded, and then led Xiangzi into the inner courtyard. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Xiaoming. Xiangzi's lips trembled, overwhelming guilt and fear almost drowning him. He lowered his head abruptly, his voice choked with tears. The token is lost. Lost? Jiang Xiaoming's brow furrowed, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Xiangzi dared not raise his head, speaking rapidly yet clearly about how he had handled the matter with Taya Zhou. How he encountered the two women in blue and purple at the corner of the alley. How the person in blue mocked him. And how they snatched the token with a ghostly agility. And the incident of the purple-clad woman leaving behind the jade pendant and instructing him to deliver it. He recounted it all word for word without missing a detail. As he spoke, he trembled, carefully presenting the smooth and delicate jade pendant, which still carried a faint herbal fragrance, towards Jiang Xiaoming. Listening intently, Jiang Xiaoming's expression shifted from initial sternness to gradual suspicion, and upon hearing the description of one in blue and one in purple, and the reckless behavior of the person in blue, he began to understand. When the warm, intricately carved jade pendant fell into his palm, the last remnants of doubt in his heart completely dissipated. So that's how it is. Jiang Xiaoming murmured. This jade pendant belonged to his adoptive sister Zhou Yanzi. That reckless kid in blue who dared to snatch the token in broad daylight could only be his adoptive sister Zhou Qingyou, who was spoiled by their adoptive father and spent her days seeking amusement. Snatching the token was likely because of the new horse Wu Yun Ta Shui that their adoptive father had gifted not long ago. That horse had a fierce temperament, and old Wang in the stable was strict. Without an order or token, no one could easily take it away. This little ancestor must be itching to ride and have fun again. Sister Yanzi had just returned from studying medicine in a foreign land and was forcibly dragged out by Qingyao. Leaving behind this jade pendant served to placate Xiangzi and also provided an explanation for me. He looked up at the still bowed, slightly trembling Xiangzi, the coldness on his face having faded, replaced by a hint of warmth. Xiangzi, this is not your fault. Xiangzi looked up, his eyes filled with lingering guilt. Jiang Xiaoming carefully stored the jade pendant, his tone resolute. The token was taken by my family and it has nothing to do with you. The one in blue is my lively and active adoptive sister Zhou Qingyou. She snatched the token, likely thinking about my new horse in the stable, eager to run wild outside the city. As for the purple-clad lady who left the jade pendant, she is my adoptive sister Zhou Yanzi, who has just returned home. You did well this time, clearly explaining the situation and delivering the pendant in time. I will handle the token myself. You can rest easy and go take a break. Outside the city at the horse hunting grounds. The azure sky was clear and the grass waves surged. The urgent sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of the plains. A blue figure raced across the wilderness like an arrow released from a bow. It was Zhou Qingyou, now dressed in lively attire and exuding confidence. Beneath her was an exceptionally spirited horse, its hooves flying and its mane billowing wildly in the fierce wind. This was the famous steed Wu Yun Ta Shui, gifted to Jiang Xiaoming by Zhou Zhang and his son. At times she drew her bow and aimed at the wild rabbits and pheasants startled from the grass, and at other times she galloped freely, reveling in the sense of freedom and control that speed brought. Not far away on a gentle slope, Zhou Yanzi rode a gentler chestnut horse, watching her sister frolic with a hint of helplessness in her brow. Just as she was about to call out a warning for Qingyao to be careful, her gaze was drawn to several figures approaching from a distance. Look! It's Wu Yun Ta Shui. What a magnificent horse! Who could be riding it? I know. Months ago, the deputy head of the Weiyuan escort, young Master Zhou Bai, brought a horse from the northern horse farm, coincidentally delivered by my father's merchant ship. You all know I have the best horses, and I even went to see it. It is indeed this one before us. So this must be young Master Zhou Bai. Ah, you may not know. Young Master Zhou Bai did not buy this horse for himself but for his adoptive brother, Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang Xiaoming. Isn't he the one who recently returned from the capital and won the championship at the Sanguan Huiwu? Who else could it be? I have long heard of this person. What a pity I have never had the chance to meet him today. I must make his acquaintance. Let's go together. Upon learning that the person on the horse was Jiang Xiaoming, the rising star of Luwei County, their attitudes instantly became enthusiastic and they galloped towards Zhou Qingyao. Zhou Qingyao reined in the reins, looking at the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, initially somewhat wary. Upon hearing them refer to Brother Jiang and young hero Jiang, she was momentarily stunned and then her heart leapt. Ha ha! How amusing! Too amusing! These fools actually mistook me for my elder brother. A surge of indescribable excitement and mischief welled up inside her. Instinctively she straightened her back, mimicking the calm demeanor of Jiang Xiaoming as she cleared her throat and deliberately lowered her voice ahem. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Young brother Jiang is polite. I am Li Chang from the Li family. I have long admired your name. I am Qian Jun from the Qian family. It is a great fortune to see your talents today, young brother. Brother Jiang is exemplary in both filial piety and righteousness and shone brightly in the Sanguan Huiwu, defeating enemies with a single punch, truly a model for our generation. What a pity that Yi Xiao was actually taken away by some unknown old monster. This made it impossible for us to learn the outcome of the duel between the two strong fighters. Indeed. After the semifinals, we were all anxiously waiting to see how Brother Jiang would defeat Yi Xiao and claim the championship. It truly is a great regret. As they chatted while riding, they quickly attracted the attention of many others. After hearing that Jiang Xiaoming was present, everyone showed obvious interest and more people gathered around Zhou Qingyao. Listening to the various compliments and regrets, Zhou Qingyao felt as if she was floating. In the past, being confined at home, where would she have the chance to enjoy such attention? Hearing them praise the strength and filial piety of herself, she even felt a sense of pride in being associated with it. She lifted her chin, fully embracing her mischievous spirit, mimicking a storyteller's tone, and boldly waved her whip. That mere Yi Xiao is nothing to be concerned about. If we had truly faced off that day, ahem. If I were to get serious, even if he happened to master the Cloud Crane and the Nine Heavens skill within 3 moves, he would definitely be begging for mercy. If I catch even the slightest flaw. She deliberately paused, scanning the crowd, her eyes gleaming with mischief as her voice suddenly rose. 1 move. It wouldn't be impossible. At this declaration, a chorus of gasps and astonished agreement echoed around. The young men, unaware of the truth, were captivated by this Jiang Xiaoming's grand proclamations praising her audacity. Truly, Brother Jiang. Only a few with steadier thoughts showed a trace of not easily discernible doubt in their eyes. They felt that this Jiang Xiaoming before them was perhaps being overly frivolous, differing somewhat from the impression they had of. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yanzi had long furrowed her brows, anxious and restless. She frequently shot glances at Zhou Qingyao, who pretended not to see. Realizing that there was no way out, she rode closer, using the cover of her wide sleeves to pinch her sister's arm hard, lowering her voice to warn Qingyao. Are you crazy? How dare you casually fabricate lies about seeing your brother Xiaoming? If you continue to speak so recklessly, I'll expose you immediately. Zhou Qingyao winced in pain, pouting as she was finally pulled back from her dreamy state. Seeing her sister's serious expression, she finally realized that Zhou Yanzi was genuinely angry, and she slightly restrained herself, dragging out her tone as she reluctantly mumbled, all right. I got it. I won't say anything more, okay? Yet the excitement still lingered at the corners of her eyes. After that, people rushed to make acquaintances with Jiang Xiaoming. This top hunting ground in Luwei County was already an important social and gainful place for the children of the nobility and young talents, akin to a golf course in the previous life. Inheriting the identity of Jiang Xiaoming, Zhou Qingyao basked in the unprecedented attention brought by the recent reputation Jiang Xiaoming had built. The flattery and adulation from these noble youths were far more interesting than those from servants, subordinates, or retainers. She mimicked the demeanor of the young aristocrats, either nodding modestly or engaging in casual banter. Watching those once arrogant young masters bow respectfully before her, addressing her as Brother Jiang and young hero Jiang, the pride and mischievous thrill in her heart almost overflowed. At this moment, Zhou Qingyao was completely immersed in this false yet genuine joy, feeling that today at the hunting ground was unprecedentedly joyful. Just as Zhou Qingya was being surrounded by a group of young gentlemen happily accepting yet another round of compliments, a sudden unusual commotion erupted at the entrance of the hunting ground. The sound of hooves thundered and dust flew everywhere. A group of elegantly dressed horsemen exuding an imposing aura galloped towards them. Leading the group was a man dressed in a dark outfit with golden threads, riding an exceptionally fine red steed adorned with a saddle inlaid with gold and jade, sparkling in the sunlight, nearly dazzling the eyes of onlookers. He had a handsome face exuding the nobility and composure of one who had long been in a position of power. He was none other than the heir of the top family in Luwei County, the Wang family of Jade. Behind him followed 7 or 8 fierce attendants, each with a fierce expression and a faint trace of blood on them. Most eye-catching was the enormous prey being pulled by a horse-drawn cart in the middle of the group, an adult golden leopard. The mottled leopard skin stained with dark red blood, the fierce leopard head hanging limply. The appearance of this ferocious beast instantly overshadowed all the hares and pheasants on the field. The crowd parted in awe to make way. It's young Master Wang. Heavens, he hunted a leopard. Truly worthy of young Master Wang. The Wang family's jade extends north and south, and young Master Wang's skills in archery and horsemanship are indeed remarkable. The praises surged one after another. Wang Hong's gaze swept over the noisy crowd, his lips curling into a faint elusive smile. He casually tossed the blood-stained handkerchief to an attendant and asked a well-informed follower beside him, "What's all the commotion about over there?" The follower immediately bowed to answer, "Young master, it is Jiang Xiaoming from the Pancher Martial Arts School who is here. Everyone is eager to make his acquaintance." "Oh. Jiang Xiaoming." Wang Hong's eyes sparkled with interest. "How fortuitous. I was just thinking of getting to know this rising star in Luwei County. Let's go take a look." He lightly urged his horse's belly, heading straight towards Jiang Xiaoming, who was surrounded by a crowd. Wang Hong's arrival instantly quieted the previously boisterous center area, and invisible pressure spreading. All eyes were focused on this true top young master and the currently popular Jiang Xiaoming. Zhou Qingyao, mimicking the demeanor of those around her, was preparing to put on a facade to deal with this noble young master who clearly looked formidable. At this moment, on the edge of the crowd, a disciple dressed somewhat plainly looked at Zhou Qingjiao's distinctly different face from Jiang Xiaoming's and could no longer help but mutter softly. His voice was not loud, but in the brief silence it was particularly clear. Something's off. This person seems not to be senior brother Jiang Xiaoming. I've seen senior brother Jiang a few times. He doesn't look like this. However, the girl in the purple dress beside him seems a bit familiar. Isn't she Zhou Yanzi, the eldest young lady of the Zhou family? Buzz. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves in Zhou Qingjiao's heart. Her smile froze instantly and her heart leaped to her throat. It's over. It's over. I'm going to be exposed. If this gets to the old man's ears, a good beating is inevitable. She looked at her sister Zhou Yanzi with a terrified expression. Zhou Yanzi's expression slightly changed, glaring fiercely at Zhou Qingyao, her own heart also feeling a bit nervous. If this were to be uncovered, it would embarrass too many people present. Being exposed at this moment was definitely not the right time. She had to think of a way to delay things. In this critical moment, a hearty laugh broke the silence. The one who spoke was none other than Wang Hong, who had just reined in his horse. His sharp gaze quickly swept over Zhou Qingjiao's forced calm face, his eyes showing a hint of amusement. Then he spoke loudly to the ordinary disciple who had just questioned, and to everyone present, "This young brother must have misseen or remembered incorrectly from a distance." Wang Hong pointed at the black obsidian token that Zhou Qingyao wore. "The core disciple token of the Pancher Martial Arts School is here. The cloud steps on snow below. The second young lady of the Zhou family is at the side. Such demeanor and elegance, if it's not Jiang Xiaoming, who could it be? Although I have not interacted deeply with Jiang brother, his talents are already well known. Seeing him today, it is indeed as the rumors say." These words carried significant weight. Wang Hong's remarks were practically an authoritative endorsement in the circle of the younger generation in Luwei County. The questioning martial arts disciple turned crimson under Wang Hong's piercing gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly lowered his head and stammered, "Eyes. What young Master Wang said is right. I was mistaken. I was watching from afar and did not see clearly. I was wrong. I was wrong." After saying this, he quickly shrank back into the crowd, no longer daring to show his face. Others who had harbored doubts also saw Wang Hong's certainty, and the questioner's embarrassing admission instantly dispelled any lingering doubts. Indeed, if young Master Wang said so, along with the token and horse's proof. And there's a young lady from the Zhou family here. It must be right. Thus, under the authoritative endorsement of Wang Heng, the atmosphere in the field became lively once again, even more so than before. Having experienced a brief scare, Zhou Qingyao realized that not only was the crisis averted, but even a figure as prominent as Wang Heng had recognized her. The feeling of floating soared to its peak, casting her earlier tension to the winds. She immersed herself even more in the role of Jiang Xiaoming, indulging in the adoration. Meanwhile, beside Wang Heng, a group of elite young aristocrats quickly gathered who had been observing from the outside. One young aristocrat spoke with a hint of doubt. "Brother Wang, on the day of the competition I watched the match. That Jiang Xiaoming appeared even more restrained and imposing. This one before us looks too delicate. He must be the unruly fourth young lady of the Zhou family. Since you have seen through it, why still?" Another quickly waved his hand. "Hey, you only see the first layer, but Brother Wang has already seen the fifth layer. Just think about it, if everyone here were to be exposed at this moment, how could they maintain their dignity? Brother Wang takes on this consequence alone. Such spirit is truly admirable." Exactly. When the lies are eventually revealed, people will not think Brother Wang was wrong, rather they will praise him for considering the bigger picture and preserving everyone's dignity. Wang Heng's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he lowered his voice. "Indeed. Jiang Xiaoming is a person who values loyalty and protects his family. Revealing this now would indeed show my insight, but would undoubtedly offend this Zhou family's little ancestor. With her temperament, it would be difficult to gain Jiang Xiaoming's favor in the future." Exactly. Conversely, if we go along with her being Jiang Xiaoming, now associating and conversing with her, even calling her brother, wouldn't this connection fall onto Jiang Xiaoming? Later, when we go to the Panchur martial arts school to formally meet the real Jiang Xiaoming, we just need to mention we had a great conversation with your sister. Oh no, your brother at the hunting ground the other day. With this misunderstanding in place, wouldn't everything fall into place? This is making the best out of a mistake, practicing fake until it's real. A young man of the Zhang family clapped and laughed lightly. Excellent. It's brilliant. Brother Wang's plan not only avoids offending the Zhou family but also wins the favor of everyone present. Furthermore, through this fake Jiang Xiaoming, it paves a shortcut to the real Jiang Xiaoming. Genius, truly genius. The others exchanged glances, smiling at each other, their eyes filled with mutual understanding. Only Zhou Yanzi, watching her sister's unrestrained state and catching a glimpse of the hidden sharpness behind Wang Heng's and others' enthusiastic smiles, felt a rising sense of worry. She sensed that this farce would likely not end easily. Panchur Martial Hall, the training ground. Sweat streamed down bronzed skin as heavy stone locks were hoisted and lowered again and again, each movement accompanied by a dull thud. Jiang Xiaoming's gaze was intent, as if he sought to fuse every ounce of his spirit into each muscle and sinew. In the midstage of Mingjin, the muscular realm, the muscle fascia is greatly strengthened. To accustom the body to this fortification, one must employ weighted training to steadily consolidate it. Once the consolidation is complete, one can formally commence the next phase, the latest stage cultivation of Mingjin. As for the obsidian token taken by Zhou Qingyao, Jiang Xiaoming was not perturbed. Let the girl play for a few days. Compared to the titanic waves the three major martial halls were about to unleash on Yunzi Lake, Zhou Qingyou's petty antics were in his eyes as trivial as a child's make-believe. Moreover, the incident presented a useful beginning for him, a fine opportunity to establish clear boundaries with that girl. Let her make a fuss for a few days, after enough of it perhaps she would learn. His greater focus remained on Yunzi Lake. The first whispers of the treasure fish had already been released and Yunzi Lake had grown considerably lively. Seizing the moment, the three major martial halls quietly extended their reach toward the mystery village-studded waters of Yunzi Lake. Several batches of capable disciples had already split into small groups, some posing as merchants, others as fishermen, beginning to probe the movements of the lake bandits with cautious diligence. For now, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Yet beneath Yunzi Lake's placid surface a whirlpool was quietly forming. The hour of crashing waves and mortal struggle was drawing near. Before such a transformation that would determine the martial hall's survival, life and death, and even the fate of Luwei County, Jiang Xiaoming had but one thought: grow stronger. Grow stronger, faster. He must complete the final consolidation of Mingjin's midstage before the storm truly descended, hammering his sinews, bones and fascia to perfection. Then in one surge break through to Mingjin latestage. Only greater strength could preserve him amid the tempests to come. He drew a deep breath, banished distractions, settled his stance and hoisted the heavy stone lock once more. Yet Jiang Xiaoming had still underestimated his adopted sister's knack for mischief. For the next half-month, suitors trod the threshold of the Zhou residence almost to ruin. Not merely one or two but successive waves arrived, each a wedding broker bearing lavish gifts. These matchmakers wore beaming smiles and earnest words, astonishingly unanimous in purpose. They had all come to propose on behalf of their young ladies to Jiang Xiaoming. When Zhou first heard that they came to propose to his sworn son Xiaoming, he felt a measure of pride, thinking that news of Xiaoming's solitary punch at the tri-hall contest had spread, inciting the admiration of many maidens. Yet this adopted son was a promising protege whom he had no intention of yielding. Most were politely turned away with the excuse that Xiaoming is wholly devoted to martial cultivation and has no intention of marrying. But soon he sensed something amiss. "Master Zhou, my young lady was instantly smitten upon seeing your son the chivalrous Jiang. A few days ago at the outer horse market, Jiang the young hero displayed such spirited bearing and uncommon eloquence. He conversed delightfully with my girl, they were thoroughly well suited. A few lines of poetry and my girl's heart was secretly won." "Exactly. My daughter also met Jiang at that market and returned saying she would wed no other." "The horse market. A few lines of poetry and my girl's heart was secretly won." "Exactly. My daughter also met Jiang at that market and returned saying she would wed no other." "The horse market." The smile on Zhou face froze, his brow knitted into a deep frown. One matchmaker claiming the horse market encounter might be plausible, but why did so many consecutive families give the same account? All at the horse market. Doubts blossomed in his mind. He knew Xiaoming well. Lately the youth's mind was wholly on martial arts. He rarely left the hall, let alone played at the horse market. Given the present situation, when would he have had time for such diversions? Zhou summoned his son Zhou Bai. "Bayer, recently. Did you ever go with Xiaoming to the outer horse market?" Zhou Bai was taken aback, then shook his head with a rueful smile. "Father, are you not aware of the present mood? Luwei County is tense. The three major martial halls are busily preparing. Xiaoming spends every day either training or discussing with me the latest developments at Yunzi Lake. He wouldn't spare a single breath. A few days ago I saw him training too obsessively and suggested the horse market to relax. But he refused outright, saying cultivation takes priority. I have no leisure." I understood the gravity and never mentioned it again. These days my junior and I have been at the hall every day. We have not set foot in the horse market. Zhou Bai's testimony doused Zhou suspicions like a bucket of cold water. His face darkened instantly, a cold glint in his eyes. This is strange. Since Xiaoming did not go to the horse market. And the matchmakers all spoke so convincingly. Not just one or two. They were all uniform in their story. It seems someone must be brazen enough to impersonate Xiaoming parading about and deceiving others. And they have incurred such scandalous debts. It's outrageous. Impersonating a core disciple of Pancher Martial Hall, sullying Xiaoming's name and thereby staining his adopted son's reputation, this could not stand. If this matter were not investigated, it would not only tarnish Xiaoming's good name but even affect the reputations of Weiyuan Biaoju and Pancher Martial Hall. "Prepare the horses." Zhou barked the order in a low voice, an authority worn by long tenure naturally emanating from him. "I shall go and see which scoundrel dares to stir trouble under Xiaoming's name at the horse market." That afternoon at the outer horse market, Zhou made no show, bringing only two trusted retainers and donning inconspicuous common clothes. He slipped into the crowd like an ordinary wealthy man. His gaze swept the noisy market with precision. Soon he fixed upon a figure surrounded by several coquettish maidens. It was a youth dressed in moonwhite brocade, styled as a dandyish noble son. The youth's frame was somewhat slight, yet his features were excessively handsome. At that moment he held a folding fan and wore a world-weary smirk, laughing and talking with several finely adorned girls. The youth behaved rakishly and spoke with a teasing flippancy that made the girls hide smiles and blush. Though garbed in men's clothing and attempting masculine poise, what kind of eyes did Zhou possess? Those familiar brows and eyes, the sly pampered look of indulgence. If not his willful younger daughter Zhou Qingyao, then who? What sent Zhou's blood pressure soaring was the sight of an unmistakable obsidian token hanging at Zhou Qingjiao's waist. The token swung with her movements as if silently mocking him. "You wretch!" Zhou snarled, his whiskers bristling with fury as a blast of rage rose to his crown. When everyone was busied with matters of life and death to come, this wretch had the audacity to conduct such escapades behind his back. He could not restrain himself. He shoved through the crowd and strode toward the powder-encircled fake Jiang Xiaoming. Zhou suppressed his anger and took a few steps to stand before the fake Jiang Xiaoming, surrounded by Ying and Yan. Cough! A cough resonated sharply in Zhou Qingjiao's ears. Zhou Qingyao, who was waving a folding fan and making a girl in pink giggle, stiffened at the sound. This voice. She was far too familiar with it. The smile on her face instantly froze. Her neck twisted like it had rusted, turning inch by inch. When she saw the face before her, the one with a beard trembling in rage, an icy chill surged from her tailbone to the top of her head. The folding fan in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. "Father!" Adoptive father. She exclaimed in shock, her voice changing pitch. The girls around her were also startled by this sudden change, stepping back in confusion, looking on helplessly. Adoptive father. Young Master Xiaoming, are you still enjoying yourself? I. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Qingjiu's lips quivered, her mind going blank. All her usual sharp wit and tricks seemed to have flown to the ends of the earth, leaving only boundless fear. She instinctively wanted to escape. But Zhou Jin would not allow her to run away again. He suddenly reached out and grasped Zhou Qingjiu's slender wrist. The grip was so strong that Zhou Qingyao couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ouch. It felt as if her bones were being crushed. The token. Zhou Jin's voice was icy. Zhou Qingyao in agony felt tears welling up, and fearing to resist, she tremblingly used her other hand to unfasten the token at her waist and handed it over. Zhou Jin snatched the token without even looking at it and stuffed it into his pocket. This rebellious child dared to flaunt young Master Xiaoming's identification token in public, attracting so much scandal. Go! Zhou Jin spat out a word through clenched teeth, tugging at Zhou Qingyao's wrist, turning to drag her away from this place of trouble. The action was rough and merciless, completely disregarding the doubtful gazes around them. Father! Father! Be gentle. It hurts. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Zhou Qingyao stumbled as she was dragged, her wrist in excruciating pain, and tears finally fell, her voice tremulous as she pleaded for mercy. Zhou Xin did not stop. There were too many onlookers here, including Wang Hong and other notable figures. He felt utterly humiliated and believed he could not stay a moment longer. He pulled her onto the carriage and immediately cracked the whip to leave. Inside the carriage, Zhou Jin glared at the anxious Zhou Qingyao, a wave of immense fatigue washing over him. This rebellious child. This child who he had doted on and spoiled beyond reason. For his eldest son he had demanded strictness and had high hopes, but unfortunately he passed away young. For his second son Zhou Bai he urged diligence, hoping he would succeed, and Zhou Bai did not disappoint. For his eldest daughter Zhou Yanzi he taught her to be knowledgeable and graceful, and Yanzi indeed possessed the demeanor of a well-bred young lady. But for his youngest daughter Zhou Qingyao, he could not bear to be harsh. He always felt that he had been too busy in his early years and had neglected the feelings of his children. Especially after the death of his eldest son, he felt he owed too much to the other party. Just then Zhou Qingyao was born. Her soft and adorable appearance filled the void left by the loss of his son. As Zhou Qingyao grew up, she became increasingly clever and charming. He poured all his emotions into her. He couldn't bear to say a harsh word. And what was the result? The result was that she had turned into a reckless troublemaker, unafraid of anything, willing to test limits. Impersonating young Master Xiaoming, causing a stir. Teasing young ladies and attracting suitors from all over. What place does young Master Xiaoming's reputation and the Zhou family's dignity hold now? What time is it now? The undercurrents at Yunzi Lake are surging. The three major martial arts schools in the entire Luwei County are on high alert. A storm concerning life and death is right before their eyes. As the chief of the Weiyuan escort agency, every nerve of Zhou Jin was tense to the limit, working day and night with extreme diligence, fearing that a single misstep would lead to utter ruin. How could he have the energy to constantly keep an eye on this troublemaker, cleaning up her never-ending messes? No way. It can't go on like this. She must be made to rein in her wild thoughts. She must be given a home that can calm her down, protect her, and also put his mind at ease. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his bubbling anger, and looked at Zhou Qingyao, who was slightly sobbing, and said in a somewhat weary voice, "Do you know you were wrong? Oof. It's too late. From today on, put away those reckless thoughts. Your father has agreed with your mother to choose an auspicious day to betroth you to Xiaoming. After your comingafage ceremony, the marriage contract will be formalized. You shall stay home, obediently learn some manners, and prepare for your marriage. If you dare to make trouble again, you will be dealt with according to family law." As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder on a clear day. What? What? Betrothed to Jiang Xiaoming? Zhou Qingyao was completely stunned. She even forgot to cry, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at her father as if she couldn't understand what he was saying. Betrothed to Jiang Xiaoming. Engagement. Marriage. These words buzzed in her mind. Zhou Jin knew that Zhou Qingyao would find it hard to accept for a moment, but he had no other choice. All that remained was one thought cut through the chaos. He tightly gripped Zhou Qingjiu's wrist, no longer giving her any chance to struggle, and said in a deep voice to the coachman, "Back to the estate." Yes. In the evening at the Pancher martial school in the training ground. Several disciples were packing their belongings preparing to leave. Brother Jiang Xiongzi, goodbye. Brother Jiang, thank you for your guidance these days. Brother Jiang, see you. Xiongzi silently stood behind Jiang Xiaoming, feeling a mix of emotions. With 3 months of not being able to grasp their qi and blood, they would be deemed inadequate in talent and the martial school would send these disciples away. With the 3-month deadline approaching, many apprentices who deemed themselves lacking in talent understood that continuing would only waste money. They did not wish to drain their qi and blood unnecessarily, harming their bodies, so they chose to leave early. This is the reality for ordinary people. The first threshold for martial artists seems low, but it has turned away too many. The once crowded training ground now had only a few people still persevering. Jiang Xiaoming nodded to everyone, giving a few simple reminders before turning to leave. He who had completed the elevation of qi and blood and stepped into Mingjing in just 10 days felt differently from Xiongzi, who was filled with sorrow. At this moment, as he entered the inner courtyard, Zhou Bai hurriedly sought him out. Xiaoming, father wants you to return to the estate immediately. He says there is an important matter to discuss. Zhou Bai looked at Jiang Xiaoming with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Important matter. Jiang Xiaoming's heart sank and he immediately thought of the investigation at Yunzi Lake. Could there be a major discovery at the water fortress? Or did something go wrong with the plan? His expression became serious as he said in a deep voice, "All right. I will return now." The journey was silent, the atmosphere inexplicably unusual. Zhou Bai attempted to speak several times but ultimately only let out a barely perceptible sigh. This deepened Jiang Xiaoming's suspicions, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the main hall of the Zhou residence, he saw Zhou Jin seated at the head with Madame Zhou beside him. Both of their expressions conveyed an unusual seriousness. Was there even a hint of scrutiny in their gazes? The hall was brightly lit, creating an invisible pressure. Adoptive father, adoptive mother. Jiang Xiaoming clasped his hands in greeting. Is it about Yunzi Lake? Ahem. Zhou Jin interrupted Jiang Xiaoming with a light cough, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. Xiaoming, please sit down. As for the matter of Yunzi Lake, the heads of various factions and senior disciples will handle it. There's no need to rush. The reason I called you back today is to discuss a matter concerning your personal affairs. Personal affairs. Jiang Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, but he complied and took a seat, feeling even more suspicious. He keenly sensed that Zhou Jin and his wife lingered their gazes on him for an unusually long time, as if they were evaluating him repeatedly. Throughout this time, Zhou Jin picked up his teacup several times, merely pretending to sip before quickly setting it back down. It seemed he was trying to conceal something. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jin slowly began. Xiaoming, you have recognized me as your adoptive father for over 3 years now, especially in recent months as our family has shared meals and lived together. We have both observed your character, talent and sense of responsibility, and it brings us great comfort. You treat Bayer with the respect of an elder brother and are equally tolerant towards Qingyao as though she were your own sister. When Zhou Qingyao was mentioned, Zhou Jin's tone noticeably intensified, tinged with a mix of frustration and helplessness. However, that girl Qingyao. Sai, you know how spoiled she has become, her temper wild beyond measure. Today she actually did something so absurd. Zhou Jin produced a black obsidian token and handed it back to Jiang Xiaoming, then briefly recounted the outrageous incident involving Zhou Qingyao. Hearing that Zhou Qingyao had impersonated him, mingled with the elite, and used his identity to flirt with girls left Jiang Xiaoming somewhat speechless. He knew this adoptive sister was unruly, but he did not expect her methods to be so reckless. Zhou Jin continued, having stirred up such turmoil, if we let it go unchecked, who knows what kind of calamity may arise in the future. He shifted his tone and looked earnestly at Jiang Xiaoming, enunciating each word carefully. Your adoptive mother and I have considered this deeply and believe that the only way to steady her heart is to find her a reliable place to settle down. And this place. Zhou Jin paused, exchanging a glance with Madame Zhou, who also showed her agreement with a slight nod. Zhou Jin took a deep breath. It must be you. Xiaoming, your adoptive mother and I wish to betroth Qingyao to you. We will choose an auspicious day to formalize your engagement, and after her comingafage ceremony we will proceed with the marriage rites. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Xiaoming felt a bit surprised. In these past few months he had very little interaction with Zhou Qingyao. Not only because he was always immersed in the martial arts hall. Even during meals apart from the weekly Sunday dinner he rarely saw Zhou Qingyao at the dining table. They would only politely greet each other and had never exchanged a word alone. While it wasn't that Zhou Jin intentionally kept him from interacting with Zhou Qingyao, there had been no efforts made to bring them together either. But now why? Jiang Xiaoming felt that Zhou Qingjiu's recent antics were likely just a catalyst. The real reason was probably rooted elsewhere. However, he was also unwilling to delve deeper. He only knew this was an opportunity. A chance bestowed by fate. No matter how well he performed as an adopted son without blood ties, he would always be separated from the Zhou family. The true secrets and core powers of the Zhou family, along with the inheritance rights of the future Wei Yuan escort, would always belong to the Zhou surname. But if he became a son-in-law of the Zhou family and had children with Zhou Qingyao, that would make everything completely different. With the bond of blood, he would be tied to the Zhou family for good. Jiang Xiaoming would no longer be just a foster son living under someone else's roof, but a legitimate half-son of the Zhou family. That would make him a true insider. The decision made by Zhou Jin and his wife at this moment was akin to opening a door for him leading to the core of the Zhou family. Furthermore, leveraging the golden opportunity of 3 generations living under one roof, he could have his own with Zhou Qingyao and seize complete control over the century-old accumulation of the Zhou family. This was a deal of immense profit with no risk involved. In a flash, the pros and cons were weighed clearly in his mind. This marriage for him held countless benefits with no drawbacks. As for Zhou Qingjiu's temperament, that was merely a minor issue that required a bit of training. Jiang Xiaoming forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. He embraced the persona of Di Zhong once more. His face quickly transformed to reveal just the right amount of shock and surprise, which then morphed into profound solemnity and deep gratitude. He suddenly stood up, deeply bowing to Zhou Jin and his wife, his voice trembling with a hint of excitement. Adoptive father. Adoptive mother. I am truly grateful for your kindness. This favor and affection, Xiaoming, cannot be repaid. Sister Qingyao. She is innocent and lively. His words carried a slight tremor, yet the determination of being honored and willing to bear the responsibility was portrayed vividly. Now that adoptive father and adoptive mother are willing to entrust Sister Qingyao to me, Xiaoming vows here that for this lifetime I will do my utmost to protect her and live up to the trust of you 2 elders. His heartfelt declaration dispelled the last trace of doubt in Zhou Jin and his wife's minds, which had arisen from their hasty decision. A relieved smile finally appeared on Zhou Jin's face as he stepped forward to support Jiang Xiaoming, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Good boy. With your word, your mother and I can rest assured. Madame Zhou also wiped her eyes with satisfaction, her gaze towards Jiang Xiaoming now softer and more affectionate. In this world, what is valued is not free love, but rather the orders of parents and the matchmaking of mediators. With the words of adoptive father and adoptive mother, the marriage between the Zhou family's 4th young lady Zhou Qingyao and adoptive son Jiang Xiaoming was officially set. However, in another exquisitely guarded embroidery room within the Zhou residence, the atmosphere was entirely different. Bang! A delicate blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. I won't marry. I want marry. I would rather die than marry. Zhou Qingyao was like an enraged little lion pacing frantically in the room, her eyes red and swollen, tears still fresh on her face, but her overwhelming emotions were filled with anger and grievance. She felt utterly wronged. Wasn't it just borrowing a title to have some fun? Wasn't it just sharing a few jokes with some friends? Why was she being confined? Why was she being betrothed to that Jiang Xiaoming who seemed difficult to deal with and only knew how to practice martial arts? Why? Why does father treat me this way? She grabbed the embroidery frame from the table and was about to smash it to the ground. I just wanted to have a bit of fun. I haven't killed anyone or set anything on fire. How could he just sell me off like this? Will I still have freedom after marrying him? Will I still have joy? Her personal maid trembled in fright, wanting to advise but dared not approach. The more Zhou Qingyao thought, the angrier and more desperate she became. The feeling of confinement combined with the fear of her future married life filled her heart with intense rebellion and resistance. No way. I cannot wait idly by. She suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes flashing with unwillingness and a hint of madness. I must escape. Yes. Escape. I will not marry him. I would rather die. A bold thought began to take root and grow wildly in her heart. In Luwei County, the Zhou residence was adorned with lanterns and colorful silks. The sounds of drums and gongs filled the air and guests overflowed, creating a scene of vibrant celebration. Yet beneath this festive atmosphere, an indescribable tension hung in the air. The calamity of the yellow turbans loomed like dark clouds, and the sinister figures of the bone path occasionally flickered in and out of sight like a sort of dread hanging over the heads of the people of Luwei County, leaving them restless. Zhou knew that only by capturing several key water strongholds at Yunza Lake as planned could he pave a stable back road for the three major martial arts schools, the Weiyuan Escort Agency, and even all of Luwei County, allowing for a moment of respite. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for delays. Thus, to prevent prolonged troubles, the day after finalizing the marriage arrangements, the Zhou residents sent out invitations stating, "Adopted son Jiang Xiaoming is engaged to my beloved daughter today." The invitations were issued somewhat hastily. At this moment, the main hall of the Zhou residence was bustling with people exceptionally lively. Present were Xiaohi, the head of the Yunhe Martial Arts School, Lu Yan, the head of the Red Snake School, Chui, the head of the Panchur Martial Arts School, and the vice head, Shikanshan, Jiang Shaming's mentor and Zhou close friend. Alongside them were Yu, the deputy head of the Blackfish Martial Arts School, and his talented disciple Lu Meng, as well as the prominent families of Wang Qian and Zhao from Luwei County. Even the likes of Dezhuang San Zhuang and Ernio from Wu Yiali and Zhang selling tofu and Yuner. Almost everyone acquainted with the Weiyuan Escort Agency and Jiang Xiaoming was present. Everyone wore smiles and exchanged pleasantries. Yet deep within their eyes there was a hint of speculation regarding the Zhou family's hurried engagement. Just as the hosts and guests were enjoying themselves on the verge of announcing the engagement, a panicked servant rushed into the hall whispering urgently in Zhou Zhen's ear, his face pale. In an instant the smile on Zhou Zhen's face froze, his fingers gripping the wine cup turned white from the force. Zhou's wife beside him swayed, her complexion suddenly drained of color, barely supported by a maid to avoid losing her composure. Zhou Qiniao. That unruly little ancestor. She actually drugged the old guard at the horse stable riding Jiang Shaming's magnificent steed Cloud treading snow. She eloped. The servant presented a crumpled note. It bore Zhou Qinjiao's familiar, somewhat arrogant handwriting. "You want me to marry? Impossible. I will never marry. Not in this lifetime." A surge of blood rushed to Zhou Zhen's head, darkening his vision, causing him to tremble with rage. This ungrateful child. At such a critical moment, how dare she? How dare she? Where would that leave the Zhou family's dignity? My old face is about to be completely disgraced by her. However, amidst this raging fury, an extremely small thought, one he had not even considered himself, strangely emerged. Indeed. She has run away. If she would rather die than marry. Could it be that she can remain by my side forever? But this thought flashed by, only to be crushed by the enormous crisis at hand. The guests keenly sensed the unusualness of the hosts, the clamor gradually subsiding as countless curious and probing gazes focused on the unusually pale Zhou Zhen and the wobbly Zhou's wife. The air seemed to freeze. The festive music now sounded particularly harsh. Zhou Zhen's mind was in turmoil. What to do? The guests had come here in consideration of Zhou Zhen's face. The higher-ups from the three major martial arts schools had gathered. The Yunza Lake plan was ready to go. If he were to announce that the bride had run away now, what face would the Zhou family have left? What kind of humiliation would Jiang Xiaoming suffer? This would be akin to publicly slapping him in the face. After this, could he still work in unison with the Zhou family without any discord? Furthermore, this incident would expose Zhou Zhen's incompetence to everyone. If he couldn't even manage his own daughter, how could he expect trust in such a grand marriage affair that had encountered such a significant setback? This could lead to endless uncertainties for the Yunza Lake plan and many other major matters in the future. No. Absolutely not. The Zhou family cannot afford to lose face. Jiang Xiaoming must not suffer this humiliation. The cooperation with the three major martial arts schools, a matter of life and death, cannot be allowed to falter due to this. In a flash of inspiration, and nearly insane yet seemingly the only solution to the current deadlock ignited in Zhou Zhen's desperate mind. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the turbulent blood and the anger that threatened to tear him apart, instantly squeezing out an exceptionally determined smile. He pushed away the supporting servant, striding to the center of the hall, facing all the puzzled gazes, using all his strength to make his voice sound loud, clear, and filled with joy. "Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and esteemed guests, the servant just reported a trivial matter, nothing to be concerned about. The auspicious time has arrived. Don't delay today's great joy." He scanned the entire room and finally, as if grasping at a lifeline, his gaze precisely landed on Zhou Yanzi, who stood beside Zhou's wife, her complexion also pale from the sudden bad news, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. "Today," Zhou Zhen's voice suddenly rose, "it is my adopted son Jiang Xiaoming and my eldest daughter Zhou Yanzi. The joy of their engagement. Thank you all for taking the time to witness this auspicious occasion. Zhou is incredibly grateful." Boom. This thunderous announcement left the assembled guests even more astonished than the news of Zhou Qinjiao's elopement. Zhou Bai widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at his father, then at his equally shocked sister Zhou Yanzi. Zhou's wife clutched her chest, her lips moving but unable to utter a word, her expression filled with extreme complexity. Zhou Yanzi looked as if struck by lightning. The color drained from her gentle, graceful face, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, filled with extreme astonishment, confusion and helplessness. She instinctively looked towards Jiang Xiaoming, who was not far away. At this moment Jiang Xiaoming too was taken aback. He had not expected Zhou Jin to be so quick-witted. To change the bride to Zhou Yanzi. He involuntarily turned his gaze towards Zhou Yanzi, the woman who was as gentle as jade, composed and dignified, resembling an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley. Even in her current state of panic, her grace was undiminished. In an instant his thoughts shifted. The eldest daughter Yanzi. Gentle and virtuous, well-educated. She held a stable position in the Zhou family. This seemed more aligned with his interests and intentions than the unruly Zhou Qingyao. To marry one should choose wisely. What a good thing! The guests were slightly uncertain. Earlier many had heard whispers that Jiang Xiaoming was to marry the youngest daughter Zhou Qingyao, but now it had shifted to the eldest daughter Zhou Yanzi. Yet upon seeing Zhou Jin's determined smile and his unquestionable demeanor, combined with Zhou family's fourth Mrs. well-known reputation and Zhou Yanzi's poised and gracious image, many immediately understood and believed. They grasped the reasoning behind this change. Perhaps the Zhou family deemed the fourth Miss unsuitable and temporarily replaced her with the more stable eldest Miss. Congratulations, Chief Zhou. Congratulations, young hero Jiang. Congratulations, Miss Zhou. A match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Congratulations, congratulations. After a brief silence, the quick-reacting guests erupted into even more enthusiastic congratulatory cheers. As if the previous pause had never occurred. Master Yunhe Lu Yen, Master Pancher Shikanshan and others swiftly reined in their astonished expressions, donning smiles and raising their cups in congratulations. In no time the hall was filled with clinking glasses and thunderous laughter, even more lively than before, as if the earlier shocking tumult had merely been a collective illusion. A crisis that threatened the Zhou family's reputation, Jiang Shaming's dignity and even the prospects of cooperation with the three major martial arts schools was resolved under Zhou Jin's almost reversing right and wrong quick thinking. Zhou Yanzi, supported by her mother and maid, was pushed towards Jiang Xiaoming like a marionette. She looked at the man who was about to become her fiancé, his expression deep and inscrutable at this moment, and thought of her impulsive sister who had escaped to who knows where, her heart filled with mixed feelings, a chilling sensation washing over her. Meanwhile Zhou Jin, amidst the clamorous blessings, turned away, downing a glass of strong liquor fiercely. The fiery sensation burned his throat, yet it could not mask the turmoil of bitterness, fear and a deep guilt towards his eldest daughter swirling within him. This hastily arranged, unexpected engagement banquet ultimately concluded with a change of bride amid this incredibly complex and strange atmosphere drew to a close. After the engagement banquet, the clamor faded into silence. The Zhou residence finally returned to stillness, leaving only crimson silks and scattered festive paper strewn across the ground, mute witnesses to the absurd farce that had just passed as a wedding. Not long after the guests dispersed, Zhou Bai found Jiang Xiaoming sitting alone in the side hall. His expression bore clear embarrassment and a trace of weariness. Xiaoming, father had intended to speak with you personally about certain matters, but he was deeply angered by Qingyao's outburst, his emotions unsettled, and has retired to rest. He paused briefly before adding, mother remains with him tending to his needs. Jiang Xiaoming nodded calmly, his tone understanding. Elder brother need not feel uneasy. Our adoptive parents have labored tirelessly today and endured such an unforeseen turn of events. They truly deserve rest. Younger sister Qingyao is still quite young, her impulsiveness will surely yield to reason in time. His words were impeccably measured, granting the Zhou family graceful recourse while subtly signaling his magnanimous acceptance of the elopement. Hearing this, Zhou Bai felt a measure of relief, his admiration for his adopted brother's composure and discernment deepening further. From his sleeve he withdrew a heavy, tightly bound document packet and handed it to Jiang Xiaoming. Father instructed me to deliver this to you. Jiang Xiaoming accepted the packet, it weighed heavily in his hands. Untying the cord he found within a thick stack of formal contracts. As he unrolled them one by one, even his steady temperament could not suppress a flicker of sharp brilliance in his eyes. Land deeds, not only vast tracts of fertile farmland beyond the city walls but also several prime properties within Luwei County, including a compact courtyard with a street-facing shop which he himself had noted during previous inspections with Zhou Bai for its exceptional location. Shop profit-sharing agreements, this was the true cornerstone. Contracts covering multiple core Zhou family enterprises. Guiyun, in one of the Zhou family's renowned taverns, granted Jiang Xiaoming 40% of future earnings. Shishan Mine, specializing in jade jewelry, engaged in both competition and cooperation with the Wang family, allocated 35% of profits. Rueha Cloth Emporium by Chao Tang. Altogether 7 or 8 establishments spanning cuisine, gems, textiles and herbal medicine, each offering profit shares ranging from 30 to 40%. Even 2 waystations situated at critical nodes along major trade routes, exclusively serving couriers of the Weiyuan Escort Agency, granted him 30% of their revenues. The contractual terms were precise, with only one restriction: Jiang Xiaoming held no right to sell the enterprises themselves, yet retained long-term entitlement to their designated revenue shares. This was akin to placing several gold-laying hens directly into his hands. Zhou Bai explained. Father said part of this is Yanzi's dowry, arranged in advance. The remainder, he added, was specifically allocated to Jiang Xiaoming as his adopted son, a mark of the Zhou family's recognition and reliance upon him. Given the urgency of current circumstances, it was entrusted to him all at once. A surge of immense joy welled up within Jiang Xiaoming. This was utterly unlike the transient resources he had previously received: horses, medicinal herbs, or one-time rewards. These were income-generating assets, foundations. Vital capital for securing his future, establishing stability, and even cultivating influence. Yet he instantly grasped the deeper implication: this generosity was also a test. Managing these establishments would be no simple feat. Their profits and losses rested solely upon his shoulders. Should he prove merely a man of brute strength, lacking acumen in commerce, squandering the wealth, or driving operations into ruin, he would not only forfeit the assets but also reveal his true limitations to the Zhou family, jeopardizing future support. Conversely, should he demonstrate shrewd management and commercial insight, his standing within the Zhou household, and the resources he could command, would transform entirely. Father's profound kindness overwhelms me. Jiang Xiaoming carefully gathered the contracts and bowed deeply to Zhou Bai. Please convey my solemn pledge to Father. I shall devote myself utterly and fulfill this trust without fail. Zhou Bai watched the keen resolve and unwavering steadiness gleaming in Jiang Xiaoming's eyes, and the last lingering discomfort from the abrupt marital rearrangement dissolved entirely. He clapped Jiang Xiaoming firmly on the shoulder. Well said. I believe in you. There are matters awaiting me at the Martial Arts Academy. I must take my leave. With that, he departed swiftly, bearing an air of palpable relief. Later that evening, at Zhou Zhen's instruction, Zhou Yanzi, the newly betrothed fiancé, arrived at the guest courtyard chamber where Jiang Xiaoming was temporarily staying. An awkward silence settled between them. The warm glow of crimson lanterns filtered through the window paper, casting soft light upon them and intensifying the delicate tension. One was the gentle eldest daughter, suddenly thrust into the role of bride amid crisis. The other, the composed adopted son, unexpectedly elevated to groom. The sudden engagement hung like an invisible veil between them. Jiang Xiaoming knew romantic banter would be wholly inappropriate. Discussing martial techniques would seem stiff and forced, and mentioning Zhou Qingyao's flight would only deepen the discomfort. His mind raced, then he recalled a long-held aspiration and broke the silence. Yanzi. Elder sister, he chose a term both affectionate and respectful. I've heard your medical expertise is exceptional, your lineage esteemed and renowned. Lately I've grown deeply intrigued by the art of healing and long to study it independently, but have struggled to find proper guidance. Might elder sister recommend a foundational medical text suitable for beginners? Indeed, at mention of her domain of mastery, Zhou Yanzi's taut nerves relaxed ever so slightly. She lifted her gentle lustrous gaze toward Jiang Xiaoming, noting his earnest expression, genuine not feigned, and her own unease softened further. She inclined her head modestly, her voice soft. Xiaoming, your eagerness to learn is most commendable. For foundational texts, Master Xue's annotated manuscript of the Qingnong medical canon is especially fitting, comprehensive yet accessible, integrating theory, methodology, prescriptions, and pharmacology. I happen to keep a copy in my chambers. How wonderful! Jiang Xiaoming responded with well-timed delight. Zhou Yanzi rose gracefully. Please wait a moment, I shall retrieve it. With light, unhurried steps she left the chamber, her gait seeming lighter than before. Soon she returned, cradling the medical tome in her hands. Jiang Xiaoming accepted the Qingnong medical canon reverently with both hands. Its pages were yellowed with age, yet immaculately preserved, evidence of frequent careful handling by Zhou Yanzi. He spoke no further, immediately opening the book beneath the lamplight and immersing himself fully in its contents. He made no effort to conceal his aptitude. Bolstered by his innate talent, 3 hearts, 1 mind, his concentration and memory soared to extraordinary heights. Though not truly eidetic, a few passes over the text sufficed to imprint its substance with crystalline clarity. They say a man in deep focus is most captivating, and Jiang Xiaoming possessed natural striking handsomeness. Zhou Yanzi sat quietly beside him, initially out of mere courtesy, but soon found herself drawn in by Jiang Xiaoming's intense, unwavering, almost rhythmic absorption in reading. Unnoticed time slipped away. Jiang Xiaoming had already rapidly scanned and preliminarily memorized 1/5 of the Qingnong medical canon. Closing the book, he exhaled slowly. The text teemed with specialized terminology and botanical nomenclature. Mere memorization was insufficient. He naturally turned to Zhou Yanzi for discussion, and as their dialogue continued, her astonishment grew. Having read only once, Jiang Xiaoming could already discourse fluently on earlier sections, posing incisive questions that revealed genuine comprehension, not idle pretense. After their exchange, Zhou Yanzi, amazed yet sincerely moved, offered guidance willingly. Xiaoming. The 4 diagnostic methods, observation, auscultation, olfaction, inquiry, and palpation, are the bedrock of medicine. Among these, pulse diagnosis is especially subtle. Though the text meticulously details floating, sinking, slow, and rapid pulses, knowledge gleaned solely from paper remains shallow. Today I shall teach you pulse diagnosis. Pulse examination demands serene focus and refined tactile perception. Feel for subtleties beneath the fingertips. Please extend your left hand. They sat facing each other across the low tea table. Jiang Xiaoming complied, laying his hand flat upon its surface. Zhou Yanzi extended 3 slender, elegant fingers and gently placed them upon his wrist at the Cun Guan and Qi positions. Relax your mind and spirit, Zhou Yanzi murmured softly. Her fingertips were cool, her touch delicate. Jiang Xiaoming stilled his breath and eased his arm. Zhou Yanzi closed her eyes, concentrating inwardly, her finger pads applying gentle, precise pressure as she traced the rhythm of his pulse. She sensed it clearly, strong, steady, evenly paced, like the resonant beat of a war drum, revealing abundant qi and blood and formidable physical vitality. This pulse was even healthier than she had anticipated. Do you feel it? This is the classic ping mic, neither floating nor sinking, harmonious and forceful, she explained softly, describing its defining characteristics as she observed. After a moment she withdrew her fingers. Now try it yourself, feel my pulse. She placed her own right wrist upon the table. Jiang Xiaoming mimicked her posture, extending 3 fingers to gently rest them upon Zhou Yanzi's delicate wrist. Her skin was warm, smooth, and supple. He centered his awareness, focusing intently on the sensations beneath his fingertips, yet what he perceived caused him to pause, faintly startled. Her pulse was distinctly irregular. Its rate was markedly accelerated, though its strength remained firm. An underlying tremor, faint yet unmistakable, rippled beneath the surface. Like a startled fawn dashing through dense forest undergrowth. This was no ping mai. Just as he prepared to examine the anomaly more closely, a subtle vibration trembled beneath his fingertips, warm, delicate skin responding to his touch. Jiang Xiaoming looked up, puzzled, prompting Zhou Yanzi to realize instantly what had transpired. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. She could feel her own heart hammering wildly, uncontrollably. I, she gasped, snatching her hand back as if scalded, rising abruptly, her voice stumbling in flustered disarray. It grows late. Xiaoming, please rest early. Keep the medical text for your studies. Before the words had fully left her lips, she had already turned and fled the chamber at near speed, leaving behind only the faint, soothing fragrance of medicinal herbs and the gentle sway of beaded curtains. Jiang Xiaoming watched her slender figure vanish beyond the doorway, thoughtful. This awkward, unexpected first lesson in medicine seemed to have yielded results far beyond expectation. The night was as dark as ink, deeper and heavier with dew. The noise within the Zhou residence had long since faded into silence, leaving only the faint sound of the night watchman's footsteps passing by. Jiang Xiaoming sat cross-legged in his room, regulating his breath. Just as he finished organizing the medical knowledge he had acquired that day in his mind and was about to fall asleep, he was startled awake by a series of deliberately suppressed yet urgent footsteps, whispers, and the sound of wheels rolling over the bluestone slabs from the direction of the side gate. His heart stirred and he quietly got up, moving to the window to peek outside. Under the dim light of the lanterns he saw several trusted guards of the Zhou family crowding around a charming figure entering the side courtyard. It was the unruly little demon star, Zhou Qingyao. Yet at this moment she was devoid of her usual spirited demeanor. Her clothes were stained with dust and grass, her hair was disheveled, and her pale face suggested that her very soul had been drained. With vacant eyes she was half supported, half dragged forward by 2 maids. Her beloved horse, the cloud treading snow, was also brought back, its saddle empty and forlorn. Clearly the Zhou family had mobilized their forces to retrieve her in the dead of night. Given her condition, it was evident that she must have suffered greatly along the way, and more importantly, she seemed to be aware of the earth-shattering changes occurring within the residence. As if sensing the gaze from behind the window, Zhou Qingyao abruptly halted her steps, lifting her head in confusion. Her eyes met Jiang Xiaoming's cool, piercing gaze through the crack of the window. In that instant a tumultuous mix of emotions surged in her empty eyes: panic, shame, regret, and a hint of bewildering fear. She opened her mouth as if to say something, her lips moving silently, but ultimately only a faint breath escaped. She knew that she had truly committed an unforgivable blunder. Eloping. For a man, especially a young talent rising to fame in Luwei County, what a devastating humiliation this was. She couldn't bear to imagine her father's furious expression. Even more so, she couldn't face her sister who had been wronged and replaced because of her actions. And the brother-in-law she had publicly abandoned. She felt terrifically anxious. She had even prepared herself for Jiang Shaming's fury, scolding, or even cold indifference. Perhaps that would ease her heart a little. However, Jiang Xiaoming behind the window showed no signs of any emotional turmoil. He displayed neither anger nor mockery. After thoroughly understanding Zhou Qinjiu's reckless, willful, and thoughtless nature, he harbored no resentment towards her elopement. In fact, he thought she had done quite well. A woman like Zhou Qinjiu, overly boisterous and frequently causing trouble, possessed a unique charm, but she was not suited to be his ideal match at this time. At present, he was merely at the Mingjing stage, lacking the ability to help her clean up after her mess. His best match would be the gentle and refined Zhou Yanzi. Moreover, she also had medical knowledge. Nevertheless, he would never show her a kind face. His calmness was in itself a form of detachment and disregard. Jiang Xiaoming simply withdrew his gaze and through the window spoke in a voice devoid of any emotion. "It's good that you're back. Your adoptive father likely has not yet rested. He is in a bad mood today. You should go check on him." His tone was as flat as if stating an insignificant matter unrelated to him. Having said that, he no longer looked at Zhou Qinjiu, whose face had turned even paler, and directly lowered the window, lying back down on his bed. Zhou Qinjiu stood there dazedly, yet that calm statement felt like a cold needle chilling her heart. A maid gently tugged at her, and only then did she awaken from her daze, tears finally streaming down silently as she was supported and walked aimlessly towards her parents' courtyard. How Zhou Qinjiu wept and repented in front of her parents and siblings, and how she faced Zhou Yanzi's complex and unspoken gaze, Jiang Xiaoming did not care about, nor did anyone elaborate to him. He settled down to sleep, completely putting the farce out of his mind. The days that followed were busy and fulfilling for Jiang Xiaoming. During the day, he devoted all his time to the training ground of the Pancher Martial Arts School or to the specially designated quiet room of the Zhou residence. Heavy stone locks, resilient cowhide bands, precious tonics, he utilized every resource available to relentlessly hone his muscles and skin. Each stretch, each impact, each infusion of medicinal power further solidified his strength. Sweat flowed like a stream. Yet his gaze remained resolute. His goal was singular: to perfect his Mingjing mid-stage muscle realm cultivation. To lay the most solid foundation for breaking through to the late stage. At night, as the lights twinkled on the small hall in the Zhou residence used for medical exchanges became his regular classroom with Zhou Yanzi. The initial awkwardness gradually melted away amidst academic discussions. The atmosphere of learning in the small classroom was quite pleasant. In addition to studying, Jiang Xiaoming would occasionally relax with Zhou Yanzi using small gadgets, spinning pens, origami, magic tricks, emoticons. After more interactions, Zhou Yanzi understood that Jiang Xiaoming was definitely not the overly serious person she had previously imagined. In addition to being calm and steady, he was also remarkably delicate in thought, even possessing a hint of youthful exuberance. This made her feel delighted yet somewhat pained, clearly a romantic at heart yet forced to become serious and stoic due to life's hardships and an unfortunate childhood. It made her think that she should do something. Jiang Xiaoming had no idea how Zhou Yanzi had embellished him in her mind. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't mind, because among it all there was his subtle guidance. Doing these things was merely incidental, his core purpose remained to study medicine. Most of the time they would still revolve around the Qingnong medical classic for continuous discussions. Zhou Yanzi gradually transformed from her initial shyness to a state of being both a teacher and friend. Only during the occasional accidental brush of fingertips or the crossing of gazes would Zhou Yanzi blush slightly, quickly averting her eyes, while Jiang Xiaoming responded with a calm and gentle smile. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, Jiang Xiaoming would carefully examine and study the thick stack of land deeds and property agreements that Zhou Jin had entrusted to him under the solitary light in his room. This was Zhou Jin's test for him. He took it very seriously. After reviewing for several days, he discovered that most properties were operating in a healthy state with clear accounts and stable profits. For this part, Jiang Xiaoming was not in a hurry to intervene. He understood the principle that stability trumps all. His preliminary plan was quite simple: to choose a day to discreetly inspect the properties in the guise of young master, make an appearance, reassure the managers, and at the same time serve as an invisible deterrent to prevent anyone from harboring improper thoughts and embezzling during the transfer of properties. However, two contracts drew his special attention. One was the Xishan Jade Mine located in the western suburbs of Luwei County. The accounts indicated a continuous decline in output over the past 2 years, while the miners' wage expenditures had abnormally increased, with reports frequently coming in about depleted veins and increased mining difficulties. This seemed somewhat unusual. The other was the Gue Yun Inn located in the eastern part of the city. Previously the accounts had been normal, but in recent months profits had plummeted with scant customer flow, and the reports were filled with reasons like intense competition and high costs. Xishan Mine. Gue Yun Inn. Jiang Xiaoming frowned slightly. These two places were clearly the problematic industries that required his personal diagnosis and attempts at treatment. He decided to first inspect the other quality properties. If no issues were found, he would then deal with these two difficult problems. In the early morning, Jiang Xiaoming rode out of Luwei County with several servants from the Zhou family. At this time he had already perfected his mid-stage Mingjing and was just waiting for an opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the later stage. However, in recent days his master Shi Kaishan and senior brother Wei Shan had both been busy outside. With no one to guide him, he decided to take advantage of this gap to inspect the various businesses. He spent a few days visiting the well-operating businesses one by one. Wherever he went, the shopkeepers and employees greeted him warmly, their attitudes respectful yet somewhat flattering. Young master was called out repeatedly. These people had personally witnessed the hasty yet grand engagement banquet and knew well that this adopted son's status in the Zhou family had changed dramatically. Naturally, they dared not show the slightest negligence. Jiang Xiaoming merely made a brief appearance, listened to reports, encouraged the staff a bit to stabilize their spirits, and did not interfere too much. After dealing with these matters, he turned his attention to the focus of this trip. The Xishan Jade Mine, located 30 miles west of the city, was his goal. The Xishan Mine was not large, built against the mountains. When Jiang Xiaoming arrived at the entrance of the mine riding his horse, the managers of the mine had already received news and were lined up, filled with trepidation, waiting for him. At the forefront was the old manager of the mine, surnamed Chen, with graying hair, a face etched with the marks of hardship, and eyes that bore hints of fatigue and anxiety. Young master's presence is an honor. This old man Chen Gui has failed to offer a proper welcome. Manager Chen bowed to Jiang Xiaoming along with the others, his demeanor extremely respectful, even somewhat nervous. Everyone knew that this new master had come to address their lingering worries. Jiang Xiaoming dismounted calmly, his expression serene, and said, "Manager Chen, no need for excessive formalities. Show me around the mine and the recent outputs." Manager Chen immediately agreed and personally led the way. The group first went to the material yard. There they saw piles of raw stones that had been excavated, but most were of dull color, rough texture, clearly low-grade materials. The finished jade materials stored in the warehouse were mostly small pieces in mixed colors of average quality, far inferior to the exquisite jade items found in the Wang family's Linglong Pavilion. Manager Chen pointed at the materials, letting out a breath filled with helplessness. "Young master, as you can see, over the past 2 years the vein has become increasingly difficult to mine. The good materials in the shallow layers were mostly mined out long ago. Now drilling deeper not only requires more labor and effort but also yields mostly waste materials. Occasionally we might find something decent, but those are minor finds that cannot sustain the operation. As for large high-quality jade pieces, we haven't seen any in almost a year. Based on the current trends and vein direction, this mine can last at most another 7 or 8 years before it will have to be completely abandoned." Jiang Xiaoming listened quietly, noncommittal, and signaled for Manager Chen to take him into the mine. The cave was dimly lit, the air murky, filled with the scents of earth and stone dust. The miners were working hard, the sounds of chiseling echoing continuously. As they delved deeper, Jiang Xiaoming could clearly feel that the rock layers of the mining face had become unnaturally hard, requiring several times the manpower to advance even slightly. Occasionally he saw miners breaking through a layer of rock only to reveal jade that was mottled and mixed with little pure material visible. "It truly is difficult." Jiang Xiaoming nodded, affirming Manager Chen's claims about the depletion of the vein and the skyrocketing mining costs. This was a natural law that could not be easily reversed by human effort. After inspecting the mine, Manager Chen led Jiang Xiaoming to a small jade shop at the foot of the mountain which belonged to the mine. This shop not only sold low-grade jade materials and finished products but also engaged in gambling stone business. It sold some unremarkable raw stones that experienced masters deemed waste materials or low probability of yielding jade at extremely low prices to those hoping for a stroke of luck. Just then a man dressed in coarse cloth, sweating profusely, was haggling with the staff over a piece the size of a fist covered in a gray-brown crust. Ultimately he made a deal for a few dozen copper coins. The man nervously cradled the stone, walking over to the stone-cutting machine. As the grinding wheel whirled, stone chips flew everywhere, but in the end only a few murky jade flakes were revealed, failing to produce even a decent ring face. The onlookers let out a chorus of disappointed hisses, shaking their heads and dispersing. "Forgive me for the spectacle, young master. Manager Chen explained with a bitter smile these all came from the mine examined repeatedly by experienced masters determined to have no value as waste materials. Since they are just piling up, it's better to utilize them this way so we can exchange for a few copper coins to help with the miners' meals. Jiang Xiaoming watched the man leave dejectedly, then glanced at the mountain of similar waste materials in the corner, lost in thought. Suddenly he pointed at the pile of waste materials and asked Manager Chen, how much can these materials sell for on average based on the current selling method? Manager Chen thought for a moment those with slightly better appearances might sell for. Might attract some customers, probably around several tens of one. The ones with poor appearances are only worth a few when merely for embellishment. Jiang Xiaoming nodded, remaining silent. He approached the pile of waste materials and surveyed it for a while. After a moment he beckoned a clever young assistant over and whispered a few instructions in his ear. The assistant looked puzzled but still complied. Sometime later he presented 2 pieces of manipulated stones and another completely untouched piece from the same pile of waste materials to Manager Chen. Jiang Xiaoming said, "Old Chen, take a look at these 3 pieces of jade material." Manager Chen took the 3 pieces. One of them revealed a window the size of a fingernail. The window was ground open, revealing a glimpse of jade flesh inside, and to his surprise it exuded a soft oily luster, appearing quite delicate. The other stone had an even smaller window, like a needle tip, only revealing a hint of enticing green. The last piece was completely covered. Jiang Xiaoming stated, "This piece with the large window, the exposed jade flesh, looks soft and delicate, priced at 300 won. This one with the tiny needlepoint window revealing a bit of green, priced at 500 won. This completely covered piece of average quality, priced at 50 won. If it were you or a buyer wanting to take a chance, which piece would you choose?" Manager Chen stared intently at the 2 pieces with windows, especially the one with the large window revealing soft jade flesh, and almost blurted out, "Naturally, it's the one priced at 300 won. The quality of the jade revealed looks appealing and promising. That one for 500 won. The window is too small, making it hard to discern its true value. The risk is too great. The one for 50 won. It looks hopeless." The assistant couldn't help but interject from the side, "But manager, all of these were picked from the waste material pile." Picked from the waste material pile? Manager Chen suddenly froze as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the fog in his mind. He stared at the meticulously opened stone showing good flesh and glanced at the pile of grey waste materials beside him, his muddled old eyes suddenly bursting with astonishing light. "Brilliant! Remarkable, young master." He spoke excitedly, his voice trembling a bit. "Your method is simply turning stone into gold. Waste? No, it's a treasure technique that transforms the rotten into the miraculous." Jiang Xiaoming smiled slightly and continued, "This is just the first step, called selective window opening. The core idea is to specifically choose areas of slightly better quality and better color in the raw stones to open windows, avoiding cracks and areas dense with impurities, presenting the best side to the buyers. Pay attention to the size of the windows for those with potential impurities, but some highlights make small windows to pique interest. For those with genuinely good jade quality in certain areas, make large windows to fully showcase their value." He paused, observing the increasing light in Manager Chen's eyes, and continued to propose deeper strategies. "The second step is layering of jade materials. Using low-end materials to attract customers, 4 stones that perform ordinarily after window opening but are more attractive than completely covered stones. Directly mark them at relatively reasonable prices. For instance, several tens of won to several hundred won. Place them in prominent positions to attract novice buyers or those with limited budgets aiming for volume. For those that impress after being opened and appear to have excellent jade quality, pick them out separately and carefully polish them. Pair them with wooden bases and place them in the shop's premium gambling stone area, marking them at high prices. Prices ranging from several taels to several tens of taels of silver, creating a sense of scarcity and high value to attract more capable players or collectors." As Jiang Xiaoming elaborated on this set of strategies, Manager Chen listened, enraptured, his breathing becoming heavier. He seemed to see a golden road ahead. This was not merely waste utilization, it was the opening of an entirely new, highly profitable business line. Originally worthless waste materials that could only sell for a few won or dozens of won, after this meticulous packaging and guidance, their value could multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. This is ingenious. Truly ingenious. Young master, you are remarkable. Manager Chen was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, wishing to implement it immediately. If your gambling stone optimization method can be promoted in my mind, it will definitely revitalize the entire mine. Doubling profits is not just a dream. He spoke excitedly, but then thought of something, his gaze dimming with great regret as he sighed, unfortunately. It's a pity. Your method, young master, is excellent, but It requires a massive amount of raw stones to support it in order to form a scale that attracts a continuous flow of gamblers. Our small mine in Shishan has limited output, and the waste materials available for manipulation are also limited. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice possessing dragon-slaying skills, but no dragon to slay. He pounded his chest, his regret evident in his words. If only we could connect with the Wang family of jade artisans. The Wang family controls the largest jade mine clusters in Luwei County and the nearby areas. The waste materials they discard are piled high. If we could get those materials combined with your miraculous method, young master. Good heavens, what an incredible fortune that would be. It would shake the gambling stone industry to its core. What a pity, what a pity. Jiang Xiaoming listened to Manager Chen's excited yet regretful words, his gaze flickering. At the engagement banquet he had indeed conversed with Wang Hong of the Wang family, establishing a connection. In a few days he could try reaching out. However, there was no need to reveal the method directly. He could not let the other party take advantage of it for free. He already had a plan in mind. This matter will be discussed later. First, let's operate on the existing waste materials from the Shishan mine using this method. Jiang Xiaoming calmly instructed Manager Chen, please quickly select a few clever steady-handed assistants who understand jade properties and teach them how to observe the skin select points and open windows. Let them practice on our own waste materials first to familiarize themselves with the process. I will have great use for this in the future. Yes. Yes. Young master, rest assured. I will definitely get this done. I'll go pick people right away. Manager Chen, as if energized, received the order with enthusiasm as if he had become 10 years younger. He seemed to envision the Shishan mine regaining vitality due to this turning stone into gold technique. Jiang Xiaoming watched Manager Chen's retreating figure, then glanced at the pile of waste materials in the corner that was about to be given new life, but he was not as optimistic as Chen. Next turmoil was approaching, and he would find it difficult to have a peaceful period for development. In such circumstances he had to find a way to reveal some of his knowledge from his past life to gain immense profits, to survive in the chaos and to seize some opportunities. Having resolved the urgent issues with the jade mine, Jiang Xiaoming prepared to see how the Guiyun restaurant operated and what its clouds do not return method was all about. He mounted his horse again, and as the horse Yun neighed softly he galloped towards Luwei County. On the way back to the city, Jiang furrowed his brow deep and thought about the expansion method suggested by Manager Chen. Although the method of opening windows in gambling stones was good, it was too easily imitated. In other words, this method could only earn a quick profit at most. After that it would be learned by families like the Yuchi Wang family, who controlled a large number of mines, and become their cash cow. So is there any way to earn more from the first wave of quick money? Jiang Xiaoming's mind raced. A term appeared in his mind. Let's not go to the Guiyun tavern for now. Let's return to the Shishan mine. Back at the mine he immediately summoned Manager Chen, who was excitedly directing the workers to select waste materials. Old Chen plans have changed. Immediately stop all sales of window opening materials. The smile on Manager Chen's face froze as he exclaimed, "Huh? Young master, why is that? Isn't our method good?" "The method is good, but the scope is too small." Jiang Xiaoming's gaze was sharp as an eagle. Selling now can only earn a tiny profit from this waste material of Shishan mine, and soon it will be learned by others, causing its value to plummet. If we're going to do this, let's make a big move. He ordered in a deep voice, from now on stockpile. All window opening materials must be sealed and stored, not a single piece is to leave. Additionally, gather all the steady-handed and sharp-eyed apprentices and workers. You select them personally. I want them to practice the window opening technique day and night. Focus on the methods of selecting points and opening windows, ensuring precision and efficiency. Remember, the positions, techniques and presentation effects are all core secrets. Manager Chen was intimidated by the cold glimmer in Jiang Xiaoming's eyes and the immense ambition in his words, nodding repeatedly yes. Yes. I understand. Stockpile and hone skills, waiting for the right moment. Not only that. A glint of fierceness flashed in Jiang Xiaoming's eyes. From this moment on, all apprentices and workers involved in this matter will live together under strict supervision. No one is to leave the mine without my orders. And no one is allowed to pass any information outside. Anyone who disobeys or attempts to leak secrets. He paused, his voice cold as iron. Kill. A chilling atmosphere spread. Manager Chen's heart trembled, realizing that this matter had escalated to the level of the family's survival. Quickly bowing, young master, rest assured. I will personally oversee it to ensure not a single fly can carry the news out. Jiang Xiaoming nodded, saying no more. He immediately sent a message via carrier pigeon to the Zhou residence urgently summoning Zhou Fu, the most trusted steward of Zhou Zhan, along with several capable and loyal guards. Uncle Fu Jiang Xiaoming handed a list and a map of the mine to the old steward, whose hair was gray but whose eyes were sharp. You take someone to take over the mine's defense and internal affairs. Keep a close watch on the people on the list. No one is allowed to leave the mine. Anyone who shows unusual behavior or attempts to convey information is to be killed on the spot. Yes. Young master. Zhou Fu took the list without any further ado. After arranging the mine's ironclad defenses, Jiang Xiaoming did not dare to delay for a moment, taking Manager Chen with him and riding swiftly back to the Zhou residence. In the study of the Zhou residence, the lights were bright. Zhou Zhan was overwhelmed dealing with the progress at Yunza Lake, the huge losses from the shrinkage of the escort agency, and the aftermath of his daughter's elopement. Seeing Jiang Xiaoming return late at night with Manager Chen, he knew there must be important matters at hand. Foster father. After greeting, Jiang Xiaoming got straight to the point, gesturing for Manager Chen to present the gambling stone optimization plan for the Xishan mine. Especially the enormous profits and the miraculous effect of turning waste materials into gold. Manager Chen was eloquent, and with his personal experience and the prospect of enormous profits, he painted Jiang Xiaoming's method in a fantastical light, causing Zhou Zhang's eyes to brighten, increasingly his breathing slightly quickening. Having immersed himself in the business world for years, he instantly understood the immense profit potential contained within. Good. What a method of turning decay into wonder. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but slam the table in applause, as if the gloom of the past few days had been ripped open. Jiang Xiaoming added at the right moment, Foster father, the key to this method lies in speed and quantity. Relying solely on the Xishan mine is like a drop in the bucket. But what is our advantage at the Weiyuan escort agency? It is our vast network, which is spread throughout the provinces with well-informed news and convenient transport. We can utilize the escort channels to purchase large quantities of so-called waste materials discarded by various jade mines at extremely low prices. Then concentrate them at our controlled base and conduct unified window opening processing according to this method. Then through the transport and sales network of the escort agency, we can sell these carefully packaged gambling stones at high prices to towns far from the mining sources, where the gambling stone atmosphere is weak but the purchasing power is present. We will create a significant time and regional disparity. Before the local mine owners and jade merchants respond and imitate this method, we can seize astonishing profits. Zhou Zhang listened with rising excitement. This was simply a tailor-made plan. Leveraging the escort agency's channel advantages to turn worthless waste materials into liquid gold. Not only would this greatly alleviate the cash flow pressure brought by the agency's contraction, but it would also accumulate vast wealth for the impending chaotic times. However, after the excitement, Zhou Zhang's calm as the helmsman quickly returned. Xiaoming, this plan is brilliant. But there are two key issues. Firstly, this method is easily imitated once leaked or seen through. Profits will quickly diminish. Secondly, to acquire vast amounts of waste materials and expand the national sales network, the required startup and turnover capital is enormous. Although the Weiyuan escort agency is large, its assets mostly consist of fixed assets like the escort agency post stations and carriages. In today's circumstances, we must ensure sufficient cash flow to prepare for the unexpected. It is difficult to mobilize such a large sum of money to operate this matter alone. At this moment, the study door was pushed open and Zhou Baifeng rushed in energetically. Father. Xiaoming. I heard there's a great discovery at the mine. He saw Jiang Xiaoming at a glance, smiling as he strode forward and hugged Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder tightly. Well done, you kid. Making such a big stir without any noise. Quick, tell me the miraculous method of turning stones into gold. Jiang Xiaoming exchanged glances with Zhou Zhan, who nodded. Jiang Xiaoming then briefly reiterated the plan and the difficulties they faced. After listening, Zhou Bei's eyes widened and then he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wonderful. So wonderful. Isn't this a fast money route tailored for us? Immediately he turned to Zhou Zhang. Father. The funding issue is easy to solve. If our family can't eat it all, we can bring people in to share the burden. Aren't there potential allies right in front of us? Zhou Zhang and Jiang Xiaoming both looked at him. Zhou Bei's eyes sparkled with cleverness as chaos approaches. It's not just us. The Panchir Martial Arts School, Yunha Martial Arts School and Hongxi Martial Arts School are also worried about funding and avenues. We are all from Luwei County. If one suffers, we all suffer. If one prospers, we all prosper. Why not use this gambling stone grand plan as an opportunity to deepen the alliance among the three schools? Together we can invest, share the risks, and divide the profits. Pooling the financial, material and human resources of the three major martial arts schools is enough to support this massive plan and maximize benefits in the shortest time. And the core of this plan is our escort agency's extensive channels which no one can bypass. We are naturally at an advantage. Good. Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled. Zhou Bei's proposal hit the mark. The alliance of the three major martial arts schools would not simply be a matter of addition. Sharing risks and profits is the best bond to strengthen alliances and cope with the chaos. Let's do it this way. Zhou Zheng decided he'll immediately write to invite Brother Kaishan, the master of Yunhe School, and Madame Lu Yan for a private discussion on this matter. Pooling the strength of the three families to plot this scheme. Zhou Bai suddenly thought of something and asked, what about the Yuqi Wang family? They are the leaders in the jade business. This gambling stone business cannot be separated from jade stones. Should we? Zhou Zheng raised his hand to interrupt the Wang family. For now there's no need. The core of this matter lies in information disparity and channels. Although the Wang family is a local power, they may not have the mobilization capability and coverage of our three major martial arts schools combined. Moreover, if they learn of this too early, it is a small matter to share a piece of the pie. If they have other thoughts or leak or secrets, it would be a problem. Now it's getting late. We will set off early tomorrow to discuss this matter with the three major martial arts schools. The next morning, before Zhou Zhen had even set out to contact the three martial halls, he was urgently summoned to the council chamber. The moment he stepped inside, a leaden pall of gloom fell over him. Cui the hall master, Shi Kaishan Lu the red snake hall master, Yunhe the hall master, and several core disciples were all present. Their faces were ashen, mourning as if for a lost parent. Brother Zhou, sit. Cui's hoarse voice betrayed profound fatigue and anger. The reconnaissance at the water stronghold has failed. The declaration struck like thunder, sending a weight into Zhou Zhen's chest. 7 elite squads were dispatched to scout 7 suspicious waterways. Shi Kaishan's hair stood on end, his tiger-like eyes full of sorrow. They were ambushed and cut down in separate places. Of the 7 lead captains, mid-stage masters of hidden chi, 3 were killed on the spot, 4 gravely wounded and near death. The accompanying disciples trained in open chi, not one returned alive. Several female disciples were also abducted, their whereabouts are unknown. Zhou Zhen inhaled sharply, though seasoned by turmoil. A chill ran straight down his spine. Such savage losses were tantamount to ripping out the sinews and bones of the 3 great halls. Of those Pancher martial halls sent to reconnoiter, only Wei Shan survived. Cui's voice suppressed a fierceness. The hall door creaked open as Jiang Xiaoming hurried in upon hearing the news, catching the mention of Wei Shan's name. He rushed forward to see Wei Shan, pale as paper, slumped in the chair. His left arm hung limp, wrapped in thick bandages, still stained with blood. The once vigorous senior brother now breathed weakly, his shoulder bones apparently shattered and his vital energy gravely damaged. Senior brother. Jiang Xiaoming whispered. Wei Shan managed a bitter smile, his voice faint. Xiaoming, it's nothing, I will not die. He clasped his fist to his chest and addressed the elders. Sirs, those water fiends laid a cunning ambush. I believe this was no mere coincidence. At those words the chamber fell into deeper silence. An invisible chill spread through every heart. Cui swept his gaze around. Wei Shan is right. I fear that among us, there must be a traitor. To outsiders we only claim to be surveying the precious fish while keeping watch for the river bandits' movements. Those who knew the true plan, that the apparent survey was in fact an attempt to seize the stronghold, are limited to those present and a few core disciples still absent. His implication could not be clearer. The informer who leaked the plan must be within this hall, lodged among the very pillars of the 3 great martial halls. The accusation pressed down on everyone like a great stone. The 3 halls had already been weakened by Yun's grievous injury, now this treachery bred fresh suspicion within. The foundation of their cooperation was shaken. All those privy to core secrets were summoned to the council. Each man stood uneasy, fearing exposure. Each swore by oath that he was not the traitor, but words alone proved nothing. The inquiry stalled with the spy still at large. They felt a constant thorn at their backs. If the 3 halls were to unite again, it would be as hard as scaling the heavens. Jiang Xiaoming stood silently to one side, sensing the storm about to break and feeling his unease grow. He knew well that those present were the pillars of their halls, men of rank and tangled interests. If there truly were a traitor, he would be cunning and deeply concealed, not easily uncovered. In this crisis the halls must quickly find the spy. Thus, we may need a scapegoat to calm the clamor and steady the situation for the time being. His gaze swept over faces full of anger, gloom and worry. He sighed inwardly. In terms of shallow lineage and meager standing, no one fit the role more than himself. Though he was Zhou Zhen's adopted son and the fiancé of Zhou Yanzi, apparently fortunate, he was in truth a ruthless waif. He was lamentably the most suitable scapegoat. Debate rose in the hall and the earlier unity vanished. Lu the Red Snake Hall Master and an elder of Panchur traded barbs while members of Yun's Hall questioned the inclusion of Heiyu Martial Hall. Under mutual accusations, trust collapsed like a tower of sand. Enough. Yun has suddenly coughed, his face ashen as his wounds were stirred. He panted, his voice hoarse. The spy cannot be discerned and suspicion has reached this extent. What talk is there of alliance? Better to disperse now. Each accept his fate. At this, Chui and Liu's faces changed. Disperse. Sure, Kaishan's brows bristled as he snapped. At this juncture, can we simply disperse? After this affair, our enmity with the water stronghold is plain. There is no room for turning back. If we abandon the waterways now, we cut off our own path. How could that be allowed? An elder of the Red Snake interjected. The ambush has been exposed. The water stronghold will be ready. No matter how skilled we are on land, once upon that vast misty expanse, how can we contend with those water fiends who overturn rivers? They need only send a few swimmers skilled to death dive deep and scuttle our warboats, and we would be utterly destroyed. Voices rose on every side. Some spoke of the difficulty of a direct assault, others warned of the perils of the waterways, others fretted that the traitor remained. The hall was shrouded in a haze of despair, as if at the brink of ruin. After long argument, they returned to the first question: who is the traitor? Countless suspicious glances roved over faces. The pressure in the chamber was suffocating. Jiang Xiaoming had prepared for the worst. His peripheral vision watched Lu Yan, the Red Snake Hall Master. He expected her to assail him. His only hope lay in the stratagem he had just proposed to turn the tide. Unexpectedly, the first to accuse him was not Lu at all, but the ailing Yunhe. Yunhe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaunt fingers trembled as he pointed directly at Jiang Xiaoming in the corner. Cough, cough. After a wrenching fit of coughing, he steadied himself and in a voice sharp as an owl's cry asked, "Do you gentlemen know this youth's background?" He fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaoming, enunciating each word. "I have long had men investigate. Jiang Xiaoming. Your birth father is a fisherman. He drifts the marshes year-round and his trail is inscrutable. Is this not ironclad proof that he is a scout for the water stronghold?" His voice rose. "The traitor is none other than this youth, without question." In an instant, every gaze darted toward Jiang Xiaoming like arrows. Before he could respond, Yunhe cast a covert look toward the Red Snake Master. He knew of Jiang Xiaoming's old grudge with the Red Snake Martial Hall. If he could bring the Red Snake Master into agreement, the 2-against-1 would seal Jiang's fate as traitor. To his surprise, Lu Yan did not take the bait. She merely drew on a jade pipe and closed her eyes in silence. The Red Snake Master gave no reply, but some could not contain themselves. Bang! Sure, Kaishan's eyes blazed as he slammed his palm onto a small pearwood table. It shattered with a crack and splinters flew. Old scoundrel Xiao. You speak with a bloody mouth. You malign my Panchur disciple. Do you think me, Sure Kaishan, too weak to lift a blade, or that Panchur Martial Hall stands empty? Xiaoming is my disciple. How dare you fabricate such charges? Zhouxin's face darkened. He stepped forward to shield Jiang Xiaoming. Master Xiao, mind your words. Xiaoming's background is clean and his resolve firm. He would never collude with the enemy or betray his friends. Such accusations are impossible. The master of Yunhe Pavilion Xiao, he was intimidated by the imposing presence of Sure Kaishan. Upon seeing Zhouxin's deep protective instincts, he prepared to rally his allies, yet they remained silent, knowing it was nearly impossible to force the truth of this crime upon the steadfast Panchur. However, unwilling to back down, he retorted hoarsely, "If not him, then who else could it be? All who are privy to the truth are present here. Point one out. Could it possibly be us old bones? Zhouxin, do not let personal matters cloud your judgment, putting everyone's lives at risk." The hall fell into a deadlock in an instant. Xiao He was fixated on Jiang Xiaoming. Sure Kaishan and Zhouxin stood their ground. The others exchanged glances rife with suspicion, yet unable to discern the truth. Just as this impasse seemed unresolvable, Lu Yan, who had been observing coldly, suddenly emitted a deeply contemptuous laugh. Her laughter, though not loud, pierced the heavy air like icy needles, clearly reaching everyone's ears. He. If one wants to keep a secret, one must not act. Lu Yan's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice laced with chilling intent. There are some old matters I intended to let rot within me as a courtesy to an old acquaintance. Yet who would have thought that today someone would entertain thoughts that should not be entertained, attempting to use a knife to kill someone, diverting the disaster, forcing me to reveal this veil of shame. She stepped lightly, her gaze striking like two bolts of cold lightning suddenly directed at the already pale Xiao He, articulating in an unmistakable manner, "Xiao He, did you truly believe that the old case from 15 years ago could be hidden for a lifetime? In your quest to seize the position of the Yunhe Pavilion Master, you covertly contacted a noble person while your master was gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was that noble person who took action, sending your master to his demise. Afterward you cleverly framed your fellow disciple Chen Li, who was then in his prime and contending for the position of master, for the crime of murdering his teacher, forcing him to flee far away, not daring to set foot in Luwei County for even a moment. Lu Yan's voice suddenly rose, each word piercing to the heart. And that noble person who aided you in this treachery against your master, framing your fellow disciples, was none other than the leader of Qinglin village among the 7 islands and 13 villages of Yunzi Lake, rebellious crocodile Wei Tonghai. As these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap resounded from the heavens. Xiaoyi trembled violently, the color draining from his face, turning pale as paper, his murky old eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He stared at Lu Yan, his lips quivering as if he wanted to say something, yet all that escaped was a gasping sound. His greatest secret, his deepest fear, had been ruthlessly exposed by Lu Yan before the crowd. You want to ask how I know, don't you? Lu Yan's lips curled into a mocking arc. It's quite the coincidence. Not long after your master's accidental death, a generous guest reeking of fish came to my fragrant pavilion. He indulged in debauchery in my snowfall pavilion for a full 10 days, spending all the gold he had on him. In his drunken stupor while holding my girl, he unknowingly revealed quite a few heartfelt truths. Among them was how he was entrusted with a large sum of money to infiltrate Luwei County and assist a noble person surnamed Xiao in resolving a troublesome old matter that was on the brink of death. Lu Yan looked at his disheveled appearance with even greater disdain, harshly rebuking Xiaoyi. What grand ambition you have! What have you been plotting, obstructing us from retreating into Yunzi Lake and framing the disciples of Panshur? It was to use the Yellow Turban Army's blade to eliminate both my Hongxi and Panshur martial halls. At that time your Yunha would rise, opportunistically monopolizing a territory. Is that not true? The hall was dead silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All gazes filled with shock, horror, disdain and rage were focused on the pale, trembling master of Yunha Pavilion. The truth was indeed so. Xiaoyi, already severely injured, could no longer bear the intense emotional shock. He bent down abruptly, letting out a series of heart-wrenching coughs. Each cough tugged at the old wound in his chest, where the dark imprint left by Chen Li's cotton strength suddenly burst forth with a dark red viscous bead of blood quickly staining his lapel. It was as if Chen Li was mocking him. Once he managed to catch his breath, Xiaoyi raised his head only to see a scene that chilled him to the bone. Master Cui of Panshur, Lu Yan of Hongsha, and Shirkaishan, with hair standing on end and eyes fierce, had formed a triangular encirclement, tightly trapping him at the core. The oppressive aura was like invisible chains binding him firmly in place. Zhou Jinwei Shan and several core experts from the 2 halls also coldly sealed off all escape routes, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. With the conspiracy exposed, the heavy blood debt from the casualties of the elite disciples of the 2 martial halls. It was now a battle to the death. The last traces of color drained from Xiaoyi's face, leaving it as pale as gold paper, his eyes filled with unwillingness and immense hatred. He hated that Wei Tonghai of Qinglin village was untrustworthy, speaking carelessly when drunk and exposing his plot. He hated even more that fate had played him, being so close to the grand vision of dominating Luwei County, yet only one step away. In this desperate situation, the ruthless nature of the hero was thoroughly awakened. He straightened his swaying body abruptly and with a hoarse roar directed at the few remaining core disciples of Yunha Pavilion. Yunha disciples, heed my command. Follow me. Break out. His voice was piercing, filled with the frenzy of a cornered beast. He summoned his strength, disregarding the tearing pain in his chest, crossed his palms and prepared to unleash the life-risking killing move of the Yunha Lufeng palm, intending to carve a bloody path through the encirclement. However, just as his palm power was about to be unleashed, put! A dull thud of a weapon piercing flesh rang out, accompanied by an indescribable intense pain suddenly coursing through his back. Xiaoyi trembled violently, the gathered power instantly dissipating. He looked down in disbelief, only to see a bloodied hand slowly withdrawing from his chest. Struggling to turn his head, he was met with the sight of his most trusted and carefully cultivated eldest disciple, Zhao Shang. This person, disheveled and dressed in a wild manner, could not hide his sharp and handsome features. Old fool! Have you gone senile, or do you think I, Zhao Shang, am a fool? The old pavilion master is my great uncle. You colluded with the water bandits and secretly harmed him to seize the position of pavilion master. Such a blood feud cannot coexist. Today your conspiracy has been exposed and you are utterly disgraced, yet you still dare to wish for me to join you, the murderer of my master, in death. What a delusion! You! Xiaoyi's throat rattled, blood continuously gushing from his mouth as he reached out with his frail trembling hands, seemingly trying to grasp something. The body of Xiaoyi, the master of Yunha Pavilion, lay on the ground, still warm. This master who harbored the ambition of a great hero ultimately met his demise at the hands of his most trusted disciple. He kept Zhao Shang by his side, guiding him with care, compensating for his act of killing his master. How much of it was genuine concern and how much was a scheme to win over the old master's faction? With his death, the truth would forever remain a mystery. At this moment, no one had the leisure to delve into this old affair. The core figures of the Pancher and Hongxi pavilions fixed their cold gazes upon Zhao Shang and the pale-faced core disciples of Yunhe behind him. Pancher, Hongxi and Yunhe had been entrenched in Luwei County for over a century, and although there were occasional disputes, they still adhered to the ancient understanding of fighting without breaking, mutually supporting one another. At this moment, with Xiao He's conspiracy exposed, the century-old understanding had been shattered. The relationship among the three factions reached a freezing point. How to mend the rift, how to join forces to face the imminent threat of the Yellow Turban Army and the White Bone Path was a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Seeing Xiao He take his last breath, Zhao Shang immediately stepped back, deeply cupping his fists towards Master Cui Yan of Pancher Pavilion and Master Lu Yan of Hongxi Pavilion. Respected seniors, please see clearly. Xiao He, with his wolfish ambition, had betrayed his master and ancestors, colluded with water bandits, and framed his fellow disciples, leading the elite disciples of Pancher and Hongxi to their tragic deaths. All of this is his sole sin and has nothing to do with the rest of us at Yunhe Pavilion. He spoke earnestly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining Yunhe disciples present, all of whom were pale and silent. Yunhe, Pancher and Hongxi, the three factions, have been rooted in Luwei County for over 100 years, interdependent and sharing both joys and sorrows. At this critical moment of life and death, we should set aside past grievances, unite our efforts, and resist external threats together. However, Master Cui Yan of Pancher Pavilion and Shirkaishan remained stern-faced and unmoving. Just moments ago, the master of Yunhe Pavilion had framed Jiang Cang, nearly placing Pancher in the crosshairs of public outrage. And the blood feud stemming from his collusion with the water bandits that led to the deaths of his core disciples could not be easily dismissed with a few words of clarification. Cold fury and deep resentment lingered in their hearts, and both remained silent. Master Lu Yan of Hongxi stared coldly at the people of Yunhe. Xiao He's grievous error could not be easily forgiven. Countless elite disciples of Pancher and Hongxi had perished, and even Jiang Shaming's previously flawless strategy of retreating through Yunze Lake had been utterly shattered. To reopen this route, the cost would likely be tenfold or 100-fold in blood. There might even be no hope of success. Such a massive loss, what could possibly fill it? Lu Yan scoffed, turning her gaze to Master Cui, but her words were clearly directed at Zhao Shang. Master Cui, brother, sure you have all seen it. In this investigation of the water bandits, both my Hongxi and Pancher sent our core elites, and what was the result? 4 dark energy experts, 3 dead and 1 severely injured. The bright energy disciples were utterly wiped out. If not for the deep cultivation of the Wei brothers fighting desperately to return, perhaps not a single one of them would have survived. Her gaze was like a knife piercing Zhao Shang and the group of terrified Yunhe disciples. In contrast, the Yunhe Pavilion. It seems that the 3 dark energy experts only suffered some superficial injuries. This loss ratio is rather disproportionate, isn't it? Whether there were others involved, I dare not rashly conclude. Then she turned sharply to the core issue. Such a grave mistake, such a deep pit, someone must fill it. Someone must bear the consequences. Otherwise, how can the souls of the brave who died in Hongxi and Pancher rest in peace? How can we in the future fight alongside certain individuals with peace of mind? Lu Yan's meaning was unmistakable. Yunhe Pavilion must pay a heavy price for this. They must relinquish a large portion of their core interests and take on the most formidable and dangerous task against the water bandits at Yunze Lake. Becoming the absolute main force in the future to open the waterway for retreat. Zhao Shang's heart surged with hatred, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He wasn't angry at Lu Yan's threats, but at that incompetent Xiao He. Had it not been for this old fool's recklessness exposing their plans, Luwei County might have already fallen into their grasp. If successful, he would even be willing to bury the blood feud from killing his external great-uncle. But now Xiao He's reputation lay in ruins, dragging the entire Yunhe Pavilion into an abyss of no return, placing them on the chopping block. He understood that there was no room for negotiation regarding the conditions proposed by Lu Yan and Pancher. If he agreed, he would be supported as a puppet master, with Pancher and Hongxi sending experts into Yun's core industries under the pretense of defense, seizing control of its vital resources. They might even gradually devour and absorb it if he refused. Before him lay an abyss. Zhao Shang's gaze swept over Master Cui and Shirkaishan, and he saw that although these 2 Pancher giants had not spoken, their bodies had inadvertently shifted, subtly blocking the possible escape route for the Yunhe disciples. That silent pressure was even more lethal than Lu Yan's aggressive demeanor. Seeing Zhao Shang silent, Lu Yan's lips curled into a cold arc, her jade pipe lightly tapping against the table, slowly delivering the final blow. Zhao Shiji, you are a clever man. Now that Xiao He is dead, the Yunha are like a headless dragon. In light of our century of kinship, we are willing to give you a chance to stabilize the situation and weather the storm. She suddenly turned harsh. But if you Yunha still harbor ill intentions or lack even this bit of responsibility, rather than keep a treacherous ally who might stab you in the back at any moment, I believe it would be better to take this opportunity to completely clean you out, ensuring no future troubles. Thus we can confidently deal with the Yellow Turban Army and the water bandits. The words clean out fell lightly yet carried a strong scent of blood. Zhao Shang felt a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He hesitated, no longer kneeling on one knee, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Master Lu. Master Cui. Uncle Sure. Please see clearly. Xiao He had wolfish ambition and his crimes are unforgivable. His sins lie solely with him and have nothing to do with us at Yunha Pavilion. He raised his head, his eyes filled with sincerity and determination. Yunha is willing to bear all consequences. From this day forth the Yunha Pavilion will follow only Pancher and Hongxi. In resisting the water bandits and opening a retreat, Yunha is willing to be the vanguard, not shying away from death. All necessary ship supplies and manpower, Yunha will exert all efforts. We only ask that the two families, considering our shared roots and united front against external enemies, grant Yunha Pavilion a chance to redeem ourselves. The hall fell silent once more. Only Zhao Shang's hurried breathing could be heard. The masters of Pancher and Hongxi exchanged a meaningful glance. Zhao Shang knew that for the time being both his life and the fate of Yunha Pavilion had been preserved. But the cost would be complete subservience and unimaginable sacrifices. From now on his actions as the master would be entirely under the control of others. In name it was ultimately the most important thing. Without a name, even if Pancher and Hongxi united to act, it would lead to a desperate struggle from Yunha Pavilion with heavy losses. However, with the banners of punishment for sins and redemption flying high, Pancher and Hongxi's control and encroachment on Yunha would seem logical enough to silence public opinion. Xiao He was executed and the dust has settled. In the following days, the discussion hall of the Pancher Martial Arts School became the central hub for the struggle and compromise of the three martial arts schools. Master Cui Shi Kaishan Lu Yan and the newly appointed Master Zhao Sheng of the Yunha Martial Arts School settled here, discussing the aftermath day and night. Documents were dispatched from this place. The most lucrative estates, docks, shops and mines under the Yunha Martial Arts School, as well as several hidden storages, were quietly taken over by Pancher and Hongxi under the pretext of temporary management, joint defense and compensating for losses. The Wei Yuan Escort Bureau, leveraging its extensive manpower network, particularly absorbed many industries that required human labor to maintain, such as transportation, storage and some mines, quietly expanding its influence. Although Zhao Shang was supported to the position of master of Yunha, he was merely a puppet. He could only watch helplessly as the foundation of Yunha was continuously stripped away, forced to smile through the pain at every signing of compensation agreements, his heart bleeding, yet he dared not resist. Pancher and Hongxi maintained a tacitly fragile balance, ensuring that the Yunha Martial Arts School would not collapse immediately while firmly controlling it. As the general distribution of interests began to take shape, heavy clouds inevitably descended again. Discussions inevitably returned to the life and death question of what to do next. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy again. Although Xiao He is dead, who can guarantee that there are no die-hard loyalists in the Yunha Martial Arts School? No hidden spies from other water bandits. Master Lu Yan of Hongxi exhaled a puff of smoke, her phoenix eyes gleaming with malice, her voice cold as ice. We have just suffered a deadly betrayal, the bloody price we have paid. If we trust again, the next time may lead to disastrous consequences. Master Cui's expression was grave as he slowly nodded. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. The Yunha Martial Arts School still needs to be observed further. The core plan must not be revealed to them. He looked at Zhao Shang with an unmistakable scrutinizing gaze. Zhao Shang could only lower his head and bitterly agree. We understand. We are willing to await orders with no second thoughts. After the others took away all disciples of the Yunha Martial Arts School except Zhao Shang for strict supervision, they continued their discussion. The water stronghold must be taken. Shi Kaishan's voice was resolute, breaking the oppressive silence. This is our only retreat. The county town is already under threat with the Yellow Turban Army and the White Bone Path eyeing us. We have no choice. The crowd fell silent. They understood the reasoning, but reality was harsh. The previous traitor had completely exposed their intentions, and the water stronghold would undoubtedly be on high alert, making a sneak attack a mere fantasy. Master Cui interjected, although our intentions were exposed and we suffered heavy losses, we did not gain nothing. We have already figured out the general locations of major water bandit nests such as Qinglin Stronghold. This is crucial. However, Lu Yan narrowed her phoenix eyes, pointing out the critical issue: the water bandits have occupied the lake for many years, all seasoned veterans in water warfare. Our disciples mainly excel on land. Once they board a ship, they are likely to be as disoriented as a land duck in water, suffering from seasickness with combat effectiveness reduced to almost none. If we engage them on the water, would we not be attacking with our weaknesses against their strengths? Sure Kaishan's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment, then spoke solemnly. If we had a substantial amount of funds, I have a way to procure large warships. These warships are as massive as mountains, sailing steadily, and can alleviate seasickness. More importantly, their crucial parts are wrapped in thick iron skins, making it difficult for ordinary water ghosts to breach them. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened slightly as they quickly calculated the available resources. However, they ultimately found that even pooling the strength of the three families could barely afford 3 such massive ships. 3 ships! Lu Yan exclaimed. How can such a small number of ships form an advantage against the well-established water stronghold? With their small boats swarming like ants familiar with the waterways, these 3 large ships would be sitting ducks. To establish a crushing advantage, we need at least 10 ships. Upon hearing this number, Zhao Shang's face turned pale. In this situation, with such a significant shortfall, it was clear that it could only be compensated by their Yunha martial arts school. With a troubled expression, he spoke. This seems a bit excessive. If we force Yunha too much, I fear it would incite turmoil leading to mutual destruction. He understood that Pancher and Hongxi had his life in their hands and hurriedly added, I have just taken office and find it difficult to command respect. If pressed too hard, a cornered dog will jump over the wall and I will not be able to suppress it. If internal strife and external chaos erupt simultaneously, it would only add to their woes. After these words, the 2 major martial arts schools, Pancher and Hongxi, fell into silence. Everyone knew that what Zhao Shang said was not merely an evasion. Lu Yan added, not to mention the astronomical figures needed for 10 warships. Even if we managed to gather them, such a huge expenditure would inevitably lead to a rupture in our financial chain in other areas. The operation of the martial arts school, the welfare for the disciples, and the reserves of supplies would all become strained, with a slight misstep resulting in total loss. As everyone was suffocated by the financial predicament, nearly sinking into despair, Zhouzhan, the head of the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau, took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Everyone, funds may not be entirely without solutions. Under the uncertain gazes of all, Zhouzhan laid out Jiang Shaming's brilliant betting stone operation plan. From the window opening technique to the stratification strategy of stone materials to utilizing the extensive network of the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau to acquire mining materials at low prices and sell the window stones at high prices. Each link exuded remarkable commercial wisdom. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into uncontrollable astonishment. The ingenuity of the plan and the potential profits left everyone present, including the calculative Lu Yan, with shining eyes and rapid breaths. In an instant, everyone's gaze involuntarily refocused on the young man standing behind Zhouzhan. This teenager in his teens first proposed the retreat plan into Yunza Lake and now presented this alchemical betting stone scheme capable of turning stone into gold. He repeatedly showcased exceptional foresight and intelligence beyond his years in dire situations, having transformed from Zhouzhan's adopted son and martial arts genius into a key figure capable of influencing the fate of the 3 major martial arts schools. Wonderful! Inexpressibly wonderful! Master Cui clapped in admiration, his eyes sparkling. Sure Kaishan laughed heartily, patting Jiang Xiaoming on the shoulder. Good lad. You truly have it. I did not mistake my judgment. Even Lu Yan, who had past grievances with Jiang Xiaoming, sincerely remarked, the Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. This plan of Xiaoming not only resolves the immediate crisis but may also bring about immense fortune. Truly a fortuitous opportunity granted to us. In chaotic times, the number of those willing to take risks and yearn for overnight wealth increases. The business of betting stones laden with deadly temptation is simply an inexhaustible treasure in turbulent times. Everyone saw the vast profits contained within and the hope of resolving the funding dilemma for the warships. Once the excitement among the crowd settled, Zhouzhan's expression suddenly became exceedingly serious, his gaze like lightning sweeping over everyone present, especially those from the Yunha martial arts school, his voice stern as iron. Shaming's 2 proposals are both strategies for turning the tide. The first plan failed due to a traitor's leak, leading to our painful loss of comrades blood-staining Yunza. This betting stone strategy concerns the foundation of our survival, whether we can obtain warships and carve out a path for survival. I earnestly request everyone to weigh the survival of the martial arts school and the lives of the disciples. If anyone dares to engage in leaking secrets and backstabbing again, do not blame me for disregarding righteousness. Gambling on stones has become the last lifeline for the 3 martial arts schools. To ensure absolute safety, those who are aware of the entire plan have been restricted. Especially for the Yunhe martial arts school, which has a history of issues. The new head of Yunhe, Zhao Shang, is currently under extremely tight surveillance, practically under house arrest, with someone watching him closely even when he needs to use the restroom. The others are under mutual supervision, sharing the responsibility. If one person leaks information, both are guilty. Subsequently, Master Cui Shirkaishan Lu Yan and others personally selected absolutely loyal individuals to join the escort agency responsible for the secret transportation of jade and stone materials. All others involved in the discussions or aware of the insider information are required to stay within the Panchur martial arts school, and without permission they are not allowed to step out of the school gates. Jiang Xiaoming is also among the restricted core personnel. However, this has no effect on him. He is accustomed to being immersed in the Panchur martial arts school, and now he is even more focused, pouring all his energy into the refinement of his martial arts. Although Master Brother Weishan is still severely injured and finds movement difficult, he is still capable of guiding Jiang Xiaoming's training. Xiaoming, in the late stage of Mingjin, it is the bone-tooth realm. If this realm is achieved, the bones will be as hard as stone and the teeth will be able to chew iron. This realm is also the foundation for the future dark strength phase and must not be taken lightly. In this realm, the most important skill, the breathing technique, you have already mastered excellently, and the special medicine deer antler bone soup has also been prepared for you. The most urgent matter now is this Peidong technique. Peidong. Peidong refers to using specially made hard wooden sticks following a specific method to strike each inch of the bones repeatedly. Through repeated damage and healing, the bones continually transform and strengthen. In the end, the bone density greatly increases, becoming hard and heavy. Hard bones mean heavy punches. In the late stage of Mingjin, not only is the ability to withstand blows greatly enhanced, but the power of punches and kicks also multiplies. Weishan meticulously explained to Jiang Xiaoming the nuances, strength, rhythm and taboos of the Peidong technique, as well as how to coordinate with the breathing technique to guide the medicinal energy. Once he finished the explanation, the martial arts school's pharmacy happened to deliver a bowl of steaming deer antler bone soup. The liquid was a bright red color, exuding a strong medicinal aroma mixed with a hint of strange fishy smell. Having studied medicine with Zhou Yanzi for so long, he could tell at a glance that this bowl of soup was of exceptional quality. Without a doubt, it must be a specially tailored concoction for him, the core disciple. Jiang Xiaoming tilted his head back and drank the oddly flavored medicinal soup in one gulp. Soon a scorching airflow surged from his stomach, rapidly spreading to his limbs with a tingling and heated sensation emanating from deep within his bones. The medicinal power has been activated and the timing is just right. Weishan signaled Jiang Xiaoming to remove his upper garment, leaving only his training pants, and to stand in the correct stance. It will hurt a bit, bear it. As soon as he finished speaking, Weishan, enduring his own pain, accurately performed the Peidong technique on Jiang Xiaoming. Puff, puff, puff. The stick struck against the flesh, producing a dull puff sound with force penetrating to the bone. Jiang Xiaoming gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly with each strike, and beads of sweat immediately formed on his forehead. But he remained firmly in place, enduring the pain without allowing the breathing technique to falter. Peidong is an extremely meticulous craft. If the force is too light, it will be ineffective. If too heavy, it can easily cause severe fractures. Mastering the nuances of this technique is not something that can be achieved overnight. Weishan happens to be an expert in this field, and many disciples in the late stage of Mingjin at the Panchur martial arts school were trained using Weishan's Peidong technique. Weishan places great importance on Jiang Xiaoming enduring his injuries to personally assist him. This scene was witnessed by the head and vice-head of the school, Shirkaishan and Cui Yan. What the head and vice-head valued most were precisely these two individuals. After this event, although Weishan was seriously injured, the terrifying ordeal between life and death hinted at a breakthrough in his bottleneck. Once he breaks through the late stage, Weishan could be considered the most suitable successor of the Panchur martial arts school. As for Jiang Xiaoming, it's needless to say. Therefore, whenever they saw Weishan frown and gasp due to movements affecting his wounds, they would even proactively step forward to take the hard wooden stick from him. Weishan, take a breather, I'll do a few rounds of Peidong for you. Shirkaishan's voice was loud. He was the first generation practitioner of Peidong before Weishan took over the role. His technique was equally adept. Master Cui was slightly less skilled. So after realizing the gap, he refrained from joining and instead arranging all the logistical work. Having both heads of the Panchur martial arts school personally assist in Peidong is also rare in the history of the school. Jiang Xiaoming's foundation is already exceptionally solid, and under the meticulous Peidong of the two experts day after day, his foundation has become astonishingly stable. He could clearly feel his bones becoming increasingly heavy and hard. Of course, the cost was that after each day's training his entire body felt as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, sort of the bone. As Jiang Cang's bones gradually hardened under the Peidong technique, the gambling stone plan that concerns the life and death of the three major martial arts schools also began to unfold step by step. In the initial phase of the plan to test the feasibility of this theory, the three major martial arts schools conducted pilot tests in several nearby small markets. The results of these tests would directly determine whether the subsequent massive investments would continue. If the effects are mediocre and the public feedback is tepid, then this seemingly perfect turning stone into gold strategy would merely be an illusion, a castle in the air. Panchur Martial Arts School Conference Chamber. The atmosphere today is even more stagnant than usual. Master Cui Shirkaishan Lu Yan Zhoujin along with a few core higher-ups appeared to be handling daily affairs, but in reality their nerves were taut and their gazes occasionally darted toward the entrance. Based on their estimates, the results should be out in a day or two. Finally, the first report was delivered. Report. White Bull Market has good news. In this White Bull Market, a total of 100 taels of stone material capital was invested. Within 3 days, all invested capital has been recovered. A net profit of 50 taels. Even better, we followed Shaming's strategy, mixing in a small amount of high quality and quite a few lower quality stones. Some lucky individuals struck rich, and as the news spread, the gambling enthusiasm in the market not only did not decrease but actually continued to surge. The subsequent profits are promising. Good. It worked. The hall erupted with long-suppressed cheers. Shirkaishan slammed the table. Master Cus tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. Lu Yan inhaled deeply, and even Zhoujin couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief. This first achievement undoubtedly injected a strong dose of confidence into them. Soon after, good news poured in like snowflakes. Report. Drumstick Market invested 150 taels of capital, has now recovered 130 taels. It is expected to fully recoup in 2 days, after which it will be pure profit. Report. New River Market invested 70 taels, now has wildly garnered 150 taels. Profits have exceeded the initial capital by more than double. Report. One exciting number after another was shouted out loud. The previously heavy atmosphere in the hall was swept away, replaced by uncontrollable excitement and joy. The last trace of doubt about the plan completely vanished, replaced by a fervent desire for that immense wealth. At this moment, everyone understood that what Jiang Xiaoming proposed was not just empty talk but a genuine burgeoning gold mine. The enormous profit stimulated their nerves while also bringing a sense of urgency. This lucrative model could never remain a secret for long. Once it is discovered and mimicked by other shrewd stone merchants, the profits will take a significant hit. We must act quickly. We need to seize the largest and richest chunk of meat before others catch on. Shirkaishan turned to Zhoujin and said, Brother Zhou, the time has come. Next, our three major martial arts schools will immediately allocate all available funds to fully acquire stone materials. Acquire as much as possible. The heavy responsibility now falls on Yue Yuan Escort Agency. You must ensure that these priceless stone materials are safely, quickly, and continuously transported to farther larger markets. Although we have our elite disciples from the three schools providing support both openly and covertly, the long-distance escort through various territories is fraught with dangers and uncertainties. In the end, it will still rely on your decades of escort experience. Zhou Zhongbiao. Zhoujin met Shirkaishan and the others' eager gazes without hesitation, clasped his fists and replied solemnly, Brother Shir, rest assured. Masters, please rest assured. My Wei Yuan Escort Agency will surely do its utmost, willing to risk my life. As long as the escort flag is up, the stone materials will be safe. As the path of stone gambling unfolded further, Jiang Shaming's entire skeletal structure was undergoing a transformation nurtured by secret elixirs and precise strikes. Especially the crucial large bones such as the spine, scapula, pelvis, and long bones of the limbs had completely taken shape under the relentless forging of Wei Shan and Shirkaishan. The bone density had significantly increased, resonating with a sound akin to metal upon impact. The ability to withstand blows and the force contained in his punches and kicks were now vastly improved. Logically, at this stage, further strikes should not require the direct involvement of a master like Wei Shan. It was sufficient to assign a few skilled disciples familiar with the fixed striking routes to continue reinforcing the training. However, Wei Shan stubbornly refused to change personnel. Despite the occasional pain from his unhealed wounds when he swung the staff, he insisted on personally overseeing this tedious and physically demanding task. Shirkaishan and Shui Guanzhu tacitly approved of this. They understood better than anyone that the glimmer of hope for the survival of the martial arts hall was almost entirely reliant on Jiang Shaming's brilliant gambling plan. Wei Shan's persistence was an investment in the future of the martial arts hall. During this time, good news kept pouring in. The initial joy among the people gradually turned into numbness. But as time passed, the news inevitably leaked. Many jade merchants began to imitate the strategies of opening windows and layering, trying to claim a share of the profits. The exclusive profits were rapidly diluted and the market's profit margins were sharply compressed. It seems that soon this bowl of rice will be hard to eat. In the meeting hall, Sir Kaishan looked at the latest summary of the profit report, his brows slightly furrowed. The report indicated that the revenue growth from the newly opened markets nearby had significantly slowed, with some areas even showing declines. Fortunately, we have seized the initiative and accumulated enough capital. Cui Guanju pointed to the large surplus figure in the accounts, his eyes shining with excitement. This was precisely the most crucial part of their plan, quickly accumulating initial capital while taking advantage of the time difference. In that case, Sir Kaishan slammed the table heavily. The time has come. Immediately use these funds to purchase warships. Buying these giant ships may seem costly, but it is indeed a multifaceted gain. Firstly, they are the most powerful means of transport. A giant ship's carrying capacity far exceeds that of 10 large escort teams. This can greatly enhance our efficiency and scale in transporting stones to farther and larger markets, continuing to expand our profit sources. Secondly, our disciples must quickly become familiar with the water. If they can't even stand steady on the ship, how can they deal with the water bandits? These giant ships are their best training ground on water. Sailing, maneuvering sails, adapting to winds and waves. Sharpening their blades early for the life and death battle against the water stronghold. A few days later, Sir Kaishan specially brought Jiang Xiaoming to the dock. At the dock, 5 giant ships resembling floating castles were lined up in a row, casting enormous shadows on the shimmering water, imposing and awe-inspiring. These colossal vessels had a deep draft constructed of sturdy hardwood with critical areas wrapped in thick iron plating. The ship towers rose 3 stories high with masts like forests. When the sails inflated, they seemed capable of blocking out a small portion of the sky, exuding a daunting sense of pressure. Jiang Xiaoming looked up at these war machines built of steel and giant wood, surprised in his heart, never expecting such large ships could be constructed in this era. Truly magnificent. Jiang Xiaoming exclaimed, with such giant ships we have established a foundation for contesting on the water. Hearing this, Sir Kaishan laughed heartily and patted Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder vigorously. He pointed to the ship closest to the dock, polished to a shine, and said aloud, "Xiaoming, you have made an unparalleled contribution to our Pancher Martial Arts Hall and the 3 allied families. Our Pancher Martial Arts Hall has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Those who contribute must be rewarded. Do you see that ship? That is the flagship. When you step into the hidden strength realm in the future, possessing the power to stand alone and control the situation, this ship will be your flagship. You will exclusively take 50% of all the profits from its future voyages. Now give it a name." Jiang Xiaoming was slightly surprised. Such a large ship has an astonishing cargo capacity, and the profits from each shipment are numbers that an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to imagine. If it could transport some valuable items, the profits from a single trip would be even more abundant. With such a golden goose being gifted to him, one can only imagine how much his gambling on stones had earned for the haul. But the performance must go on, and Jiang Xiaoming, with a change in expression, excitedly said, "The curator's great kindness I shall remember. This ship shall be named Ming Yuan." Ming taken from Jiang Xiaoming's name. Yuan from Wei Yuan Escort, also hoping this ship can travel further in the future. Sir Kaishan nodded slightly. "Good. A great name, Ming Yuan. What a remarkable spirit. I await the day you steer it, cutting through waves and showcasing your might in the clouds." After gifting 1 ship to Jiang Xiaoming, the ownership of the 5 ships was also determined. Including Jiang Xiaoming's Ming Yuan, the Pancher Martial Arts Hall occupied 2 ships. The Hongxi Martial Arts Hall also received 2 ships. The Wei Yuan Escort got 1. As for the Yunhe Martial Arts Hall, naturally they received none. Next, these 5 giant ships were set to sail along the carefully planned route of the Zhou town, heading off to purchase vast quantities of stones, then transporting them to relatively peaceful territories for sale. To seize the last lucrative profit in this chaotic world. A portion of the acquired wealth would be exchanged for more giant ships to build up their maritime strength for future confrontations against the water stronghold. Another portion would be exchanged for various wartime supplies, including some military weapons strictly prohibited by the court. The journey would be long and fraught with danger. To ensure absolute safety, each ship was staffed with hidden strength experts. Cui Guanju and Sir Kaishan from the Pancher Martial Arts Hall, along with Lu Yin, the head of the Hongxi Martial Arts Hall, and Lu Zheng, the recently promoted vice head. These 4 latest-stage hidden strength masters each commanded a giant ship accompanied by elite disciples for protection. The remaining ship of the Wei Yuan escort was under the command of the escort head Zhou Zhang, supplemented by Wei Shan, a capable mid-stage hidden strength expert. As for Zhao Shang, the head of the Yun He Martial Arts Hall, he was assigned to Cui Guanzi's ship. The elite disciples of the hall were also scattered across the 4 giant ships of Pancher and Hongxi. Only Zhou Zhang's ship, lacking a latest-stage hidden strength expert, was not assigned any Yun He disciples. This time the 3 major martial arts halls were truly putting forth their elite forces going Allen. They vowed to accumulate enough strength to overturn the water stronghold and secure their own survival. Zhang Xiaoming, as a capable expert in the late stage of Mingji, naturally participated as well. However, he was not arranged on his own ship, the Ming Yuan. Instead, he was assigned to the Wei Yuan escort's Wei Yuan. After the fleet set sail, a division strategy was adopted for flexible maneuvers. 2 ships from the Pancher Martial Arts School formed a team with the Wei Yuan ship from the Wei Yuan Escort Agency, while the 2 ships from the Hongxi Martial Arts School formed their own separate team. According to the original plan, upon reaching the bustling Zhejiang Prefecture, the Pancher Martial Arts School's team would split again, with each ship heading to different states to expand their markets. However, an unexpected change occurred. As the fleet approached the waters of Zhejiang Prefecture, they saw several thick iron cables as wide as a child's arm lying across the river ahead. The ends of the cables were deeply anchored into the riverbank, and in between were connected dozens of floats packed with gunpowder. On the shore, figures were bustling about, banners waving, clearly displaying the slogan, "The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise." Iron cables across the river. "It's the yellow turban bandits," shouted a disciple on lookout from the Pancher ship. Shirkai Shui, Yan Zhoujin and others stood at the bow of the ship, their faces suddenly changing. How could there be bandits even in Zhejiang Prefecture? They occupied the advantageous position, forcibly blocking the passage. Even if they could break through the iron cables, they would still be met with a barrage of arrows and firearms from the shore, resulting in unimaginable losses. "Take a detour. Head to Ningkang Prefecture," Shi Kaishan decisively commanded. The 3 massive ships turned their prows without hesitation, their enormous bodies carving out great whirlpools in the river as they sped towards the alternate location of Ningkang Prefecture. Upon reaching Ningkang Prefecture, everyone dared not linger, quickly offloading the stone materials from the ships. Although they did not achieve the expected great profits, they still made a considerable gain. They then urgently purchased a batch of stone materials locally before hastily embarking on their return journey. Along the way, through carrier pigeon messages, they received news from the Hongxi fleet. Led by Lu Yan, the Hongxi and Qi Lian ships encountered a large group of yellow turban soldiers while trying to enter Jingjiang Prefecture. The enemy even took the initiative to attack, intending to board their ship. After a brief boarding battle, although the Hongxi side managed to repel the enemies with the help of skilled fighters without losing core personnel, they had to abandon some stone materials in their hasty escape, incurring significant losses. Both groups, having experienced these setbacks, realized that the risks had far exceeded their expectations, and further pursuit of great profits could lead to disaster. Thus, after completing their final round of secure transactions and gathering the crucial funds, they simultaneously chose to return. Ultimately, the vast wealth accumulated from this trip was enough to purchase 5 more giant ships of the same class and stockpile large quantities of urgently needed wartime supplies, including grain, refined iron, medicinal materials, and even a few forbidden military items acquired through clandestine channels such as powerful crossbows. When the 2 fleets met at the agreed-upon Longmen dock, it was already several days later. This dock was built beside mountains and waters, grand in scale, with dozens of sturdy ship platforms where craftsmen were industriously hammering the ship's keel, and the air was filled with the aromas of tung oil, sawdust, and rust. The dock owner, a burly middle-aged man with prominent temples, had received news early and personally welcomed them in front of the largest ship platform. "Brother Shi. Long time no see." The dock owner's voice boomed like thunder as he stepped forward and gave Shi Kaishan a big hug, vigorously patting his shoulder. Having roamed the rivers and lakes in his early years, he had shared life and death experiences with Shi Kaishan multiple times, forging a deep bond. The transaction of huge sums and the acceptance of new ships went exceptionally smoothly. The dock owner sighed. "If it weren't for you reserving these 5 ships 6 months ago, you all might have had to return empty-handed this time. I've built a total of 23 ships in the past few years, most of which were pre-ordered. In today's world, large ships capable of navigating waterways are more sought after than gold." Hearing this, Shi Kaishan felt a chill in his heart and asked, "Brother, since all the ships are sold out, what are your plans for the dock next?" The dock owner smiled, a hint of complexity and relief in his eyes. "I'm planning to retire. My most accomplished son is marrying into the Lu family of the marsh. The Lu family has invited me to move my entire family to Lu Fortress on the outskirts of the marsh to avoid disaster. He chuckled, moving trees can lead to death but moving people allows for survival. The Liu family of the marsh. Sure, Kaishan raised an eyebrow as he had heard vaguely of this family that resided at the edge of the marsh. It seemed that the swamp dwellers had some connections acting rather mysteriously and their strength was equally unfathomable. But he didn't know the specifics. The current situation was urgent, leaving no time for lengthy discussions. That evening the dock owner prepared a lavish banquet in the dock to welcome his old friend Sher Kaishan and send him off. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere grew warm, they reminisced about the glorious years of the past filled with nostalgia. The next morning as the sun rose, the huge gate of Longmen Dock slowly opened. Under the watchful eyes of the dock owner, an unprecedentedly large fleet departed from the dock, the 5 original ships plus 5 newly purchased ones, totaling 10 giant vessels forming 2 columns like a water fortress breaking through the azure waves. Additionally, following at the end of the fleet was a swift black awning boat gifted by the dock owner. To swiftly eliminate the Qinglin water bandits and catch the enemy off guard, the Pancher and Hongxi martial arts schools began to operate quietly. Orders were issued to summon elite disciples from each martial arts school to secretly set off in batches to board the ships at the pre-selected concealed anchorage. A large-scale naval drill unfolded on this vast river. Sher Kaishan and several heads of the martial arts schools agreed this would be the final rehearsal. When the fleet arrived outside Luwei County, it would be the time to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Qinglin waterfort. Jiang Xiaoming paused, mildly taken aback and puzzled. Benefiting from being a Jiangyang, a fisherman who made a living on the lake, his affinity for water had long been instinctual. Practicing on the ship, whether familiarizing himself with the ship's structure, climbing the mast or handling the sails, as well as practicing water combat and underwater bread holding, all came easily to him and progress was smooth. In contrast, the other disciples of the Pancher martial arts school were having a hard time. The Pancher martial arts school was known for its hard techniques and most of its disciples were tall and strong men. Each one was muscular and had extremely dense bones. Such physique was advantageous on land but became a heavy burden in the water. Many of them, let alone water combat, couldn't even swim, and upon their first entry into the water they floundered and struggled, sinking faster than stones, making the Hongxi disciples watch from afar and laugh heartily. Cui, the head of the school, and Sher Kaishan looked at the scene before them, their brows knitted tightly, their hearts filled with anxiety. What made Cui's face even redder was that he himself, a master in the late stage of dark energy, was actually a thorough drowning duck. In order to set an example and boost morale, he gritted his teeth and awkwardly flailed in front of everyone, barely managing to master the most basic dog paddle. The scene was indeed hard to suppress laughter, yet it was also deeply poignant. Such a Pancher naval force truly raised concerns over their combat effectiveness. In contrast, the scene over at the Hongxi martial arts school was entirely different. The disciples of Hongxi seemed to be naturally close to the water, each entering silently and moving with agility. In just a few days they not only mastered various water combat techniques but could even perform various agile maneuvers and evasions in the water, leaving the Pancher disciples dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaoming privately lamented that if this group were in his past life, with just a little training they could compete in a synchronized swimming championship. The original plan was for Pancher and Hongxi to serve as the absolute main force, while the disciples of the Yunha martial arts school would act as expendable frontline cannon fodder, with no intention of including them in this secret training. But now the water combat incompetence displayed by the Pancher side made several higher-ups worried and compelled them to reassess the power comparison. In the early morning the mist enveloped the Yunza. 10 colossal entities silently passed through the fog, heading towards the depths of Yunza Lake. When the 10 massive ships resembling fortresses appeared outside the water village, most of the village remained in a deep slumber. The village chief, reversal crocodile Wei Tonghai, lay embracing a newly captured beauty, snoring like thunder. It was only when the earth-shattering battle cries came from outside the island that Wei Tonghai awoke from his sweet dreams. Bare-chested and in a panic, he dashed out of his bedroom. The battle began with an overwhelming force. The 2 main battleships that the Qinglin village relied upon were instantly surrounded and cut off by the 10 gigantic vessels. Each ship had to endure the crushing pressure of 5 enormous vessels. The disparity between the ship bodies was already significant, let alone facing 5 opponents. Even the finest helmsman would be of no use. The 2 large ships were soon sunk. Those pirates trying to exploit their advantage in naval combat, diving to sink ships or launch surprise attacks, were instantly killed by the rain-like accurate shots of crossbows and slashes from above as soon as they surfaced, their bodies sinking to the lake's bottom. Despite the pirates' expertise in water, the surface battle did not last long under the absolute weight dominance of the 10 iron giants. After a fierce yet one-sided extermination, the outer pirate forces were swiftly cleared. Subsequently, the elite disciples from the 3 major martial arts schools surged down from the giant ships like a tide, landing on the water village island. They quickly formed a tight encirclement, advancing step by step towards the inner layers. If the water battle had its share of thrills, it relied entirely on the crushing might of the giant ships. Once they set foot on land, it became the true hunting ground for the warriors of the three major martial arts schools. The disciples of the rock-solid school were immense and powerful. The Red Snake disciples were cunning and cruel, and the Wei Yuan bodyguards coordinated seamlessly. The carefully constructed towers and bunkers of the water village crumbled as if made of paper before the overwhelming strength. Reversal crocodile Wei Tonghai, realizing the tide had turned, lost all courage and sought a gap to flee into the dense forest behind the island. Wei Tonghai, where do you think you're going? The four latest stage experts of dark strength, Shi Kaishan, Chui Yan, Lu Yan and Lu Zhang, appeared like phantoms, instantly sealing off all his escape routes. In the outer perimeter, Zhou Zhen, Wei Shan, Zhao Shang and other mid-stage dark strength experts were eyeing him with predatory intent, intercepting all the dark strength pirates attempting to rescue him, completely cutting off Wei Tonghai's hopes of breaking through. Wei Tonghai's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Shi Kaishan, Master Chui, our Qinglin village has always kept to ourselves. Why must you pursue total annihilation today? Master Chui snorted coldly, your water village has committed many injustices. Exterminating you is to act on behalf of heaven. Today marks the end of your Qinglin village. The lofty justification completely masked the fear the three major martial arts schools felt in the face of the Yellow Turban Army, forcing them to seek a retreat. Before the words fell, the four experts charged like a storm. However, what no one expected was that Wei Tonghai, trapped in a desperate situation, unleashed an astonishing fighting power. His palms danced wildly and his figure glided strangely among the ruins of the water village, fighting while retreating. A peculiar force filled with a sticky sensation yet containing immense power erupted explosively. Anomalous strength. Shi Kaishan and the others' pupils constricted, exclaiming in shock. Anomalous strength. It was a core secret of prestigious sects. The essence of dark strength lies in connecting the 12 primary meridians. Each meridian that is opened accumulates one layer of strength. However, this kind of strength is chaotic and disjointed, making it difficult to form a cohesive force. Only by using the 8 extraordinary meridians as a bridge can multiple strengths from the 12 primary meridians be skillfully integrated and refined into one, transforming disarray into unity, thereby condensing a combined strength far beyond ordinary dark strength. This strength not only multiplies in power but can also give rise to various unpredictable anomalous strengths, some supple, some fierce, some sticky, some penetrating, each with its own peculiarities. The sticky strength that Wei Tonghai was unleashing at this moment was extraordinarily fluid, like an extension of his own limbs. The four were engaged in battle with Wei Tonghai as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. The strength could not only slip away from the four's fierce attacks but could also delay the opponent's movements through rebound and adherence. Its subtleties were far beyond the crude cotton strength of Chen Li back then. If it weren't for my old age and my injuries, you four young ones would all die here today. During the fierce battle, Wei Tonghai revealed a massive scar on his chest which had long since healed but looked terrifying. As he exerted himself fiercely, it faintly reddened and pulsed. This old injury greatly hindered his vitality, making his strength exquisite yet insufficient in stamina. Had it not been for this fatal old wound and the exhaustion of his energy due to age, with the purity and fluidity of his anomalous strength, even the four great experts working together might not have been able to hold him back. Although the four were surprised, they could see that Wei Tonghai's state was not sustainable. The four displayed their ultimate skills in tangling and battling with Wei Tonghai's strange sticky strength, resulting in a momentary stalemate as they gradually drifted away from the main battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, Jiang Xiaoming led the Ming strength disciples in slaughtering the outer pirates. He was ruthless in his strikes, with every blow accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Whether it was precisely crushing an opponent's throat bone or instantly twisting an opponent's neck, even the unconscious pirates on the ground would receive a cold fatal stab to ensure no future troubles. Not far from him, Zhou Bai and several other dark strength experts scanned the entire battlefield. Although they did not directly engage, their gazes remained firmly fixed on the area surrounding Jiang Xiaoming, preventing surprise attacks from mid-stage dark strength pirates. After an unknown amount of time battling and killing countless pirates, they finally managed to clear them out. Jiang Xiaoming signaled for others to clean the battlefield. He and his sworn brother Zhou Bai stepped across the chaotic battlefield, heading towards the deepest part of the water village. When they reached the core of the village, the sight before them made their hearts tighten. The four latest stage dark strength experts from the Rock Solid and Red Snake schools were now all injured and their auras fluctuated. Master Chui appeared to be the most severely wounded. His chest was soaked in blood and his face was as pale as paper, being urgently bandaged by his disciples. Seeing Zhou Bai and Jiang Xiaoming unharmed, Zhou Zhen, who had been guarding this spot, visibly let out a sigh of relief. He hurried forward, lowering his voice and quickly explaining the situation to the two. It turned out that just now Wei Tonghai was besieged by the four great experts. Wei Tonghai fought like a cornered beast, showing exceptional ferocity. In the final moments he even took the hits from Shi Kaishan, Lu Yan and Lu Zhang, each landing a blow in an attempt to severely injure Master Cui. Taking advantage of Master Cui being heavily injured and the formation being in chaos, Wei Tonghai slipped away from the encirclement like an incredibly slippery loach leaping high into the air. Splash! He plunged into the bottomless dark pool beside the open ground. The pond. Jiang Xiaoming furrowed his brows tightly. Yes. Zhou Zhen's expression was grave as he pointed to the dark green surface of the pond. This pond connects to an extremely deep underground waterway. Where exactly it leads and how long it is, no one knows. Wei Tonghai was already heavily injured and took 3 powerful hits. After falling into the water, he has not resurfaced until now. His life or death is uncertain. To ascertain the situation, the most skilled swimmer, Red Snake Master Lu Yan, personally dived into the pond for exploration. However, even someone as capable as her could only swim a short distance into the frigid, bone-chilling darkness of the cave. The waterway ahead is winding and deep, seemingly endless. Lu Master felt her breath running out, fearing becoming lost within. She had no choice but to return empty-handed. Did he escape? Zhou Bei's expression was serious. Or is he dead? It's impossible to determine. Zhou Zhen slowly shook his head, his voice heavy. Alive we see no one, dead we see no corpse. This reversal crocodile Wei Tonghai's swimming ability is likely far beyond our expectations. If he miraculously survived and escaped through this underwater cave. Everyone present, including the recently bandaged and pale-faced Master Cui, felt a heavy chill. Letting such a formidable enemy who possessed an anomalous strength, harbored immense hatred towards the 3 major martial arts schools, and was familiar with the waterways of Yunzi escape. This undoubtedly cast a significant shadow. As long as a day passes without seeing a corpse, this shadow will loom over everyone for that day. For the next several days, a restless tension hung over Qinglin Island. The 3 martial academies had captured numerous river pirates, and screams of agony echoed day and night from the interrogation chambers. Speak. Where does the cave beneath that pond lead? Master, spare my life. I truly do not know. Brother Wei forbade anyone, absolutely anyone, from approaching the deep pool. It was his forbidden sanctuary. Even we senior captains were never permitted to learn what lay beneath. Worthless. Lu Yan spat coldly, watching from the side. No matter how brutally they tortured or pressed for answers, the replies remained unchanged. The secret of the subterranean cavern beneath the pond seemed known to Wei Tonghai alone. This stalemate could not continue. With no alternative, the 3 academies hastily convened another council meeting. The atmosphere in the assembly hall was thick with gravity. Core figures from 2 academies gathered around the table. No representative from Yunha Martial Academy attended. Lu Yan spoke first. Wei Tonghai sustained a strike from each of us 3. Even if he somehow survived, he could not have fled far. Shi Kaishan interjected. I deployed scouts across the surrounding lakes long ago, but still nothing has been found. Panting heavily, Master Cui finally rasped, you all know the force behind our strikes. I believe he perished within that underground cavern. Though his body remains missing, his manual on the exotic chi art must be recovered, at all costs. If Wei Tonghai escaped, his secrets must not. We will dig 3 feet into the earth, if need be, to unearth them. Master Cui speaks wisely, Lu Yan added. But how shall this manual be divided? Surely we cannot linger here locked in mutual suspicion. Master Cui's face remained pale as he shifted position and leaned back against his chair. Balance is forged only through exchange of interest. Let us each set forth terms. Once found, the manual's knowledge shall be shared equally between our 2 academies. For now, finding it is paramount. I propose we lead the search ourselves, beginning at the chieftain's residence, and scour every inch of the compound. In the days that followed, Master Cui, though grievously wounded, joined Shi Kaishan and Lu Yan in personally directing the search, turning Qinglin main fortress upside down. Every square foot of earth was excavated, every dwelling dismantled, even the floor tiles of Wei Tonghai's private chamber were pried up and examined with meticulous care. Yet beyond common valuables, the manual on the exotic chi art vanished without trace, like a stone sinking into a boundless sea. Impossible. It must still be hidden somewhere on this island. Lu Yan stood amid the ravaged courtyard, her beautiful face contorted with fury, growling low in bitter defiance. With no other recourse, orders cascaded downward through the ranks. Scores of elite disciples were dispatched outward from the main fortress in a sweeping net-like search across the entire island, through forests and mountain streams, into crevices and crags, every conceivable hiding place probed again and again. Day after day passed, yet every report returned only the crushing verdict: no discovery. The exotic chi art, it is the key to ascending to higher realms of cultivation. Master Chui stood atop a high vantage point gazing down at his disciples' frantic fruitless search. His fists clenched until bones cracked, bloodshot eyes burned with raw frustration. It was almost ours, and yet the roasted duck flew away just as it reached our hands. Lu Yan leaned against a nearby corridor pillar, her radiant face veiled in shadow. Cursed water specter, even in death he brings no peace. Their gazes inevitably drifted once more toward that fathomless icy pond, its surface still and silent. After so many days, if Wei Tonghai still lingered beneath, survival would be utterly impossible. Failing to locate the exotic chi art, the three academies redirected their fury and brutality toward the remnants of Qinglin River bandit camp. 6 monstrous warships set sail anew, bound for several vital satellite camps. Battle cries shook the heavens. Pirate resistance collapsed swiftly. For these pirates the academies issued but a single decree: kill. Heads rolled in torrents. Master! Master, spare me! We were taken by force, we are no pirates. A ragged, emaciated man threw himself at Zhou Zhen's feet, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Behind him huddled several terrified women and children. Zhou Zhen's expression remained impassive, his gaze glacial. Beside him a recently surrendered pirate, eager to prove his loyalty, immediately groveled. Don't believe him, Master Zhou. These wretches have lived among pirates too long, they've long since sworn allegiance to them. Who knows when they might stab us in the back? Zhou Zhen's eyes swept slowly across those desperate, fear-ridden faces, yet revealed not a flicker of hesitation. He raised his hands slowly. The master's order stands. Every remnant of Qinglin must be eradicated, not even dogs or chickens spared. Better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. If you must blame someone, blame your ill fate for having drawn breath upon Qinglin Island. The moment his words fell silent, he slashed his hand downward. Blood erupted. Screams pierced the air. Whether meat or man, all became corpses beneath the blade. To the three academies such slaughter was a necessary sacrifice to safeguard the location of the river camp. Guided by traitorous pirates, this bloody purge spread like wildfire. 7 islands, 1 central fortress and 6 smaller outposts fell in swift succession. When the final outpost's banner was severed, the academy fleet returned triumphant, laden with grain, gold, silver and weapons. Yet even more precious were the things too large for ships to carry. Vast tracts of fertile farmland across the islands. Several meticulously constructed fish ponds. These were the very foundations of survival in an age of chaos. Though the coveted key remained lost, this bountiful spoils and secure base sufficed to dispel much of their disappointment. At least the primary objective of this punitive campaign had been achieved. Inside the assembly hall the mood lightened considerably. Though Master Chui's injuries remained grave, his spirit surged with renewed vigor. Raising his wine cup, his voice boomed. Brothers! Though the water specter Wei Tonghai slipped away, Qinglin River bandit camp ceases to exist as of this day. We have excised this festering thorn from our heart and seized 7 jewelless lands, thousands of mu of arable land and multiple thriving fish ponds. This is the bedrock upon which we shall stand firm in this chaotic era. I hereby declare tonight's celebration, a victory feast held right here on Qinglin Island, shall end only when none remain sober. Excellent! Clashing cups, raucous laughter. The metallic stench of slaughter and the lingering gloom of failed treasure hunting both dissolved in that moment. Thereafter disciples from all 3 academies busied themselves preparing the feast. Jiang Xiaoming also stepped forward to help. Alone he carried 3 or 4 massive earthenware wine jars from the inner cove dock where new vessels were moored, stacking them carefully into a single column. Several disciples from Panshur Martial Academy, busy arranging the venue, hurried over. Senior brother Xiaoming, let us help you carry them. Yes, it's far too heavy for one person. Jiang Xiaoming did not pause, only tilted his head slightly, offering a gentle warm smile. No need. Attend to your own tasks. His tone was calm yet carried an unmistakable authority. At his words the disciples instantly halted, respectfully stepping aside, no resentment clouding their faces, only reverence and quiet acceptance. They watched as Jiang Xiaoming bore the heavy stack of jars steadily through the crowd, heading toward the designated area beside the central bonfire in the plaza. All understood this youth's stature had long since transcended that of an ordinary disciple. Jiang Xiaoming placed the jars carefully beside a secluded rocky outcrop near the fire. No one noticed the faintest sign of disturbance, the subtlest loosening, in the clay seal of one jar. Qinglin Island's central square. A massive bonfire crackled and popped, illuminating the excited faces of the core disciples from the 3 major martial arts schools. Long tables were laden beside the huge bonfire. They were piled high with fragrant roasted beast meat, freshly caught fish, and jars of strong liquor. The fat from the roasted meat dripped into the fire, sizzling and creating a delicious aroma that mingled with the rich scent of newly opened fine wine wafting through the night sky. The core figures from the 3 major martial arts schools sat around several tables, the atmosphere so lively it felt as if it might lift the roof off. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Shirkaishan's booming laughter drowned out the noise as he raised a seashell bowl filled with liquor, proclaiming, with the removal of that malignant tumor at Qinglin village we have gained the foundation of the 7 islands. Brother Cui, in this chaotic world we finally have a refuge where we can defend ourselves and launch attacks, all thanks to your leadership. Come, let us toast to Master Cui. To our way out. To Master Cui. To our way out. The crowd roared in agreement, raising their cups. Though Master Cui's complexion remained pale, his spirit was vigorous. He sat at the head of the table, flanked by Zhou and Jiang Cang, who also occupied the top seats. Master Cui smiled and raised his cup, signaling, "Here's to everyone." This victory was not solely my achievement but the result of our 3 schools working hand in hand. In particular, let us toast to our great contributor, Jiang Cang. Without that turning stone into gold strategy, how could we boast of today's fleet of 10 giant ships? He turned slightly, raising his cup toward Jiang Cang. The turning stone into gold strategy was highly confidential, known only to the core disciples. Now that the major issue was settled, there was no longer a need for secrecy. Master Cui's words served both as gratitude toward Jiang Cang and as a means to elevate his standing. For most ordinary disciples, this was the first time they learned of Jiang Cang's contribution. Master Cui personally expressing thanks in such a setting carried an unspoken significance. Everyone was astonished. At this moment they also noticed an anomaly. Jiang Cang's position was extremely close to the core, even subtly overshadowing Wei Shan, the cornerstone figure who had made great contributions to the martial arts school. However, upon learning of Jiang Cang's contribution this time, no one could voice any dissent. The 10 warships were critically important. Without them, the casualties in this battle might have been tenfold. It might not have even been possible to mount an assault. After this battle, everyone understood that Jiang Cang's future status would far exceed that of an ordinary disciple. The position of elder at the branch of the martial arts school was merely the beginning. Lu Yan sat to the left of Shirkaishan, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling as she chimed in, "Master Cui is right. Xiaoming possesses extraordinary intelligence, and in this battle on the island his strikes were ruthless and decisive, displaying a remarkable demeanor. Given time, he will surely become a pillar for our 3 families." She raised her cup to Jiang Cang, who quickly stood and respectfully returned the gesture, saying, "Master Cui, Master Lu, your praises are excessive. My humble contributions depend entirely on the guidance of all the elders. It is my fortune to contribute a bit for our 3 families." He maintained a very humble demeanor, yet his calm and dignified presence made everyone nod in silent approval. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew even warmer and the topics began to deepen. Shirkaishan set down his bowl, scanning the core members present: Master Cui, Lu Yan, Lu Zhengzhou, and Jiang Cang, Wei Shan. His voice lowered slightly, tinged with barely contained excitement and regret. "The gains from this venture have far exceeded our expectations. Thousands of acres of fertile land, several fish ponds, interconnected islands, and the immense wealth brought by the gambling on stones method. Our foundations are already solidified. We can even contend for a position among the sects if only." He sighed heavily. "The most crucial exotic strength ultimately slipped through our fingers." Master Cui's gaze sharpened as he interjected, "Indeed. If only we had the secret method of that exotic strength, our 3 families might truly advance a step further." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with light as her voice lowered. "Brother Cui, do you mean sect unification?" "Exactly." Shirkaishan's gaze was fervent. "To become a sect. That is the ultimate path for our martial arts schools. Otherwise we will forever remain rootless drifters, the dregs of the martial world." Zhou asked in a deep voice, "Brother Shi, I have heard that establishing a sect is extremely difficult." Master Cui coughed lightly and took over the conversation, explaining to the core members who might not be familiar with the intricacies, the path to establishing a sect typically has 2 routes. One is for disciples of major sects to descend from the mountain and branch out. Establishing a sect means branching out from a major sect and forming a new sect. Such sects have complete lineages with clear paths from bright strength to dark strength and even to higher realms of true skills. Moreover, they enjoy the protection of their sect, developing smoothly like a towering tree with deep roots and lush leaves. Most of the well-known sects in the martial world come from this lineage. The second route, he lowered his first finger, is what we are doing, multiple major martial arts schools uniting to support each other. Such sects are inherently lacking. The lineages are mixed and they may not even be able to gather a decent exotic strength secret method, merely qualifying as the dregs of sex. Sure, Kaishan lightly struck the table with his fist, causing the drinks to ripple. Exactly. We now possess money, territory, manpower, and even future resources for cultivating disciples. What we lack is merely a secret method for truly integrating our lineages, serving as the foundation for establishing our sect. If we obtain this method, given the foundation of our three families, we can surely unite as one in a short time and join the ranks of sects. Lu Zhang chimed in, filled with longing. If we truly become a sect, we will be qualified to participate in the sect martial arts conference. If we can shine at such grand events and our disciples achieve rankings, it is said that we might be granted profound true skills. That would be the true foundation for establishing a sect. At this point, eager glimmers shone in everyone's eyes. To become a sect, to compete on a higher level, to obtain the legendary true skills, constantly enhancing their own foundation, and one day to join the ranks of the great sects. This is the dream future all martial arts schools yearn for. And the prerequisite for all this is the key lost in the deep pond's cave. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak as the higher-ups depicted their sect blueprint, with cups clinking and laughter filling the air. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, many disciples had already fallen into drunken stupor. Jiang Cang too was overwhelmed by the liquor. When he went to fetch more wine, he stumbled and knocked over a jar. Using the excuse of cleaning his clothes, he took a half-broken wine jar and moved to a relatively secluded rock, sitting with his back to the raucous crowd. Just as everyone was immersed in inebriation, no one noticed a small slippery figure like a silver fish stealthily slipping out from among the vast amounts of wine. It was the young Jiang, who had consumed countless resources and was nurtured for 3 years, possessing 15 Qinglin bloodline. His emerald green eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Confirming that no one was paying attention, his tiny body moved like a boneless shadow, gliding along the damp, cold, rocky ground towards the depths of the island in the direction of the deep pond radiating cold air. This time Jiang Xiaoming was prepared to take a huge gamble. He was wagering the life of this invaluable young Jiang, which embodied 3 years of his hard work. He was betting on the secret method of exotic strength that the 3 major martial arts school leaders had longed for. The young Jiang possessed 15 of the blue scale bloodline. This granted him the ability to breathe through his skin, allowing him to explore underwater continuously. This was the greatest reliance of his bold gamble. The small figure slipped silently into the cold, dark waters of the pool like a droplet of water. He swam into the depths of the unknown cave. The moment he submerged, Jiang's body was enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. Fortunately, the bloodline of the blue scale carp endowed him with strong resistance to the cold. Not only did he not feel cold, but he also felt a refreshing comfort. Jiang swam towards the pitch-black entrance of the abyss. The cave was not entirely dark. Strange moss emitting a faint blue glow clung to the rock walls, outlining the contours of jagged stones. As he swam deeper, Jiang discovered several branching paths in the cave below. Lacking an underwater map, he relied on intuition to choose the leftmost passage. This passage was narrow and lengthy, flanked by bizarre stalactites and stalagmites. They hung from the cave's ceiling or jutted from the watery depths, appearing menacing. Jiang tried to slow his movements, cautiously weaving between them and avoiding the sharp stone edges. After swimming for an unknown duration, just as he began to doubt the endlessness of this passage, the way ahead suddenly opened up. A narrow fissure like a tear in the heavens allowed slivers of golden sunlight to stream down from the high ceiling. Below the gathering sunlight, a massive natural stone platform rose prominently. The platform towered several zhang above the water's surface. Atop the stone platform, a number of dark, massive ironwood chests were stacked neatly. The surfaces of the chests were wrapped in waterproof and corrosion-resistant oilcloth with metallic corners that glimmered in the angled sunlight and reflected water ripples, exuding a golden sheen. Treasure chests. Jiang's heart raced. He picked up a slender unknown branch from the bottom of the water and cautiously approached the largest chest. With the branch's tip, he gently prodded the heavy latch of the chest lid. Click! The soft sound of the latch popping open echoed clearly in the silent cave. There were no poison darts, toxic water, or explosions as he had anticipated. The chest opened quietly. Golden light. Blinding golden brilliance instantly filled his vision. Inside the chest, it was packed full of fist-sized gold ingots. Among the gaps of the gold ingots were dazzling gemstones and perfectly round pearls. Jiang continued to open other treasure chests. Inside were exquisitely crafted gold and jade artifacts. Countless treasures reflected a breathtaking dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight penetrating the water. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. Any small piece of gold before him was enough for an ordinary person to squander a lifetime on. 3 whole chests. This was undoubtedly the lifetime wealth accumulated by the flooding crocodile Wei Tonghai, who had looted countless merchants and travelers for decades. No wonder the treasure found in the waterside stronghold didn't seem much. It turns out he had hidden everything here. Joy, excitement, exhilaration. He had never seen so much money in his life. The ecstasy lasted for several breaths before he quickly calmed down. These things are right here, they won't escape. The most important thing now is to find Wei Tonghai's corpse. And the secret technique of the exotic strength he might have on him. If the secret manual gets wet or is swept away by the current or corroded, that would be a huge loss. Jiang took one last deep look at the 3 chests of treasures that could drive anyone mad and turned away without hesitation. The small figure skillfully maneuvered around the stone platform, plunging once more into the adjacent darker waterway of the cave which led to unknown depths. He had to act quickly before hope disappeared completely to find that corpse. Next, Jiang memorized the maze of the cave while exploring to prevent getting lost. Every branching path, every bend, and every oddly shaped stalagmite that could serve as coordinates was etched into his memory. Meanwhile, in the Peach Blossom Cave, Jiang Yang took out paper and pen, starting to draw a map. In no time, a rough yet emerging cave map appeared on the stone table in the Peach Blossom Cave. Jiang also formed a basic impression of the cave below. To the left of the cave was the path leading to the treasure platform. There were 2 narrow air chambers with cracked rock walls along the way for a person to barely catch their breath. However, the distance between these 2 air chambers was too far, only those with exceptional swimming ability and lung capacity could reach them. The middle cave led to the outside world. Just now he explored the middle cave and discovered an exit. Outside the exit was a dense expanse of reeds. Lying quietly among the reeds was a shabby black canopy boat. This must be Wei Tonghai's escape route. Once he reached this place and boarded this ordinary fishing boat, he could silently vanish into the vast waters. However, at this moment, the 3 chests filled with treasures enough to drive anyone mad remained locked deep on the cold stone platform. The lifeboat was securely tied with ropes. This all indicated one thing. He didn't make it out. Wei Tonghai, that old crocodile, after suffering a joint attack from the 4 masters, had failed to escape to this predetermined location. He must be lurking somewhere in the cave. Now Jiang had explored most of the cave area, and the only remaining hiding place was the rightmost passage. Jiang exhaled 2 bubbles and headed towards the last unknown area. This passage was deeper and more winding than he had imagined, with even colder and more sluggish water flow. Using his skin to sense the water flow, Jiang cautiously navigated through. After an unknown duration of swimming, the space of the water area ahead seemed to open up a bit. He keenly sensed a faint aura almost masked by the flow of water. Following that elusive breath, Jiang stopped at a giant stalagmite that protruded above the water like a screeching pillar. At the base of the stone pillar, due to water erosion, there was a sizable recessed platform that rose about a foot above the water surface. On that damp recessed stone platform curled a figure dressed in rags, appearing extremely wretched. It was none other than flooding crocodile Wei Tonghai. At this moment he looked nothing like the water bandit king who had roamed Yunza for decades. His clothes were torn and tattered, soaked through with dark red blood clots and murky water clinging tightly to his body. The robust figure that once instilled fear in the 4 masters was now hunched over. Every slight rise and fall of his body was accompanied by a hoarse wheeze like the sound of a bellows. His face appeared ashen and lifeless under the dim glow of the cave. His lips were dark purple and cracked, and the already gruesome old wound on his chest was now gaping open. He was exhaling more than inhaling. He was clearly on the brink of death. Like an old crocodile stranded on a stony beach, gasping for breath under the scorching sun still futilely opening and closing its gill covers. Jiang held his breath, quietly hovering in the water. His gaze was fixed firmly on the dying body on the stone platform, just waiting for it to take its last breath. Behind the stalactites, the toddler Jiang waited in utter stillness, like a patient hunter watching his prey draw its final ragged breath. Time flowed with agonizing slowness, measured only by the wheezing bellows like gasps echoing through the cavern. How long had passed? Just as the toddler Jiang remained poised for his quarry's last exhale. Splash! The half-dead Wei Tonghai stirred, still alive. He plunged headlong into the water and swam downward toward the murky depths, glancing left and right as if searching for fish or shrimp to stave off hunger. Then, his gaze locked onto the toddler Jiang concealed beneath the surface. Like a true crocodile scenting blood, he shot forward with ghostly speed, lunging straight at the toddler Jiang. The shift was utterly unforeseen. The toddler Jiang felt the chilling gaze of a monstrous predator fix upon him. His heart lurched violently, he didn't hesitate, twisting his body to flee. But it was already too late. Though grievously wounded in near-death, Wei Tonghai unleashed a burst of speed far beyond mortal expectation. Before the toddler Jiang could dart to Zhang clear, an ironclad hand, cold as forged steel, ripped through the water and seized his ankle with crushing thousand-gene force. Ugh! The toddler Jiang cried out in pain, the sensation of his bones grinding together nearly unbearable. An irresistible surge of power wrenched him from the water and hurled him backward. He slammed hard against the icy edge of the stone platform. Ouch! He yelped, curling his small frame instinctively as he rubbed his bruised, nearly shattered backside, his composure utterly undone. Wei Tonghai, drenched and dripping, hauled himself, dripping, from the water. Beads of water traced paths down his tattered robes and gaunt, weathered face. Wei Tonghai, drenched and dripping, hauled himself, dripping, from the water. Beads of water traced paths down his tattered robes and gaunt, weathered face. No older than cough, cough, cough. He spat bloody phlegm, voice trembling with disbelief. What are you? The toddler Jiang bore the bloodline of the azure scale fish, a lineage that set him apart from ordinary children, most strikingly in his eyes twin orbs of flawless luminous jade. Battling searing pain, the toddler Jiang summoned every ounce of acting skill, feigning wide-eyed innocence laced with stubborn defiance. I'm not anything. I'm a person. My surname is Jiang. He rubbed his sore backside deliberately, tears welling in his eyes, rendering childhood vulnerability with heartbreaking authenticity. A person. Wei Tonghai sneered, a sharp, painful twist of his chest triggering another violent cough. I've roamed the Yunza marshes for decades, and never laid eyes on a person like you. Speak, what monstrous thing are you? He barked, stepping forward, his calloused palm rising like a hawk's talon. The toddler Jiang stood unmoved by the threat. I told you, I'm a person, and I'm not from any martial hall. Hoof. Wei Tonghai scoffed, his gaze darkening with suspicion. Still lying. That entrance to the island must be sealed tighter than a drum by their men now. No outsider could possibly have slipped in. Who else could you be if not one of theirs? The toddler Jiang saw through the ruse instantly. The old villain was laying a linguistic trap. He spoke only of the entrance, deliberately omitting which entrance. If the toddler Jiang accepted that assumption, that the entrance meant the island's hidden pond, he would instantly be branded a spy. Instead, he declared firmly, when I entered, no one was guarding the entrance. No one. Impossible. That pond on the island must be guarded. What pond on the island? The toddler Jiang tilted his head, feigning genuine confusion. I don't know what pond you mean. I crawled in through a pitch-black cave deep within the reed marsh. A cave outside the island. Wei Tonghai's pupils contracted sharply, then he roared, voice cracking with fury. Nonsense. That subterranean channel winds endlessly, plunging into unfathomable darkness. How could a mere child like you possibly dive its length? You're definitely one of those brats sent by Panshi, Hongxi, or Yunhe martial halls. His rage mounting, fueled by the agony in his chest, Wei Tonghai lunged forward and seized the toddler Jiang's shoulder with a hand as withered and burning hot as a red-hot branding iron. A. A piercing shriek tore from the toddler Jiang's throat, his face blanched, bone-white sweat pouring in heavy beads. Wei Tonghai's fingers dug in like steel pincers, threatening to crush bone itself. Blinding pain surged through him like lightning. It hurts. Let me go, please. Speak. Wei Tonghai leaned and closed his vicious eyes, locking onto the boys with predatory intensity. What is your connection to those accursed martial halls? Refuse to tell the truth, and I'll snap your bones one by one, letting you taste the agony of being unable to live or die. Ouch, ouch. I really did come through the cave outside the island. The toddler Jiang wailed uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, not suppressing his instinctive reactions. To disarm suspicion, he deliberately exposed his rawest, most fragile self. I came through the cave outside the island. I'm not afraid of water. I can stay underwater for as long as I need. Try me if you dare. Not afraid of water. A flicker of savage disbelief flared in Wei Tonghai's eyes as he stared at the tiny figure, writhing, gasping, seemingly on the verge of collapse. No child this young could endure such torment without breaking. Yet even under relentless pressure, the boy held his ground. Wei Tonghai's skepticism softened just slightly. A cruel, twisted grin spread across his face. Very well. Very well indeed. You claim you fear no water. Let's see how fearless you truly are. Let's see just how fearless you truly are. Before the words had fully faded, Wei Tonghai's grip tightened on the toddler Jiang's shoulder, and with the ease of lifting a chick, he lifted him high, then slammed him headfirst into the frigid, still waters beside them. Glug glug glug. A trail of bubbles rose to the surface. Wei Tonghai kept his hands pressed firmly upon the boy's submerged form. Dozens of breaths passed, long enough for any ordinary child to thrash wildly or lose consciousness. Yet beneath the water, though the toddler Jiang's limbs moved instinctively, his emerald green eyes, utterly calm, utterly unpanicked, gazed directly up at Wei Tonghai through the rippling surface. A chill ran down Wei Tonghai's spine. He pressed down harder. A full quarter-hour elapsed, the absolute limit even for elite divers trained in breath-holding arts. Yet the boy showed no sign of panic, only quiet, unwavering observation. Wei Tonghai's cruel grin slowly stiffened, replaced by dawning incredulity. 3/4 of an hour, time enough for any land dweller to drown 10 times over. Splash! Wei Tonghai wrenched the toddler Jiang from the water and flung him onto the stone platform. The boy rolled twice before rising steadily to his feet. His gaze, now glacial and unblinking, fixed upon Wei Tonghai. 3/4 of an hour underwater for 3/4 of an hour. Even at the height of his prime, Wei Tonghai, bolstered by his uniquely cultivated wave-wrapping chi, could never have endured such a feat. This child, this seemingly frail ordinary child, truly feared no water. Then, like thunder splitting the heavens, an ancient legend of the Yunza marshes erupted in Wei Tonghai's mind. Legends spoke of secluded, mist-shrouded depths within the Yunza lake, places forbidden to mortals, where ancient enigmatic clans dwelled. Their bloodlines were extraordinary, born to command water, to dwell beneath its surface, and gifted with powers beyond mortal comprehension. Could it be that this child was a lost scion, cast adrift from that very realm? Wei Tonghai was fully aware of the details regarding the 3 major martial arts schools. Not to mention having such a peculiar bloodline, they couldn't even produce a decent cultivation technique. Looking at the child before him, Wei Tonghai's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This child could never be from the 3 major martial arts schools. Even if he truly was. That could only mean they were blind and wasting their resources. A mere child of 3 or 4 years with an unsteady heart and an innocent mind. As long as he guided him a bit, he could surely have him firmly in his grasp. At that moment. "Kid, who are your parents?" Wei Tonghai asked in a deep voice. The young Jiang naturally would not reveal a word of his true origins. Long before taking action, he had already prepared a flawless story. "I don't know. I was raised by Grandpa Shui. And there's also an older brother named Xinglin." "Grandpa Shui?" "Yes. He's an old fisherman, really skilled at fishing. He also raised a huge blue-scaled fish, which is my older brother Xinglin. But..." The young Jiang's voice began to choke. "A year ago they all died. Killed by bad people. Orphan." This further confirmed Wei Tonghai's suspicions. This child with the extraordinary bloodline must be a child lost from a mysterious family for some reason. He was later found and raised by a fortunate old fisherman. He had even heard of the old fisherman's affairs. Over a year ago, Lu Zhang from the Flower Snake Gang had searched for precious fish and herbs all over Luwei County to break through to the late stage of dark energy. In the end, it seemed he had obtained a large blue-scaled treasure fish from an old fisherman for nothing, a great bargain. It must be this matter. Kid, Wei Tonghai's tone suddenly turned heartbroken. There's not a single good thing among the 3 major martial arts schools. The Red Snake Martial Arts School is the culprit that caused your Grandpa Shu's death. They are the most ruthless and specialize in forcing others into prostitution. If a child like you falls into their hands, the outcome. It's unimaginable. The Yunha Martial Arts School is even worse than beasts. They run gambling houses, lend money at high interest, and are specialized in the cruel acts of draining people's life essence, causing countless families to be ruined. The Panchur Martial Arts School is equally despicable. Their pawnshops and mercantile houses engage in forceful purchasing and looting, with numerous debts of blood and tears recorded against their names. Wheeze. Wheeze. After a series of coaxing and threatening, Wei Tonghai seemed to have aggravated his injuries, breathing heavily. He leaned against the hollow of a stalactite column, his gaze like a hook tightly locking onto the young Jiang. The young Jiang was naturally aware of the situation of the 3 major martial arts schools. Indeed, as Wei Tonghai said, they controlled the most lucrative industries. Their subordinates also had various misconducts, but it was rather amusing to see a water bandit scold a rogue. Yes, they are all bad people. The young Jiang spoke bluntly. Since you are not from the 3 major martial arts schools, then you must be a water bandit. You are not a good person either. Water bandits rob and kill everywhere. Hey! This little brat doesn't understand anything. Wei Tonghai scoffed, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. We water bandits are the true free spirits. The law of the jungle is only natural. Whatever I desire, whether it's gold, silver, beautiful women, or secret manuals, I will seize it all for myself. This is the real joy of being upright and unyielding. Look at the birds, beasts, insects, and fish in this world. Aren't they all the same? Only those hypocritical knaves with the blackest hearts must disguise themselves in human skin pretending to be virtuous. I despise those kinds of people the most. The young Jiang was too lazy to argue with a water bandit about his twisted reasoning. He suddenly raised his head and in his bright green eyes burned a deep hatred, stating firmly, "I don't care if they are good or bad. I only know that I must avenge Grandpa Shui and Brother Qinglin. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Since you are a bad person but your stronghold was destroyed by them, you hate the Red Snake Martial Arts School. So," he changed his tone to one of transaction, "as long as you agree to help me take revenge in the future, killing Lu Zhang from the Red Snake Martial Arts School and another evildoer named Lu Qing, I am willing to help you. Lu Zhang has no grievance with the Jiang family, while Lu Qing is the murderer of Jiang Cang." The young Jiang's words were half-truths and not entirely deceiving him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wei Tonghai burst into loud laughter, his laughter echoing in the cave, but it soon weakened as he clutched his painful wound, gritting his teeth. "Kid, let me tell you the truth," he gasped, his voice tinged with weakness. "After this battle, whether my body can last a month is still up in the air. The breath-holding techniques of the flowing energy have also been more than half wasted. Right now I can't even get out. What are we talking about when it comes to avenging you? I can bring you medicine. It's useless. Even if you steal the life-saving pills from the King of Hell, they won't save this broken body. Kid, listen to me." Wei Tonghai steadied his breath, his eyes glimmering with light. "For the next month, as long as you bring me some food on time, I will teach you a couple of techniques. By the way," he paused and added, "it would be best to bring along a few jars of good wine. Wine. Food is easy, but wine is not. I can't get it." "Hey." Wei Tonghai pointed towards a direction deep in the cave. "Swim that way, turn a corner, go straight ahead, and when you see a red stalactite column, turn again. That's where I hide the wine. Go now. Bring me a jar." "Why should I help you get wine?" The young Jiang pouted. "I help you just to use you, I won't be your subordinate. Besides, Grandpa said that drinking when injured is harmful. I won't go." "Oh. You little brat, so slow, how can you still use me?" Wei Tonghai waved his hand impatiently. "Go get the wine. I will teach you a trick, master this trick, and you can take revenge in the future." "Really?" The young Jiang's eyes brightened. "I keep my word." Splash. Before the words fell, the young Jiang had already plunged into the water like a swimming fish, swiftly diving in the direction Wei Tonghai pointed. Wei Tonghai watched the young Jiang's figure grow distant underwater, a flash of deep contemplation passing through his murky eyes. Complete trust. Absolutely impossible. But the little brat's words, from his background to his hatred and to his extraordinary swimming skills, were all tightly linked, leaving no trace of flaw to be found. Could a 3 or 4-year-old child, even if someone taught him, really act so flawlessly? His doubts remained, but he was not urgent. After all, with about a month to go, whether he was human or ghost, whether he was sincere or insincere, he would surely reveal some clues. With that in mind, a glint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and during the pain he took out a gleaming dagger from his bosom and silently slipped it into the water. He swam to the underwater base of a massive stalactite, found a very smooth spot, and began to carve on the hard rock wall with the dagger, one mark at a time. Regardless of how the final choice would be made, he was still prepared to leave this true inheritance behind. As for whether it would end up in the hands of that green-eyed brat, let's see how he performs over the course of this month. The young Jiang brought back the wine jar and Wei Tonghai snatched it away. Without further ado, he tilted his neck and down several large gulps, smacking his lips in satisfaction, casually throwing out a remark, "Listen, little brat. The Mingjing has 3 levels: skin, muscle, and bone. Among them, the bone level is the foundation. As for the skin and muscle levels, it's enough to barely meet the standard. Exhausting too much vitality is a waste. This is the thank you for giving you this jar of wine." This statement shook young Jiang's heart. Whether it was the Panchur Martial Arts School or the Weiyuan Escort Agency, the martial arts philosophies taught all emphasized that the foundation of the 3 levels of Mingjing must be solidly established, progressing steadily. It is essential to spend a great deal of time and effort honing the skin, muscle, and bones. This was taken for granted. Jiang Xiaoming had even consumed a significant amount of time and vitality to solidify the first 2 foundations. Now this ferocious water bandit before him actually said that the first 2 levels require no deep cultivation. Just a minimal amount of practice. The only level that needs in-depth cultivation is actually the bone level. If that's the case, then Jiang Xiaoming must have practiced incorrectly. If it weren't for Wei Tonghai's astounding record of defeating 4 opponents and escaping from encirclement, young Jiang would find it hard to believe such heretical words. Why? Young Jiang seemed to be casually asking with a calm voice. Yet inside he was extremely anxious. Jiang Xiaoming was his most crucial fighting force. If he really practiced incorrectly, his future potential would be severely limited. Wei Tonghai, however, was too engrossed in drinking, ignoring him completely. It was not until the bottom of the jar was completely empty that he reluctantly licked the rim, slightly intoxicated, and continued, "A person's vitality is limited. The more vitality you waste on refining skin, muscle, and bones, the less you have left for connecting meridians and condensing dark strength. Those fools waste precious vitality in the quagmire of the first 2 levels. Don't even think about connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians and achieving the combined strength like me. Even if you want to open the 12 regular meridians, you are dreaming." Combined strength. Young Jiang keenly caught this key information. This must be a higher level of power formed by mastering the 8 extraordinary meridians to govern the 12 regular meridians. How should Ming Jing be specifically cultivated? Young Jiang pretended to know nothing and continued to probe for details. Specifics. Pa. Wei Tonghai impatiently waved his hand to interrupt, bleary-eyed and scolding, "Why so many useless words? I'm tired, get lost quickly. Come back and nuisance me tomorrow." With that he curled up his body, turning his back to Young Jiang, and soon loud snores could be heard. Young Jiang looked at his curled up back, deliberately curled his lips and whispered, "Rude, lazy old man." Before he finished, he quietly slipped into the water. Taking advantage of Wei Tonghai's deep sleep, he continued to explore this underground cave. Over the next few days, Young Jiang followed his instructions and brought back a jar of wine each day. At first, Wei Tonghai would still throw out a couple of insights on cultivation, allowing Young Jiang to gain some knowledge. He only kept silent about the methods of the extraordinary strength. However, within a few days it seemed that the stored valuable information had been emptied, and Wei Tonghai began to use some shallow and widely known concepts to deflect and dismiss. Young Jiang sneered inwardly, but his face remained impassive. He knew this was also a method of testing and wearing down. Since that was the case, he would let him deceive, and he just needed to wait for the right moment. However, the speed at which the injuries worsened far exceeded both of their expectations. Lacking clean water to wash and without any hemostatic medicine to stop bleeding and promote healing, those deep wounds that could be seen to the bone quickly became red, swollen, and ulcerated. Yellowish-green pus and blood continuously seeped out, emitting a nauseating stench. High fever followed. Wei Tonghai sometimes felt hot all over and his head throbbed, while at other times he felt like he was plunged into an ice cave, shivering incessantly. His consciousness struggled between chaos and clarity. Soon his taste and smell were completely lost, and even the strong liquor he drank had no flavor. The excruciating pain in his body and despair for the future drove him to madness. Sometimes he would violently bang his head against the cold stalactites, producing a dull thud sound. At other times he would use his filthy fingers to frantically scratch at the ulcerated flesh, tearing off small chunks of rotting meat with his nails. Looking at the rotten flesh in his hand, he laughed madly. Such frenzied behavior only made the wounds more hideous and terrifying, offering no benefit whatsoever. Young Jiang, every time he got a little closer, would receive severe warnings. "Get lost. Little brat. Get any closer, and I will tear you apart right now. Get lost." Young Jiang was forced to stay away for several days, unable to approach, only able to observe from a distance. Watching Wei Tonghai's breath weaken day by day, his appearance withered like a candle in the wind, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. One day, before Wei Tonghai let out another beast-like roar to drive him away, Young Jiang took the initiative to speak, raising his voice intentionally filled with a child's urgency of discovering a secret water bandit chief. "I have something very important to tell you." Without waiting for a response, he spoke rapidly. "A couple of days ago I swam in the direction you indicated, towards the waterway under the loft on the island. Sure enough, there was a large group of people guarding below. I hid in the deep water where they couldn't see me and listened to what they were saying. Guess what? They were just discussing the destruction of your Qinglin village. I mimicked the tone I heard someone say, originally we could only muster 3 large ships and we couldn't possibly chew through the hard bones of Qinglin village. Hey, thanks to Jiang Xiaoming brother Jiang. He used some miraculous method of turning stone into gold, allowing the martial arts school to suddenly acquire enough funds to buy 10 large ships. If it weren't for his move of cutting off the supply at the root, how could we? Jiang Xiaoming. A hoarse shout filled with endless resentment and unwillingness suddenly erupted from the depths of Wei Tonghai's throat. This name burned like a red-hot iron, instantly scorching his remaining sanity. The reason it was so deeply ingrained in him was that Qinglin village had relied on their water skills and 2 sturdy ships dominating the clouds and waters for decades. If the enemy had only 3 large ships, Qinglin village could even defeat them one by one with flexible tactics. Even with 4 or 5 ships, they could still have a chance with many small boats. but with merely 2 ships against a full assault of 10 large ships. That was a guaranteed death sentence. It turned out that the fatal blow that destroyed Qinglin Village's foundation originated from this. In his dying moments, Wei Tonghai's murky dull eyes stared blankly into the void, his cracked lips moving as he repeatedly whispered those 3 words as if trying to chew and swallow that name: Jiang. Xiao. Ming. Jiang. Xiao. Ming. Young Jiang stood quietly by the water a few steps away, his tender face devoid of expression, only the depths of his emerald eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It seems you finally understand. Understand how your proud water village, the foundation you cherish as your life, has collapsed. That's right. It was because of me. Now this merit of mine, you won't ever forget it, even in death. As his wounds worsened day by day, Wei Tonghai sank deeper into despair until madness consumed him entirely. In such a state, only searing hatred could sustain the last flicker of his lucidity. The child Jiang watched in silence, watching him decay from the ferocious wine-guzzling river bandit chieftain he had been half a month prior into this rotting, stinking old madman before him now. Ulcerated pus, oozing wounds, involuntary defecation and urination, bloody scratches from frantic self-mutilation. Death and disease gnawed at him relentlessly without pause. Until the day he crumbled entirely into a putrid mass of flesh. The more one fears death, the more fiercely one resists it, the less dignity remains. And this slow, agonizing decay, born of despair and suffering, is the true end awaiting most outlaws of the Jianghu. Those heroic poetic deaths sung in ballads, dying with a smile, chanting verses as one falls, are but romantic embellishments dreamed up by scholars with no inkling of reality. Drawing upon medical knowledge acquired from Zhou Yanzi, the child Jiang precisely diagnosed that this body, now overrun by madness and rot, had but a few days left to live. He did not rush. Not even as he watched a priceless martial manual slowly die before his eyes did he hurry. He understood the subtleties of human nature all too well. The more eagerly he displayed desire, the stronger the other's resistance would become. So long as Wei Tonghai refused to surrender at any coercion would be futile, only provoking this feral, utterly deranged beast into a suicidal, mutually destructive frenzy. Time crawled forward, measured in dripping pus and ragged guttural shrieks. Wei Tonghai's breath grew fainter, like a candle flame trembling in the wind, ready to gutter out at any moment. At last the final moment arrived. Ha 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 ha, ah. Ha 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 ha. A hoarse, hollow yet eerily liberated burst of laughter suddenly echoed through the sealed cavern, unnerving, alien, and profoundly chilling. The child Jiang picked up a jar of wine and approached the wretched figure curled amid filth. His voice was ice cold as he spoke. Drink, old madman. Better to die drunk than drown in your own rot like a coward. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Wei Tonghai gulped the wine greedily, laughing in broken spasmodic bursts. The child Jiang stood motionless beside him, watching in silence. He watched wine mingle with pus as it spilled from the man's lips. He watched the laughter weaken, grow thinner, until the last spark of life flickered and faded within that squalid darkness. The instant the final drop vanished down Wei Tonghai's throat, his wine-pouring hand froze midair. And for a fleeting, miraculous instant, his wild, delirious eyes cleared. His clouded pupils strained to turn, locking unblinkingly onto the child Jiang standing inches away, as if trying to pierce through the boy's youthful facade and gaze directly into the soul beneath. That stare held for several suffocating breaths. Then the last glimmer in his eyes vanished forever. His head slumped. He was dead. The child Jiang stood still for a moment, a quiet sense of loss settling over him. It was not grief for a vile river bandit, but sorrow for the manual now seemingly lost with its master. In the end, was it all for nothing, he mused inwardly. No help for it. I've done all that could be done. Bending low over Wei Tonghai's corpse, he prepared to search the body for the manual. He took only a few steps, when suddenly something caught his eye. One of Wei Tonghai's desiccated fingers pointed rigidly, unnaturally toward the stalagmite beneath him. Beneath. A thought stirred in the child Jiang's mind. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He had noticed this anomaly long ago. No wonder, each time I returned there was always a fresh puddle on this platform. I'd assumed he dived to catch fish or shrimp for food. Now I see, he deliberately sent me away so he could slip underwater, to do something. Plop! Icy, bone-chilling water instantly enveloped the child Jiang. He held his breath and dove downward, following the direction of Wei Tonghai's bony finger. In the dim abyssal water, only faint light filtered down from above. By its feeble glow he saw, carved densely and powerfully into the base of a massive stalactite, rows upon rows of bold, vigorous characters. The child Jiang swam closer urgently. His fingertips brushed the cold, unyielding stone and traced downward from the first 3 towering characters. Wrapped wave art. Beneath them smaller script read secret transmission of the Jiang lineage, commanding water transforming force. The 4 great martial lineages of the Jianghu mountain massif wind and fire for Stantry river and water. As expected, this bandit chieftain practiced the river and water lineage. His gaze descended further, to the opening verse of the core principles, each character luminous with wisdom. The essence of the wrapped wave art lies in its 3 subtleties: adhesion, cohesion, and slipperiness. Adhesion, like duckweed clinging to water, when the opponent's force arrives, mine is already born, I attach and glide away, drawing their power and deflecting their edge. Cohesion, like glue or lacquer, when they attempt retreat, my force clings to their form, refusing release, entangling their body and exhausting their spirit. Slipperiness, like a fish darting through deep waters, body follows intent, force flows with current, evading solidity to strike emptiness, avoiding strength to dissipate momentum. These 3 subtleties cycle endlessly, sustaining one another. This is how the ultimate softness commands the ultimate hardness throughout heaven and earth. Beneath the verse lay an anatomical diagram of meridians and acupoints. Especially highlighted was the course of the Yin vessel. An annotation beside it read, the wrapped wave art cultivates a unique kind of internal force. Its pivotal cultivation point lies first in unblocking the Yin vessel. For the Yin vessel governs all Yin energies, acting as the sovereign regulator of the body's entire Yin system. Only upon this foundation can one harmonize and command the 12 primary meridians intersecting with it. Drawing upon the full memory capacity of all 3 Jiangs, the child Jiang committed the manual to memory. Jiang Yang, who survived in the Peach Blossom Immortal realm, even produced bamboo slips to record it. After several moments, the child Jiang exhaled 2 bubbles and withdrew from total memorization mode. Most of the text was now securely etched into his mind with the bamboo slips as backup. Forgetting was nearly impossible. Calming his spirit, he shifted his gaze from the main inscription to the edge of the stone wall. There a second set of characters appeared, hastier, more frantic, more desperate. Shallow and deep, like the ramblings of a dying man. If no mishap occurs, the one who reads these words will be you, boy. The carving trembles violently here. By the time you see this, I shall already be dead. Before then, I was likely long gone mad. Unbearable, truly unbearable. These words are carved deeply, fiercely. Boy. Whoever you are, even if you're from one of the 3 martial academies, I see it clearly. You were never meant to linger in this shallow backwater. Boy. This world is vaster than you can imagine. Yunza Lake runs deeper than you can imagine. Imagine is carved large and crooked. Plunge into its depths, you will enter them sooner or later. Your bloodline belongs there. Let me tell you a great secret, I saw it with my own eyes. 7 Zhang, no. An even greater monstrous beast, larger than 7 Zhang. Its aura. Here the carving veers into jagged chaotic slashes, raised waves higher than city walls. Yet, it died. Slain by a host of attackers. So many masters, like ants devouring an elephant. Out there, even one of them could slaughter us all without effort. Beside them stood another figure, merely observing. He declared himself Xia family of Kanglin. That man sought colossal beasts alive. He claimed that delivering a great beast to him would yield unimaginable rewards. Pills, divine weapons, even exotic internal arts. My wrapped wave art. I traded a gold-striped blood carp the size of a millstone to obtain it. Further down more words were inscribed, but they were too hastily scrawled, fragmented, overlapping, like letters superimposed upon one another. The child Jiang studied them for half a line, yet could make out nothing coherent. Clearly Wei Tonghai had already lost his mind when carving these. Beneath all the text lay an extremely rudimentary map, showing only cardinal directions and a few distinctive islands. It sketched a route pointing deep into the lake's heart, ending at a vague fork-shaped mark. The information brought a shock that was no less than seeing the complete 9 heavens mystic art. Young Jiang naturally understood the origin of his bloodline. But from Wei Tonghai's words, it seemed that deep within Yunza Lake there were others like him bearing the bloodline of extraordinary beasts. Moreover, there was that scene of hunting extraordinary beasts. Once they reached a length of 10 feet, they could awaken their divine powers, making the hunt exceedingly difficult. At 2 feet, even a late-stage dark energy user would be helpless against them. By 6 or 7 feet, such beings could slaughter dark energy users like dogs. With his current knowledge, Jiang Xiaoming truly couldn't grasp what kind of existence could surround and hunt such terrifying beings. The Songlong Xie family. If there's a chance, I must delve deeper into the mysteries of Yunza Lake. His gaze fell once more upon the hastily drawn map. Hunting treasure fish in exchange for secret arts. This was precisely the avenue through which the three major martial arts schools longed to acquire extraordinary strength. Now the three major martial arts schools were just a step away from establishing their sect, needing only this last piece of extraordinary strength. After some contemplation, Jiang Xiaoming made up his mind. He planned to conceal the secret of the Nine Heavens mystic art, but not the method of obtaining extraordinary strength. The Nine Heavens mystic art was a precious secret technique of extraordinary strength and was the most suitable for young Jiang's cultivation. He did not intend to spread it. The fewer people who knew about the characteristics of this strength, the more advantage he would have in combat. The path of trade with the Zhanlong Xie family would be different. This path was fraught with danger, just right for the individuals from the three major martial arts schools to explore for him. Young Jiang took one last look at Wei Tonghai's tragic corpse. He no longer lingered. His small frame turned agilely, pushing off the water, and he swam toward the dark cave to the left. There lay Wei Tonghai's final gift. Several enormous treasure chests. What followed was a long and tedious labor. The chests were heavier than he had imagined, and he could only carry a small handful at a time. He darted back and forth like an unflagging otter, repeatedly moving between the depths of the cave and the exit of the black boat. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he finally tossed a small pile of gems into the corner of the black boat and nearly collapsed on the deck, he heard the familiar sound of oars drawing near. Zhang Yang piloted another black boat approaching silently. Without a word, he quickly scanned the boat piled high with treasures and adeptly began to stow things into several chests. The heavy chests caused the small boat to sink deeper into the water. In the end, he lifted the exhausted young Jiang onto the boat, rowing silently into the thick fog. The items delivered this time were too precious. Not only did they include the majority of Qinglin village's wealth, but also 2 members of the Jiang family. To prevent any mishaps, Jiang Xiaoming personally escorted them. On the tall deck of the Mingyuan ship, Jiang Xiaoming stood at the railing, the night wind carrying moisture brushing against his garments. After this battle, this large ship was directly assigned to Jiang Xiaoming, no longer subjected to the restrictions of entering dark energy. He was now the unquestioned captain of this warship. His perception penetrated through the thick fog, keenly locking onto a barely discernible shadow of a black boat in the distance. Signal to hoist the mainsail, direction southwest, routine patrol. The massive body of the Mingyuan ship slowly started up, sailing forth at a measured pace. It maintained just the right distance from that small black boat. When several heavy chests were finally dragged into the dry and warm corner of the Peach Blossom Cave by Jiang Yang, Jiang Xiaoming sighed in relief and began the return journey. Jiang Yang stood before the chests, took a deep breath, and then pried open the lid with his own hands. Whoosh! The moment the lid opened, the cave seemed to brighten a few degrees. Blinding gold, silver, and precious light surged forth, almost scorching the eyes. Stacks of gold ingots were neatly arranged, resembling heavy bricks. Scattered silver ingots and silver slices piled up like mountains. Large round pearls flowed with a warm luster under the oil lamp. Pigeon blood red, deep blue, emerald green. Countless types of gemstones lay haphazardly together. There were also various exquisite jade pieces, gold ornaments, and agate snuff bottles. Jiang Yang crouched down, casually grasping a handful of pearls, the smooth pearls slipping through his palm. He then picked up a piece of warm sheep fat jade pendant, feeling the delicate texture at his fingertips. Finally, he lifted a heavy gold ingot and bit into it. They say gold is sweet, but I tasted it and it's not sweet at all, though it is indeed soft. Looking at the shallow teeth mark on the gold, Jiang Yang smiled. He knew that only gold with high purity would be soft. This gold was very pure. Wei Tonghai, that old scoundrel, had burned, killed, and robbed for half his life, and the fortune he accumulated was indeed shocking. This windfall was enough for an ordinary person to squander for dozens of lifetimes. He stood up, surveying the cave filled with treasures, his gaze gradually calming. I need to think carefully about how to spend this ill-gotten wealth. A portion should serve as ballast, leaving a sufficient quantity for emergencies. Let's save enough for 300 years, no 500 years. The world is unpredictable, it's always better to have more than less. He began to pack a large amount of gold ingots and jadeite, the easiest to preserve, into one of the chests, leaving a sufficient quantity behind. As for the rest, he looked at the still piled high silver ingots, a large amount of copper coins, and some pearls. These are not easy to preserve. I'll take my time to spend them, opening businesses, buying good land, building granaries, stockpiling salt. My thoughts are exceptionally clear. The land contracts and shops given by Zhouj and the large ship divided by Pancher martial arts, these are the lifeblood, the foundation. The floating wealth before him was just right to solidify that foundation. In the coming chaotic times, grain and salt are more important than gold. As for gathering his own forces, this thought briefly flashed through his mind before he temporarily set it aside. Before I was all alone, hindered everywhere, now it's different. With the banner of Pancher martial arts above, the prestige of Wei Yuan escort below, and the neighbors of Wui Ali beside, in this small piece of Luwei County my strength is already sufficient. Actively expanding influence has a low-cost performance ratio. Too much is as bad as not enough. Instead of continuing to develop influence, it's better to strengthen my personal strength. The Nine Heavens mystic art is fundamental. Personal strength is more useful than 1,000 subordinates in crucial moments. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang couldn't help but frown. The biggest problem now was that no one could cultivate the Nine Heavens mystic art. Jiang Yang can't cultivate it. My physical aptitude is too poor. Being able to learn some health-preserving techniques that promote flexibility and longevity would already be good enough. Xiaoming can't cultivate either. If he were to cultivate, the secrets of the technique would undoubtedly be compromised. If I really want to cultivate extraordinary strength, it would be through the techniques exchanged from deep within Yunza Lake. After thinking it through, his gaze involuntarily turned to the small figure curled up on the wooden bed in the cave. Young Jiang. Now you are the only hope. It's a pity. Jiang Yang sighed. The minimum age for martial arts training is 10 years old. Training recklessly before 10 will only harm one's foundation, yielding more loss than gain. There are still more than 6 years until young Jiang turns 10. More than 6 years. The rivers and lakes are treacherous. Who knows what will happen in these 6 years? He paced restlessly in the cave. Now all I can do is wait. Time flew by and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Jiang Xiaoming, under the guidance of Wei Shan, gradually strengthened his bones and muscles. Just a month ago he could chew iron without hurting his teeth. He had finally reached the late stage of Ningjing. Now he was capable of practicing the dark strength phase. However, both the insights of his martial arts master and Wei Tanghai's words made him realize the importance of the bone-tooth realm. There was no rush. He decided to hold back a little longer to solidify his foundation even further. However, time waits for no one. On this day, at the horizon of Lu Wei County, a cloud of dust suddenly rose like a rolling yellow dragon rushing towards the county town. At first there were faint muffled hoofbeats which gradually coalesced into a heart-pounding roar. The soldiers on the city wall immediately changed their expressions, and the shrill sound of the alarm bell shattered the morning tranquility. The Yellow Turban rebels are coming. The Yellow Turban rebels are coming. Panic erupted. In the marketplace, loads were overturned, baskets fell, and people screamed and pushed each other in their desperate flight. Behind tightly shut doors and windows were countless pairs of frightened eyes. The docks were in chaos as well. A large crowd, jostling and shouting, squirmed forward, wanting to board a ship and escape at the last moment. However, amidst this turmoil there was one area that appeared orderly. 10 large ships were lined up, moored by the shore. Thick ropes were taut and straight. A multitude of strong disciples maintained order. Important family members, especially the women, were escorted by their families through the passage formed by the disciples and sent aboard the ships. Those who could board were all key figures from the 3 major martial arts schools. Boarding required a quota. Jiang Xiaoming naturally had his share. Moreover, he had quite a few. He allocated 1 quota to his adoptive mother, Mrs. Zhou, 1 to Zhou Yanzi, and another to Zhou Qingyao. The last one went to Ernyo, who grew up with him in Wui Lane. The last quota was given to Yuner, the tofu seller. There was no need to mention Ernyo. Yuner had also blossomed into a more refined beauty over the years. Due to that heroic rescue incident, everyone could see her feelings for Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai seemed to treat her differently from others. Yet between them there always seemed to be a thin mist. This puzzled Jiang Xiaoming. What was even stranger was that Zhou Bai, as the young master of the Zhou family, bore the heavy responsibility of continuing the family line, while Jiang Xiaoming was already engaged. Yet Zhou Bai, at his age, had no marriage contract. As for the remaining quotas, a portion was given to his eldest brother Wei Shan. Wei Shan had many siblings, and the children of those siblings were numerous, making it difficult for Wei Shan's quota to suffice. The last few were given to his adoptive father Zhouzhen. Zhouzhen and Zhou Bai, his father and son, naturally held many quotas, but due to their large family and important responsibilities they could not neglect any of their clan's younger generations. As for the strong men from Wui Lane, they chose to stay behind, hiding in their secret base deep in the mountains, enduring this calamity with the others from Wui Lane. They were all robust men from Wui Lane. If they also left, the orphans, widows, and elderly children in Wui Lane would have no chance of survival. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoming stood at the high railing of the Mingyuan ship, looking down. One by one, well-dressed ladies were assisted by their families onto the gangplank. An elderly woman with slightly disheveled hair tightly grasped her daughter's hand, only letting go after repeated urging from the boatman. A young woman held a bewildered child, glancing back 3 times while the man on the shore waved his arms, his throat moving but unable to make a sound. And there were also young maidens in their prime, biting their lips, holding back tears and hurriedly glancing at the familiar figures on the shore before ducking into the cabin. Every lady sent aboard by her family would pause slightly as her gaze swept over the tall figure at the bow, then nod in acknowledgement towards Jiang Xiaoming. Is that the legendary Jiang Xiaoming? He seems so young. He really looks handsome. The low murmurs barely stood out against the noisy backdrop of the dock. In the gazes directed at Jiang Xiaoming there was not only curiosity but also a hint of reverence. For many it was the first time they had seen this current most prominent figure of Lu Wei County. Thanks to the promotions from the 3 major martial arts schools, almost everyone knew that this time the campaign against the water bandits had gone so smoothly, with Jiang Xiaoming playing a significant role. It could even be said that without him most of them would not have been able to board this ship today. Jiang Xiaoming's reputation had spread far and wide. Many no longer regarded him as just a young man. Instead, he was seen as a true heavyweight capable of deciding others' fates with a single word. After sending Mrs. Zhou and the Zhou sisters aboard, Zhouzhan had many other urgent matters to attend to and thus left in haste. Not long after Zhouzhan departed, Zhou Bai quietly boarded Jiang Xiaoming's ship with a woman. The woman moved gracefully, and her plain silk garments could hardly conceal her stunning curves, with a neckline that was just right, neither overly revealing nor lacking allure. Her gait was composed, and every frown and smile revealed an innate elegance and charm. She was the kind of woman one would find unforgettable after just one glance. When Zhou Bai introduced her to Jiang Xiaoming, his expression appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He forced out a stiff smile and said, "Xiaoming, this is Madame Bai, the widow of the late Master Lu of the Panchur Martial Arts School. She is using my last quota." He looked at Zhou Bai's somewhat odd expression, feeling puzzled. Zhou Bai was typically a very cheerful and optimistic person. Even upon hearing the news of the Yellow Turban Army's advance, he had never lost his composure. Why then did he show such a demeanor now? While Jiang Xiaoming's heart was filled with doubts, he maintained a calm exterior, understood. As he observed Zhou Bai, Madame Bai was secretly observing Jiang Xiaoming. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoming's handsome features and alluring collarbone, her intense gaze flickered momentarily. "I am Bai Ji." Bai, she spoke softly, her voice carrying just the right rhythm as she extended her hand towards Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang Xiaoming grasped her hand, feeling the delicate smoothness of someone accustomed to luxury. She merely held his hand for a moment before releasing it, her manners impeccable, her gaze calm and unassuming without any familiarity. "I have long heard of Captain Jiang's youthful talent, and today upon seeing you it is indeed extraordinary, making one admire you greatly." Zhou Bai's gaze quickly darted between their clasped hands before he sighed heavily, which seemed to carry a hint of relief. "Xiaoming, please take care of my mother and the sisters Yanzi and Qingyao. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." He turned to leave the ship in a hurry, his back exuding an indescribable sense of dejection. Jiang Xiaoming watched Zhou Bai depart, then glanced at the elegant Madame Bai beside him. Zhou Bai's unusual, almost evasive attitude deepened the mystery in Jiang Xiaoming's heart. However, with pressing matters at hand, he had no intention of probing further for the time being. Set sail, weigh anchor. With the command given, the Mingyuan ship slowly departed from the noisy dock. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoming routinely patrolled the ship. Currently, over 80% of the passengers on this ship were women. The lower deck was crowded and the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics. As Jiang Xiaoming walked by, the ladies all bowed and curtsied, their gazes lowered. Yet the eager glances hidden among them could not escape his notice. Many of the women had their daughters in their prime by their side, some radiant, others demure. Whenever Jiang Xiaoming's gaze swept over the bolder women, would gently nudge the young maidens beside them, saying, "Quickly greet Captain Jiang." In their eyes, the eagerness of matchmaking was almost written on their faces. Some were even bolder. As Jiang Xiaoming patrolled, they directly asked, "Has young hero Jiang married yet? Are you considering taking a concubine?" As a prominent figure among the 3 major martial arts schools, Jiang Xiaoming was expected to have a promising future. If they did not form connections with him now, would they wait until he became unattainable in the future? Most of them relied on the 3 major martial arts schools for their livelihood. In their eyes, as long as they could establish a connection, their future would be bright. In response to these eager and blatant gazes, Jiang Xiaoming remained calm, not lingering on any young maiden. After completing his patrol, he returned to his captain's quarters. As soon as he closed the door, a soft, alluring voice called out from behind him. "Captain Jiang." Bai Ji entered at some point, holding a small blue and white porcelain bowl. She did not come too close, merely leaning against the cabin wall by the door, her posture relaxed like a lazy cat. The dim light in the room accentuated her fair skin. A gentle smile touched her face, tinged with just the right amount of concern. I noticed that Captain Jiang has been working hard on the ship, so I specially brewed a bowl of ginseng soup to refresh you. Her voice softened a bit and her gaze was no longer the calm and regal demeanor from the deck but carried a hint of curiosity and exploration. She gently placed the bowl on the low table nearby, her movements graceful. Observing her behavior, Jiang Xiaoming understood. This woman was the archetype of a high-level femme fatale. The regality she displayed on the deck was merely a facade, and this gentle probing was just the tip of the iceberg. This woman used such methods to test a man's worth incrementally until she found the right measure to grip him. Most men could not see through these women's disguises, believing her to be a gentle good woman. As the woman gradually ensnares her prey, these men often feel it is their own inadequacy repeatedly letting the woman down and causing disappointment. Such women are both dangerous and alluring. Now Jiang Xiaoming understood why Zhou Bai had that expression earlier. Presumably Zhou Bai had long been under the control of this wicked woman. He should also understand what this woman might do after boarding Jiang Xiaoming's ship. Thinking back to Zhou Bai's dejection and relief, it was quite baffling. If it were in his past life, he would have adhered to the principle of don't waste on bad women. But in this life he had a clear intention. The journey of life would inevitably bring him into contact with countless women of various appearances, experiencing numerous somewhat repetitive relationships. He did not wish to prematurely expend his passion and energy on unnecessary women, as this was a protection of his own precious desires. After establishing an engagement with Zhou Yanzi, Jiang Xiaoming currently had no thoughts of indulging other women. Of course, this was something he would not reveal to anyone. After all, the unknown and uncertainty are inherently a deadly allure for women. Just as he was preparing to find a way to send Bai Ji away, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Zhou Qingyao rushed in like a whirlwind. Upon seeing Bai Ji, her eyebrows shot up and her eyes widened with undisguised hostility. Bai Ji, what are you doing here? Not long after Zhou Qingyao entered, Zhou Yanzi followed closely behind, standing behind her sister. Her face appeared slightly awkward as her eyes filled with confusion, incomprehension, and a hint of barely perceptible anger glanced towards Bai Ji. As Jiang Xiaoming's nominal fiancée, she had already devoted her heart to him after months of close contact. At this moment, seeing this dangerous woman inexplicably appearing in her fiancé's private captain's cabin, a sense of crisis arose in her heart. Yet she ultimately had more composure than her sister, suppressing her emotions and not exploding. Bai Ji seemed startled by Zhou Qingjiao's sudden intrusion, the hint of temptation on her face vanishing completely, reverting to the mournful and dignified demeanor of a widow. She subtly withdrew her sleeve, taking a step back, and explained calmly, Miss Qingyao, please do not misunderstand. I merely saw that Captain Jiang was working hard on the ship and brewed a bowl of ginseng soup to bring to him. Oof. Ginseng soup. I know what your true intentions are. Zhou Qingyao retorted sharply. Bai Ji, don't think I don't know what you did to my second brother Zhou Bai. You? Zhou Qingjiao's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving violently, yet the words stuck in her throat. She felt both too embarrassed to speak and too furious to contain. Although she didn't know the specifics of what had transpired between her second brother Zhou Bai and this woman, she had witnessed how her brother was utterly captivated by her. After months of ambiguous interactions, this wicked woman gradually grew distant from Zhou Bai. Even so, Zhou Bai repeatedly rejected the arranged marriages from home, living in a state of constant anxiety and dejection. In her eyes, her second brother was under the control of this wicked woman through nefarious means. She felt it unjust for her brother and loathed Bai Ji's behavior. Shameless. Zhou Qingyao finally gritted her teeth and spat out those 3 words. Facing this almost confrontational accusation, Bai Ji's face did not show even a ripple of emotion. She merely cast a faint pitying glance at Zhou Qingyao, as if looking at a childish, unreasonable child. However, she also understood very well the ways of Zhou Qingyao, the little demon of the Zhou family. Remaining here any longer would only make the situation more awkward, which would not benefit her image in front of Jiang Xiaoming. Miss Qingyao is young and fiery, I understand. She turned to Jiang Xiaoming, slightly bending her knees, her posture elegant. Captain Jiang, it seems this soup was ill-timed. I shall take my leave. Without looking at the furious Zhou Qingyao again, she composedly turned around and exited the captain's cabin. The cabin door closed gently behind her, shutting out everything from the outside. Vixen. Wicked woman. Zhou Qingyao cursed a few times at the closed door, then turned around, grabbing her slightly awkward sister Zhou Yanzi and pushing her towards Jiang Xiaoming. Sister. You stay here. Keep an eye on Xiaoming. That wicked woman. She has many tricks up her sleeve. You must be careful not to let her take advantage. after saying that she exited the cabin, leaving space for the engaged couple. In the captain's room, only Jiang Xiaoming, Zhou Yanzi, and the bowl of ginseng soup, now forgotten emitting a faint warmth, remained. Zhou Yanzi stumbled as she was pushed by her sister, nearly colliding into Jiang Xiaoming's embrace, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, too shy to look up. Jiang Xiaoming's arm naturally encircled Zhou Yanzi, stabilizing her slightly unsteady form. The warmth from his arm made Zhou Yanzi's blush spread all the way to her neck. Jiang Xiaoming looked at Zhou Yanzi's beautiful face, which revealed a cute expression amid her embarrassment, and smiled gently at her. However, he did not take things any further. Instead, he guided her to sit on a chair beside the nautical chart. Once seated, Zhou Yanzi's mood gradually calmed down. The two began chatting casually. Initially, they discussed trivial matters of the ship and the arrangements for the women on board. Gradually, the conversation naturally shifted to the topics of traditional Chinese medicine and the Yellow Turban Army. Time passed unknowingly. In the following days, under Bai Ji's subtle threat, Zhou Yanzi sought every opportunity to increase her interactions with Jiang Xiaoming noticeably more than before. Jiang Xiaoming had no intentions towards Bai Ji and did not stop her from helping him enhance his relationship with Zhou Yanzi. He simply went with the flow in interacting with her. After a somewhat unsuccessful attempt at probing, Bai Ji settled down, no longer engaging in any abrupt actions. However, she would occasionally bump into Jiang Xiaoming on the deck or in the corridors. She truly is a remarkable person. Her eyes convey a myriad of emotions and her words are soothing to the heart, perfectly measured in tone. A few exchanges with her leave one feeling as if bathed in the warmth of spring. Yet each time little demon star Zhou Qingyao would seem to have perfectly timed her appearance, emerging from an unknown corner, glaring fiercely and abruptly cutting off the conversation. Jiang Xiaoming found it amusing to observe. Zhou Qingyao appeared to guard her brother-in-law, protectively preventing that demonic woman from getting too close, yet her limited skills had long since been thoroughly calculated by Bai Ji. Her timing always seemed to coincide with the moments when the conversation was about to reach a tantalizing climax. If it were an ordinary man, such interruptions would not only fail to extinguish interest but would rather stoke the flames of curiosity and anticipation, making them burn even brighter. This wicked woman's methods were indeed masterful, executed flawlessly and without trace. That afternoon, Jiang Xiaoming leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, pondering the arrangements for Qingming Island. Currently, the number of habitable houses on Qingming Island was rather limited, and the women aboard his ship were all important figures from the 3 major martial arts schools. He had to come up with a way to accommodate everyone properly. While he was deep in thought, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind him, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. "Captain Jiang, how elegant your taste is." Jiang Xiaoming turned around to see Bai Ji approaching gracefully. Today she wore a water blue dress, the neckline slightly open, revealing a neck as fair as frost and snow, which under the sunlight made her skin glow even more beautifully than snow. She did not come too close, stopping a few steps away, maintaining a perfectly courteous distance. "Madam," Bai Jiang Xiaoming nodded, his expression calm and unperturbed. "Though the scenery on this lake is delightful, it becomes monotonous after a long gaze." Bai Ji's voice was soft and gentle. "I have heard that the climate on Qingming Island is humid and hot, quite different from that on land. I wonder if Captain Jiang is managing to adapt." Her words were considerate, as if she were genuinely a warm-hearted elder concerned for a younger generation. However, when the words humid and hot slipped from her plump red lips, the tail end carried a barely noticeable languid rasp. Her gaze seemed to casually sweep over Jiang Xiaoming's Adam's apple and the open neckline of his shirt. This suggestive pause and glance imbued ordinary concern with a peculiar undertone, inviting imagination. After several days of probing, Bai Ji noticed that Jiang Xiaoming remained calm, which made her slightly anxious. Today's probing had clearly become bolder than in the past. Jiang Xiaoming was well aware of Bai Ji's intentions, yet he maintained an indifferent facade, replying lightly, "Thank you for your concern, Madam Bai. Practicing martial arts can strengthen the body. Minor changes in climate are of little consequence." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji naturally discerned the perfunctory tone in Jiang Xiaoming's words. Rather than being upset, she felt a deeper smile emerge at finally encountering a man who was a worthy adversary. "Captain Jiang is indeed vigorous and impressive, truly admirable. However, the humidity on this island can not only erode flesh and bones but also invade the lungs, troubling the mind. During the day one can still manage, but when night falls and all is silent." As she spoke, she paused just perfectly, her gaze seeming to drift over the door to the captain's cabin behind Jiang Xiaoming. That glance contained too many unspoken implications: concern, worry, and a suggestive hint of how to pass the long night of solitude. "I am not talented, but during my time accompanying my late husband in business, I learned some minor skills in fragrance making for calming the mind. Especially adept at concocting a special sandalwood incense that expels dampness and impurities. Its scent is tranquil and soothing, best for purifying the spirit and nurturing the heart. If placed by the pillow, This time she was even bolder, her gaze searchingly sweeping over Jiang Shaming's eyes. It is most suitable for those who lie alone at night restless and uneasy. Her words referred not only to Jiang Xiaoming but also to herself, lonely and desiring comfort during the night. One could not help but conjure an image in their mind of a widow fair as snow, dressed in thin gauzy garments, her alluring curves accentuated, seeking comfort in the deep solitude of night. This kind of temptation would be hard to resist, not only for an inexperienced and vigorous young man but even for adults. She slightly tilted her body, her hand reaching into the wide sleeve to rummage. I happen to have a small box with me if Captain Jiang doesn't mind. Her fingertips had already touched the brocade box in her sleeve, her words leading toward a highly intimate direction. Offering a personal item related to deep night by the pillow, peaceful sleep, and expelling dampness and impurities to a vigorous solitary man. The implications were nearly blatant. Bai Ji. What are you up to this time? Just as the invisible threads of intimacy in the air were about to snap, Zhou Qingjiu's crisp yet fiery voice exploded like a firecracker. She rushed out from an unknown corner like a protective hen puffed up with anger as she interjected between the two, her round apricot eyes glaring wide, suspiciously watching Bai Ji as if she were a ferocious beast. A trace of barely perceptible triumph flickered in the depths of Bai Ji's eyes, yet her face immediately adopted an expression of just the right amount of surprise and a hint of misunderstood innocence. She took half a step back. Miss Qingyao. It's nice to see you again. It seems our conversation today with Captain Jiang must come to an end. Jiang Xiaoming watched coldly, his heart slightly amused. Bai Ji's ability to navigate the situation with such ease and her precise timing were indeed seasoned. If it were an ordinary man, he would probably have been left longing for the abruptly halted flirtation, filled with pity and curiosity for Bai Ji's unfinished words and innocent grievances. As for Zhou Qingjiu's brashness, it would inevitably provoke some impatience, even disgust. Poof. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Zhou Qingyao was not fooled by her tactics. Hands on her hips, brother-in-law is busy, no time for idle chat. Let's go, let's go. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji turned to Jiang Xiaoming and gave a graceful bow. Then, Captain Jiang, I take my leave. She elegantly turned her serpentine waist, swaying gracefully, leaving behind a trace of fragrance in the air and a lingering topic even more tantalizing than the fragrance. After she left, Zhou Qingyao continued to glare angrily at Bai Ji's departing figure. Upon discovering that her sister Zhou Yanzi had genuinely fallen for Jiang Xiaoming, she seemed to have found a path to redemption for her earlier escape from marriage. If her sister and brother-in-law were truly in love, then her previous escape from marriage had not caused any trouble but instead had become an unexpected stroke of fate for two lovebirds. For this self-consolation, she would not allow any obstacles to her sister and brother-in-law's relationship. Thus she steadfastly guarded against this wicked woman Bai Ji. In this manner, Jiang Xiaoming watched the battle of wits and courage between Zhou Qingyao and Bai Ji, and soon the outline of an island gradually became clear. Qingming Island, one of the 7 major islands of Qinglin village, had arrived. This large island had now been designated under Jiang Xiaoming's control by the 3 major martial arts schools. It completely belonged to him. The bow of the ship sliced through the emerald waves, slowly making its way to the dock. The women aboard this ship would temporarily reside on this island, which was fully under Jiang Xiaoming's command. Having just settled the womenfolk on Qingming Island, a carrier pigeon flapped down onto Jiang Xiaoming's shoulder. Unsealing the bamboo tube, he found an urgent letter penned by Zhouzhen: hurry to Qinglin Island for a meeting. A chill ran through Jiang Xiaoming's heart and he dared not delay. A dark canopy boat sliced through the water, carrying him swiftly away. At the boat's stern, 2 disciples of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy gritted their teeth, their oars splashing, creating 2 trails of rushing white waves. Upon landing, Jiang Xiaoming noticed that the dock of Qinglin Island appeared even more foreboding than usual. Everyone he saw along the way walked hurriedly, their expressions grave. The air was thick with the oppressive feeling of an impending storm. He strode directly towards the meeting hall and pushed the door open. The light inside was somewhat dim. His master Shirkaishan's senior brother Wei Shan, his adoptive father Zhouzhen, the owner of the Red Snake Martial Arts Academy Lu Yan, and his assistant Lu Zhang were already seated. Yet the heads of the Panchur Martial Arts Academy Master Cui and Yunhao Martial Arts Academy Zhao Shang were conspicuously absent. As soon as Jiang Xiaoming took his seat, Shirkaishan spoke in a deep voice laced with fatigue: everyone is here, let's discuss serious matters. He scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on the empty main seat. Senior brother Cui. He has decided to stay behind. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Zhouzhen gasped sharply, striking the armrest heavily with his palm. Foolish. Old brother Cui. Foolish. To retain the land but lose the man is to lose everything. How unwise. Lu Yan, the owner of the Red Snake, furrowed her delicate brows, her jade pipe tapping unconsciously on the table. What does old brother Cui mean? Is he preparing to bow to the Yellow Turban Army? If he does not surrender, is he planning to resist the Yellow Turban Army with the strength of the Pancher Martial Arts Academy alone? That would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. It can only lead to annihilation. Surrender. That is absolutely out of the question. Once the Imperial Army counterattacks and the Yellow Turbans are defeated, those who yield will be labeled as traitors and their clans will not escape. The century-old foundation of the Pancher Martial Arts Academy could be destroyed in an instant, and we would bear the blame for eternity. What exactly is Senior Brother Cui planning? Lu Yan pressed for answers. Sir Kaishan took a deep breath before solemnly stating this is Senior Brother Cui's strategy. He leaned slightly forward and lowered his voice. The Pancher Martial Arts Academy will not yield, but the Yunha Martial Arts Academy will. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yunha will yield. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with understanding as she caught on to the key point. You mean? Let the Yunha Martial Arts Academy pretend to yield while we the Pancher and Red Snake hide behind Yunha, using its identity to secretly preserve our own foundation. Sir Kaishan nodded, then shook his head again. Yes and no. Pretending to yield cannot escape the Yellow Turban Army's notice. At that time it might result in a disaster. But before he could finish, Lu Yan interjected, but genuine submission would be different. Old Brother Cui truly has a plan. As long as we can push the Yunha Martial Arts Academy, this puppet, to the forefront, we can secretly preserve our strength. Even if a reckoning comes later, the first to bear the brunt will be the Yunha Martial Arts Academy. Our Red Snake and Pancher will be uninvolved. Lu Yan's red lips pressed into a line as she slowly uttered two words: brilliant. No wonder old Brother Cui insists on staying. Without him in command, how could he suppress the Yunha Martial Arts Academy? How could he ensure Zhao Shang and his men obey and willingly serve as this shield? Not just Senior Brother Cui. Sir Kaishan's voice was heavy. To execute this plan and preserve the strength of our two martial arts academies, most of his trusted disciples have also stayed behind. Only a few female disciples were forcibly sent away. As these words were spoken, both Lu Yan and Lu Zheng of the Red Snake Martial Arts Academy, as well as Zhou Jin and Zhou Bai of the Weiyuan Escort Agency, expressed their admiration for Master Cui's sacrifices and determination. This plan, if not handled carefully, could lead to irreversible consequences, yet he was willing to gamble everything for the foundation of the academy. No wonder, despite being inferior in martial arts to Sir Kaishan and being a short man, he became the master of the Pancher Martial Arts Academy. Then Sir Kaishan began to detail how Master Cui laid out the plan, how he persuaded and suppressed the Yunha Martial Arts Academy, how he prepared for the Yellow Turban Army's arrival, and how he concealed strength beneath the facade of submission. Everyone listened intently, frequently nodding. Jiang Xiaoming quietly listened from the side. However, the more he heard, the more his brow furrowed. This plan was intricately connected, indeed brilliant. However, it was too greedy. Master Cui had too much he was unwilling to part with. That enormous foundation. The entangled forces. To preserve the foundation, avoid the stigma of surrender, and plant the seeds for a future reversal in the chaos. Each step was like walking on a knife's edge, allowing no room for error. Any single link that faltered would lead to utter ruin. Behind this seemingly exquisite calculation was a tremendous risk. If there was even a slight deviation, the cost could exceed expectations. This meeting on Qinglin Island continued late into the night, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Eventually, the core topics revolved around how the Red Snake Martial Arts Academy would respond to Master Cui's plan. Lu Yan and Lu Zheng quickly reached an agreement. They decided to deploy the Red Snake disciples stranded in the county to fully cooperate with the Pancher Martial Arts Academy. Together they would push the Yunha Martial Arts Academy completely into the spotlight. At the same time, they would strengthen their control over the Yunha Martial Arts Academy, preventing it from making any waves. Jiang Xiaoming sat quietly in a corner, mostly silent. With most of the meeting past, he had scarcely spoken a word. The vague, indescribable unease lingered in his heart. This plan was indeed a masterstroke in their current predicament. It was also the best course of action for the two martial arts academies at present. If he were to jump out now to question it without a solid argument, it would only make him seem unreasonable, squandering the reputation he had only recently managed to build. Thus he could only choose silence. Meanwhile, while the lights burned brightly on Qinglin Island and conspiracies ran rampant, preparations were also underway in Luwei County according to Master Cui's arrangements. In Luwei County, at the Pancher Martial Arts Academy's main hall, Master Cui sat at the head, expressionless. Zhao Shang, the master of the Yunha Martial Arts Academy, sat at the lower seat, his face pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Master Chui spoke. Master Zhao, for the sake of our 3 academies foundation and the lives of many disciples, this step must be taken by your Yunhe. I Chui will guarantee with my life that your family will be well taken care of. Zhao Shang's throat bobbed and eventually he dejectedly nodded. The next morning the city gates swung open. A group under the banner of Yunhe surrounded Zhao Shang, welcoming the tide of the Yellow Turban Army that surged toward the city. Leading the Yellow Turban Army was the general of the Green Flag Wang Tu. This man was as burly as an iron tower, clad in heavy black armor with dark skin. He rode a similarly majestic black horse, casting a disdainful glance at the departing welcoming group. Zhao Shang, suppressing his trembling, stepped forward and bowed deeply, presenting the seals and roster symbolizing the Yunhe Martial Arts Academy's surrender, saying, Zhao Shang of the Yunhe Martial Arts Academy leads the crowd to submit to the righteous army willing to serve the general. Wang Tu pulled on the reins, glancing down from his height and then erupting into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Those who know the times are the true heroes. I accept the Yunhe Martial Arts Academy. Just as Zhao Shang and the others began to breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Tu's laughter abruptly ceased. His mouth curled into a cruel arc and with a casual wave of his hand he declared the old rules. Boom. By Shuwei Prefecture, Luwei County. A crude raucous bellow from the Yellow Turban rebels shattered the morning's tranquil silence. Those who surrender kneel in the street. Hold your ransom money high above your heads. A burly Yellow Turban chieftain galloped down the street on horseback, roaring. If your offering falls short, die. And as for the stubborn ones, the ones who refuse to kneel. He snarled, then abruptly drew his long saber. Its blade gleamed coldly in the dawnlight. All shall be slaughtered without mercy. Not even a chicken or dog shall be spared. The already trembling street plunged instantly into a deathly, suffocating panic. Ordinary townsfolk cowered behind cracked doorways, scarcely daring to breathe. The Yellow Turbans ignored these impoverished commoners, deeming them barren of spoils, and surged with ruthless precision toward the grand mansions and wealthy households. Many affluent families clearly knew the unspoken rules. Frantically dragging heavy chests and clutching trays overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels, they staggered into the street and collapsed with a muffled thud, raising their offerings high above their heads. Their arms trembled violently with terror. Listen, well, you dogs. The chieftain reined in his horse before the kneeling crowd, his whip pointing sharply at the upraised treasures. Only what you hold firmly, unwaveringly, above your heads counts as your ransom. Let it slip from your grasp or lower it below your crown, heh. He sneered twice. The unsaid threat hung thick and chilling in the air. Once every supplicant had raised their valuables aloft, the Yellow Turbans did not immediately collect them. Instead, they kicked open vermilion lacquered gates and stormed into the deep courtyards and sprawling estates. Moments later, the air filled with thunderous crashes as chests were overturned, the sharp shatter of porcelain, women's terrified shrieks, and men's despairing wails. The marauders ransacked the interiors without restraint. To those kneeling in the street, time stretched infinitely thin. Each second became a torment straight from hell. No one knew how long it lasted, until the Yellow Turban soldiers finally reappeared at the mansion gates, shoulders laden with bulging sacks and bundles visibly sated. By then the kneeling merchants were drenched in sweat, their arms numb and trembling, trays and chests swaying precariously. Fear shook their bodies like stalks of reed in a gale. Thud. A portly merchant, utterly spent, dropped his heavy tray of gold and jade, its contents scattering across the stone with a clatter of pearls and gems. Poof. A Yellow Turban soldier's gaze hardened. In 3 swift strides he closed the distance and slashed downward with his blade. Ah! A brief guttural cry of agony. Crimson blood erupted. His fleshy head rolled onto the frigid bluestone pavement, the headless body crumpled with a hollow thud, arterial blood spurting across scattered silver ingots. Worthless fool, you couldn't even hold your own ransom. This is the fate of those who gorge themselves on the people's sweat and blood until their bellies swell with fat. The soldier spat contemptuously, then wiped his bloodied blade clean on the corpse's robes. This grisly spectacle struck the other kneeling men like a hammer blow to the heart. Some soiled themselves outright, others teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Yet the primal will to survive drove them to clench their jaws until teeth ground together, straining with every fiber to keep their burdens aloft. The soldiers watched coldly, savoring the beast's desperate struggle, deliberately drawing out the agony. Only after most obese merchants had collapsed from exhaustion or unwittingly lowered their hands did the Yellow Turbans begin with unhurried disdain to gather the so-called ransom money. After the Yellow Turbans entered the city, defenses on Qinglin Island were reinforced day and night. The atmosphere grew ominously tense. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoming was inspecting the docks when he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Xiao Heiyu Lu Meng. The burly martial artist of Heiyu Martial Arts Hall now directed several juniors as they unloaded supplies from a small vessel just moored at the wharf. During the recent assault on the river stronghold, Heiyu Martial Arts Hall had joined the three great halls in besieging Qinglin Fort and earned distinguished merit. As a result, Heiyu Hall had been granted a limited number of official passes. It had been some time since Jiang Xiaoming last exchanged techniques or sparred with Lu Meng. Duties had kept them apart. Brother Lu. Jiang Xiaoming hurried forward, puzzled. I thought Master Yu had assigned you to remain on Qinglin Island. What brings you to my Qingming Island today? Brother Xiaoming. Lu Meng turned at the voice, offering a strained smile. Master Yu grows uneasy about the island's defenses, especially the safety of the womenfolk, so he dispatched me with several brothers to deliver urgent supplies and assess conditions firsthand. The two found a secluded cluster of rocks and sat down. Lu Meng drank deeply from his waterskin, then began recounting what he'd witnessed both on the island and in the county seat. Mostly tales of the Yellow Turban's arrogance and their brutal treatment of Lu Wei's ordinary citizens. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted backward into memory. I wonder when we'll ever return to those days, singing songs over wine, testing our strength in friendly rivalry. Poor Brother Yi. Snatched away by that accursed old fiend, still missing, still unaccounted for. Yi Xiao, the old fiend Shenli. At those two names, Jiang Xiaoming's heart lurched violently. Yi Xiao had been seized before his very eyes by Chenli, yet amid the torrent of subsequent events Jiang Xiaoming had nearly forgotten the incident entirely. But now Lu Meng's words, combined with Chenli's reputation for vicious cruelty, ignited a chilling foreboding thought slithering into his mind like a venomous serpent. Chun-Li. White Bone Dao. Yellow Turbans. Disaster. Every prior unease coalesced instantly around this single vital revelation. Chenli belonged to the White Bone Dao. Though no evidence yet surfaced, all three great martial halls suspected the Yellow Turbans answered to the White Bone Dao. Then, could Chenli himself have returned to Lu Wei alongside them? It was possible. Would he seek out the current Yunha Hall master upon his return? Highly likely. Xiao He and Chenli were sworn enemies, but Zhao Sheng was different. Though Zhao Sheng was Xiao He's disciple, he was also the blood relative of Chenli's own master. Moreover, after Xiao He's conspiracy unraveled, it was Zhao Sheng who slew him. Thus Zhao Sheng and Chenli. One, a puppet master of Yunha Hall. One, an excommunicated disciple of Yunha Hall. These two men possessed the opportunity and motive to conspire. And if they did, Chui Hall Master would be in grave peril. Chui Hall Master, though formidable, stood no chance against both the Yellow Turbans and the White Bone Dao. At present, Yunha Hall had been thrust forward as a surrendering shield, yet secretly controlled by the two rival halls. Zhao Sheng himself would never accept such subjugation. He must seethe with resentment, not only toward Chui Hall Master but toward Pan Shi and Hong Shi alike. Though his entire family remained under their watchful custody, such leverage held little weight over certain men. No. Jiang Xiaoming's face paled. He sprang to his feet. What is it, Brother Xiaoming? Lu Meng recoiled, startled by his abrupt reaction. Jiang Xiaoming offered no further explanation. I've just recalled something critical. Brother Lu, I must beg your pardon. Without another word, he rushed aboard a waiting vessel bound for Qinglin Island. He needed to inform his master Shi Kaishan without delay. Lu Meng watched Jiang Xiaoming's retreating back and muttered, so secretive. Soon after, Jiang Xiaoming pushed open the door to the council chamber. Shi Kaishan and Zhou Shen, engaged in hushed deliberation, looked up sharply at his sudden entrance. Master. Uncle. Jiang Xiaoming's chest heaved, his voice rang with unprecedented urgency. Grave danger looms. I fear Chenli may secretly contact Zhao Sheng and plot against Chui Hall Master. What? Zhou Shen's brow furrowed deeply. Shi Kaishan shot upright from his chair, the legs scraping harshly against the floor. His seasoned instincts instantly grasped the terrifying implications beneath Jiang Xiaoming's words. He fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon him. Xiaoming. Explain clearly. Why do you suspect this? How could Chenli and Zhao Sheng possibly entangle themselves again? Jiang Xiaoming replied, just now on Qingming Island I met Brother Lu of Heiyu Hall. He spoke of Yi Xiao. It struck me then, the man who abducted Yi Xiao Chenli. He is not merely an excommunicated disciple of Yunha Hall, he is also a member of the White Bone Dao. Did we not earlier surmise that the Yellow Turbans answer to the White Bone Dao? If that suspicion proves true. Now Zhao Sheng's Yunha Hall has been thrust forward by our two halls as a token of submission. Surely he resents it, bitterly harboring hatred toward both Chui Hall Master and our halls. And if Chen Li now seeks out Zhao Shang, if they ally using the White Bone Dao's power, they may attempt to break free from Cui Ho Master's authority and ours. Then Cui Ho Master would be doomed, and every disciple remaining there would face mortal peril. Upon hearing this, Shi Kaishan fully understood. The color drained from his face, his wide ox-like eyes bulged with alarm. Zhou Shen too now grasped the gravity, his voice firm and decisive. Cui Ho Master's plan, though seemingly brilliant, has driven Zhao Shang to the brink of desperation. Precisely, this opens the door for Chen Li. We must warn Cui Ho Master immediately. Shi Kaishan's expression darkened further, turning ashen gray. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out along his temples. With a roar, he slammed his fist onto the table, making teacups clatter violently. Damn it, we focused solely on suppressing Yunha, on guarding against the yellow turbans, yet forgot the lurking shadow of Chen Li, that treacherous vulture. If the yellow turbans truly serve the White Bone Dao. His voice choked with remorse. Brother Cui is in mortal danger. The entire strategic balance of Lu Wei County hangs in the balance. Without hesitation he barked, "Quick, bring ink and brush." "No, there's no time to grind ink." "Fetch charcoal sticks. And the swiftest messenger pigeon." Shi Kaishan strode to the desk, seizing a blank silk scroll and a charred twig, his fingers trembling slightly with urgency. His brush flew across the fabric, writing hastily yet with fierce penetrating force, distilling his and Jiang Xiaoming's deduction and dire warning into a few stark lines. To Hall Master Cui personally. Chen Li, the traitor of Yunha Hall, may already have allied with Zhao Shang. White Bone Dao involvement confirmed. Flee the perilous location immediately. Do not hesitate. Kaishan urgent. Hurry, bind it to the pigeon. The swiftest one. Shi Kaishan tightly rolled the silk scroll and slid it into a slender bamboo tube. A well-trained, robust messenger pigeon was swiftly brought forth, the tube secured firmly to its leg. Under the anxious gazes of Shi Kaishan and Zhou Shen, the pigeon flapped its wings powerfully, soaring skyward, transforming into a gray streak as it sped toward Lu Wei County, now occupied by the yellow turbans. This single bird carried the fate of 2 great martial halls and the lives of countless souls. Now all Shi Kaishan and his allies could do was pray that this urgent warning would reach Hall Master Cui before calamity struck. On the highest peak of Qinglin Island, a gray-backed pigeon suddenly leaped from its cage, flapping its wings vigorously as it soared towards the direction of Lu Wei County with a secret message. The gray shadow darted low over the vast expanse of Yunza Lake, where the morning mist still lingered, wrapping around its wings in a damp, cold embrace. It had to intermittently rise and dive, struggling to navigate through the milky haze below. Beneath it, small boats fleeing for safety appeared and disappeared in the fog, resembling scattered floating weeds. In Lu Wei County at the Yunha Martial Arts School, Zhao Shang was pacing restlessly. Now he was forced to pledge allegiance to the Yellow Turban Army, effectively severing his own roots. If the Yellow Turban Army were to fail in the future, he would undoubtedly face the Imperial Court's reckoning, and the century-old legacy of the martial arts school would be destroyed in an instant. Yet if he did not comply with the demands of the Panshir Martial Arts School, he and his entire family would meet a gruesome end. It was truly an unsolvable dilemma. All of this was to blame on that old scoundrel Xiao He. Just as he was feeling extremely agitated, there was a faint sound from the door hinge and a figure slipped in like a ghost. "Who?" Zhao Shang exclaimed in shock. As he recognized the visitor, his pupils constricted. "Chen." "Master Chen." Chen Li appeared in a drab gray robe, his face gaunt. Silently he closed the door and stared coldly at Zhao Shang for a long moment. Zhao Shang forced himself to suppress his racing heart. "Master Chen. Why are you here? What about the 2 outside?" Chen Li emitted a short cold snort from his throat. "If I can enter, those 2 outside are naturally dead." As he spoke he shifted his tone. "That useless Xiao He, a century-old legacy, has fallen to such a state in his hands. If I had been the master of the Yunha Martial Arts School back then." At this point a flicker of unyielding resentment flashed in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head. "Forget it, no more nonsense." He took a step closer to Zhao Shang. "Yunha is my birthplace and your great-uncle is my teacher. Zhao Shang, I am here to help you." Zhao Shang's heart jolted, his breath caught. "Help? Help me? Master, are you planning to secure a position for me within the Yellow Turban Army?" Chen Li let out a cold snort. "Zhao Shang, stop pretending I know everything. You are merely a puppet propped up by the 2 schools. I had no idea until today when I visited Yunha Tower and noticed that several dishes had changed in flavor and the shopkeeper had been replaced. After that I visited several other properties and most had been taken over by the Panshir Red Serpent people." Hearing this, Zhao Shang's expression darkened. Because of that old scoundrel Xiao He, the Yunha Martial Arts School had gradually fallen into its current plight. He was merely a pawn dragged into this, and even if anyone else had taken his place, the outcome would not have changed. Now his entire family, including all the brothers and sisters of the Yunha martial arts school, were entirely under the control of Pancher and the Red Serpent. If he chose betrayal, the cost was too great. Not only would his family be wiped out, but his brothers would also turn against him. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Master, what is the price for your help?" Chen Li's lips curled into a slight arc. "Price? There is no price. I no longer care about the position of master. Luwei County is far too small. Now I serve under the mother of millets affiliated with the 100 Grains sect, the Shugo sect." The Shugo sect. Zhao Sheng had never heard of this name. Chen Li glanced at Zhao Sheng. "The sacred teachings require a large number of martial artists for the harvest of the 100 Grains ritual. Especially those with vigorous blood and energy. You only need to assist me in gathering the sacrificial offerings, and I will help you break free from the control of the Pancher martial arts school. If your performance can satisfy the sect master, even helping you eliminate Pancher and the Red Serpent to monopolize Luwei would be a simple matter." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes. An opportunity. The only opportunity. All the humiliation he had suffered over the past few days suddenly seemed to find an outlet at this moment. He hesitated not for a moment. "Good. Master, as long as you keep your promise, I will do my utmost to assist you." Chen Li said. "Aren't you going to think about it? Your family's names are all in their hands." Zhao Sheng slightly shook his head and replied, "This is my only chance. If I do not seize it, not just my family but the entire Yunha martial arts school will face utter destruction. They will forgive me. Good indeed, worthy of being my disciple from the Yunha martial arts school." Chen Li sneered coldly. "Next, you will tell me the locations of the infiltrators from the two major martial arts schools one by one, and I will help you clear these obstacles." For Zhao Sheng, clearing out the infiltrators would help him break free from control, a matter with no downside. He began to spill the locations of the infiltrators from the Pancher and Red Serpent within and outside Yunha, including possible hiding places for Master Cui as well as the potential gathering points for disciples from the two major martial arts schools. He divulged everything. Just as Zhao Sheng and Chen Li were scheming together, the pigeon burst through the thick mist of Yunza Lake with a vast expanse of withered yellow reeds ahead. It adjusted its direction, flying swiftly along the low reed top, sunlight glistening off its damp feathers reflecting a faint glimmer. Chen Li hurriedly entered a dimly lit secret chamber. The room was filled with a blend of sandalwood and the scent of grains. At that moment, Chen Li's immediate superior, the vice leader of the Shugo sect, a thin middle-aged man in a beige hemprobe, was kneeling on the ground, his expression exceedingly respectful. The hierarchy of the White Bone sect is as follows: apprentice members, members, elite members, small leaders and big leaders, incense masters, hall masters and sect leaders. Becoming a vice leader requires one to at least be a master at the level of the three merging strength. Yet now a powerful vice leader was kneeling respectfully on the ground. This made Chen Li feel a sense of tension. The object of the vice leader's worship was enveloped in a large black robe, standing with his back to the entrance, hands behind his back. This person had an imposing stature, and even just his silhouette exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Chen Li's heart tightened as he quickly reined in his aura and bowed deeply, reporting to the sect leader. "I have contacted Zhao Sheng, the master of Yunha, and he is willing to serve the sacred teachings. Currently, while the Pancher and Red Serpent schools appear to have retreated, they have actually left behind quite a few elite disciples disguised as members of the Yunha martial arts school lurking in Luwei County. I have already gathered information on their infiltrators and hiding spots." Saying this, he presented a hastily drawn crude map with wet ink on it. The vice leader took the map, quickly scanned it, and stood up to address the figure in black respectfully. "Heavenly King, I request permission to immediately lead a team to eradicate them." The figure in black remained motionless, only a deep voice emanated from beneath the wide hood. "Agreed." With the Heavenly King's approval, the vice leader no longer held back. "I take my leave." He bowed and exited the room. Once outside, he shouted, "All members of the Shugo sect, follow me." Yes. After a long journey, the pigeon could finally see the outline of the low city wall of Luwei County. It let out a short yet loud coo, flapping its wings as it began its final sprint. Meanwhile, the Shugo sect members, led by the vice leader, charged fiercely toward a certain location in Luwei County. This was precisely where Master Cui of the Pancher martial arts school was hiding. At the hiding place in an attic, a boy responsible for feeding the pigeons was idly squatting by the cage. He crushed a small piece of grain cake, spreading it in his palm and making cooing sounds to entice the birds. A few pigeons gathered around, pecking at the crumbs in his hand. The boy looked at the pigeons, smiling foolishly. Suddenly, a pigeon that had just crossed the entire Yunza Lake swooped down. Upon seeing the boy feeding at the cage, it let out a weary call and landed in the boy's hand. The boy reached for the message tied to the pigeon's leg, about to open his palm to feed it. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. The vice leader of the Shugo sect rushed in first. Take them all down. As soon as the words of the Shugo sect leader fell, several cold-breathed subordinates charged in like wolves. The boy was quickly subdued. The members of the White Bone sect burst into the secret chamber. However, to their surprise, the chamber was completely empty at that moment. They ran. The face of the Shugo sect leader darkened, a flash of anger crossing his eye. Search. Look for any clues. Meanwhile, at Qinglin Island, Sher Kaishan released the 7th batch of message pigeons. Watching the pigeons soar over Yunza Lake, his face clearly showing signs of anxiety. The response from my senior brother hasn't arrived yet. I don't even know what the situation is like over there. Did he even read the letter? Of course, Master Chui saw the letter. The first pigeon sent had just delivered the message half an hour ago. The moment he saw the letter, Master Chui recognized that something was amiss. He did not hesitate at all, directly abandoning the secret stronghold and immediately arranging for his disciples to evacuate. To avoid alerting the enemy, he did not notify any outsiders. At this time, he arrived at the most crucial stronghold of the Pancher Martial Arts School, a dye house. The Yunha Martial Arts School has betrayed. This place has been exposed. Quick! Move immediately. Inform all disciples of the 2 schools that can be contacted to disperse and hide and evacuate to locations Ding and Wu. Hurry! In the next moment, everyone in the stronghold immediately sprang into action, disappearing through every hidden door and alley. The dye house door was kicked open. The vice leader of the Shugo sect arrived just a moment too late. He looked at the empty dye vats and the dust-covered floor, his face darkened to the point where water could drip from it. What on earth happened? Why did they evacuate early? I strictly sealed off the news all the way. They had no reason to get the information and retreat in advance. Outside Luwei County, in the fields, several shadowy figures tread through the seedlings, stepping unevenly as they move forward. They are the scattered disciples of the Pancher and Honshu sects, fighting for their lives. They scatter like a startled flock of geese, fleeing desperately to a hidden rendezvous point away from the main road. Upon confirming that the Pancher Martial Guild had received word in advance, Deputy Leader Shugu is not inclined to play cat and mouse. He directly contacts the Yellow Turbans, dispatching over 1,000 elite troops for a large-scale manhunt. Under the pursuit of the Yellow Turbans, many disciples of the 2 guilds who did not escape far enough meet a tragic fate. The first wave of fierce interception erupts near an abandoned brick kiln on the outskirts of the city. More than 10 disciples of the Hongxi Martial Guild are intercepted, their blades flashing in the dim moonlight. A skilled master from the Hongxi Martial Guild fights fiercely to hold the rear. With cunning and ferocity, he pierces the throats of 2 pursuers in an instant, only to be struck silently from behind by a withered palm shadow. Puff! He flies into the air like a broken sack, blood mixed with internal organs spewing from his mouth, and he falls to the ground without a sound. Shugo the leader, expressionless, retracts his palm, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, his gaze sweeping the darkness like a hawk. Continue the pursuit. Outside in the salt fields, Leader Chui, under the cover of several trusted disciples, rushes into a salt field that has long been abandoned and is filled with puddles. The icy mud reaches his ankles, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. The pursuers behind him are drawing closer, arrows whistling through the air, and people keep collapsing with muffled groans. One disciple suddenly lunges behind Leader Chui, using his body to block several bolts from a crossbow. Leader! Go quickly! Before he finishes speaking, he falls lifeless. Leader Cui's eyes widen in anguish, suppressing his grief to keep fleeing. Seeing the pursuers getting closer, disciple Sunny, a usually silent man, suddenly stops in front of a rocky area near the salt fields. He takes off his outer robe and forcefully puts it on Leader Chui. Leader, wear this. You stand out too much. If this continues, you won't escape. Leader Chui instantly understands his intention, his eyes welling up with emotion. Sunny. No. You're signing your death warrant. Leader. Pancher cannot be without a backbone. My branch of the Chui family must not be severed. Sunny growls, forcefully pushing Leader Chui into a narrower, more concealed ravine that leads in a different direction. He then dons a conspicuous yellow robe. Brothers and sisters, follow me and draw them away. After saying this, he no longer looks at Leader Chui, takes a deep breath, and runs down another path. Many of Leader Cui's disciples do not hesitate and follow him. Leader Chui clenches his teeth, suppressing his grief, and slips into the shadows of the ravine, silently moving towards the wild reeds crossing. Behind him the shouts of pursuers and the commotion caused by Sunny soon erupt. Sunny escapes in a disheveled manner, successfully attracting most of the pursuers' fire. Ultimately he is surrounded at the foot of the beacon platform. The leader among the pursuers is a hall master of the White Bone Path whose rank is just below that of the leader and who is a master of an exotic force. Accompanying him is Jiang Cang, the leader of the Yunhe Guild. Leader Cui surrender. The hall master of Shugu speaks coldly, his skeletal fingers splayed the power contained yet unexerted. Sunny leans against the cold stone wall gasping for breath, but a hint of mocking smiles appears on his face as he glares at Jiao Shang. Jiao Shang. You treacherous traitor who betrays your teacher and ancestors for personal gain. My Pancher Martial Guild not only forgave your betrayal but also supported you to rise. You colluded with the White Bone Evil and harmed your peers. From the beginning I should not have listened to your sweet words and spared your life. Jiao Shang, wait, Leader Cui will surely take revenge for us. You will not die a good death. Jiao Shang's face turns a mix of green and white from the insults, furious and ashamed. Clearly it was you Pancher and Hongxi who forced me to join the Yellow Turbans and I had no choice but to betray. But now with the White Bone Path people present he cannot voice it. Hall Master. He is not Leader Cui. Jiao Shang shrieks, this is a scapegoat. Leader Cui must have gone elsewhere. The Hall Master of Shugu's gaze sharpens, realizing he has been tricked. In a fit of rage his skeletal claws shoot out like lightning, seizing Sunny's throat. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonates painfully. Sunny's head droops weakly to one side, dead. Waste! The Hall Master of Shugu angrily curses. It is unclear whether he is berating Sunny or Jiao Shang. He violently throws Sunny's corpse to the ground. Search! Even if we have to turn this place upside down we must find him. At the wild reeds crossing, the cold night wind cuts across Leader Cui's face like a knife, his lungs burning with pain. Utilizing the precious time gained by Sunny and the other disciples, he finally crosses the most dangerous area and arrives at the ferry. The outline of a dilapidated wooden dock appears in the darkness ahead. On the dock a flickering fishing light sways in the wind, casting the blurry shadow of a small boat. Hope like that flickering light is weak yet tenacious. He grits his teeth, expending his last bit of strength, and sprints towards that fishing light. Leader! Hurry! Leader Cui's toes nearly touch the decaying wooden planks of the dock. The cold night wind rushes into his open mouth, which is trying to shout. In that instant, the deepest darkness by the dock stirs silently. A figure like a towering iron tower rising from the ground stands there without warning, blocking the last 3 zhang distance between him and the small boat. He stands a full head taller than ordinary people, with shoulders broad enough to be unbelievable. Merely standing there exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. The newcomer is shrouded in a black robe, and as he walks a faint thunder sound emanates from his body. The voice is not loud, but it clearly pierces through the night wind, striking at Leader Cui's heart. Leader Cui's blood freezes instantly. A name that terrifies him resonates in his utmost fear. Thunder. Sound. Realm. He hoarsely squeezes out these 3 words, his eyes filled with boundless horror and despair. The newcomer, hearing this, calmly states, you have some knowledge. I presume you are the leader of the Pancher Martial Guild. As soon as these words fall, the iron tower-like black-robed figure casually raises his right hand. As the arm lifts beneath the wide sleeve of the black robe, the muscles of his arm can be faintly seen instantly coiling and tightening like living things. A vast power surges from his waist, coursing through his spine and uncontrollably transmitting to his palm. Boom! A deep grand sound akin to countless thunders reverberates from deep within his bones and skin. Thunder sound. The palm lightly presses forward. Just as the words are spoken, that casually unleashed hand of terror in Leader Cui's desperate gaze slams into his chest. There is no earth-shattering roar. No dazzling special effects. Only an extremely muffled puff. Like a blood-colored sack inflated to its limit, it is instantly pierced by a red-hot iron rod. Leader Cui's body, seasoned by years and amalgamated with decades of Pancher power beneath that seemingly casual palm, shatters like the most fragile glass. There are no sounds of bones breaking, no images of organs flying. Only a thick crimson mist that suddenly bursts forth. In that instant, Leader Cui's entire body, including bones and internal organs, is turned into the finest dust. The blood mist quickly spreads, enveloping half the dock with a strong metallic smell. It stains much of the dock a bloody hue. It is both beautiful and terrifying. A gust of cold wind sweeps in, rapidly dispersing the blood mist. On the dock only the unmoving shadow of the iron tower remains. And a head held in the figure's grasp, frozen in extreme horror and despair. As everything happens too quickly, that head surprisingly has not yet lost its breath at this moment. It horrifiedly moves its lips, seemingly wanting to say something. The king of the Black Mountain pays no mind to the dead man. He slowly turns, merging into the darkness behind him, holding the still warm head. All along he never glanced at the small boat, which is so close that it could scare someone to death. The boatman on the small boat has thoroughly soaked his pants and trembles like a sieve. He watches the terrifying shadow disappear, sees the dark red rapidly seeping into the wooden planks on the dock, and emits a ghastly sound from his throat, using all his strength to grab the oar, madly rowing towards the center of the lake. He watches the terrifying shadow disappear, sees the dark red rapidly seeping into the wooden planks on the dock, and emits a ghastly sound from his throat. Qinglin Dao, the council hall. Flames flickered restlessly, casting the assembly's shadows across the walls. Sir Kaishan sat in the main seat, his knuckles tapping the armrest unconsciously with a monotonous, measured rhythm. Zhou closed his eyes to gather himself, but the furrow in his brow betrayed an inner agitation. Zhou Bai, his master Cui's direct disciple, stared at the sealed hall door as if nailed to it, his unease nearly overflowing. Jiang Xiaoming sat silently at the edge, a sense of foreboding pressing on his chest. Master Cui, is one of Panshur Martial Hall's two latest Zhanjin practitioners, was an essential pillar of their fighting strength. In such turmoil, one more latest Zhanjin could mean a few more threads of hope for survival. Time dragged slowly through the oppressive silence. After an indeterminate while, the frantic flutter of wings sounded outside. A disciple burst in, cradling a weary carrier pigeon and fumbling to untie the narrow scroll fastened to its leg. Master! A message, it's from Master Cui. The disciple hurriedly unfurled the paper and read aloud, warning received. Evacuating according to plan. The taut air loosened considerably. Long exhales nearly coincided throughout the hall. Sir Kaishan's tapping stopped abruptly. The relentless rhythm that had haunted them fell silent. His rigid shoulders visibly relaxed, and a look of relief softened his face. Zhou closed eyes snapped open, and the tension in his brow slowly eased. Zhou Bai's tightened body loosened, and he sank heavily back into his chair. He wiped his face with force, a glimmer of gratitude appearing in his eyes. Good, received is good. Received is a blessing. Sir Kaishan's voice swelled. He slapped the armrest, rose to his feet with the exhilaration of surviving a disaster, and swept his gaze over the room before fixing it on Jiang Xiaoming in the corner. Xiaoming. This time we owe you. Had you not been alert and decisive in sending out the message, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Jiang Xiaoming stood quickly. I dare not take credit. I only hope Master Cui is safe. Ha! Good lad. Sir Kaishan in high spirits stepped forward and clapped Jiang Xiaoming vigorously on the shoulder. The hall's atmosphere brightened at once. A disciple hurried to replenish the hot tea. The curling fragrance drove away some of the chill. Their taut nerves finally eased, and they began low murmurs with Master Cui's skill. Now that he has the warning, those brats from Baigu Dao can't hope to stop him. Yes, he will surely arrive safely. The relief, however, did not last long. Before long, a second pigeon fluttered down. Quick, look. The disciple opened the message and read rapidly. The Daihouse disciples have successfully broken through and are dispersing toward their rendezvous points. Good. Sir Kaishan clapped again, joy deepening on his face. Those Daihouse disciples are the backbone. That they pulled out safely is a great fortune. Senior brother Cui arranged it well. He lifted his cup and at last found appetite enough to sip his tea. Zhou smoothed his beard, a look of relief spreading. Indeed, several of the Daihouse disciples are promising mid-stage Zhanjin talents. Preserving them is a blessing. Zhou Bai visibly relaxed, even exchanging whispered words with the brothers beside him. For the first time he showed a smile. The hall warmed again, and another heavy stone dropped from the assembly's hearts. All that remained was to await the final news of Master Cui's escape. Surely it would come soon. Yet the third pigeon's message struck them like a bucket of ice. The elite of Huang Jinjun have been fully deployed. Masters of Baigu Dao have appeared. They are conducting carpet searches along the main roads and the countryside. The disciple's voice trembled with incredulous alarm. What? Sir Kaishan's smile froze instantly. Zhou face lost the last trace of ease. So it is. Huang Jinjun was backed by Baigu Dao after all. Zhou Bai went rigid, color draining from his face. His briefly relaxed posture tightened even further. The hall's recently risen warmth and conversation were choked off as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. A deathly stillness settled again, heavier and colder than their first weight. A sense of ill omen began to coil about each person's heart. Sir Kaishan's knuckles struck the armrest once more with a force bordering on release. The rapid, heavy tapping drove into everyone's taut nerves, fraying their temper. Zhou closed his eyes, brow tightly knitted. Zhou Bai paced the hall restlessly. Jiang Xiaoming remained seated quiet and withdrawn. The fleeting ease in the main hall had long since vanished. Time slipped away slowly. Outside the night was so dense it felt like indelible ink. No more carrier pigeons arrived. Inside the hall only the life-draining tapping and the scrape of Zhou Bei's boots on the floor could be heard. Time crawled from night into day. Just as the suffocating despair threatened to crush them all, the heavy wooden door of the council hall was flung open with a creak, letting in a wet cold wind. A boatman soaked through his face as white as paper and dark stains marring his trousers was supported into the room by two Pancher disciples. His gaze was scattered, his lips trembled, his whole body shook like a fallen leaf in autumn. "Tell us. Where is Master Cui?" Shi Kaishan sprang up, his voice hoarse with a sound he had not noticed in himself. Zhou Bei rushed forward and gripped the boatman's arm with desperate force. "My master, where is he? What happened to him?" As if roused from a nightmare by the grip, the boatman emitted a short sharp scream before breaking into inconsolable sobs and incoherent words. "Dead, dead. The hall master, he exploded. He blew apart. Blood, it was a spray of blood. Wu, his head was taken away." "What?" Shi Kaishan was struck as if by lightning, his tall frame wavered, color draining from his face. He sagged back into his chair, lips moving but no sound issuing forth. Zhou Bei took the blow like a hammer. The hand that held the boatman slid away lifelessly as he staggered back 2 steps. "Eyes Halama, master," he murmured, tears falling silently. Zhou Zhen's eyes flew open. He strode to the boatman, pressed his trembling shoulders with both hands and asked in a low urgent voice, "Speak plainly, who did this? How was he killed?" Intimidated by Zhou Zhen's presence, the boatman's scattered memories groped together through fear. Black-robed people, like an iron tower. It just suddenly appeared. He only asked once, "You are the Pancher Hall master, right?" Then he raised his hand. There was a buzzing sound. Like thunder. It rang inside the bones. The boatman mimicked the sound, terror distorting his face. Then there was a boom. The hall master, the whole man, just blew apart. Gone. His body was gone, only the head remained. He held the head in his hand. Blood fell like rain. Whoa, a demon. He is a demon. The boatman collapsed again into a harrowing wail. A buzzing sound. Like thunder. Ringing in the bones. Shi Kaishan's distracted eyes sharpened, his pupils contracting as he cried out, "Lei Yin Jing, the thunder resonance realm." The hall fell utterly silent. Even sobbing Zhou Bei and the shattered boatman paused at the unfamiliar name and the indescribable terror in Shi Kaishan's voice. Jiang Xiaoming, startled, blurted out, "Master, what sort of realm is Lei Yin Jing?" Shi Kaishan drew a slow deep breath, forcing himself to steady the overwhelming grief. His voice was dry as he spoke. "The martial path, Mingjin, refines the body, Anjin clears the meridians, Huajin unifies the forces. The Huajin stage is already extraordinary, yet above it lies Lei Yin Jing." His gaze swept the room. One must fully thread the 12 principal meridians, and among the 8 extraordinary vessels at least open the Ran and Du channels. Using Rain and Du as the pivot to integrate the whole Boda's principal channels makes the practitioner's force return as rivers to the sea, force unified. A warrior at this realm can marshal the strength of his entire body with every strike. Its power issues from the depths of the fascia. In walking, sitting, or lying, thunderous resonance follows. Hence it is called Lei Yin Jing. Shi Kaishan's tone was laden with helplessness. This is the ultimate pinnacle a martial practitioner can reach. He shook his head bitterly, eyes full of defeat. For a hall like ours to cultivate an exotic gene is almost impossible. Lei Yin. It exists only in legend, only the supreme martial orders pouring in resources, secret arts and manpower can produce it, a human weapon. Huangjin rebels, how could they possess such a figure? Shi Kaishan's voice turned hard. Unless it is Baigu Dao. This person must be the peerless killing weapon Baigu Dao secretly raised. Hearing that, Zhou Zhen's face darkened as if it could drip. He paced slowly, voice ice cold. For such a figure to deign to come to this spec Luo Xian, what could his aim be but vast? He halted suddenly. It is nothing but people. It is nothing but our martial folks' chi and blood used as sacrifices to nourish their devilish sex abomination. The hall sank into dead silence once more. Only the candles crackled, throwing pale light over faces drained of color and brimming with despair. Shi Kaishan closed his eyes as if aged 10 years in the instant and murmured, "How many of those who stayed in the city by choice will escape? And those who could not reach the island, the outer reaches of the martial hall?" Zhou Zhen stared at the lake, his voice weary. "For the small halls and gentry houses this will be utter devastation. Luo Xian will likely become Baigu Dao's field of blood sacrifices. Baishui County Mist River. The rushing tributary thundered through the canyon, the sound of the water booming like thunder. Two fast ships heavily laden broke through the white waves and flowed downstream. The guards on the ship, their muscles knotted and their eyes sharp, were all adept in the dark arts of combat. At the bow of the ship 2 figures stood like towering cliffs. One of them was built like an iron-cast warrior with a massive frame. Beneath his bronzed skin, his thick muscles resembled the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. What stood out most was his exceptionally broad and solid back brimming with explosive power. He was the king of the ridge, a fearsome figure. The other person was lean and swift like a leopard, his body lines exceptionally smooth. He was the king of the flood, another terror of the white bone path. Both men contained immense strength within, and as they moved a dull thunderous sound resonated, indicating that they were both powerhouses of the Thundersound realm. The Thundersound realm could harness the energy of the body, turning them into the most terrifying weapons in the world. As the 3 fast ships prepared to pass through the narrowest part of the strait, a figure suddenly appeared atop a massive black reef. This person wore a red-yellow outfit, standing tall like a spear. He casually held a severed head in his left hand. The head's eyes were wide open, frozen in ultimate horror and disbelief. When the 2 kings saw the head, their pupils suddenly contracted like needle tips. Their muscles tensed instantly and the thunderous sound within their bodies became clear. Kong Yu, the king of the void. Kong Yu. It was the missing king of the void responsible for transporting the relics of the void. Stop the ship. The fleet abruptly turned sideways in the water, stirring up a great deal of murky waves. The 2 kings fixated on the figure atop the reef and the head of their colleague, a chilling murderous intent instantly enveloping the scene. Pei Zhujun. The king of the flood's voice was deep, tinged with gravity, recognizing the notorious court assassin. The king of the ridge's eyes blazed with ferocity, a low growl escaping his throat. What a ruthless young man, what a vicious method. To have left Kong Yu alive. It seems we have a traitor in the 100 Valleys path. The movements of the king of the void were mysterious, his lightness skill reaching its peak. Had he not been betrayed by an insider and ambushed, there was no way he could have been killed. Now not only was Kong Yu dead, but even this secret waterway had been blocked by the enemy. One can imagine that the identity of this insider must be quite significant. On the reef, Pei Zhujun's expression was grim. Upon seeing the 2 kings, his eyes sparkled slightly like a beast discovering a prime target, pure battle intent raging within him. He weighed the head of Kong Yu in his hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What court missions, what schemes of the white bone path, none of it mattered, they could all roll away. All he wanted now was to use his fists to smash these 2 opponents, radiating thunderous energy right before him. Ha, old men, come and fight. Let's have a bloodbath. The king of the ridge and the king of the flood exchanged helpless glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Pei Zhujun was notorious for his madness. Like a rabid dog, once he found his prey he would bite down relentlessly until his target was dead. Though the 2 of them were confident in battling Pei Zhujun together, they wondered, why bother? This was merely a transport mission for the white bone path, there was no need to risk their lives against this clearly deranged madman. Of course they still needed to personally gauge the opponent's strength first. Die! The king of the ridge shouted, his voice booming like rolling thunder. His energy erupted violently and the deck beneath his feet shattered. Using this violent recoil, he launched himself like a cannonball, piercing through the air with a shrill scream, directly aiming for Pei Zhujun's left side. In midair, his extraordinarily broad and solid back arched, suddenly his right arm drawn back like a giant bow, muscles bulging as he accumulated energy to the utmost. With a single punch unleashed. This punch was devoid of any embellishments, purely the essence of power. The air was compressed, letting out a sharp explosion. The target aimed directly at Pei Zhujun's head. Almost simultaneously, the king of the flood moved. His form darted like a specter, skimming close to the water's surface, his movements flowing as smoothly as a fish swimming in water. As he neared the reef, he stepped rapidly against its side, each step precise and resonating with a crisp sound, shallow pits appearing on the surface of the reef. Using the momentum, he compressed himself like a spring at its limits, suddenly springing up, fingers splayed wide, sharp nails cutting through the air with a fierce wind, aiming straight for Pei Zhujun's back and waist. The gust of his fingers tore through the air, emitting a sound akin to cloth being ripped. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, one fiercely strong, the other sinister and tearing. Their cooperation was seamless, sealing off all of Pei Zhujun's escape routes. Facing this earth-shattering ambush, Pei Zhujun's battle intent surged even more. His lips curled into a nearly ferocious grin. Come on! He swung his right hand, casually tossing away Kong Yu's head. Facing the king of the ridge's earth-shattering punch, Pei Zhujun did not dodge at all. He boldly swung his right fist. On his fist the same violent and even more explosive energy gathered without any embellishments, only the raw collision of power. Boom! The two fists containing terrifying thunderous energy collided fiercely like two meteors. A visible shockwave erupted instantly. The air was violently compressed and torn apart, producing a deafening explosion. The King of the Ridge felt an unimaginable immense force mixed with an explosive tearing momentum surging into his fist. His proud broad back trembled violently. Pei Zhejian's power was even more domineering and pure than he had imagined. In terms of pure strength, Pei Zhejian naturally could not match the King of the Ridge, but his technique of dispersing force was even more refined. The King of the Ridge's violent energy after surging into Pei Zhejian's body was transmitted through his meridians. Crack! The reef beneath Pei Zhejian's feet shattered explosively. At the same time he used the King of the Ridge's overwhelming impact to spin and retreat as if teleporting. This turn and retreat was executed flawlessly. Not only did it deflect the follow-up impact of the King of the Ridge's punch, but it also gave him the opportunity to face the King of the Flood behind him. The King of the Flood's claw, containing multiple layers of strength, was about to pierce Pei Zhejian's back. In a flash, Pei Zhejian kicked out with his left leg. The tip of his foot gathered explosive energy capable of shattering gold and stone, accurately kicking towards the wrist of the King of the Flood's incoming hand. Smack! A dull thud of flesh colliding. The King of the Flood temporarily transformed his claw into a palm, trying to mitigate Pei Zhejian's strike. However, he underestimated the explosive force of Pei Zhejian's kick. Ha! The King of the Flood felt as if a bomb had exploded in his palm, the explosive force instantly dispersing the quintuple layers of energy he had gathered. A burst of explosive energy shot through his bones, causing his entire arm to momentarily go numb, blood and chi surging upwards. Using this kick, Pei Zhejian bizarrely spun in the air and landed steadily on the edge of the reef. Wherever his feet landed, the black rock shattered once more. In just a fleeting moment he withstood the King of the Ridge's charged punch and used the momentum to accurately disrupt the King of the Flood's deadly ambush. The fatal trap laid by the two Thunder Sound Realm powerhouses was unexpectedly torn apart by him using this seemingly mad yet exquisitely calculated move. Had they not been enemies, the King of the Flood would have likely been unable to resist applauding. However, Pei Zhejian had no intention of stopping. This probing had fully ignited the ferocity within him. His figure swayed as he charged towards the King of the Ridge. It seemed that this king, with his violent power and combat style that struck with brute force, was more to his liking. The King of the Ridge and the King of the Flood, after a probing exchange, deeply understood how troublesome Pei Zhejian was. The two of them did not linger in battle. Their figures twisted in the air like two great birds, emitting a piercing sound as they shot towards the steep cliffs on either side. Their speed was so fast that they even left behind brief after images. The moment they launched, the King of the Ridge flicked his left hand back. A palm-sized black box, neither metal nor wood, covered in strange runes, shot out like a bolt from a crossbow, accompanied by a sharp whoosh accurately aimed at a calm master on the ship. That master had been prepared. With a twitch of his muscles, his arm shot out like lightning, fingers curled like claws, firmly grabbing the flying box and swiftly retracting it to his chest. Make sure the package reaches Luwei County. Deliver it to the King of Black Mountain. Meanwhile, the King of the Flood swung his left leg back like a whip, accurately kicking another identical black box. The box traced a low arc shooting towards a trusted master on another ship. Ensured delivery. Then the two kings fled into the distance. Pei Zhejian watched the direction in which the two kings fled, his burning battle intent palpable. Run! Can you escape? He chuckled softly, his figure flickering. He shot off like an arrow released from a bow, producing a sound more intense than that of the two kings as he wildly pursued their fleeing figures. The members of the White Bone Path on the ship sighed in relief as they watched Pei Zhejian disappear. They had long heard of this killing star. Wherever he went, mountains of corpses and seas of blood followed. If it weren't for the two kings diverting this star of death today, everyone present would likely have lost their lives. The fleet dared not linger, like startled birds hastily speeding towards Luwei County. Luwei County, beside the Wu River. Thick black smoke from burning houses choked the entire county. Thanks to advanced preparations by the three major martial halls, many cultivators had evacuated. Later, warned by Hall Master Cui, even more fled. Failing to capture enough cultivators, the Yellow Turban Army enacted the 5 grains abundant ritual, quantity compensating for quality. They cast off all pretense of being a righteous army. Under the supervision of Lord Heishan and the command of Altar Master Shugo, countless soldiers clad in yellow headscarves swarmed through the town like locusts, battering down doors and ransacking every household. Whether wealthy landlords, powerful gentry, or humble commoners, all were dragged out roughly like livestock and hurled into massive pits dug beside the Wu River. Wails, pleas, curses, and the sharp crack of whips merged into a single cacophony. Resistance. Yes, several hall masters from minor martial schools joined by a handful of fierce righteous men attempted to mount a defense at a street corner. Yet. A dull thud. A gray blur flashed past. One of Shugu Altar's elders, his withered hand hardened by an aberrant martial force, lashed out like a phantom claw, piercing the flank of a dark chi cultivator and dropping him instantly. The cultivator's eyes flared wide with fury. Snap. Snap. Several bone-white Dao adepts grinned savagely as they brought iron-bound cudgels crashing down, shattering his limb joints one by one. Before his agonized scream could fully escape, a boot slammed into his mouth, spattering teeth and blood across the ground. Then, like a discarded sack of rags, he was tossed onto a nearby oxcart piled high with mangled, broken bodies. The oxcart hauled its grim cargo to the edge of the great pit beside the Wu River. This pit, infamous throughout the land, was the bone-white Dao's accursed 10,000 corpses pit. A vile crucible where sacred flora were cultivated upon human suffering. The captured masses like lambs led to slaughter shuffled numbly and hopelessly toward the pit's gaping maw. The slightest hesitation earned a whiplash tearing flesh from skin or a brutal kick hurling the victim straight into the abyss. At the pit's bottom already lay a layer of severed limbs, half-dead cultivators and corpses long since stilled. And among them the earliest victims, the elderly women and children. Blood had soaked deep into the earth at the pit's base. Moans, sobs, curses and ragged dying breaths rose faintly from within, echoes not of this world but of the netherworld itself. Hurry up, get in. It is your blessing to sacrifice yourselves for the sacred sex, sacred flora. Resistors, break their limbs. Faster. Faster. Yellow turban officers and bone-white Dao disciples relentlessly drove the crowd forward. At the rim of the largest 10,000 corpses pit stood Lord Heishan, a towering figure cloaked in black, immovable as iron. He watched the horror unfold, his face utterly impassive. Deputy Altar Master Shugo stood respectfully at his side, murmuring softly, "Lord, the number of offerings now nearly fulfills the 5 grains abundant ritual. We await only the arrival of the Waterland and Sky Lords bearing the seed cores." After Lord Heishan gave a slight nod, Deputy Altar Master Shugo continued, "Lord, I have learned that the Panstone and Red Serpent martial halls, those who fled Luwei County, are hiding on several isolated islands in Yunza Lake. Shall we?" At the mention of Yunza Lake, Lord Heishan's brow furrowed. Others of the bone-white Dao might remain ignorant, but he knew all too well what lurked within that lake. Years ago, had it not been for the calamity unleashed by the terrifying Lake Sovereign who obliterated their ancestral sect, the Baigu Dao would never have been forced to abandon their homeland and seek refuge in this remote, desolate land. Though he understood those monsters dwelled eternally in the lake's deepest abyss, rarely emerging, he still wondered what if a wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. After a moment's silence, Lord Heishan spoke. "After the ritual concludes, you shall lead a detachment to clear any remaining threats. For now the sacrifice is imminent, do not invite unnecessary complications." "Yes, my lord." While the bone-white Dao filled the pits with living offerings beneath the murky waters of the Wu River, buried deep in silt and mud, a pair of jade-green eyes watched their every move above. It was Jiang, the child adept, his entire body concealed beneath the riverbed. A fall teaches wisdom. His recent capture by Wei Tonghai remained vivid in his memory. Now he moved with heightened caution, burying himself entirely in the silt to avoid detection. Even after learning of Hallmaster Chui's death and the terrifying power of the Thundersound realm, Jiang Xiaoming felt no safety, even on his island sanctuary separated from the bone-white Dao only by the vast expanse of the lake. So he dispatched Jiang, the child adept, to monitor the bone-white Dao's movements continuously. Should that fearsome black-robed lord or any of his followers board a vessel bound for Qingming Island, he would flee immediately. As long as Jiang kept watch here, the time required for travel from Luwei County to Qingming Island would be his golden window of escape. For days Jiang observed the bone-white Dao's operations, watching them seize unarmed farmers and destitute civilians one after another and hurl them into the 3 colossal pits. Watching ordinary people herded like cattle beaten with whips. The scene sent a bone-deep chill through the soul. That day light rain fell. Through the misty drizzle 2 figures hurried along the muddy path, none other than the 2 altar masters entrusted by the lords with the sacred treasures. Drenched and breathing heavily, they knelt on one knee several paces behind Lord Heishan. "Lord, your servants have fulfilled their duty." One raised high a black chest. "Neither metal nor wood, Lord Kongyu perished under attack by Pei Juju. The sky relic has been lost. These are the earth and water relics, delivered at the cost of the water and landlords' lives." This, said the other, lifting an identical chest, is the mortal transcending flower seed bestowed directly by Matriarch Shugu. Then the 2 ordered their subordinates to drag ashore 2 enormous iron cages. In one cage loomed a terrestrial monstrous beast, Shanshao, standing a full zhang tall. Its face shifted between ghostly crimson and ashen green, its massive frame bristled with jet-black quills like steel needles, and its arms bulged with terrifying strength. Bound by thick refined iron chains, it was dragged toward the edge of one pit. The second cage held a vast water tank containing a Qinglin treasure fish over 2 zhang and 4 qi in length. Its body shimmered with emerald green scales the size of shields. Each lash of its colossal tail against the tank's rim echoed with a thunderous hollow boom. It was carefully poured into a newly excavated pond beside the pit. Lord Heishan surveyed the two beasts and the flower seed, and a look of quiet satisfaction crossed his face. Well done. This place no longer requires your presence. Return at once to Shugu altar and await Matriarch Shugu's commands. As ordered. Without hesitation, the two altar masters rose and vanished into the rain-shrouded distance. With the bone-white Dao urgently needing capable hands, these altar-level masters indeed bore weightier responsibilities elsewhere. Even the dark Qi experts who had arrived aboard the transport ship departed without delay. Only 2 figures remained, strange beings wholly enveloped in white robes. With the artifacts secured and the hour ripe, Lord Heishan waited no longer. Slowly he raised his arms, the wide sleeves of his black robe billowing in wind and rain. Begin the ritual. Instantly the bone-white Dao adepts sprang into action. They approached the central pit's edge, cradling sealed clay jars with reverent care. Smashing the seals, they scattered luminous powders, each glowing with a distinct eerie hue, precisely over the centers of the 3 great pits. The 5 grains abundant ritual had formally commenced. The continuous blood sacrifices over several days have transformed this land into a hell on earth. The rain has ceased and the air is thick with the stench of blood and rotting corpses. In 3 enormous pits, mountains of corpses now serve as nourishment. Countless thick vines as sturdy as ancient giant trees and dark red to nearly black in color emerge from the depths of the pits like giant pythons. They intertwine continuously, forming 3 twisted trees. The roots of these trees resemble fishing nets, entangling the still living, their tips piercing into flesh. They take root in the flesh and blood, extracting life force. The last breaths of those in the pits fade, their bodies shriveling visibly, skin clinging to bones, eye sockets sunken, resembling withered corpses. The last remnants of their life essence are greedily consumed by these sinister plants. In the pit, only the sound of writhing vines and the faint noise of roots piercing flesh and sucking marrow remain. The ritual has reached its final moments. The 3 demonic vines, nourished by endless flesh and blood, have solidified into grotesque tree-like forms. Their entire bodies are dark red with surfaces covered in vein-like patterns. The vines themselves rapidly lose moisture, becoming dry and scorched yellow. All essence converges towards the apex. At the top of the vines, 3 uniquely shaped fruits emit a seductive glow and a strange rich fragrance. The fruit above the mountain demon's pit resembles a heart-colored earthy yellow, its surface covered with hard horn-like protrusions exuding a strong earthy aroma. The fruit by the azure-scaled fish's water pit is round like a pearl, deep green to almost black in color, with waves of patterns flowing across its surface emanating a watery aura. The fruit before the Black Mountain King is the most peculiar. Shaped like a twisted seed, its jet-black surface is marked with rock-like fissures that glimmer with golden light, colorless and tasteless. Roar! The mountain demon, tightly bound by iron chains at the edge of the pit, went completely insane upon catching the scent of the earthy yellow fruit. Its eyes burned red as blood, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its body, covered in steel-like black fur, bristled and terrifying power erupted, straightening the iron chains as they emitted a bone-chilling creak. At the connection of the chains and rocks, debris flew. Crash! In the artificially created pond, the murky river water suddenly erupted. The azure-scaled carp, over 2 meters long, burst through the surface, creating a rain of water. It traced an astonishing arc in the air, its massive mouth opening wide, greedily lunging toward the deep green fruit. Meanwhile, beneath the muddy riverbed, Jiang's eyes suddenly narrowed. Upon sensing the watery aura emitted by the dark green fruit, a craving surged from the depths of his bloodline, overwhelming his senses. He felt an irresistible urge to approach it and consume it. If it weren't for his strong willpower restraining him, he might have struggled to resist this instinctual impulse. This fruit must be something extraordinary. If there's a chance in the future, I must find a way to obtain it. The time has come. The deep voice of the Black Mountain King resonated. With a flick of his right hand, 3 steel balls infused with power accurately struck the branches bearing the 3 fruits. The fruits fell. The Black Mountain King stretched out his right hand and caught the fallen fruits. Without hesitation, he brought the fruits to his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Almost simultaneously, the last chain binding the mountain demon broke with a thunderous crash as it struggled madly. The mountain demon transformed into a streak of black lightning, pouncing on the earthy yellow heart fruit, swallowing it whole. The azure-scaled carp leaped out of the water once more, its massive mouth accurately capturing the deep green round fruit, instantly swallowing it whole. Boom! Three distinctly different yet equally violent waves of energy exploded at the edge of the pit. After swallowing the fruit, the mountain demon let out a pained roar, and in just a few moments its robust body swelled again. Its bones crackled loudly like popping beans. Thud 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 thud. The heartbeat resonated like a war drum as blood surged violently through its body, seeping from the capillaries evaporated by the heat emanating from it. A ferocious blood-colored mist rose into the sky. It was evolving. After the azure-scaled carp swallowed the fruit, its massive body suddenly sank into the murky water channel. In the next moment, the water surface boiled. Countless huge bubbles surged forth, splashing everywhere. A cold and immense aura spread from the depths, and the azure scales glimmered brilliantly. As the azure light flickered, the azure-scaled carp's size grew visibly. Its scales became thicker with metallic glimmers along the edges. Its size was on the verge of breaking through 3 meters. After the Black Mountain King swallowed the dark gold seed, he stood still like a statue. From beneath his wide black robe, a heart-stopping thunderous rumbling sound echoed. Boom boom boom. It was as if countless thunderbolts were colliding continuously. As time passed, beneath the exposed skin of his palm outside the black robe, intricate dark golden patterns gradually became visible. Patterns resembling leaf veins spread across his body. His bloodline was undergoing a new round of transformation. The ritual was successfully completed. At this moment, whoosh! A sharp tearing sound sharp enough to rupture eardrums suddenly echoed from a great distance. Before the sound arrived, a figure of red and yellow intersecting appeared like a phantom on a rock at the edge of the mass grave, as if it had always been there. The newcomer was Pei Zhujun. He casually held 2 severed heads, their eyes wide open in fury. One belonged to the Void Feather King of the White Bone Path. The other was the Broadback King. Pei Zhujun fought against 2 opponents and not only did not falter but instead killed the powerful Broadback King. Now that the Flood River King was missing, he likely also fell at Pei Zhujun's hands. The heads of 2 Thunderous Realm experts dangled from his hand like torn rubber balls, still dripping with thick blood from their severed necks. His red and yellow combat attire was stained with large patches of dark brown blood with several obvious tears. He had clearly been through a fierce battle. Yet his eyes shone brightly. It seemed he had just had an appetizer and now it was time for the real feast. Pei Zhujun's gaze was locked firmly on the Black Mountain King, who was undergoing transformation, sharply sensing the opponent's formidable power. A thrill spread across his lips. Now this is interesting. Your other people are far too weak. As soon as the words were spoken, all the disciples of the White Bone Path kneeling on the ground simultaneously looked up, horrified to see the newcomer holding the heads of 2 kings. A chilling aura instantly enveloped them. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Black Mountain King, who was in the midst of transformation, felt the thunderous rumble within him suddenly stutter. He recognized Pei Zhujun. He was well aware of the man's crazed nature, driven solely by the desire for battle, relentless and unyielding. At this moment he was at a critical juncture of transformation, and forcing an interruption or distraction would have dire consequences. But if he did not fight back with Pei Zhujun's temperament, he would undoubtedly pounce on him, immediately killing all living beings in the vicinity, including the evolving beasts. Pei Zhujun. The Black Mountain King suppressed his fury and shouted. The thunderous rumble within him suddenly intensified, the sound becoming more violent yet slightly chaotic. He had no choice. The black robe billowed. The Black Mountain King is towering as a fortress, shot up into the sky like a boulder thrown from a catapult, tearing through the air with a piercing scream as he sped away. He must divert this calamity. At the very least, he needed to hold on until he completed his transformation. Ha ha. Then let's have some fun. Pei Zhujun's eyes ignited with battle intent as he let out a hearty laugh. He casually discarded the 2 kings' heads as if they were garbage, and in a flash he pursued the Black Mountain King. The 2 figures, moving at similar speeds, quickly vanished into the vast night. At the edge of the mass grave, only the suffering mountain demon and azure-scaled carp remained, along with a group of Bone Path disciples still in shock. Not long after the departure of the Black Mountain King, an unexpected change occurred. The mountain demon, which had just completed its evolution and grown significantly in size, turned its gaze, revealing a cunning and violent expression. With a roar full of cruel delight, the mountain demon's enormous body transformed into a shadow, appearing beside a figure clad in a white hood in the blink of an eye. The hooded figure had no time to react, only feeling a darkness envelop him as the mountain demon seized his arms and legs. No! The figure could only emit a short, surprised shout. In the next moment, rip! A horrifying tearing sound echoed. This figure was torn apart by the mountain demon. Organs and shattered bones rained down in a bloodstorm. The scene was gruesome and brutal to the extreme. The mountain demon did not even glance at the bizarre corpse covered in jet black fur. Its mouth lined with sharp teeth opened wide and accurately grabbed the black box that had fallen from the shattered body. With a crack, the incredibly hard box was instantly crushed by its terrifying biting force. A white bone relic emitting a yellowish light and resembling a pebble rolled out, which it flicked with its tongue and swallowed whole. After swallowing the earth relic, the mountain demon's eyes immediately turned toward another target, a figure in a white hood holding another box. It aimed to swallow the water relic. To release this water-dominating beast as well. The beast's intelligence far exceeded the expectations of the disciples of the White Bone Path. "Dare you, vile beast!" The hooded figure holding the water relic was filled with terror. But his reaction was also swift. Realizing he was no match for the evolved mountain demon, the only hope he had was the relic in his hand that could control the azure scale carp. He bit his tongue, a mouthful of blood spraying onto the relic while also directing it toward the azure scale carp in the pond. Kill! The azure scale carp, originally writhing in pain due to evolution, now had its eyes stained with a violent crimson. A blue-green divine pattern flashed across its body and its massive mouth opened wide. Puff! 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 3 condensed arm-thick bone-chilling high-pressure water arrows shot forth like powerful crossbows, piercing directly toward the mountain demon's chest. So fast, so powerful, they could pierce through iron armor. The mountain demon's tree-trunk-like arms crossed in front of it, muscles tightening like steel. Bang! 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 3 dull thumps echoed like war drums. The water arrows struck hard against the mountain demon's crossed arms, exploding in a shower of water. The powerful impact abruptly halted the mountain demon's advance, breaking off patches of its black fur and leaving deep bloody gashes visible to the bone. The intense pain caused it to roar in fury. Roar! The mountain demon was completely enraged. In the next moment, it jumped high into the air like a black cannonball. Its massive body traced an astonishing parabolic arc in the air, directly soaring over the azure scale carp in the pond. Upon landing, a yellowish divine pattern appeared on its 2 incredibly thick arms. The 2 hammer-like fists carrying immense force slammed down toward the ground. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth. At the point of impact of the mountain demon's fists, the hard ground trembled and cracked like the surface of water. A visible violent shockwave rapidly spread in a circular motion. The hooded figure holding the box was caught in the center. A ferocious shockwave hit him, sending him flying as if struck by an invisible hammer. Before his vision darkened, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The box in his hand slipped beyond his grasp. The white bone relic, emitting a blue-green water glow and shaped like a long grape, rolled out from the box. It bounced on the ground a few times before rolling toward the edge of the misty river. The relic! The hooded figure's eyes widened in desperation, ignoring the intense pain in his insides as he struggled to rush and retrieve it. However, at that moment, a small figure like a swimming fish silently emerged from beneath the waters of the misty river. He picked up the blue-green relic that was about to roll into the river. "Child! Quickly! Hand it over to me. That is a sacred object." The hooded figure of the White Bone Path, seeing the child's innocent face, felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, crying out hoarsely, his voice filled with anxiety. The young Jiang looked up at the hooded figure covered in blood and disheveled, grinned, revealing an innocent smile. "Uncle, it seems this object is destined for me." Then, under the horrified gaze of the other, he opened his mouth, held the blue-green white bone relic in his mouth, and with a roll of his throat swallowed it whole. "No!" The hooded figure let out a desperate scream. The young Jiang, having swallowed the water relic, no longer looked at the collapsing figure but turned to the azure scale carp in the pond, which had regained its clarity of mind after losing control of the relic. Young Jiang opened his arms, calling out in a tender voice imbued with a strange rhythm, "Big guy. It's time to go home." He then took a step back and walked into the river. His voice carried a sense of soothing. The intimate feeling of shared bloodlines combined with the authority of the water relic made the carp instinctively want to follow him. The azure scale carp's massive fish eye softened and became submissive upon meeting young Jiang's gaze. It raised its head and let out a deep long call akin to a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the massive fish tail swung violently. Boom! The murky water splashed up several feet and the azure scale carp, nearly 3 meters long, leapt out of the water and plunged into the turbulent, muddy, misty river. Young Jiang's small figure followed closely behind like a shadow, blending into the water, disappearing in an instant. "My azure scale carp! My relic!" The hooded figure of the White Bone Path completely broke down, frantically rushing to the riverbank. However, behind him, the furious mountain demon had no intention of letting him go. After dealing with several disciples of the White Bone Path who tried to intervene, it pounced on the hooded figure, grabbing him in its hands. Roar! With a powerful tear. Rip! Another sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. This hooded figure met the same fate as his colleague, easily torn in half by the mountain demon. On the mangled corpse a layer of fine fish scales could be faintly seen. The mountain demon's ferocity frightened the disciples of the White Bone Path to the point of fleeing in terror. They screamed, scattering like headless flies. The mountain demon let out a bloodthirsty roar, its massive body transforming into a black whirlwind as it pursued them. In an instant, at the edge of the mass grave, the sounds of screams, cracking bones, and flesh being torn apart filled the air. Moments later, at the mass grave's edge, the mountain demon surveyed the ground littered with broken corpses, its blood-red eyes flashing with a hint of cruel satisfaction. It let out a low growl and its massive body leaped several times, disappearing into the mountains and forests of Luwei County, leaving behind a land soaked in the blood of thousands and 3 eerily terrifying hell corpse pits. In Luwei County, amidst the foggy river, the icy river water rushed swiftly past. The small figure of Jiang Xiaoxiao lay on the back of the precious blue-scaled fish, gripping tightly onto its sturdy, enormous dorsal fin. The colossal creature 3 Zhan Long cut through the murky river waters with ease. Its speed far exceeded that of any vessel. It felt as if he were flying underwater. Young Jiang, far from feeling discomfort, was instead filled with excitement, wanting to dance and twirl. This sensation was far more exhilarating than standing on the Mingyuan battleship while braving the waves. The blue-scaled fish seemed to sense the excitement of the little one on its back. With a powerful flick of its massive tail, it erupted with force. Boom! The enormous splash erupted like a waterfall, exploding outward. With this violent thrust, the blue-scaled fish surged forth, breaking through the water with young Jiang. The moonlight instantly bathed him in its glow. Young Jiang's body was thrown into the air by this tremendous force, and the brief sensation of weightlessness made his heart race uncontrollably. Below, the surface of the river shimmered with fragmented silver under the moonlight. Just as he was about to descend, splash! The massive body of the blue-scaled fish leapt from beneath the surface once again. The wide boat-like blue fish body steadied itself to catch the falling young Jiang. The immense impact was effortlessly absorbed by the fish's resilient scales and strong muscles, causing young Jiang to merely tremble slightly before landing securely on the back of the blue-scaled fish. Ha ha! What a marvelous creature! Young Jiang patted the cold, heavy scales of the fish, producing a crisp sound. Upon touching the water relic, he could vaguely sense the emotional fluctuations of the giant beast beneath him, aided by the shared bloodline. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the pure joy emanating from the giant beast. It was the warmth of finding a kindred spirit akin to a wanderer finally reuniting with family. Yet deep within this joy there lingered a tinge of fear. This fear was not directed at young Jiang, but rather towards the white bone relic inside him. Young Jiang's excitement slightly subsided, revealing a trace of curiosity. He opened his mouth and the blue bone relic, shaped like a green grape, was spat out, securely held in his palm. He wasn't a mountain spirit, so he naturally wouldn't swallow everything whole. The act of pretending to swallow had merely been for fun, to tease that hooded figure. Under the moonlight, the relic emitted a gentle glow. It felt ice cold to the touch, its material neither metal nor jade, but rather resembling some peculiar bone that had endured endless ages. Young Jiang examined the key that could control the 3 Zhang giant beast. This thing is probably a bone from a strange beast. I wonder which part of the skeleton it is. Perhaps it has undergone special processing. After observing for a while, he could only discern some of the most basic features. Forget it. I have plenty of time to study it slowly later. He opened his mouth again, placing the relic back inside. Currently, Jiang Xiaoming did not plan to rely too heavily on this relic. The image of the mountain spirit suddenly rebelling and tearing apart the hooded figure was still vivid in his mind. He understood that this relic had a deterrent effect on the blue-scaled fish and other strange beasts, but its effectiveness was limited. Relying solely on it could easily lead to a repeat of the White Bone Path's disaster. Emotional communication and complementary abilities are fundamental. I will need to spend some time cultivating a bond with this giant. With the relic as an emotional sensor, building a connection will be much easier. He was well aware that this unexpectedly acquired blue-scaled fish, possessing terrifying potential, would be his strongest trump card for a long time to come. The priority of cultivating rapport with this trump card could even be on par with martial training, and in the short term it might even be more important. Fortunately, young Jiang was still small, and in the coming years he would not be able to practice martial arts, allowing him to focus on nurturing his bond with the blue-scaled fish and training his ability to ride it. Big guy, let's head to Yunza Lake next. Young Jiang spoke in a tender voice pointing towards the direction of Yunza Lake. Although the blue-scaled fish couldn't understand his words, it comprehended the direction of his finger. It emitted a deep elongated response. The massive body transformed once more into a blue shadow slicing through the waves, carrying the small figure on its back towards the vast misty Yunza Lake. A few days later in Luwei County, the base of the White Bone Path. The Black Mountain King has returned. His black robe was no longer as tidy as it once was, with noticeable tears at the hem and cuffs even stained with dark brown dried blood. The wide hood obscured his face, making it difficult to discern his condition. However, in his movements there was a clear hint of disorder amid the thunderous aura. Clearly escaping the madman Pei Zhuju's pursuit was no easy feat. The king had risked everything to divert Pei Zhuju, but the White Bone Path had lost two immensely valuable strange beasts. This ritual had resulted in the deaths of two kings, with one missing. Among the three strange beasts, one had been captured by the court while the other two had fled. This time it equated to the loss of 5 or 6 king-level combatants, dealing a severe blow to the White Bone Path. Such a significant loss carried immense responsibility. Let alone ordinary disciples, even the Black Mountain King could not bear such a burden. Upon the king's return, all disciples of the White Bone Path were trembling like startled birds. King. The deputy sect leader responsible for guarding, with an arm still wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, scrambled to the feet of the Black Mountain King, his voice tinged with a sob. I am incompetent. I deserve death. The Black Mountain King did not respond immediately. The gradually intensifying thunderous aura within him nearly suffocated the sect leader on the ground. He slowly raised his thick muscular hand and spoke softly. Speak. The deputy sect leader dared not conceal anything, trembling as he recounted the tragedy at the edge of the mass grave. The mountain spirit's rebellion, the tearing apart of the hooded figure, the forceful seizure of the earth relic. A child benefited taking the water relic and escaping with the blue-scaled fish. The mountain spirits slaughtered the crowd, leaving the disciples in ruins. The blue-scaled fish was taken by a little brat who appeared from nowhere. Regardless of the mountain spirit's rebellion or the severe losses of the White Bone Path, nothing had moved the Black Mountain King. But upon hearing about Jiang Xiuxiu, his voice betrayed an incredulous astonishment. Yes. Yes. That little brat. Like a water ghost, suddenly emerged from the water, snatched the water relic and swallowed it down. Then that precious fish just obediently followed him. The sect leader recalled that bizarre scene, still haunted by it. Swallowed the relic. Controlled the precious fish. The Black Mountain King's tone was filled with absurdity. Absolutely impossible. How many resources did the holy sect expend to cultivate a qualified water controller? How much effort was invested? Tens of thousands of followers were involved in the blood integration ritual, enduring inhumane suffering. To obtain even a trace of the precious fish's bloodline, followers have endured decades of torment. Among those who participated in the ritual, hardly anyone survived. And ultimately, those who could withstand the white bone relic without collapsing, even qualifying for control, have been few and far between over the years. The Black Mountain King snorted lightly. You're telling me that a little brat who hasn't even sprouted hair swallowed a relic and could control the precious fish? Beneath his Black Mountain crown, the Black Mountain Celestial King's gaze locked coldly upon the deputy altar master, who knelt prostrate on the ground. That white bone relic radiates a bloodline curse ceaselessly. Anyone without the blood fusion ritual and lacking the azure scale treasure fish bloodline who dares touch it will soon suffer rotting flesh and liquefying blood. Given time, their entire body decays, flesh collapses, bones dissolve. The Black Mountain Celestial King declared with unshakable certainty, from now on fix your gaze upon the Wu River. Within 3 days a bloated infant corpse will rise to its surface. Find it. Mobilize every hand, search the banks of the Wu River and Yunza Lake meticulously. Focus especially on secluded coves and reed-choked marshes. Once found, retrieve the white bone relic from its body immediately. As for that azure scale treasure fish, having lost its master, it is highly likely to return to the place most familiar to it, the waters richest in blood chi. Namely, the waters near this 10,000 grave pit. You will watch it closely. The Black Mountain Celestial King held absolute faith in his judgment, a law forged through countless experiments of the Whitebone Tao. The prostrate deputy altar master bellowed, "Yes, your majesty." In the following days, the Whitebone Tao deployed its yellow turban army, turning the Wu River's banks upside down. They unearthed numerous nameless corpses, even infants, but never the corpse of the infant Jiang. Nor did they spot the azure scale treasure fish returning near any of the 3 10,000 grave pits. They did not know that even as they scoured the Wu River, the infant Jiang and the azure scale treasure fish had remained hidden in the nearby Yunza Lake, watching silently unseen. 3 days passed. An ill omen coiled around the Black Mountain Celestial King's heart. Could that brat truly be an exception? Impossible. By the 5th day, still finding no trace, his suspicion mounted, and just as he prepared to depart personally, a trusted disciple assigned to outer sentry duty burst in, face ashen, scrambling forward on hands and knees, voice trembling with primal terror. "See, Celestial King. A message from our eastern disciples, 30 li away, that spotted the Omen Star's trail. He's coming this way. Pei Zhujiu." That madman had caught up again, so swiftly. Beneath his hood, the Black Mountain Celestial King's shadow rippled violently. His wounds remained unhealed, his bloodline transformation had only just concluded, his vital chi needed time to settle, to consolidate. To confront Pei Yuju now, whose battle fury only intensified with each clash, whose state seemed eternally peak, would drain his constitution and fracture his foundation. No time left. The Black Mountain Celestial King instantly abandoned the search for the treasure fish. We move now to deal with that mountain spirit. The mountain spirit had instigated the uprising and seized the earth relic. It was the chief culprit, the traitor. It must die. Its massive frame demanded vast sustenance, however cunning it could not evade the Yellow Turban Army's relentless tracking. The Black Mountain Celestial King turned to his few remaining core disciples, abandoned the search for the treasure fish. "All of you, follow me into the mountains, now. Target, the treacherous mountain spirit. We must reclaim the earth relic before Pei Zhujiu arrives. As for the azure scale treasure fish, poof. Let it count itself lucky, for now. We shall reckon with it, later." Without hesitation, his ironclad figure surged from the stronghold, dashing toward the boundless mist-wrapped mountains. Behind him, the surviving masters of the Whitebone Dao dared not falter, they followed hard on his heels. Deep within the endless mountains, pursuit and slaughter had raged for days. Ancient towering trees lay shattered by savage force, cliffs crumbled, the earth bore gaping craters. Though cunning, the mountain spirit could not outweed mankind, and now the Black Mountain Celestial King clung to it like a second skin. It stood now at its last gasp. Arrows bristled across its colossal frame, iron hooks pierced deep into its hide, scars crisscrossed its body like a map of ruin. Most fatal of all, a wound piercing straight through chest and belly, gushing dark crimson blood, the Black Mountain Celestial King's signature strike. Its ancestral black fur hung matted and stiff with gore. One arm twisted unnaturally, shattered beyond repair. "Ruarea, Ruarea." A low, desperate rasp escaped its throat. Crimson eyes flickered backward toward the Black Mountain Celestial King, who pursued like a phantom fused to its spine. It knew escape was impossible. Vast as the forest was, it held no refuge. Yet one final chance remained. Its intellect, far surpassing any beast, flared with lucid clarity in extremis, revealing the sole path left. ROAARR. With a violent pivot, it ceased fleeing deeper into the woods. Instead, summoning its last breath of strength, it dragged its ruined body toward the Wu River, where dwelled an azure scale carp equally transformed by the sacred fruit, equally formidable. Only by joining forces, 2 against 1, could survival be possible. Ruo air. Ruo air. It reached the Wu River's bank, dragging itself along its shore. Its roars shook heaven and earth, rolling like thunder across the river's breadth, echoing wildly in all directions. It was calling, not in hope but in desperate summons. It signaled to its possible aquatic ally beneath the waves. In the Yunza Lake, the infant Jiang and the azure scale treasure fish heard the roar, clear, unmistakable. Seeing the mountain spirit's frantic flight and its repeated pleading glances toward the Wu River, they grasped its intent instantly. To aid or to abandon. For the infant Jiang, this was no mere binary choice. The azure scale treasure fish was his ultimate safeguard, its safety non-negotiable. To risk losing this irreplaceable trump card for a feral, treacherous and ambiguous beast would be sheer folly. Jiang Xiaoming gently stroked the fish's head, calming its rising agitation, then sank deeper into the lake's obsidian depths. The mountain spirit's roars continued to reverberate along both banks. Its only reply was the thunderous rush of the river's current. Behind it, the Black Mountain Celestial King drew ever nearer, until in its scarlet eyes the last ember of hope guttered and died. Beast. Still begging for aid. Then die. Room. Thunder resonated from within the Black Mountain Celestial King's body. He gathered every ounce of his power into his right arm. That sign-worded limb tightened, fingers fused into a blade, slicing the air with a shriek as it drove with surgical precision into the mountain spirit's front-to-back wound. The grievously wounded beast had no time to react. Put. His entire arm vanished inside. Ruo air. Its final cry tore from its throat, body convulsing violently. Cold-eyed, the Black Mountain Celestial King wrenched his arm sideways, hard. Crunch. The sound of shattering bone rang sharp and clear. Then, with a brutal outward yank. Splash! Guts and geysering blood erupted along with a white bone relic smeared in gore yet glowing with a faint earthen yellow light. The earth relic ripped raw from the mountain spirit's ruptured chest cavity. The mountain spirit's crimson eyes, burning with fury and despair, dimmed rapidly. Its colossal form collapsed like a fallen jade pillar, sending dust billowing skyward. Without glancing at the fallen giant, the Black Mountain Celestial King withdrew a specially crafted metal case and dropped the blood-drenched earth relic inside. "Take the corpse, withdraw." The moment those words left his lips, a figure clad in Akrian crimson blurred onto a towering boulder nearby, silent as a specter. "Finished your business, I see. Then it's time to honor our prior agreement." When the Black Mountain Celestial King offered no reply, Pei Zuju licked his lips. "Surely you don't intend to renege? I already know who you are. This time, I demand you fight me openly. Use your strongest technique, face me as you truly are. Otherwise..." He left the rest unsaid, but the threat hung thick and suffocating in the air. To be hunted by such a terrifying madman made the Black Mountain Celestial King's temples throb with agony. Yet his true identity could not yet be revealed. He swallowed his fury and stepped forward, crushing the stone beneath his foot into silent fine dust. A denser, more ferocious thunder roared from his core, vibrating the very air around him. Pei Zuju threw back his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha, old Mo. Let us fight to the uttermost." At the name Old Mo, the Black Mountain Celestial King's expression beneath his hood twisted into something grim and furious. That accursed lunatic. In the next instant, the two men moved as if racing, slaughtering every whitebone Dao disciple nearby, then clashing with apocalyptic fury. They fought, leaping, crashing, vanishing deeper and deeper into the distant mountains. As the figures of Lord Heishan and Pei Zuju clashed with frenzied intensity, they gradually vanished from sight. Whoosh! The murky surface of Wu River erupted violently. A colossal, terrifying form burst forth from the waves. The three-hanglong azure-scale treasure fish. Perched upon its broad back stood the diminutive figure of infant Jiang. "Quick, grab it! Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Infant Jiang pointed urgently at the Shanxiao's corpse, urging the azure-scale treasure fish repeatedly. The beast instantly grasped his intent. Its massive body surged above the river's surface, its enormous maw opened wide, clamping down upon the Shanxiao's colossal corpse ashore and dragging it into the depths. In the next instant, the treasure fish whipped its colossal tail once more. Boom! Waves soared skyward. Clutching the Shanxiao's immense carcass in its jaws, the azure-scale treasurefish plunged downward with tremendous force, leaving behind only a vast churning vortex. Man and beast fled swiftly beneath the water's surface. All that remained behind was a field of white-boned corpses belonging to the Baigu Dao sect and the scattered wreckage of fierce combat. Excellent! Absolutely magnificent! Beneath the waves, infant Jiang vigorously patted the azure-scale treasurefish's gleaming scales, his voice ringing with exhilaration. Exotic beast flesh was exceedingly rare. This single massive corpse represented a fortune beyond measure. To acquire such a beast without cost was tantamount to claiming untold gold. More crucially, he could assimilate exotic beast bloodlines by consuming their flesh. This Shanxiao was undeniably formidable, far superior to the azure-scale treasurefish he had consumed previously, potentially granting him a far more potent bloodline. Having secured the exotic beast's corpse, infant Jiang resolved to return home first. Transporting such a massive body was impractical and risked exposure. He would deliver the carcass safely before returning to continue surveillance. Pointing toward a direction on Yunza Lake, he declared, "Big fellow, let's head that way. I'll show you our home." With a low resonant rumble, the azure-scale treasurefish responded, then jaws still clamped tight around the Shanxiao's corpse surged forward at full speed toward the Peach Blossom Cave Heaven. The azure-scale treasurefish moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching their destination in no time. The Peach Blossom Cave Heaven possessed two entrances, one on the island, the other submerged beneath the water. Under normal circumstances, the underwater entrance was sealed with rubble and fishing nets to prevent large fish from escaping. This time, to facilitate the treasurefish's passage, Jiang Yang had opened the entrance well in advance. A few stray shrimp or fish slipping through held no consequence for him. Such common creatures held negligible value. Now, with Wei Tonghai's hidden treasure in hand, he no longer needed to live in such straitened circumstances. Infant Jiang guided the azure-scale treasure fish through the underwater entrance into the secluded sanctuary. With the beast's strength and Jiang Yang's aid, the two, man and fish, hauled the Shanxiao's corpse onto dry land. Born to peasant stock, he suffered chronic malnutrition, his constitution severely depleted. Not only was martial cultivation impossible for him, but Born to peasant stock, he suffered chronic malnutrition, his constitution severely depleted. Not only was martial cultivation impossible for him, but within a few years his body would inevitably succumb to myriad ailments. Previously infant Jiang, still young and vulnerable, had required Jiang Yang's protection. Now however infant Jiang was steadily maturing, and had even tamed a 3 Jiang azure-scale treasure fish. He had clearly become the strongest and safest among the 3 Jiangs. Thus the time had come to cultivate a new Jiang, and fate had just delivered an exotic beast into his hands. Using this beast as foundation, the nascent entity might inherit key traits of the Shanxiao, including raw strength, stamina, resilience, and even its formidable resonance-patterned aura. Starting from such a foundation, its future potential would vastly surpass that of Jiang Yang, the unremarkable blank slate. Decision made, he acted without delay. The Shanxiao's hide is too tough to process, let us use the flesh and blood from the severed arm instead, along with its internal organs. The Shanxiao bore 2 grievous wounds. One was the severed arm, the other a gaping wound across its chest and abdomen, both likely inflicted by Lord Heishan. Infant Jiang and Jiang Yang sprang into action immediately. Together they used razor-sharp bone blades to carefully excise the most vital sinew meat from the severed arm, then preserved it in the icy waters of the cavern's pool. Next they hollowed out the Shanxiao's abdomen and meticulously prepared all its internal organs. Then apomictic reproduction commenced. Jiang Yang stilled his breath and focused inward, whereupon a translucent interface shimmered into view. Individual count 33. Bloodline count 3. Human template 1 white. Human template 2 white. Human template 3 green azure-scaled fish, bloodline 15. Human template 1 corresponded to his past life lineage. This time he intended to base the apomictic reproduction upon human template 1. Why not human template 3? Because incompatible bloodline mutations could not yet coexist. Were he to reproduce using human template 3, the result would likely be merely a child with marginally enhanced physique and only 15 azure-scaled fish bloodline. Initiate apomictic reproduction using human template 1. No sooner had the words left his lips than a navel cord abruptly extended from Jiang Yang's abdomen, its tip cradling a lotus bud within which the nascent Jiang began to take shape. This marked his first attempt at reproduction while already at the individual cap of 3. He wondered, could the limit be transcended? A quiet anticipation stirred within him. Jiang Yang seized a slab of finely cut shanxiao meat and placed it into his mouth. The exotic beast flesh proved surprisingly palatable, not the rank acrid taste he had imagined, but rich with an earthy nutty aroma reminiscent of roasted seeds mingled with mineral-laden soil. Yet the shanxiao's meat was extraordinarily dense, requiring formidable jaw strength to tear apart. Nonetheless, its flavor was genuinely pleasing. Still, it fell short of the azure-scaled treasurefish's delicacy, whose flesh imbued with the essence of water and marsh offered a clean, sweet silken tenderness. Roasted, this meat would surely reach even greater heights of flavor. As he continued consuming it, the life energy, and more precious still the bloodline essence, within the shanxiao flesh flowed steadily through the navel cord into the lotus bud. Slowly, imperceptibly, the bud began to swell. As the nascent Jiang matured, a fragment of knowledge seeped into Jiang Yang's consciousness. He must immediately select one of the Jiangs as a sacrifice. The chosen one's vital qi would steadily ebb until exhausted completely. Vital qi was the very essence of life. Once depleted, death followed swiftly. So that is how it works. Understanding dawned, and though disappointment flickered, it did not linger. Deep down he had already anticipated such a constraint. As for who would bear the burden of fading vital qi, there was no need for deliberation. He chose Jiang Yang. Simultaneously he sensed that the rate of depletion could be finely modulated. Based on Jiang Yang's current vital qi reserves. At the slowest rate he might endure for approximately 1 year. At the fastest, death would arrive within mere breaths. After brief contemplation, Jiang Yang selected the slowest depletion rate. In his final days he would make one last contribution, venturing deep into the uncharted waters of Yunzi Lake. The lake's profound depths concealed countless secrets. Ferocious treasure fish and exotic beasts, rare medicinal flora and enigmatic ancestral clans, all harboring abundant opportunities. Within those depths lay countless auspicious encounters. Through the inscriptions left by Wei Tonghai beneath the stalactites, Jiang Yang learned of a family, the Kanglinxia family, residing in Yunzi Lake. They engage in trade of exotic beast meat with the outside world. This time he happened to obtain a mountain demon. With that he prepared to personally visit the location indicated on the map to assess the situation. Jiang Yang planned to bring a portion of the mountain demon's blood and flesh following the route given by Wei Tonghai for an exploration. He aimed to see if he could truly exchange it for techniques and secret manuals. To be safe, he decided not to put all his eggs in one basket. If this exploration failed and he met his demise, the remaining exotic beast meat could still be used to trade with the Pancher Marshall Hall, allowing them to bear the cost of the exploration route. The 10-day deadline passed in the blink of an eye. A new child was born. The lotus bud at the end of the umbilical cord bloomed layer by layer, clear amniotic fluid gushing forth, carrying an indescribable sense of sanctity and beauty. The new Jiang emerged. Upon birth, Jiang Yang sensed the difference. The newborn Jiang was noticeably larger than usual newborns, with a cry that resonated almost throughout the cave. Each forceful wail was accompanied by the newborn's lungs greedily expanding, drawing in air. Human template 4 Blue Mountain Demon Bloodline 35 Bloodline Ability Shock 35 Blue. Jiang Yang's gaze was fixated on the baby Jiang, and the swaddling, a surge of uncontainable excitement flickering in his eyes. It worked! The Mountain Demon's ability was indeed inherited by the newborn Jiang. The scene of the Mountain Demon activating the divine patterns and sending the hooded figure flying was still vivid in his memory. If he mastered this ability, it would undoubtedly give him an advantage in future confrontations with humans. Most importantly, this bloodline had been preserved, enabling all future newborn Jiangs to utilize it. Moreover, this bloodline Jiang could pass on part of the Mountain Demon bloodline to children born with women. If he wished, he could establish a powerful family with numerous members of the Mountain Demon bloodline. The future was promising. In the following period, Jiang Yang took care of the newly born Mountain Demon Jiang in the Peach Blossom Cave, where the child had yet to gain self-sufficiency. Young Jiang and Qinglin Treasurefish secretly monitored the activities of the Bone Taoists in Yunzi Lake near Luwei County. In recent days, he had not seen the figure shrouded in a black robe. After the Black Mountain King battled Pei Zhuju, he had not returned to Luwei County. It was unclear whether he was killed by Pei Zhuju or returned to recuperate after being injured. However, recently there were indeed many Bone Taoists dressed in standard robes along the Mist River. They had been scouring the area for something. It was obvious that they were trying to retrieve the Mountain Demon's corpse. Unfortunately, they were searching in entirely the wrong direction and would find nothing no matter how long they looked. While the Bone Taoists conducted a large-scale search for the Mountain Demon's body, the shocking news of the blood sacrifice of tens of thousands of civilians by the Bone Taoists in Baishui County, Luwei County finally spread. This horrifying news traveled through the various official channels, reaching Lin County, the provincial capital, and ultimately arriving at the Heavenly Listening. In the provincial capital of Baishui County, within the Linzi Prefecture's office, the atmosphere was tense. The reprimanding documents from the capital came down like knives, carrying the overwhelming fury of the emperor. Immediately dispatch troops to eradicate the evil and eliminate the banditry. The military order was as firm as a mountain. The elite soldiers of Linzi Prefecture were urgently mobilized. Flags obscured the sun and weapons glinted ominously. A fiercely aggressive army departed the prefectural city, heading straight for Luwei County. The news spread like wings. The Yellow Turban Army entrenched in Luwei County quickly caught wind of the situation. Although the Great Yong Kingdom was in ruins, the main force of Linzi Prefecture was still not to be trifled with. The general leading the Yellow Turban Army made a decisive decision. This place has become a vortex, we should not linger. Withdraw. Before the main force of Linzi Prefecture could truly approach, the Yellow Turban forces split into several groups, retreating swiftly like receding tides, escaping Luwei County and vanishing into other territories. With no smoke of war rising, the traces of the bandits had vanished. In an instant, Luwei County was left in a state of disarray. After the retreat of the Yellow Turban Army, the Bone Taoists naturally withdrew as well. After waiting for a few days and seeing that the Bone Taoists had truly left, the young Jiang departed with the Qinglin Treasurefish, returning to the Peach Blossom Cave. Now Pancher and Hongxi had received news of the Yellow Turban Army's retreat and had already dispatched several waves of scouts back to Luwei County to gather intelligence. He was no longer needed. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Cave, the young Jiang carefully took the Mountain Demon Jiang from Jiang Yang's arms. It was time for Jiang Yang to leave. With the help of Qinglin Treasurefish, part of the Mountain Demon's corpse was loaded onto the black skiff left by Wei Tonghai. Jiang Yang rode the black skiff into the vast mist of Yunzi Lake. The further he traveled into the lake, the denser the fog became. By the middle of the lake, the mist thickened to a point where it obscured everything within several meters. Jiang Yang could only rely on the vague pale glow above the water's surface to discern his direction. This glow was the sun filtered through the dense fog. The map given by Wei Tonghai was too rudimentary, lacking information on vast areas of water. Jiang Yang had no choice but to proceed inch by inch. Creak, creak. The oars parted the water, producing a monotonous sound. After several days adrift, the small boat had ventured into the middle waters of Yunza Lake. This area was exceptionally dangerous, teeming with numerous aquatic exotic beasts. The local fishermen referred to this region as a forbidden zone. According to Jiang Cang, very few fishermen who ventured deep into this position returned alive. Occasional rumors were likely exaggerated. The boat glided across the water. Suddenly he sensed something unusual. He immediately halted the oars and observed carefully. At that moment there was no wind around and the lake's surface was like a mirror. However, after he stopped rowing, the water beneath the boat still trembled lightly. He felt a tightness in his chest and held his breath. Under the water, without warning, a dazzling red light flashed. Treasure fish. Jiang Cang, with a sliver of hope, cautiously leaned over the side of the boat to look down. Upon this glance his soul nearly left his body. Beneath the boat lay an unimaginably enormous fish dragon. Countless blood-patterned carp, some several feet and others dozens of feet long, were densely packed head to tail, forming the scales of this fish dragon. This massive entity, comprised of innumerable treasure fish, seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. In the next moment an unexpected change occurred. The enormous fish dragon appeared disturbed, as if it had caught the scent of the mountain demon's corpse or had been eyeing him all along. The scales of golden-patterned blood carp surged violently. The entire body of water boiled instantly. The treasure fish scales detached from the main body, transforming into a torrent of crimson resembling a school of sharks, sensing blood rushing upwards towards the black skiff with terrifying speed. Crack, poof, the sturdy planks of the boat shattered like brittle chips beneath the treasure fish's sharp teeth. Along with Jiang Cang on the boat and the mountain demon flesh, they were instantly engulfed, torn apart and chewed by the frenzied crimson fish swarm. In just a moment, the tumultuous waves subsided. The crimson fish swarm receded like a retreating tide, merging back into the enormous fish dragon. Only a few solitary splintered planks remained on the water's surface, floating aimlessly. At this moment, if viewed from a great height, one would see a sinuous pitch-black figure swimming through the depths for dozens of miles like an unhealable scar, slowly gliding through the deep azure waters of Yunza Lake. It was heading deeper into the mist. Yunza Lake Peach Blossom Paradise. The young Jiang trembled violently. A frenzy of crimson fish surged forth, stirring, tearing and devouring. The icy water, the sound of bones cracking, the agony of flesh being ripped apart, everything was vividly remembered. He gasped heavily. This is the depths of Yunza. The young Jiang's voice was somewhat hoarse. As expected, it is the absolute despair of an ordinary person. The overwhelming crimson blood carp, let alone an ordinary person like Jiang Cang. Even for a dark energy warrior or even a thunder sound warrior caught within it would probably only make a difference of a few gasps. The final outcome would be no different. Even for a dark energy warrior or even a thunder sound warrior caught within it would probably only make a difference of a few gasps. The final outcome would be no different. Let the Pancher Martial Hall handle it. Pancher, along with Hongxi, greatly desired the secret manual of exotic energy, which was the future of the Martial Hall. Their longing was his greatest bargaining chip. Using their greed, leveraging their strength to explore Yunza Lake was the best path. After resting for a while, he regained his composure and silently walked to a stone wall in the paradise. After glancing at the carvings on the stone wall, he picked up a chisel and began to carve. Tap, tap, tap. The chisel clashed repeatedly with the rock wall, sending stone chips flying. Before long, a distorted ripple appeared on the stone wall. This represented Jiang Cang. Following that, he forcefully carved out the outlines of two swimming fish beneath the ripple. This represented Jiang Cang's greatest achievement. He had caught two precious fish, opening up the lineage of the Qinglin treasure fish for the Jiang family. Then he moved to the side and continued to chisel away. Soon he carved an emblem of three fish connected head to tail on the enemy record, representing the blood carpulone that had just devoured him. It was also the target he aimed to devour back in the future. Qinglin Island, residence of Shi Kaishan. Jiang Xiaoming, Shi Kaishan and Zhou sat around a table. Shi Kaishan and Zhou looked at Jiang Xiaoming with curiosity, eager to hear what he had to say. This time Jiang Xiaoming had secretly contacted the two, saying there was good news to discuss. Without hesitation, they quickly set aside their pressing matters and came over. Since Jiang Xiaoming began planning retreats for the three major martial halls, he had repeatedly proven himself, helping the three major martial halls escape deadly crises time and again. This time the horrific situation in Luwei County and surrounding counties had been reported back through several groups of scouts entering Luwei County. If not for Jiang Xiaoming's efforts to turn the tide, the three major martial halls wouldn't have retained so many living forces. They would likely have been turned into a pile of fertilizer in a mass grave. Seeing both were ready, Jiang Xiaoming spoke. Master adoptive father, a few days ago I met with the adopted son of my father Jiang Yang. He revealed to me a matter that could significantly influence the future of the Pancher Martial Hall. Shirkaishan's thick brows slightly raised. He knew Jiang Xiaoming was not one to speak without purpose or exaggerate since he said so then. Shirkaishan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Zhou hand holding the teacup also paused in midair. In the next moment Jiang Xiaoming's words were like thunder. It concerns exotic energy. What? Shirkaishan and Zhou almost shouted in unison. Both of their expressions changed. Exotic energy. It was crucial for the Martial Hall to elevate to a sect gaining eligibility to participate in the sect conference, which was currently of utmost concern for the Pancher Martial Hall, including the Hongxi Martial Hall. Shirkaishan leaned slightly forward, his gaze firmly locked on Jiang Xiaoming, his voice low. Xiaoming, elaborate. Jiang Xiaoming's expression remained unchanged as he slowly revealed the fabricated lie. The matter is as follows. A few days ago my father Jiang Yang fell victim to illness due to overwork and unfortunately passed away. Shirkaishan and Zhou both knew Jiang Xiaoming had a father who had run away from home and spent years drifting in Yunzi Lake. I met that adopted son only once while handling his affairs. At that time he confided in me about his background. He was originally from the depths of Yunzi Lake. When he was just an infant he was cast away. Along with him was a wooden basin, and in the basin was a simple map. The map marked two special locations. One was the location of his family. The other pointed to a force deep within Yunzi Lake, the Kanglinxia family. The force deep within Yunzi Lake. Kanglinxia family. One was the location of his family. The other pointed to a force deep within Yunzi Lake, the Kanglinxia family. The force deep within Yunzi Lake. Many of those legends were related to the forces deep within Yunzi Lake. It was said that deep within Yunzi Lake resided ancient and powerful families. They had lived for generations in the depths of Yunzi Lake, suppressing terrifying exotic beasts, preventing them from escaping and wreaking havoc. In these myths these families were described as being able to summon wind and rain, controlling storms and thunder, or transforming into exotic beasts. Besides legends and reality, some had indeed encountered people from these families. However, for some unknown reason they had always hidden deep within Yunzi Lake, rarely communicating with outsiders. Jiang Yang's adopted son was actually a lost descendant of such a family. The immense shock left them momentarily speechless. Although both were astonished, they did not interrupt Jiang Xiaoming's words. He continued. He told me that this Kanglinxia family was willing to exchange various rare resources for the flesh and blood of powerful exotic beasts and treasure fish. Among them was the secret manual of exotic energy. As soon as he said this, Shirkaishan instantly became excited. Zhou fingers gripping the teacup also tightened slightly. And at this moment, my adoptive brother has in his possession a precious piece of exotic beast flesh. The corpse of a mountain demon. Mountain demon. Shirkaishan felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind. It's him, that mysterious person who snatched the mountain demon's corpse right under the nose of the bone path. Jiang Xiaoming nodded steadily. Exactly. After Shirkaishan was shocked, he picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea and gradually calmed down. So what conditions does your adoptive brother have? Jiang Xiaoming replied. There are mainly two conditions. One, to exchange the map for resources needed for him and a treasure fish to grow. Shirkaishan and Zhou exchanged a quick glance. Resources. This isn't a big deal as long as they could obtain the secret manual of exotic energy. This little investment would be nothing. The second, to exchange the half-corpse of the mountain demon for the priority viewing rights of the secret manual of exotic energy. After we exchange for the secret manual of exotic energy, he would have the first opportunity to view it. And Jiang Xiaoming paused slightly. Let me as a disciple obtain a qualification to practice the secret manual. Upon hearing the conditions, Shirkaishan's taut face suddenly relaxed, even revealing a hint of a light smile. The flesh and blood of exotic beasts are indeed invaluable treasures. What's the harm in having one or two more people comprehend and cultivate the exchanged secret manual? Moreover, Jiang Xiaoming is his most valued direct disciple, the future pillar of the martial arts school. Teaching him the strength of exotic species was part of the plan. These conditions are practically like giving it away for free. Of course, he understood that the other party wasn't so kind-hearted. Among these conditions there was one crucial point that he concealed. That is, significant sacrifices are required to open up this vital waterway. Without a doubt this would cost many talents. And these sacrifices would have to be borne by the martial arts school. But for sure Kaishan, as long as he could obtain the secret manual of exotic strength and elevate the martial arts school to the level of a sect, these sacrifices would be worth it. Good. Sure Kaishan's palm slammed heavily on the table. This matter the Panchur martial school will undertake. At the end of the conversation, Sure Kaishan instructed this matter should only be known to the three of us and it need not be shared with others, including the people from the Hongxi martial school. Zhouzhen nodded slightly at Sure Kaishan, signaling Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang Xiaoming said, "Disciple understands. The strength of exotic species pertains to the grand scheme of the sect. If leaked, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary disturbances. Although Hongxi currently collaborates closely with Panchur and Wei Yuan, one must still guard against betrayal. Such matters should only be known to the most trusted individuals." Sure Kaishan gave a slight nod to Jiang Xiaoming. He trusts Jiang Xiaoming. In the end, Sure Kaishan suddenly recalled something and continued, "Xiaoming. Although the flesh of exotic beasts does not easily decay, we will need a lot of time to explore the route and the effort to carry the exotic beast's flesh. I think it's better to complete the transaction as soon as possible." "Did he tell you the location of the transaction?" Jiang Xiaoming replied, "It's not far outside." "Good, we set off immediately." With that, Sure Kaishan led the way out. The night was as dark as ink, engulfing the waters outside Luwei County. Two ordinary black boats drew close together, gently swaying with the ripples. On one boat a tiny flame flickered in the night breeze, barely illuminating a small area, outlining three silent silhouettes within the boat canopy. No one would expect that the figures sitting in this cramped cabin were capable of shaking Luwei County with just a stamp of their feet. The master of Panchur, Sure Kaishan, the chief escort of Wei Yuan, Zhouzhen, and the young prodigy Jiang Xiaoming. The three maintained a restrained aura, blending into the night and the shabby boat as if they were merely three ordinary fishermen resting in the dark. The other black boat sat silently alongside. The boat canopy was low, devoid of light, and not a sound of breath or movement could be heard. Sure Kaishan exchanged a probing glance with Zhouzhen. Jiang Xiaoming took a deep breath and called out softly towards the silent black boat, "Brother. Is brother there?" The response was dead silence. Just as the three exchanged glances, the next moment, boom! Without warning, the water's surface beside Jiang Xiaoming's boat erupted violently. It was as if 1,000 pounds of gunpowder had exploded. The raging wave surged into the sky, transforming into a towering wave that crashed down violently on both black boats. The boat rocked violently like a leaf in a tempest. The tiny oil lamp extinguished instantly. Splash! A massive creature tore through the lake, leaping ferociously out of the water. The water splashed onto the two black boats like a torrential rain. Under the dim moonlight, its cold hard scales glimmered with a jade-like green sheen. Each scale was as large as a basin, with edges as sharp as knives. Its elongated body, over 3 zhan long, made the black boats appear exceedingly small beneath it. It was none other than the Qinglin treasure fish that had toyed with the white bone path. What shocked Sure Kaishan and Zhouzhen even more was the small figure standing atop the monstrous fish head, resembling a small mountain. The figure was diminutive, yet it stood firm on the fish's body like a mountain. This person gazed down with icy emerald eyes like an immortal looking at ants. Roar! The Qinglin treasure fish let out a low growl. Its massive form fell back into the lake, creating a surge of waves. The waves crashed against the two black boats, causing them to sway precariously. Feeling it was about time, the young Jiang spoke with a slightly childish voice. "The corpse of the mountain monkey and the map of Yunza Lake are in the boat. I hope, brother, and the two of you can keep your promise." As soon as the words left his mouth, the giant tail of the Qinglin treasure fish swung violently, wrapping around young Jiang and silently sinking into the inky depths. Only the violently rippling water and a profound silence remained. After more than 10 breaths, the churning lake gradually calmed. The two black boats floated weakly as if their bones had been removed. During this time, Sure Kaishan and Zhouzhen's expressions changed multiple times. Zhouzhen couldn't help but say, "Xiaoming, your brother is indeed impressive. If you have the opportunity in the future, you should communicate with him more to strengthen your bond." Jiang Xiaoming nodded. "Xiaoming understands." The moment the Qinglin treasure fish broke the surface, the overwhelming pressure far exceeded any words, leaving a profound impact on both of them. Sure Kaishan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Indeed worthy of someone from the depths of Yunza Lake capable of controlling such a gigantic creature." Both having experienced great storms, they quickly suppressed their discomfort and turned their attention to the silent black boat. Sure Kaishan shouted in a low voice, his figure darting over the water's surface like a hawk, landing steadily at the bow of the boat. He abruptly lifted the low-hanging canopy. A strong mingled scent of blood and earth rushed towards him. What greeted his eyes was the half-opened, eviscerated remains of a giant mountain monkey. Next to the remains, a leather map lay quietly on a small table. "Quick! Sure Kaishan's voice carried urgency, cover it with ice. Jiang Xiaoming and Zhou Zhen swiftly brought out the large ice blocks they had prepared, carefully covering and sealing the half-corpse of the mountain monkey. Afterward they tied the boat carrying the remains with ropes. Sure Kaishan personally took the helm while Zhou Zhen and Jiang Xiaoming stood guard. The two black boats silently headed towards Luwei County. Soon after, the martial arts school and escort agency each dispatched their core loyalists to explore Yunza Lake following the map. After several waves of scouts, the Pancher and Hongxi martial schools finally confirmed that the Yellow Turban Army and the White Bone Path had truly retreated. The lurking killing intent of the two major martial schools finally ceased to be concealed. On Qinglin Island at the plaza of the water village, the disciples of Pancher and Hongxi scattered across the islands along with the escort members of Wei Yuan gathered on the island. The crowd, dark and imposing, surrounded the island tightly. Now everyone bore a stern expression. In the recent turmoil, nearly all of them had relatives or friends killed by the Yellow Turban Army and the White Bone Path. Sure Kaishan stood upon the elevated platform, his heavy ring pommel greatsword planted firmly into the earth. His gaze swept across the despairing crowd below as his voice resonated with sorrow. My senior brother, Master Chui, the head instructor. His achievements were legendary. He devoted his life to the prosperity of our martial academy, even sacrificing himself deliberately so that we might preserve our lives and livelihoods. Yet in the end, he fell victim to treachery by vile and unscrupulous men. His voice suddenly rose sharp and commanding as he thrust the tip of his blade toward the captured members of Yunha Martial Academy. The first betrayal. It robbed Panstone and Red Serpent of their decisive advantage in seizing the Qinglin water fortress, leaving several core disciples drenched in blood where they stood. The second betrayal. Sure Kaishan's voice climbed higher still. How many brave youths chose to remain behind to resist the Yellow Turbans in secret and perished because of it? How many brothers and sisters saw their families brutalized by the Yellow Turban forces? And how it led to the tragic, unjust death of my senior brother, Master Chui. At this, the master of Panstone Martial Academy, this tiger-eyed warrior, tears welled in his eyes. Below him, every disciple of Panstone and Red Serpent burned with grief and fury, their knuckles white and tendons straining as they gripped their weapons. We of Panstone Martial Academy, bound by past loyalty, granted Yunha Martial Academy chance after chance, yet all we received in return was betrayal upon betrayal. Hearing these words, the captives from Yunha Martial Academy realized their doom was imminent. Wails of anguish and cries of utter despair erupted across the square, punctuated here and there by desperate pleas for mercy. Sure Kaishan closed his eyes, drew a deep steadying breath, and when he opened them again, only cold glacial resolve remained. Today I, Sure Kaishan, swear an oath before heaven and earth. I shall utterly eradicate the lineage of Yunha Martial Academy. Blood for blood, I offer this sacrifice to honor the noble spirit of senior brother Chui. And to console the restless souls of our fallen Panstone and Red Serpent disciples. Sure Kaishan's gaze hardened. Kill! The command rang out. Hundreds of steel blades, already raised high above heads, flashed blindingly beneath the sun. They descended in unison. Thwack, crunch. The sickening sounds of blades cleaving flesh and bones snapping echoed across the square. Blood erupted in gory arcs. Heads rolled across the stone, headless bodies collapsed like felled trees. Screams and supplications ceased instantly beneath the executioner's edge. The crowd was divided into batches. The executions continued without pause. Thousands, old and young, women and children, fell into pools of crimson. A thick, suffocating stench of blood rose skyward, soaking deep into the square's azure bricks. Before the blood mist had even begun to dissipate, Sure Kaishan turned on his heel, leading his blood-drenched, battle-frenzied disciples of Panstone and Red Serpent alongside the elite warriors of Wei Yuan escort agency out of the water fortress. At the dock, 10 colossal warships, towering like floating pavilions, stood anchored. Their masts rose like forests, their sails blotted out the sun, radiating an aura of chilling lethality. Sure Kaishan leapt onto the prow of the flagship, raising his ring pommel greatsword toward Luwei County. Follow me into battle. Slay every last remnant of Yunha, avenging our fallen brothers of Panstone and Red Serpent. Depart. A long mournful horn call pierced the air. The 10 great vessels slowly pulled away from shore, cleaving the waters as they sailed into the distance. Jiang Xiaoming stood alone upon the deck of the colossal ship Ningyuan Hao. Fierce winds billowed his robes. His expression remained impassive as he gazed silently across the vast shimmering expanse of the lake. When the host finally reached Yunha Martial Academy, they found it utterly abandoned. Cold ash lay still within the toppled incense burner. Not a single soul remained upon the training grounds, not even the stone weights had been left behind. In the vast assembly hall, not a single chair remained. Sure Kaishan stood at the center of the hollow drill ground, gripping his blood-stained ring pommel greatsword, his face ashen with fury. Behind him his disciples exchanged stunned speechless glances, their rage boiling yet with nowhere to vent it, choking their very chests. From the moment of their betrayal, Yunhao Martial Academy understood it had become the target of universal condemnation, with no path left to retreat. As the Yellow Turbans and the White Bone sect prepared to withdraw from Luhui County, they knew retribution would inevitably follow. Even with family and descendants held hostage, they had no choice but to walk their chosen path to its bitter end. They abandoned Yunhao Martial Academy, their century-old legacy, and with their final elite forces fully pledged allegiance to the Yellow Turbans. Zhao Sheng, head instructor of Yunhao, and Shenli secured modest positions within the Yellow Turban ranks as a direct result of this decisive defection. What remained for the two martial academies and Weiyuan escort agency was merely this hollow shell and scattered minor figures too slow or unwilling to flee, whose ties to Yunhao now marked them as guilty by association. Search. Shirkaishan's voice was glacial. All remnants of Yunhao are to be executed on sight. Unspent fury finally poured forth upon these forsaken stragglers. Several minor factions allied with Yunhao were swiftly overrun, their strongholds consumed by roaring flames. Scattered cries of agony were quickly swallowed by the inferno. And in the end, Shirkaishan drove a furious kick into the ornate plaque bearing the characters Yunhao, sending it crashing into the blazing ruins, sparks exploding outward. Thus concluded this grand theatrical act of vengeance. After the White Bone sect withdrew, the murky fog river gradually regained its former clarity. Though the scars of mass graves along its banks remained stark and haunting, such wounds would in time slowly heal. In Luhui County, the frenzied manhunt and sporadic clashes, lasting half a month, finally subsided. Now with the county lying in ruins, Panstone and Red Serpent martial academies, as well as Weiyuan escort agency, had far more urgent matters demanding their attention. The manhunt had drawn to a close. Meanwhile, on the White Bone sect's side, affairs fared no better. They had assumed the Yellow Turban siege would allow them to perform their 5 grains abundant ritual, an opportunity to dramatically amplify their strength. They never imagined the plan would be secretly betrayed, summoning the madman Pei Zhuju. In this battle, the White Bone sect suffered catastrophic losses. Kongyu Heavenly King was decapitated and the rare beast he carried seized by Imperial forces. Shanji Heavenly King was hunted down and slain by Pei Zhuju, his severed head taken as a trophy. Hongha Heavenly King escaped Pei Zhuju's pursuit by diving into the river but sustained grievous injuries that stripped away several layers of his cultivated power. As for Heishan Heavenly King, he narrowly escaped yet fulfilled his pact with the madman Pei Zhuju by forcibly burning his own vital chi essence, leaving him gravely weakened and requiring prolonged seclusion and recovery. The sect's mid and lower tier elites fared even worse. Most perished in the backlash of the Shanshao Spirits Revolt. The few survivors were systematically slaughtered by Pei Zhuju and Heishan Heavenly King in concert. Nearly annihilated, only 1 in 10 remained. This was among the most devastating blows the White Bone sect had endured in decades. Each Heavenly King represented an irreplaceable pillar of the sect, forged through immense resources and countless life-threatening trials, its greatest foundation and sole guarantee of survival. To lose so many was akin to severing an arm, unbearable, crippling. The White Bone sect loathed Pei Zhuju with such ferocity they wished to devour his flesh and sleep upon his flayed skin. Enraged beyond reason, the sect's highest echelon deployed its ultimate reserve, the 2 Lingzuns, tasked with jointly hunting down and eliminating Pei Zhuju. Yet Pei Zhuju stood under the Imperial Court's protection, no ruthless wanderer. Just as the 2 Lingzuns closed in, his guardian protector emerged silently from the shadows. Recognizing the figure, the 2 Lingzuns paused in tense standoff, then after a silent moment withdrew in bitter humiliation. Repeated defeats. Catastrophic losses. No path to vengeance. The White Bone sect descended into utter madness and redirected its fury across a far wider domain. Leveraging the Yellow Turban's might, they launched successive 5 grains abundant rituals across several neighboring prefectures surrounding Baishui Prefecture, each larger and more horrific than the last. Their aim to forcibly cultivate new Heavenly Kings, using the vital energy and blood of countless innocents to rapidly fill the void left by their devastating losses.